Su-Ritu's army of 10,000 people is also very distinctive. They all wear fur hats, which are used as a mark to identify ourselves and the enemy. In terms of weapons and equipment, Su-Ritu's army is also the worst among the three forces this time. The Han tribe is all wearing Ishui red robes and silver armor, and there are also many Maodun bamboo armors and leather armors. On the other hand, Su-Ritu's army is the worst. The good ones are leather armor, bamboo armor and iron armor are completely extravagant, and even Su-Ritu himself only has a layer of leather armor. Their weapons are still in the bone tool and stone age. Most of the arrows they use are wolf fang arrows. Their spears are also equipped with spearheads made of stone or bone. Their short weapons are mainly stone axes and horse gear. It is even rarer to see. However, although their equipment is poor, their combat methods are unique. Different from the group charges that the Han tribe is good at, they adopt guerrilla tactics. They first use a group of soldiers equipped with leather armor and better weapons to attack the front. After attracting the attention of the enemy, they start to run out, and then other teams will divide and surround them, and finally kill a small group of enemies in a group fight. In this way, some of them were drawn out, some were eaten, and they continued to eat away at the defeated troops in the Maodun coalition. It's impossible to fight head-on. With their poor equipment, they can't even fight against Maodun, let alone the Han tribe's armored army with abnormal defense. After the fire was successfully connected here, Su-Ritu also ran towards the Han army's general flag under the protection of his own soldiers, but before he could reach him, he was immediately stopped by Chidwudwa's soldiers. Su-Ritu had no choice but to shout loudly from the outside. In front of you is General Tu of the Han tribe. I, Su-Ritu, have come to help you with 10,000 troops. Chai-Duo frowned, but the armor on his helmet covered his face tightly, with only his two eyes exposed. It was normal for him not to be recognized, but you can't see the bull-headed flag next to you. Are you blind? It is estimated that this guy also knew a little about the official positions of the Han tribe's army. Chai-Duo did not have the same knowledge as him. After a quick glance at the battlefield situation, Chai-Duo immediately ordered. The 1,000 Nyo guards will follow me to attack the enemy formation. Su-Ritu will deal with the dispersed enemy troops. Afterwards, the Han tribe will benefit from him. The messengers around him quickly ran to the outside and shouted Chidwudwa's order to Su-Ritu. Su-Ritu didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and went back to command. His purpose of coming here is actually very simple. It is mainly limited by communication difficulties. He came here personally just to tell the Han army that he is here with his men. He will fight in a while and be sure to avoid accidental injuries. The other thing is, I really brought people to help this time. Don't wait until the fight is over to turn your back and deny people. In fact, I am here to get benefits. How could Chai-Duo not see such a small thought, so he immediately issued an order that was not an order. In fact, it was to express the attitude of the Han tribe. You are here, okay, I understand. After a short interlude, the three parties took action again. Chai-Duo and Qian Niuwei turned around and rushed back into the defeated Maodun army. Su-Ritu had the cooperation of the Han tribe this time, and the fight became more smooth. The Han, the tribes came to attack the division, they came to encircle and encroach. Many Maodun coalition forces have withstood the baptism of artillery fire one after another, coupled with the impact of the Han tribe's heavy armored cavalry. Now the Han tribe has come with 10,000 thugs. Some of them have just been surrounded by Su-Ritu's tribe, facing countless Qing spears and arrows simply surrendered. This situation made Su-Ritu very happy. This was a free bargain. Although the Han tribe would definitely come to him for prisoners of war later, it did not mean that he could not hide some of them first. After all, he had brought 10,000 people. No, maybe there was not a single battle loss, and the losses that occurred could just be made up for with these prisoners of war. As the battle continued, the resistance of the Maodun coalition forces became lower and lower. Almost all those who could escape had already escaped. Those who could not escape could only continue to face the threat of artillery and the impact of Han tribes. Many soldiers directly chose they dismounted and surrendered. They had no deep hatred against the Han tribe in the first place, and even got a lot of good things from Kaiyuan City. They came to fight with the Han tribe because they were deceived by Mao Dun with promises of huge profits and coercion and inducement. Continuing to fight now will only lead to death. Seeing that other warriors were not killed after surrendering to the Han tribe, they might as well surrender. Even if they will be treated as slaves in the future, it is better than dying now. Since the Han tribe had a relatively small number of people, they had no choice but to hand over the surrendered prisoners of war to the care of the herdsmen and warriors who had surrendered to the Han. They first surrendered their weapons and horses, and then drove the people together. In this way, they wanted to "you can't run away." After all, no matter how fast a person runs, he can't outrun a war horse. In another small battlefield not far away, a team of thousands of people was still forming a round formation to resist. They placed their vehicles outside in a circle. The herdsmen and cavalry who had surrendered to the Han were really unable to capture them for a while. Chai Duo led the army to charge several times. Seeing that the overall situation was certain, he immediately rode up to a small grassy slope to observe the entire battlefield. As a result, he saw at a glance the circular formation of vehicles surrounded by the Han army. There were about 2,000 people inside. A warrior wearing bamboo armor held a spear made of mozo bamboo and tried his best to resist the attack of the Han army. These men were even equipped with many round bamboo shields to resist the arrows of the Han army. Without guessing, he knew that this must be the group sent by the Qingshu tribe. Chai Duo sneered and immediately sent someone back to the camp to ask him to pull an artillery over. Then he led his own soldiers and rode towards that circle formation. When the two Han herdsmen surrounding the circular formation saw Chai Duo's general flag, they immediately separated a path to allow him to approach. 78 Chinese geniuses. Chai Duo rode his horse to the front of the battle. As soon as the warriors from the Qingshu tribe saw the big man coming from the Han tribe, they immediately shot a round of arrows at him. However, the bamboo arrows with bronze arrows hit his fine fish scale armor. It only made a few tinkling sounds, but not a single arrow could stay on it, and they were all bounced out. Chai Duo didn't care and yelled inside. "The heavenly army of the Han tribe has arrived. If you don't immediately put down your weapons and surrender, are you waiting for heaven's punishment?" Most of the Qingshu tribe soldiers still can't understand Chinese, but the leader of this team can. It's funny to say that the commander of the team sent by the Qingshu tribe this time is actually one of Ushio's original subordinates. After Ushio was secretly arrested, his subordinates were also arrested. Some directly chose to surrender to the leadership faction and betrayed Ushio without hesitation, while others insisted on defending Ushio's interests and would not die. Willing to cooperate. These people were all tribal elites who had gone to the grassland with Niue, and later lived with him in the Han tribe for more than a year. Not only were they familiar with 3 languages, they were also much more familiar with the division of grassland forces and the situation of the Han tribe than others. So he became the best commander. When the team leader heard Chai Duo mention the words heavenly army and heavenly punishment, he was frightened. He had seen the heavenly army before. Those soldiers wearing iron clothes and holding steel knives were indeed helpless. Although it is not impossible to fight, what really scares them is the inexplicable mysterious attack just now. Should we surrender or not? In fact, he himself wanted to surrender. After all, he was a spineless person. If he had spine, he would not directly surrender to Commander Qingshu. But he can't make the decision now. Even if he says he wants to surrender, the 2,000 soldiers around him won't listen to him, and they don't care who the people around him are. This time, Commander Xian sent him all the young men from the clans of several commander-in-chief elders. They represented the clan interests of Commander Xian and several great elders, and were a group of diehards who least wanted Zhu to be occupied by the Han tribe. The elements came here just to fight to the death with the Han tribe. How is it possible for them to surrender now? How about we surrender? The Ushio man who led the team tentatively asked the elders of several clans. Surrender? How is that possible? Don't you know what the Han tribe wants to do to us? If we are willing to surrender, why are we here? Just wait for the Han tribe to occupy Zhu. A man in his 30s, the clan elder shouted loudly, which immediately aroused the resonance of the young people in the clan around him. The leader of Ushio's men immediately gave up. Since he would be dead if he didn't surrender anyway, he simply gave up. I heard him retort to several clan elders. Didn't you hear what the Han man just said? Didn't you see how powerful the Han tribe's armored army was? Amazing? Amazing. Why can't you break through our car formation? What you say is amazing, isn't it, because those barbarians in the grassland are too cowardly and waste so many good things from our Xian tribe, and they start running away without even fighting. It's all rubbish. Another clan elder cursed loudly. Ushio's men suddenly choked and were too angry to speak. Are you stupid? Don't you know why those barbarians ran away? Why didn't you see that the 1,000 of us were gone just now? Do you still want to continue to bear the punishment of the Han tribe? Can you stop it? His angry curses immediately silenced several clan elders. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the truth was like this. If it hadn't been for the inexplicable attack just now, how could the coalition forces on their side not have fought first? Collapse. While several senior officials of the Xian tribe were still at loggerheads, the sound of horse hooves came from behind Chai Duo. Everyone turned around and saw that the artillery pulled from the camp had arrived. The field artillery cart is actually a vehicle crew, consisting of an ammunition cart and an artillery cart. It is pulled by 6 horses in a row in front, followed by 7 or 8 gunners on horseback, running wildly towards the round formation of the Xian tribe came running over. Chai Duo immediately made way for them, ordered them to pull the artillery directly in front of the Xian tribe's circular formation, and then immediately began to unload the vehicle, adjust the gun position, and load ammunition. In the circular formation in front, everyone in the Xian tribe couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw that the Han tribe had brought such a big guy. Even if they didn't know what it was, they definitely understood that it was a weapon used by the Han tribe to deal with them. It should be used to destroy their car formation. Anyway, no matter what it is definitely not a guy who cooks for them. The shiny silver cannon body shone in the morning sun. Even a fool could see the material of the thing. It took 7 or 8 strong men to put it on the car and push it together. You can imagine the weight of the thing. They wouldn't believe it if it wasn't a weapon that killed such a heavy metal guy. An elder of the clan couldn't help but cursed in disgust. Damn, the Han tribe is so rich, but such good iron is so wasted, and it is used to make such a weird thing. However, the Han tribe gunners in front of the formation didn't care about this. After receiving the order, they immediately unloaded the artillery cart, then pushed it to 100 meters in front of the circular formation, and then began to clean the gun barrel quickly and load fixed-load gunpowder and shells. But Chai Duo next to them watched them reloading and immediately stopped them. Wait a minute. Several artillerymen were stunned, wondering what Chai Duo had ordered. Can't your chain bullet hit far? Return to the commander, use double charge to fire the chain bomb. The range can reach 600 to 700 meters, now it is 100 meters away from the target, it can definitely hit. The instructor in charge of the gun replied immediately. Okay, let's change the chain bullets. I've never seen how chain bullets hit people. Chai Duo immediately changed the order in an understatement. The artillerymen were stunned, and a few pairs of eyes immediately revealed a bloodthirsty light. They had been firing artillery for so long, but they had never really fired at anyone. Even the few rounds they had fired just now, because the distance was too long. Because of the distance, they couldn't see the actual casualties, and now they finally waited for this opportunity. Fortunately, the shells hadn't been stuffed in yet, and the gunners didn't need to make any extra moves. They just stuffed another fixed charge column into it, and then someone dragged a string of 20-kilogram chain ammunition from the ammunition truck next to it. With the combined efforts of the people, the cannonball was stuffed into the barrel. The people of the Qingshu tribe in the opposite car formation couldn't help but be shocked. The man just carried 2 big iron balls and stuffed them into the iron pipe. Could it be that that thing could throw the iron balls in front of them? Could this be what the Han tribe used just now? That kind of divine punishment weapon? After the artillery was loaded, the gunner poured bulk gunpowder into the fusilier gunpowder at the back, cocked the fusilier, hung up the string, and then stood ready to fire. Chai Duo rode forward again, stood next to the artillery, and shouted at the Qingshu tribe soldiers in the car formation. I will give you one last chance. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, you will not be killed. Otherwise, I will let you taste the power of heaven's punishment. When this weapon is fired, you will be shattered into pieces. You will die without a burial place and will be turned into powder in an instant. To surrender or not to surrender? I surrender. I surrender. Are you blind? That person said that they are going to use heavenly punishment again. Do you want to be turned into a puddle of minced meat on the spot? You want to die so as not to drag everyone down. Ushio's subordinate immediately put his hand in his hand. He threw his weapon outside the car formation and shouted in Chinese that he surrendered. Seeing that the elders of several clans around him were still unmoved, they immediately cursed loudly. At this time, Suritu had almost completed his task of gathering the surrendered soldiers. When he saw the flag of the Han tribe standing here, he quickly rode over and saw the scene in front of him. The 2,000 soldiers of the Qingshu tribe in the car formation were still refusing to surrender, and the Han general pulled a strange iron tube around them and pointed it at them. It was unclear what the two sides were doing. Chai Duo glanced at Suritu under his mask, and saw that he was running over without letting anyone stop him. Then he looked at the Qingshu tribe's soldiers in the car formation who still refused to surrender. He gently raised his arm. Then he swung his hand downwards and shouted sternly, "Fire!" The next moment, there was a loud boom and the earth trembled. Suritu was stunned when he saw the big iron bucket on the car next to Chai Duo suddenly spurting out a stream of fire and light. There was acrid white smoke, and then something suddenly rushed out of the big iron barrel at an incredible speed, roaring and flying towards the Qingshu tribe's car formation. In an instant, a terrifying crash and screams came from the car array. 2 iron balls weighing 20 kilograms were pulled by the iron chain and swirled into the carriage formation. The outermost wooden carriage was beaten into powder on the spot. Countless wood residues flew into the sky, and those of the soldiers in the car formation were instantly shattered into pieces by a weapon that could not be detected by the naked eye. According to the law, the cannon made a loud noise, frightening all the horses around who had never seen the power of the cannon. Suritu's war horse was no exception. It raised its front hooves high and neighed. Fortunately, this guy's riding skills were pretty good. He clamped the horse's belly tightly with his legs and pulled the reins desperately in his hands before finally riding the horse. After controlling it, he was frightened for a while after looking at the artillery beside Chai Duo. It was this strange thing. Its power was so terrifying. In just a moment, the vehicle formation on the opposite side was severely beaten by artillery. In the original circular formation of carriages, the 2 carriages facing the gun muzzle had been beaten into sawdust, and the soldiers behind the two carriages had cleared a straight line at this time. From visual inspection, only this line was cleared. The damage effect of the cannon killed 200 to 300 people on the spot, including the clan elders standing at the front. However, Ushio's subordinate was too timid to lie down on the ground in advance to avoid the fatal blow. The chain bullet whizzed forward like an electric fan without its main shaft, piercing the front carriage, leaving a path of human flesh and blood, and finally flew out from the rear carriage. With just one blow, it was completely destroyed. The power of penetrating the circular formation is terrifying. Many people at the scene were stunned on the spot. Even the soldiers of the Han tribe, including several artillerymen, saw the damaging effects of artillery at close range for the first time. Invincible, the Han army is mighty. After the deathly silence, Chai Duo suddenly raised his knife to the sky and raised his arms. The surrounding Han troops immediately woke up and said, "Yes, this weapon belongs to us, so we are so scared. With this thing in the future, the Han troops will be truly invincible," so Chai Duo's slogan immediately gained response. Countless Han troops around them all raised their weapons and chanted along with the general's slogans. Invincible, the Han army is mighty. Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished, no matter how far away he is. The blood-stained spears and steel knives shined in the morning sun, like a sea of steel, and countless shouts of the Han army converged into one voice, echoing for a long time in the vast grassland. Su-Ritu and his soldiers were all frightened, not only by the shock brought by the power of the artillery, but also by the aura of the Han tribe army that dared to fight against any powerful enemy in the world. They were invincible and would be killed no matter how far away they were. It seems that it has really become synonymous with the Han tribe. There seemed to be a voice in Su-Ritu's mind that kept lingering in his mind. Give up your ideas, the Han tribe is invincible. On the other side, the Xian tribe's position was surrounded by thousands of armored cavalry. The courage of the remaining soldiers was finally taken away by the momentum of the Han army. The power of the artillery was shocking, countless relatives and friends were killed and injured, and those staunch anti-Han troops after the death of the faction leader, the remaining soldiers of less than 2,000 finally had a common voice: surrender. The Xian tribe sent a total of about 3,000 troops this time. In the first round of artillery fire, 1,000 were directly killed. Just now, Chai Duo fired another shot in the face, and in the end, only 1,000 people surrendered. There are more than 600 good people, but as for those seriously injured who were hit by shells and lost arms and legs, there is basically no possibility of treatment. With this wave of surrender by the Xian tribe, the overall situation on the frontal battlefield was completely stabilized. Except for the escaped enemies, the rest were either killed or chose to surrender to the Han tribe. Chai Duo immediately sent out 5,000 returned Han herdsmen to gather the surrendered soldiers, and asked them to send their own people to recover the livestock brought by the Moton coalition forces. At least there were tens of thousands of livestock, and these were all spoils of war. After assigning the tasks, Chai Duo took Su-Ritu to the Han army camp and told Shue-Tu as soon as they met. Commander 2, the Qianyo guards, have charged and killed several times in a row, and the warriors and horses have run out of energy. Why don't you let me stay and guard the city defense and the camp? You and the Hu Ben guards and Qingchi will go after Mao Dun. You must not do it again this time. Let him run away. Okay, that's what I asked for. Shue-Tu was happy when he heard this. Although he was in command in the camp just now, he only fired a few cannons at the opposite side from a long distance. Although it was also a great achievement, he still did not go to the battlefield to actually use the sword. He had fought with the gun, and now he was asked to hunt down Mao Dun. Of course, he was totally willing. Chiba Chinese is the fastest, mobile version. However, when he saw Su-Ritu coming with him, Shue-Tu immediately rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Chief Su-Ritu, would you like to lead the troops and go with me? Ah? If you like, let's go together. Let's go together. Su-Ritu was in a daze, looking at the dozens of artillery pieces in front of the Han army's formation. Suddenly he heard Shwetu's question, and he immediately woke up and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Just kidding, with these dozens of cannons swung here, who dares to say no? I didn't see how badly the coalition forces in Maodun just lost. If they were to attack their own army for a few rounds, what would be left? How many people are next? The camp changed defenses, and the Chanyo guards stayed behind to organize the aftermath. The 2,000 Huban guards, who were full of energy, led the 7,000 herders light cavalry, and Su-Ritu's 10,000 troops, and once again pursued Maodun in the direction of his escape. Directly south of the battlefield, Maodun, who had run for dozens of miles, was sweating profusely. He had an arrow stuck in his left arm and was galloping on his horse, with a high level of riding skills. The man behind him, the soldiers, followed him to the left and right, and the 8,000 light cavalry of the Han tribe were also in hot pursuit, constantly shooting arrows at his coalition forces. Maodun looked back with a face full of reluctance. When he arrived, he was accompanied by an army of 60,000 people. The whole grassland was in the limelight for a while. In the end, he was defeated miserably just by roasting a leg of lamb. He fled to his base camp in embarrassment. As for those who escaped with him, there were at most 10,000 people at a glance. He didn't even know how to explain to the women of those tribes when he returned. The Han army behind him was holding on tightly, and some people kept speeding up suddenly and shooting a few arrows at his banner. The more Maodun ran, the more heartbroken he became. Just now, his godson Dalantai escaped from the cannon by luck and protected him in advance. However, on the way to escape, he was shot in vain by a group of unknown Han tribesmen because he blocked an arrow for him. He died, shot by dozens of arrows, and turned into a hedgehog alive. The most annoying thing is that the Han soldiers who shot him to death were grassland herdsmen who had only joined the Han tribe last year. Maodun couldn't understand. They were all herdsmen on the grassland. How could these people be so willing to sacrifice their lives for the Han tribe? But just as he was thinking this, billowing smoke and dust came from the horizon behind him again, and a large number of people were chasing after him. So fast? Maodun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't need to think about it. He knew that the ones chasing behind him must be the Han army. On the battlefield just now, the coalition forces had been stunned by the mysterious attack of the Han tribe. They had no fighting spirit and were in disarray. It was impossible for them to be the elite opponent of the Han army. What he didn't expect was that there were tens of thousands of people over there, but the Han tribe could be dealt with so quickly. Maodun knew that he must not stop now. If he did, he would be surrounded by the superior force of the Han tribe behind him. He would really be dead by then. However, the thousands of Han tribe light cavalry around him were so annoying. Biting him and not letting go, it was really disgustingly tight. After thinking for a while, Maodun immediately came up with an idea and decided to divide his troops again with 3,000 people in the rear to block the pursuers for the remaining army, while the others fled first. However, he was not stupid. He could not risk his life with his own people. He looked around and saw that the Xian tribe's camp did not follow at all, but many people from the Snow Wolf tribe followed. More importantly, their leader, "It's not over yet, whether they are dead or escaped, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we can find a way to take advantage of them." After coming up with an idea, Maodun immediately spoke to the soldiers beside him. The soldiers immediately left the team and moved towards the Snow Wolf tribe, and then shouted at them. "Our leader is surrounded by Han troops. Everyone, hurry up and follow me to rescue the leader. The warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe will follow me." When the surrounding Dire Wolf warriors heard this, they were immediately stunned and looked around for their leader. As a result, after looking around, there was really no one there. So a group of diehard loyalists of the leader immediately responded to the call and followed the risk. Dun's soldier turned his horse's head and rushed straight towards the pursuing soldiers of the Han tribe behind him. 78 Chinese geniuses, the warriors of the Snow Wolf tribe, saw someone turning around and didn't understand what was going on. However, when they saw many of their own tribe turning around and running back, they followed them in a daze as they did not want to break away from the large army. Among the large troops fleeing in front, the leader of the dire wolf with an arrow stuck in his back saw his team suddenly turning around to block the Han tribe's pursuers. He also heard the soldiers around him shouting to rescue the leader. He suddenly burst into anger. A mouthful of old blood came out, and he lay weakly on the horse and passed out. Before closing his eyes, he was still cursing, "Motan is bullying me, Motan is bullying me." 3,000 dire wolf warriors were deceived by Mao Dun's soldiers into the rear to block the pursuers. Although the number was less than half of the Han tribe's pursuers, it still caused them a lot of trouble. The two sides fought for a while, and the coalition forces came in after losing 1,000 men. The remaining 2,000 warriors were forced to surrender. As a result, the Han tribe's pursuers had to separate part of their troops to watch these prisoners of war. When they wanted to continue the pursuit, there would be no trace of Mao Dun on the grassland. Thousands of light cavalry chased for dozens of miles, but they were exhausted and lost their target. Qianyang Ili had no choice but to order the army to rest in place, treat the wounded, and gather the soldiers and horses. After waiting for more than half an hour, Xuetu also chased after him with nearly 20,000 people, leaving many corpses of men and horses along the way. They did not stray away, but unfortunately they caught up and took a look, but they didn't see them at all. Mao Dun's shadow. After Xuetu understood the situation, he cursed angrily and whipped his whip fiercely. In the end, he had to lead his troops back to the camp. Without logistical supplies, it was impossible for the army to pursue Mao Dun for hundreds of miles. This was unrealistic. As a result, Hu Benwei led tens of thousands of light cavalry from the Han tribe, as well as the gathered soldiers, and Su Ritu's 10,000 horses. Nearly 30,000 people rushed back all the way, gathering weapons and corpses on the road, and those who were alive, the war horses, were also recovered, and these were important trophies. After working hard until the afternoon, Xuetu returned to the camp with his army. On the front battlefield of Kaiyuan County, it had also been cleared. After the weapons and horses were collected, the remaining corpses of men and horses were carried by prisoners of war. It is impossible for prisoners of war to escape without horses and weapons. Some people want to run away, but on this vast grassland of Mapingchuan, they can't run even a few steps without being overtaken by the Han tribe's cavalry or shot to death, or drag them back alive with a horse pole, and finally pull them in front of other prisoners of war and whip them severely to tell them the consequences of escaping. Kaiyuan County reopened the city gates, and the women and children in the city were all happy. They had defeated the powerful enemy, their homeland was saved, and the sacrifice was within an acceptable range. After the war, the damage and seizures from both sides were counted. The bosses of Kaiyuan County were once again shocked by the harvest of this battle. The Han tribe formed a formation to fight the enemy soldiers, gathered the surrendered soldiers, and captured war horses, 837 double-coiled carts, cattle and sheep heads, and bronze weapons, excluding arrows. This does not include those who were trampled on and were not humanoid, or whose bones were blown up by artillery. After all, there were so many pieces of meat that it was impossible to count. The result of the battle was only relatively intact corpses, even if there was a head. Count it. Looking back at the Han tribe itself, after a battle involving tens of thousands of people, the casualties were less than 2,000. Among them, more than 60 Qianyo guards were killed and about 300 injured. No one from the Huban guards was injured. The rest were herdsmen who returned to the Han dynasty, There were casualties, and there were very few casualties. Most of them were not serious arrow wounds, which could be treated. About 3,000 war horses were lost, but compared with the huge capture, this battle damage was nothing. All the big guys looked at the final data and couldn't help but smile. Ha 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 ha, our losses are so small, thanks to the armor distributed by the leader. Chai Duo immediately laughed and said. The newly issued weapons are also good. Those recurve compound bows can completely crush the enemy's bows and arrows in terms of power and range. This gives us a huge advantage. Qianyang Ili also praised happily. I think the biggest contribution in this battle is still the artillery head. When I was cleaning the battlefield, I saw that at least 8,000 or 9,000 people died under the artillery shells. If it hadn't been for several rounds of artillery that caused huge losses to the enemy, it is really difficult for us to achieve such a result in this battle by taking over the enemy's momentum before they engage in battle. Ing Rui, the governor of Kaiyuan County, also came out of the city and discussed with several military leaders. What Sheriff Ing said is that the artillery is indeed the first success in this battle. No one can deny this. To put it bluntly, our leader is the most powerful. Staying in the rear and using his brain casually can give us a decisive victory thousands of miles away. If you ask me, the biggest credit goes to the leader. Shuatu did not win the battle, but he was the one who commanded the first few rounds of artillery. Now that artillery was mentioned, he naturally wanted to brag a few more words, otherwise it would be as if he had done nothing, which would be very uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha, Commander 2 is right, our leader must lead well, otherwise we wouldn't be able to achieve such results today. Chiba Chinese is updated the fastest computer version. But I want to remind you now, should we report the victory to the leader? The leader is probably still worried about the war on our side. One more thing, how to compensate the sacrificed soldiers, how to reward the meritorious soldiers, what to do with the tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers, and the tens of thousands of war horses. This is not a small number. We still ask the leader for instructions on how to deal with these. Seize it. Moreover, although the capture in this battle was large, the most important Maodun was escaped. How should we explain it to the leader? What to do next, recuperate or continue to hunt Maodun? I think we should jointly submit a petition to the leader for instructions. Ing Rui reminded everyone. Yes, joint name. I also signed the petition, ha ha ha. I hope the leader will not punish us for the sake of the seizure. The letter reporting the victory and the list of sacrificed soldiers were quickly sent to Hanyang City by Flying Eagle. It was only midnight of the next day when the Flying Eagle arrived. However, Luo Chong had explained in advance that if it was a letter sent by Flying Eagle, no matter what, you have to show it to yourself immediately. After all, the places where you need to use the Flying Eagle are basically too far away from the Han tribe. At midnight, the messenger came to Luo Chong's home with a carbide lamp. The guard at the door informed the maid, who then went to wake Luo Chong. Hearing that it was a battle report from Kaiyuan County, Luo Chong ran out with his underwear on and quickly browsed the content in front of the light. Luo Chong suddenly slapped the table happily and yelled at the clerk outside the door. Immediately copy the good news and post it in all counties, and villages of the Han tribe. Yes. The clerk suddenly smiled happily and took the good news to the side to copy. Come here, commend the cannon foundry. Each cannon casting worker will be given an extra month's salary as a reward, so that they can keep up their efforts and strive to make better weapons in the future. Yes, don't worry, Chief. Another bodyguard took the order and left. Luo Chong was still too excited to sit down and walked around the room twice. It wasn't until Zhang came behind him and put on his coat that he gradually calmed down and then took the letter to the study to review it carefully. The huge victory made Luo Chong beam with joy, but he was not dazzled by the temporary victory. The most important enemy, Maodun, escaped. Tens of thousands of prisoners of war were waiting for resettlement, the sacrificed soldiers were waiting for pensions, and massive seizures were also waiting. He goes to distribute. After thinking carefully, Luo Chong immediately wrote a reply. The Han tribe has established several new counties this year. Labor is needed everywhere to participate in the construction, and it is even more necessary to mobilize people to go to the border areas. Now that the war on the grassland has begun, it cannot stop in an anticlimactic manner, otherwise it will continue to cause trouble in the future. After thinking about it, Luo Chong simply wrote a regulation for the transformation of prisoners of war, directly counting the more than 20,000 prisoners as slaves, which was not in the interests of the Han tribe. What Luo Chong wanted was the population, not a group of slaves, so he finally decided, directly transform the prisoners of war into a temporary army, and use more than 20,000 prisoners of war to continue fighting against Mao Dun, so that even if they die in battle, they will not need to be compensated. It is really the best of both worlds. For the soldiers who died in this battle, the tribal ministry paid funeral expenses and provided pensions to military families according to previously established standards. The Han tribe paid to raise the children of martyrs until adulthood, and the children had the right to inherit their father's title. If the father did not have a title during his lifetime, he would be given the title of first-class title is given to the orphan. The title cannot be hereditary. In addition, a batch of medicinal materials and doctors were mobilized and sent to the front line to treat injured soldiers. As for those who are seriously injured and disabled, if they retire and go home, the tribe will reward them with titles and assign jobs according to their merit. Those who are willing to farm can also continue farming. The sacrificed herdsmen and warriors were also given titles to the orphans, and the Han tribe paid for the funeral expenses, so the long-term pension was gone. However, they could be compensated for a few cattle and sheep at one time. Anyway, they were all captured, and if they were not given, there would be no one to raise them. At the same time, the families of the herdsmen who died can also get a piece of grassland officially designated by the Han tribe, which can be used by their orphans for life. However, after the death of their children, the Han tribe also has the right to take back the right to use it. As for those whose children do not want to herd, they can also choose to migrate to the interior, and the Han tribe will provide compensation in accordance with the treatment of other farming tribesmen. And that guy Suritu, he is not yet a member of the Han tribe, so it would be nice to give him some spoils. Regarding this aspect, Luo Chong also specifically explained that he could give him the hundreds of captured carriages, but not a single captured copper weapon. However, the Han tribe could give him some iron pots and kitchen knives in exchange, and the Han tribe would give him more livestock and horses. It was impossible to give it to him, but the Han tribe could agree to exchange it for white salt. If Suritu puts forward other conditions, he will not agree to it. As for the prisoners of war, they directly carried out ideological reform on them and explained the facts to them. It was Mao Dun who deceived them and brought them to die. In short, he wanted to put all the blame on Mao Dun. He stood up and refused to accept any rebuttal. Those who are willing to accept the adaptation can temporarily become warriors of the Han tribe. The Han tribe promises to send troops with the best weapons to lead them to Moton to seek justice, snatch back their wives, children and livestock, and then join the Han tribe. The tribes became good herders under the rule of the Han tribe, or they themselves were willing to move to other counties and counties of the Han tribe to farm, and the Han tribe agreed. The remaining ones who are unwilling to accept the reorganization are sent to build walls, build roads, carry bricks, dig rivers, and dig coal. Some of them are given heavy jobs. Let's go to labor reform for a few years first. In this way, we can also replace some of the coal mining workers in Dongxing County. Some of the people who have been working for more than a year want to go to other counties to farm with peace of mind. It happens that the newly established counties also need a strong population. You can directly migrate the replaced population there. The tens of thousands of captured war horses, in addition to replacing the lost war horses, will also be used to equip the reorganized soldiers. To seek justice from Mao Dun, it will definitely require a long-distance attack. Each of the 20,000 troops must have at least 2 horses. There were only 40,000 war horses, which seemed like a lot but was actually not much. The remaining war horses need to be selected from outstanding breeds and continue to be bred in Kaiyuan County. Others are transported to various counties of the Han tribe to support tribal construction, such as the newly built Tuahai County. It is a vast plain with sparsely populated land and vast plains, regardless of transportation. Whether it is farming or farming, a lot of animal power is needed to drive development. This batch of captured war horses will also focus on supporting those newly established counties. After the prisoners of war were reorganized, the Hu Ben guards, armed with 10 artillery pieces, led the herdsmen and surrendered soldiers who surrendered to the Han, continued to hunt down Mao Dun, and sent people to send a message to Mao Dun. As long as he surrendered to the Han tribe in person, the Han tribe would spare his life. Otherwise just wait to be beaten down by the Han tribe. After writing the reply, Luo Chong had someone send it back with a flying eagle. Then he went back to his room and flipped through a calendar to calculate the days when the Fubo battleship would sail. If the calculation was correct, they should reach their destination. Well, I don't know what's going on with Shuda now. On the other side, thousands of miles away from Hanyang City, the huge Fubo battleship rode the wind and waves, quickly cutting through the sparkling water. Its 4 main masts were fully sailed, heading towards the destination assigned by the leader day and night. Another early morning, nearly 1,000 crew members woke up in the cabin and began a new round of training routine. On the 3 upper and lower artillery decks, countless gunners were practicing loading ammunition and resetting the artillery. Shuda rolled bean sprouts in a big pancake and ate while patrolling the deck. At this moment, the lookout man at the top of the main mast suddenly reported. "Report to the commander, I saw the destination. One more chapter." After hearing the lookout's report, Shuda immediately ran to the side of the ship and tried his best to look into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a continental edge appearing on the horizon in the distance, so he immediately shouted an order. Stop the ship, reef the sails and lower the anchor, stop the ship where you are." The sailors on the deck were all stunned and looked at him in confusion. The captain of the Fubo also hurried over and asked, "Commander Shu, why are you stopping the ship now? If we continue to move forward with full sail, we will definitely reach our destination before noon." "You know, Hammer, why are you going so fast? We are going to fight, not here to rush. Now is not the best time. In order to avoid exposing the target in advance, I order you to stop the ship now and wait for dusk to continue sailing." The big rat scolded the captain with all his face. The captain had no choice but to order the sailors to stop the ship. Since the Han tribe did not have a professional naval force before, the captain of the Fubo was only selected from the captains of the previous 3-masted transport ships. He was good at sailing, but for military warfare, he was not at all understand. As the governor of the Han tribe, Shuda once participated in the battle against the cannibals, and also commanded the early professional army of the Han tribe. He knew a little bit more about military warfare, but when it came to long-distance sailing, he was still just a layman. But since Luo Chong appointed him as the commander of Fubo Guard, it is impossible not to take this into consideration. Therefore, although Fubo is the flagship of the fleet, it still has an independent captain. Shuda serves as the commander-in-chief of the entire fleet. Can command all captains of the fleet. But this time, in order to rush for time to launch a surprise attack, the fleet only came with 1 flagship. On the other side, a group of big guys from Kaiyuan City sent the good news back to Hanyang City. It took 4 days to wait for this round trip. 4 days later, they finally received Luo Chong's reply, and then immediately started following the orders above. They reorganized the soldiers, distributed various captured materials, and also sent out the scouts to scout the current position of the Moton coalition. Suritu was also called to Kaiyuan City to discuss the distribution of the spoils. He did not dare to make any sense of the arrangements for the Han tribe. At this point in the battle, he had really seen the hidden strength of the Han tribe. It was not at all what it is now. There is no existence that he can provoke. In the face of such absolute force, any talk of conspiracy is nonsense. Suritu also suffered hundreds of casualties in this battle, but the prisoners of war had no share of his share. Resources such as population could only belong to the Han tribe, but the Han tribe also agreed to give more white salt as compensation. After counting the spoils, Yingrui made a new invitation to Suritu according to Luo Chong's reply, asking him to continue to hunt down Mao Dun with the Han tribe. If he grabbed the good things, he would still have his share, which he would never do anyway. Let him suffer. Suritu thought for a while, and on the grounds that the tribe still needed to live as herders, he only agreed to send 3,000 troops. The rest of the troops would escort the loot back to the tribe directly. Yingrui and others were not surprised by this result. This time to hunt down Mao Dun, we must be prepared for a long-term war. After all, the grassland is so big that it takes a lot of time to go back and forth, not to mention the long journey. Chase. Fortunately, the Han tribe had a lot of warriors. In this operation, the Tiger Guards had 2,000 troops, and the herdsmen who surrendered to the Han could provide 8,000. In addition to the adapted soldiers, the number was at least 20,000. Counting Suritu's 3,000s, a total of 20,000 to 30,000 troops, enough to crush the remnants of Mao Dun's army. After discussing the action plan, Kaiyuan County began the intense work of screening and ideological transformation of prisoners of war. There was no need to reorganize the more than 1,000 prisoners of war from the Xian tribe. They were all sent by ship to Dongxing County to dig coal. The other prisoners of war were identified and reported by each other, and some high-level officials of the Mao Dun force were screened out, including those of the Snow Wolf tribe. The senior officials, as well as some leaders of other small and medium-sized tribes and their confidants, were all beaten as slaves and later sent by ship to various construction sites of the Han tribe for labor reform. After screening, only 20,000 ordinary herdsmen from various tribes in the middle and lower classes were left. These people had no interests or hatreds with the Han tribes, and they were ordinary classes that could be transformed with confidence. After the Han tribe's rational and emotional blaming off, these people finally realized who was their real enemy, who brought them to die, and how the Han tribe brought them to the grassland. The herdsmen benefited. In addition, they now have nothing. Because they went out to fight, their wives, children, and livestock were left in the original camp. Now Moton has abandoned them and seized their wives, children, and livestock. If they want to get these back, they must go with the Han army to kill Mao Dun. These surrendered herdsmen are quite willing to do this. On the one hand, they really miss their wives, children, and their own property. On the other hand, they have such a powerful army of the Han tribe with them, and the mysterious weapons that are as powerful as the punishment of heaven. He was no longer afraid of Mao Dun, and he was full of confidence in the action of snatching back his wife, children, and livestock. Whether they set up their own business in the future or join the life of the Han tribe, wives, children, and livestock are indispensable. This is a practical difficulty before them. They can't do it if they don't fight for it, otherwise they won't be able to live. Further south, by the grassland lake, after 4 days of long journey, Modu finally fled back to their spring and summer pastures with the remaining army. After counting the number of people, only the original 60,000 coalition troops remained. There were less than 8,000 people, and the losses were heavy. The losses of cattle, sheep, and horses were astronomical. However, Mao Dun, who had fled back to his hometown, still did not dare to let down his guard. He was not a fool, otherwise he would not have been able to instigate such a large force, so he knew very well that the Han tribe would definitely add insult to injury this time, and took advantage of his weak position and the new situation. If he is defeated and his morale is low, he will definitely lead an army to encircle and suppress him. And his pastureland is here. Even if the Han tribe does not follow him all the way, they will get the location of his base camp from the captured soldiers. This place can no longer stay, and he must move to other pastures as soon as possible. Fortunately, many tribes fell into the hands of the Han tribe this time, and he could use the grazing lands of those tribes at will. With the 8,000 warriors in his hands, plus the manpower left behind in the base camp, he could no longer gather together. With an army of 10,000, and with these 10,000 horses, as long as he can eat up all the wives, children and livestock left behind by the small and medium-sized tribes, it won't take long for him to become the overlord of the southern grassland. But what he didn't know yet was that the giant ship on the lake equipped with 120 cannons had been targeting him a long time ago. After the defeated army returned to the camp, Mao Dun quickly gave the order to pack up and prepare to move. However, the transfer of so many people and livestock obviously could not be completed in one day. Everyone had been fleeing for several days, but nothing happened. Take a break. Mao Dun didn't care much about this. In his opinion, just dealing with prisoners of war and seizures would keep the Han tribe busy for a while. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't catch up within 2 days. As for 2 days later, he had already run away with him. In the base camp located by the lake, some of the men who had escaped were resting in tents, and some chose to go out to graze. Some women and children were packing up their daily necessities at home and preparing for the move. The most miserable ones were those men. The families were killed in the war, and the women all covered their faces and cried, busy mourning their deceased husbands, but after crying and being tired, they were still busy packing things or grazing. After all, life had to go on. In the evening, the herdsmen who went out drove their cattle and sheep home, drove all the livestock to the fence, and then returned to the tent to prepare for eating. They will set off tomorrow, which will be the last time they live here. Night. Chiba Chinese first release 7*8 ZW. M.7*8 ZW. However, at this moment, the 5-masted gunboat floating on the lake began to set sail again. Commander Mao, why don't we leave during the day, and why do we go at night? Looking at the sail that had just been raised, the captain of the Fubo still asked doubtfully. Are you stupid? Let me ask you, what is our goal this time? Shuda asked angrily. He really felt that the captain chosen by the leader was not very smart. A herdsman from Moton base camp? The captain was scolded by the rat, but he wasn't upset at all. He was indeed transferred from a transport ship and didn't know much about warfare. But now that the leader has made him the captain of a warship, it would be better to learn more as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows when the leader will replace him. This is an opportunity. As long as I can grasp it well, with so many resumes as captains of the first Navy flagship of the Han tribe, isn't it just around the corner to be successful in the future? So as long as he can learn something useful, it doesn't matter to him even if he gets scolded. Then let me ask you again, will the herdsman stay at home during the day? Shuda asked again. Oh, I understand. What Commander Shao means is that the herdsmen are not at home grazing during the day. If we go there, we will only expose the target in advance. So we have to wait until night, when the cattle and sheep enter the pen and the people return home, and then we can quietly go over and capture them. Catch them all in one fell swoop. The command is really amazing, the captain suddenly realized and praised. Okay, stop flattering. Now hurry up and arrange the manpower to prepare to detect the water depth on the shore. This time we have to get as close to the shore as possible, but we can't let the ship run aground. Only in this way can we maximize the range of the artillery. Advantages: expand the results as much as possible, work hard, you will be indispensable for the success, Shuda arranged again. Yes, Commander, rest assured and promise to complete the mission. The Fubo sailed on the lake at high speed, from dusk to sunset. By the time it got completely dark, it was almost 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. The big ship began to stop when it was a few kilometers away from the shore, and then released several small boats, allowing the sailors to paddle carefully closer to the shore. The small boat quietly approached the shore of the lake under the cover of reeds in the shallow water. Then the sailors released the plumb bob and measured the water depth. After they found out enough areas for the large boat to move, they set up along the shallow water. He picked up a bamboo pole, tied a rope to it, and finally hung a few carbide lamps on it as a reference to prevent the ship from getting too close to the shore and being forced to run aground. First release, domain name, please remember. The mark of the deep water line is more than 300 meters away from the shore, and the herdsman's tents cannot be close to the shore. Therefore, it is impossible for the herdsman on the shore to distinguish the lights with the naked eye, but this cannot be concealed from the sheep who are always watching. Not long after the carbide lanterns were hung up, some of the shepherd dogs ran to the shore, sniffed around, and barked at the lake a few times, but they did not attract the attention of the herdsman. The small boat that had just measured the water depth also hurriedly rowed in the direction where the big ship was parked. However, they did not get on the ship. Instead, they held lights below to guide the big ship towards the shore. The sails that were not fully deployed pushed the big ship forward slowly, found a suitable angle, and then turned. Finally, the ship's hull was parallel to the shore, and it slowly approached the chandeliers hanging on the water. In the dark night, a huge ship suddenly approached Moton's base camp. The shepherd dogs, who were already suspicious, suddenly started barking towards the lake. The herdsmen in the camp were finally alerted. They got out of the tents with bows and arrows and spears, and fled for several days. They were really afraid that the Han tribe would make another raid. However, when they saw the shepherds clearly, the dogs' vigilant direction suddenly frowned again. Lake? What's on the lake? The herdsmen who had experienced the Han tribes raiding from the water before immediately panicked. Some people immediately held torches and shouted warnings in the camp, and some even blew the horns used to call the police in wartime. For a time, the entire camp was in chaos. No, the Han army is coming from the lake. Woo-woo. Modon was suddenly awakened. He quickly picked up a captured steel knife next to him, raised the curtain of the tent and asked loudly, "What happened? The Han tribe came to attack?" "Chief, run quickly, the Han tribe is coming from the water." "What did you say? Did you see their ship?" No, I didn't see it." "Then what are you yelling about?" Maudun immediately kicked the man angrily. "That's what they all said." The man felt aggrieved after being kicked down and couldn't help but defend. Maudun ignored him, quickly put on his clothes, took his weapons and asked someone to lead the horse for him, and then asked his cronies to go to the shore to see the situation. The battleship Fubo floating on the lake was also pitch black, with no lights on at all, for fear of being discovered by the herdsmen on the shore in advance, but they still underestimated those loyal shepherd dogs. It was still far away from the shore. Shuda had already noticed the chaos on the shore. He knew that the target must have been exposed, so he stopped hiding it and immediately asked people to light the lights. The bow of the boat was facing south, parallel to the shore. While driving slowly, all the portholes on the right side were opened at the same time, and all 60 artillery pieces were pushed to the ready position. Ammunition is loaded in advance in order to be able to launch maximum firepower at the moment of arrival, striving to achieve maximum results before the enemy can react. The next moment, as Shuda gave an order from the command platform on the poop, the 3 artillery decks below started firing one after another. As soon as Maudun's subordinates ran to the lake, they saw a light suddenly lighting up on the lake a few hundred meters away. The light looked very high, like the tall buildings in Kaiyuan City at night. As soon as this idea came up, he was startled immediately. Where did the tall buildings come from in the lake? Even the Han tribe's big boat wasn't that tall, right? But the next moment, he saw bursts of fire bursting from the tall building in the distance, followed by rumbling thunder from the lake. That sound was like the roar of death. That morning a few days ago, the weapon that made this sound easily defeated their 60,000-strong coalition. There was no time to react. The moment he heard the roaring shells had already shattered his body. His flesh and blood immediately fell like a rainstorm, but it could not stop the speeding shells at all. Boom, 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 boom. The huge sound of artillery was continuous, and the firepower density of 60 artillery fires at the same time was beyond imagination. What was even more desperate was that since this was a ship-to-ground attack, Luo Chong specifically told the rat to achieve maximum results. It is necessary to use twice the charge in order to take advantage of the ultra-long range of the artillery. Even if the attack is on the lake, it must have an ultra-long and deep effect, causing as much damage to the Moton base camp as possible. Judging from the effects on the scene, this is indeed the case. An ordinary round bullet with twice the charge is enough to shoot a range of 3,000 meters. The roaring shells hit the herdsmen and livestock on the shore, knocking the herds into pieces. After putting it on, he flew towards the tent further away, flying more than 2,000 meters, before stopping completely. Such a range was enough to penetrate the Moton camp. Countless tents were overturned by the shells. The felt on the sheds met the bonfire and was instantly ignited into a huge fireball. Many herdsmen were still sleeping in the tents, trapped in a raging fire and burned alive. The livestock herds close to the shore suffered even more casualties. At night, the livestock that had been active outside all day were originally kept in pens, and the density was very concentrated. Every cannonball flying into such a dense herd could cause serious injuries. Massive casualties. And those livestock that were lucky enough to escape with their lives were all panicked uncontrollably when they encountered such a terrifying attack and a thunderous explosion in the distance. Frightened horses, cattle, and sheep were jumping around in frantic attempts to escape from the fence, making the already chaotic camp even more lively. Mao Dun on the other side was so frightened that his spine trembled. He did not expect that the Han tribe would actually put those evil weapons on the boat and come to sneak attack his camp. Just one blow caused him huge irreparable losses. How many people came from the Han tribe? When did they land? Mao Dun didn't know, nor did he want to know. The moment he heard the sound of the cannon, what he immediately thought of was to run away, because the power of that thing was beyond the power of people. If he didn't run now, would he have to wait to become a puddle of flesh and blood? The next moment, before he even had time to assemble his own army, Mao Dun ran away on horseback with a few soldiers. Anyway, he had more than one stronghold, but this was the largest one. When he arrived at other positions, he would take with the supplies extorted from the Xian tribe. He could easily gather a group of warriors willing to follow him. It's just that he ran away, but the herdsmen in the camp suffered a lot. Most of the herdsmen saw weapons like artillery for the first time, and they didn't know how to avoid them at all. They couldn't even see how the enemy attacked. And saw the cattle, sheep and horses around him instantly turned into bloody corpses. The herdsmen even wanted to cry. Unlike the farming tribes who relied on the land for their livelihood, their family and their children depended on the cattle and sheep. Now that the livestock had died and could not escape, how would they live in the future? The camp on the shore was in chaos. Many of the soldiers who came out early were not killed by the Han tribe's cannonballs, but were killed by the fleeing cattle and horses. Faced with such an invisible attack, they had no choice but to run for their lives. Just when the herdsmen were determined to abandon everything and escape alone, the second round of cannon fire rang out on the lake. As the Fubo slowly advanced, the angle at which the shells flew changed again, making it difficult for the herdsmen to guard against it. Many fleeing livestock were also hit by the shells again, causing heavy casualties. Some timid herdsmen lay on the ground in fear, praying for God's forgiveness, but miraculously dodged the cannonballs whistling in the air. However, just as they were congratulating themselves on their luck, the next moment, large groups of livestock came from there. He ran past him and was trampled to death by the panicked herd in the blink of an eye. The sound of artillery continued. After firing 5 rounds of artillery shells, Shuda finally ordered to stop the attack. Looking towards the shore, there were burned tents and broken corpses everywhere. Most of the livestock that could run had already run away, and the people who survived had basically run away. Occasionally, there were still survivors who were still alive, looking blankly at the tragic situation around them and wailing in the sky. "Commander, what should we do now? Do we want to land?" the captain of the Fubo happily asked Shuda. "Ashore? Why do we have to go ashore? The leader didn't let us go ashore to attack, we just need to harass in the water. But there are so many cattle and sheep on the shore. It would be a pity to throw them away like this. Let's organize 200 sailors to go to the shore to drag some cattle and sheep to eat. We will also improve the food for the crew. There will be a long time to go. Spend time with them. Remember, let the sailors who come ashore not to run too far, and they are only allowed to move within the range of the cannon. Don't be greedy. Just get some meat to last us for a while." "Okay, I'll do it right away." The captain agreed. Immediately ordered the ship to stop and anchor, and then asked the sailors to put down the landing craft, and organized 200 people to go ashore to pick up the carcasses of cattle and sheep. The herders who were still alive on the shore seemed to be blind when they saw the sailors landing, with only pale faces, as if they were all frightened. They continued to work like this until midnight. When the ship's food store was filled with beef and mutton again, the Fubo left here neatly and continued to run towards the next goal. As for the wreckage on the shore, they didn't bother to clean it up. "Commander, where should we go next?" Shuda, who won the first battle, said proudly while roasting the leg of lamb. "Of course we are going to the next stronghold of Maodun. The task given to us by the leader is to patrol the southern lakeside of the grassland. As long as it is a stronghold of Maodun, we will fight every one we see. He will suffer heavy losses if he is beaten. He no longer dares to come to the lake to herd horses and sheep. He will be afraid when he sees a boat, run away when he hears a cannon, and if he wants to be beaten, he will go to the Han tribe and call his father." The Fubo soon set off again. Since the target had been exposed, I believe that as long as Maodun is not stupid, he will definitely strengthen the vigilance on the lake at the new stronghold. It will be even more difficult to succeed in the raid in the future. Thinking of this, Shuda simply ordered to move forward at full speed. This time he changed his previous sneaky raid routine, and instead used the convenient transportation on the water and the speed of the sailboat to play with the time difference with Moton. Just when Moton arrived at the second stronghold, the Fubo also appeared at the lakeside of the stronghold. Another ultra-long-range artillery strike made Moton so frightened that he didn't even enter the base and fled directly to the grassland. Deep. After 2 consecutive raids, Maodun also understood the Han tribe's thinking. They just wanted to take advantage of their ships and weapons to eliminate all their strongholds one by one. After Modu came to his senses, he simply did not go to other strongholds. Instead, he sent out his own soldiers to other strongholds and brought out the herdsmen and livestock directly, while he himself hid deep in the grassland, avoiding the attacks of the Han tribe. On the other side, 3 days after Maodun's lair was attacked, Shuatu also led the Han tribe's 10,000 elite cavalry and the 20,000 herdsman cavalry who had just returned, as well as Su Ritu's 3,000 cavalry. For a total of 33,000, the army marched towards the direction of Modon's lair. As a result, before they reached their destination, they encountered many Maoduan's defeated troops on the way. The blood massacre hardly took any action. Many defeated troops chose to surrender immediately when they saw so many Han tribesmen. Some even wanted to escape with luck, but they still chose to surrender after being surrounded by Han cavalry. Qingshu walked like this, gathering the surrendered soldiers, and finally arrived at Maodan's base camp. What he saw was a messy scene. Most of the soldiers and herdsmen were gone, and only a few herdsmen were still living here. This place had just been bombarded by the Han tribe, and everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. The herdsmen felt that the Han tribe would not be able to come back in a short time, so they simply did not change places and continued to survive in these ruins. But when they saw tens of thousands of cavalry from the Han tribe attacking again, they were too numb to escape or resist. In fact, from the moment they chose to stay, they thought that they had nothing to do with Maodan. The Han tribe, even if they come, there is no reason to come and beat them again. If the Han tribe insists on taking them away, that's okay. They have always heard that life there is good. If joining the Han tribe can bring them a stable life for the rest of their lives, they don't mind doing so. They only hope that there will be no more wars and killings in the future, that their loved ones will not die in vain, and that cattle and sheep can graze by the lake with peace of mind. Such a life is enough. For such a good herdsman who is happy to live and loves peace, Qingshu naturally doesn't mind accepting everything, but what makes him depressed is that he learned from the herdsman that a large ship from the Han tribe attacked them a few days ago. It was really frustrating for him to lead such a large group of people out without even fighting a tough battle, just picking people up on the way. Fortunately, the harvest from this trip was not small. I picked up a lot of people and livestock for nothing, as well as endless supplies of cattle, sheep, leather, and other materials. After asking about the movements of Maodan and the Han tribe's ships, Qingshu almost understood the plans of the leader and Maodan. If he guessed correctly, Maodan's other strongholds must have been attacked similarly. Thinking of this, Qingshu immediately sent out a large number of scouts to reconnoiter other strongholds in Maodan. He himself led the large army to collect the surrendered soldiers and headed southwest of the grassland, preparing to intercept them halfway. The fleeing Maodan army collapsed. Due to the cooperation of Qingshu, Qingshu easily obtained information about the various strongholds in Maodan, and deployed troops in advance to block them halfway. In this way, several strongholds in Maodan, under the double attack of gunboats and Han troops, had several battles with Qingshu, but every time they just pulled up the 10 field cannons and fired a few times, the opponent would not fight. It collapsed, and then it was an easy harvest and capture. In less than a month, all of Maodan's forces and a large number of people and materials were wiped out by the Han tribe. However, Maodan himself disappeared on the vast grassland as if he had evaporated. Even the people Yu placed beside Maodan, all the Jinwu Guard spies lost contact, and Maodan was no longer found in the entire grassland. However, when this news was delivered to Luo Chong, he refused to believe that Maodan would die. This guy's character was very tolerant, and he was also a diehard who refused to admit defeat. It was really hard to get rid of him like this. Too naive. Luo Chong immediately asked Kaiyuan County to spread the news that anyone who could kill Maodan, whether it was a living person or a corpse, would be given high rewards and titles by the Han tribe, ensuring that his family would live a prosperous life. Of course, the herdsmen on the grassland are interested in this, but they have limited manpower. If they want to search for Modu all over the world, they will undoubtedly be looking for a needle in a haystack. For such a wanted order with a high reward, they can only rely on luck. The war that lasted for more than a month finally came to an end. The Han tribe spent a lot of ammunition and achieved victory with very few casualties. The whereabouts of Maodan were unknown, but it could not stop the development of the Han tribe. During this war, the Han tribe gained a population of about 60,000 people, 10,000 of whom were directly beaten as slaves, the remaining 30,000 were young men, and the remaining 20,000 were women and children. These human resources were of great potential in Luo Chong's hands. The first thing that needs to be done is to stabilize the strategic results achieved in this battle, and that is to firmly control the population and land just snatched from Moton to prevent this guy from coming back again. After Luo Chong thought about it, he decided to add 2 more counties to the grassland. One was placed at the original base camp of Moton, and the other was placed at another important stronghold of Moton. It is close to the southern coast of the mainland, between the Zhudao Strait and the Great Grassland Lake. It is surrounded by a moderately high mountain range, with abundant water sources and dense vegetation. It is extremely suitable for farming, fishing, or grazing. After the development ideas were determined, a series of transfer orders and appointments were issued from Luo Chong. Tiao Chai Duo led the Chanyo guards to garrison the Maodun base camp, led tens of thousands of herdsmen, and established Zhongwu County to show the might of the Han tribe. He built a city here with 20 cannons. The Huben Guards were divided into 2 and became the Jinghai Guards and the original Huben Guards. Each of the 2 guards was divided into 1,000 soldiers and horses, and the shortfalls were supplemented by the 2 Han herdsmen who had made meritorious service in the battle. Shui Dongliang, the former Sima of the Huben Guards, was temporarily appointed as the commander of the Jinghai Guards. He led the Jinghai Guards with 20 artillery pieces to another important stronghold in Maodun, where he set up Binhai County to build a city and also commanded tens of thousands of herdsmen. For better management and division, Luo Chong also officially named the large grassland lake Honghu. The 3 grassland counties are all built on the lake. Kaiyuan County, Zhongwu County, and Binhai County can also be collectively referred to as the 3 counties of Honghu. The main transportation is all from Honghu. With connected waterways, the 3 counties will have docks to provide basic support for shipping supplies in the future. Shiwatu was still the commander of the Huben Guards, but Luo Chong ordered him to immediately lead thousands of herdsmen to Tuahai County after reorganizing the Huben Guards, temporarily garrison Tuahai County, and seize the time to organize and train 10,000 new troops. As for the purpose, Luo Chong didn't say it, but relying on the heads of Shiwatu and Dashu, he could guess pretty much even if he just thought about it. Putting 12,000 troops in Tuahai County is either to prepare to attack the Tang tribe, or to take advantage of the convenience of the seaport and prepare to use Tuahai County as a springboard to send troops to Takashima. But it is more likely that putting it there to frighten the Tang tribe is actually preparing to send troops to Zhudao, which is in the best interest of the Han tribe. After all the people and livestock were divided, the remaining slaves were taken directly back to the Han tribe's base camp and assigned to various construction sites for construction. At the same time, a lot of miners could be replaced from Dongxing County, and the miners could be moved to several places. Farming in a newly established county. By the end of February of the 2nd year of Jianyuan, when all the newly established counties and relocated populations were in place, Luo Chong ordered a comprehensive census. The results of this census showed that the Han tribe already had a registered population and slaves. People. Moreover, the registered population is still increasing rapidly. The main growth directions are concentrated in 4 places. One is the mountain people recruited from Tuahai County, the other is the herdsmen recruited from the 3 counties of Honghu, and the third is the immigrants recruited from the northern temporary camps. The fourth is the wild people Jingyan recruited in Dongxing County. These 4 places are the current main sources of population for the Han tribe. However, as the territory of the Han tribe becomes larger and larger and more resources are developed, new sources of population will definitely appear in the future. At the same time, in order to further stimulate population growth, Luo Chong issued an important order in March of the 2nd year of Jianyuan. That is to reduce the agricultural tax of the Han tribe from the original 40% to 20%, directly reducing half of the tax. In this way, the people's families will have enough food, and they will naturally dare to have more children. In this way, within 2 or 3 years, the population of the Han tribe could easily exceed 1 million. It was at this time that another very important matter began to be put on Luo Chong's agenda. So where is the capital of the Han tribe built? As the population increases, Luo Chong wants to better manage his territory. He must build a country and proclaim himself emperor. However, founding a country is not that simple. If he doesn't even have a capital city and a decent palace, he will rush to it. Wouldn't it make people laugh out loud when wearing a yellow robe? Although it is still a little early to declare the emperor and establish a country, the construction of the palace in the capital can definitely start now. You must know that such a huge capital cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. And after all, it is the capital, and all aspects of construction must be top-notch. Luo Chong originally planned to build an underground network for the capital, like the German sewers, to solve the capital's drainage problem. Don't underestimate this. You must know that the Han Chang'an city in history had to build a new Chang'an city because the water source was polluted. When building a metropolis, the first thing to consider is water sources, food, transportation, fuel, etc. These are essential things for human survival, and as a city, these things must be very sufficient, because the population of the capital will definitely not few. In addition, in order to consolidate the capital's dominance and future development direction, some important mineral resources are also indispensable, especially various types of metal minerals. After thinking for a long time, Luo Chong finally decided to place the capital to the west of Tuahai County, which is a vast impact plain. It is adjacent to the Luyang River system in the east. Through water transportation through the tributaries of the Luyang River, it can reach the old counties such as Hanyang City in the north. It can go directly to the sea to the south, it is close to the Honghu Lake system to the west, and with a little repair, it can directly connect to the 3 prairie counties. The surrounding freshwater resources are abundant, the land is fertile, the forests are dense, the climate is warm and humid, and food can be grown all year round. There is no problem in solving the basic necessities of life. In terms of minerals, judging from the fact that the Tang tribe can produce their own iron tools, there must be iron there. Mine, but I don't know the size of the iron mine. There are advantages and disadvantages to building the capital there. The advantage is that there is more room for future development. The disadvantage is that it is far away from the current central area of the Han tribe. After the capital is built in the future, it will be too far away from the old counties. However, a person cannot just focus on the immediate interests. The geographical layout of Ruyang, Hanyang, and Luyang counties is still too small. When the Han tribe develops to 1 million people, it will definitely become overcrowded. Move somewhere else. Instead of doing this, it is better to do it in one step from now on. Of course, building a capital is not that easy. Just the preparation of various building materials and the early development of the land will take a long time, and there must also be enough labor. Just like Europeans building castles, before it was built, there must be a small town gathered around it to provide food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the construction craftsmen. The same is true for the capital of the Han tribe, but if you want to undertake such a huge project as building a capital, you need the full support of at least 2 counties. Therefore, what needs to be prepared most currently is not the capital, but the county used to prepare the capital. Takumi County is relatively close and can be counted as one, but another one will be built to the west of Takumi County. Excavate the sewer project on site, use the excavated soil to bake bricks or lay the foundation, use stones to bake cement, and cut down huge trees to use as pillars. Anyway, it will take 2 or 3 years from cutting down to completely drying these large logs. When the wood is about the same, it is estimated that the other building materials and the underground water system of the main city are almost ready. When the time comes, we can just pull the building materials over to build the above-ground part. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately gave Xue Tu and Dashu another order, asking them to explore the geography and resources near the capital in advance and draw a detailed map, so that he could draw a design map based on the terrain in advance. The planning of the capital city is also difficult. Fortunately, Luo Chong already has a lot of experience in urban planning. The capital city can be designed according to the layout of the county city, as long as some facilities are added. The Royal Palace, Central Administrative Center, Royal Bank, Royal Mint, Guards Barracks, Imperial University City, etc., are not owned by ordinary county towns. At the end of February of the second year of the Han tribe's founding, while the Han tribe was fighting on the grasslands, Tang Yao finally returned to the Tang tribe by boat. Tang Ji went to the shore to greet him personally. When she saw the smile on Tang Yao's face, she also smiled. Needless to say, her niece must have negotiated the cooperation, otherwise she would not be smiling so happily. The two of them arrived at Tang Yao's small garden, and then heard Tang Yao happily say, "Ms. Ji, the Han tribe has promised to provide us with those seeds, livestock and technology." "Oh? Then how did you talk to the Han leader? Tell me about it?" Tang Ji asked, cooperatively with a smile. When it came to this topic, Tang Yao suddenly pursed his lips in grievance and said pitifully, "I originally wanted to use my medical skills and medicinal materials in exchange for those things, but I didn't expect that the medical skills of the Han tribe are actually very good, no. It should still be above me, so this method won't work." However, the Han tribe is also very short of medicinal materials. They are currently developing a set of medical inheritance, and they want me to participate. The two tribes will study and research together and share the research results. For this reason, the leader of the Han tribe promised to provide us with seeds, livestock and technology, but it will not be free of charge. They will sell it into a high county in the form of trade. If we want it, we must exchange it for something of equal value. This can be regarded as an agreement. After saying this, Tang Yao stuck out her tongue and looked at Tang Ji carefully, for fear that her aunt would be dissatisfied with the result. Tang Ji didn't show her dissatisfaction, but surprise was plastered on her face. "The Han tribe's medical skills are better than yours? They also invited you to study medical skills together, and you just agreed?" Their medical skills are indeed very magical. If I learn them, I can better treat the people of our tribe. And it's not just medical skills. I also learned a lot of tribal management systems from the Han leader this time. Well, he is so powerful, I didn't expect that the management system can be used to cure diseases. When Tang Yao talked about her conversation with Luo Chong, little stars could not help but appear in Tang Yao's eyes, showing her charming attitude. Can diseases be cured by managing the tribe? Tang Ji looked unbelieving. She suddenly felt that her silly niece, who had never been out of the tribe, had been deceived by the Han tribe. It's true. Seeing that her aunt didn't believe her, Tang Yao recounted the conversation she had with Luo Chong, especially the various statistics compiled by the Han tribe through household registration, and how Luo Chong reduced infant mortality and women's dystocia from an institutional perspective. Question. He also talked about how Luo Chong passed welfare policies and called on all tribesmen to actively contribute medicinal materials, as well as issues such as the medical school and the inheritance of medical skills that Luo Chong personally formulated. Finally, he explained the general direction of the 7 medical books proposed by Luo Chong. Click. After hearing Tang Yao's personal description, Tang Ji was also surprised. These things were definitely unique to the Han tribe. This silly niece did not lie to herself, otherwise she would never have been able to tell these things about the tribe's management system. After carefully considering the systems Tang Yao mentioned, the medical research direction proposed by the Han leader, and the unique advanced medical skills of the Han tribe, Tang Ji finally decided to agree to Tang Yao's participation. In her opinion, learning medical skills from the Han tribe is not the most important thing. What is more important is that Tang Yao learned the method of managing the tribe from the Han tribe, and it is more complete and advanced than her own. Tang Yao is also the next generation leader of the Tang tribe who she has designated can learn these things, which will be of great benefit to herself and the future Tang tribe. In addition, the Han tribe also specifically said that Tang Yao's participation in medical research is a prerequisite for cooperation between the two tribes. If they do not agree to let Tang Yao go, there will be no talk about livestock technology. Even for this purpose, Tang Yao will not. It's really necessary to get involved. After that, the two people discussed the method of trading materials and what the Tang tribe would use to pay for the goods. After all, the Han tribe was much more advanced than the Tang tribe, and they really had nothing that the Han tribe could see. In response to this problem, Tang Yao also explained the idea that Luo Chong had given them. The Han tribe could provide them with some seeds and planting techniques in advance, so that they could grow food, and then use the materials to repay the debt and pay off the remaining balance. Then let them buy other things based on their needs. Tang Ji was also very interested in this method and thought it was more suitable for the current situation of the two tribes, so she took Tang Yao to Tuahai County the next day to ask for crop seeds and planting technology. The first batch of seeds supported by the Han tribe were corn, cotton, sweet sorghum, and several vegetables. Cotton is a textile raw material. Sweet sorghum can not only be used to make wine, but also to extract sugar. It is also a very important raw material for the food industry. These are all things that the Han tribe urgently needs. No matter how many Han tribes they grow, they can digest them. They are considered a type of hard currency and are perfect for use as trading materials. Tang Yao took the initiative to ask for corn. If the Tang tribe used a large area of farmland where wheat was originally grown to grow sorghum and cotton, then their Tang tribe would definitely have a food crisis. In order to solve this problem, Tang Yao asked for corn with a larger yield of corn as a supplement to food crops. She had told Luo Chong about this before, and Luo Chong also agreed. It was not that he was blind and generous, but that Tuahai County had planted corn on a large scale. The two tribes were separated by a river and often communicated with each other. If the tribe is willing, they can find a way to get corn seeds from Takumi County. This kind of thing cannot be prevented. Therefore, instead of letting them think of ways to steal or buy on their own, and end up with the reputation of being a stingy Han tribe, it is better to be generous and give it to them directly, so that at least they can retain a favor. The governor of Tuahai County, Dashu, knew Luo Chong's thoughts and instructions in advance, so he was very cooperative with this matter. When he saw Tang Ji and Tang Yao coming together, he immediately asked someone to take out the seeds, and then some experienced farmers were also selected to guide the planting. While the Han tribe was teaching, the Tang tribe provided all the daily necessities. Tang Ji was very concerned about this, and Tang Yao also had little research on plant cultivation, so he also attached great importance to the several economic crops introduced from the Han tribe. The fabrics produced by the Tang tribe are all coarse linen, and they have never seen fine fabrics made of cotton. However, when Tang Yao came back from the Han tribe this time, Xiao Dai, as a representative of the Han tribe, gave her a few pieces. Rolling printed cotton cloth, the two of them were extremely happy to see the raw material crops of cotton cloth taking root in their tribe. Sweet sorghum, a tall plant, is even more unfamiliar to the Tang tribe. Before they started planting corn in Takumi County, they had never seen such a tall food crop. They thought that all food in the world should be similar to wheat. As a result, as soon as the tribe's corn, sorghum and giant rice came out, their worldview was instantly refreshed. Seeing several farming experts standing in front of her introducing seeds, Tang Ji immediately asked, curiously, "What can this sorghum be used for? Do the Han tribes need this thing very much?" "Of course, Chief Tang, don't underestimate this thing. This is not ordinary sorghum, but sweet sorghum, which has many uses. Sorghum rice can be used as food to satisfy hunger, and can also be used to make wine. Wine can not only be drunk, but can also be used to treat diseases. Whether it is reducing fever or disinfecting injuries, wine can be used to solve the problem. Oh, by the way, there are also bruises. Rubbing the injured area with wine can also help recovery. The stalks of sweet sorghum are also very useful. Its juice is very sweet and can be used to make brown sugar. It is also an important seasoning commonly kept in the homes of our Han tribe people. Of course, it can also be called a non-staple food. In the end, the remaining sorghum spikes, which are really useless, can also be used to make a broom for sweeping the floor. Anyway, nothing is wasted. After listening to this introduction and the several derivatives in front of her, Tangji couldn't help but widen her eyes. She never thought that a kind of sweet sorghum in the Han tribe could be used in so many ways. This is probably the most highly utilized among cash crops. After learning about the multiple uses of sorghum, Tangji ordered people to learn planting techniques and strive to do deep processing of sorghum themselves in the future. As for cotton, the cotton of the Han tribe is a vine plant. It does not need to occupy a field. It can be grown on any piece of land in the field or in the yard of your home. However, you must set up a frame first. Fortunately, there are bamboo forests around the Tang tribe. There is a lack of materials for building shelves, and the other thing is to concentrate them as much as possible, so that it will be more convenient when picking. For a while after that, Tangji and Tang Yao were looking forward to the growth of these crops, so that they could get some good things from the Han tribe as soon as possible. However, before the sorghum could grow past the knees, Tuahai County on the opposite side made a big move. It turned out that Xue Tu had finally reorganized the Tiger Guard's army and brought thousands of herdsmen to Tuahai County. The soldiers of the Huban Guards and tens of thousands of herdsmen all came by boat. The mighty tens of thousands of horses and dozens of three-masted sailing ships alone were used, almost draining the entire transportation capacity of the Han tribe at once. Between Tuahai County and Tang tribe, the sails of dozens of large ships covered the river. Countless herdsmen stood on the side of the ship and looked to both sides. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the place where they would live in the future. On both sides of the river, people from the Tang tribe and Tuahai County were discussing excitedly. Although they had seen boats before, they were all two-masted boats, and they could only see 4 or 5 at a time. This time, Han, the tribe dispatched dozens of larger three-masted sailing ships at once. It was a rare scene. Many people who didn't know much about the Han tribe only realized how powerful the Han tribe was at this time. The big ship was filled with people and horses neighing. After more than 10,000 people disembarked from the pier, the horse boats behind them, which were converted from sunken sand ships, also slowly moved closer to the pier. This time, they were transporting not only herdsmen, but also more than ones or livestock, especially these 10,000 herdsmen. It was originally prepared for fighting, so there will naturally be no shortage of war horses. There are no less than 20,000 horses transported with them this time, and a group of war horses will be transported overland in a while, and they will be reconnoitered to prepare for the construction. That piece of wild land in the capital. If there were just a lot of people in Tuahai County, then forget it. The Tang tribe had a lot of people themselves, so there was nothing to see. But with so many big ships and 20,000 war horses, it firmly attracted people from both sides of the strait. Eyeballs, whether it is the Tang tribe or the newly recruited people from Tuahai County, they have never seen such a large group of horses. Even Tang Yao, who has been to the Han tribe once, is no exception. But Tangji saw something from it. Among the people sent by the Han tribe, basically everyone had weapons, whether they were knives, spears, shields, bows, and arrows. This was obviously a huge army, and there are so many horses. If they start running on the plains, what else can stop them? What do the Han tribe want to do? Didn't they all agree to cooperate? Moreover, the two sides have already cooperated. What is their intention to suddenly mobilize so many soldiers? Tang Ji began to get nervous, but until the fleet left Takumi County 2 days later, the soldiers did not make any move, except that there would be a large group of horses running by the river for a while. I heard that it was called training. Tang Ji didn't know what training meant. She only knew that the Han tribe would not put so many warriors in this remote place for no reason. So, she and Tang Yao inquired about Tuahai County in the name of buying horses. Ask the Han tribe what their purpose is. However, Luo Chong has no plans to attack the Tang tribe now. Placing people here is just a springboard for sending troops to Zhudao. As for threatening the Tang tribe, it can only be regarded as incidental. Because Luo Chong's attitude was very clear, Dashu and Shuatu didn't hide anything from the Tang tribe. They directly recounted the war that happened on the grassland not long ago. The Han tribe defeated the enemy's 60,000 cavalry coalition with 20,000 soldiers. In the war, the captive population alone was about 60,000, and there were countless cattle, horses, sheep and livestock. The 10,000 households of herdsmen transported this time were the prisoners who surrendered to the Han tribe in this war, and were sent by Luo Chong to help Tuahai County with its construction. By the way, they were training troops here in preparation for launching an attack on Zhudao. At the same time, Tang Ji also heard that the Han tribe had established 2 new counties in the grassland. They were both areas with abundant water and grass. It would be more convenient to raise livestock in the future. Tang Ji also expressed her envy. However, these were Han tribesmen. Having won the war, if she were asked to lead the Tang tribe to face 60,000 warriors on horseback, she would definitely turn around and run away in fear, let alone fight with the opponent. After hearing the Han tribe's explanation, Tang Ji felt a little relieved. Although the Han tribe said it was not used to deal with them, the strength of the Han tribe was there after all. They even defeated 60,000 enemy troops. The Tang tribe didn't matter in the eyes of these warriors, so she still didn't dare to take it lightly and kept an eye on the movements on the other side every day. But then, the ship sent by the Han tribe to pick up Tang Yao arrived. At the same time, there was also the Fubo battleship that Tang Yao had seen before. It was the largest ship of the Han tribe. Tang Yao was also surprised. Last time, when I saw the ship at the dock in Luoyang County, there were many craftsmen working on it. I saw again that the ship had already sailed to Tuahai County. The battleship Fubo has completed its mission of cooperating with the army to capture the territory of Maodun, and there is nothing to do if it continues to stay in Honghu Lake on the grassland. Luo Chong simply ordered Shuda to go to Tuahai County, wait for other ships at the estuary to form a Fubo fleet, and then take the entire fleet into the sea to conduct offshore training, adapt to the ocean climate, and sail around the island and other strategic reconnaissance and deterrence training subjects. First find out the hydrological environment around Zhudao, so that we can complete the plan for the Xian tribe. Of course, the Tang tribe didn't know about this, and they still couldn't figure out what the Han tribe wanted to do by putting such a big ship into Takumi County. Tang Yao didn't stay in the Tang tribe for long. After she saw the sorghum, corn and cotton sprouting in the Tang tribe, she was ready to leave for the Han tribe. This time he was more prepared than last time. Luo Chong specially sent a boat and a large number of manpower, and specifically told Tang Yao to transport the usable medicinal materials and tools for preparing them to the Han tribe by ship. Which also makes it easier for her to start research work as soon as possible. For this purpose, the Han tribe specially brought some large flower pots and dug out a lot of herbs from Tang Yao's garden. They also brought some bottles and jars of medicinal tools to the boat and made complete preparations. Tang Yao set sail and prepared to go to the Han tribe to start his learning journey. A month passed in a hurry, and Tang Yao soon arrived at the shore of Luoyang County again, and then took a carriage to Hanyang City. The new medical school had not been built yet, so he could not start work yet. Therefore, the medicinal herbs that Tang Yao brought were temporarily transplanted to the small garden of Luo Chong's family. Hanyang City was relatively small, and there was not much open space in the city for her to grow medicinal materials, and the areas outside the city were all owned farmland. It is inconvenient for daily management if it is further away, so it can only be placed in Luo Chong's garden for the time being. Medical research could not be started immediately, but Tang Yao could not be idle, so Luo Chong arranged for her to go to a school in Hanyang City as an international student to learn the writing and language of the Han tribe first, otherwise she would write a book in the future she couldn't help with medical books. In order to take care of those medicinal herbs and for the convenience of going to school, Tang Yao was still a girl from a foreign tribe. For various reasons, Tang Yao finally moved into the villa of Luo Chong's family. It was originally a separate courtyard for the children, but now Luo Chong's 2 children are still young and cannot live independently, so the house is still empty for the time being. It is more than enough to arrange for Tang Yao and a few of her servants. It was Tang Yao's first time to live in such a mansion, with bright glass windows, brick buildings that could protect against wind and rain, waxed wooden floors, snow-white painted walls, various solid wood furniture, and there were many fabric soft stools and beddings, which were many times better than the hut in her Tang tribe. However, all these arrangements were controlled remotely by Luo Chong. He was not at home, not even in Hanyang City. Even when Tang Yao came to Luoyang County, he did not show up. Since the Grassland War subsided, the Han tribe has been engaged in construction and built several new counties. The population has surged, and large-scale trade with the Tang tribe is about to begin. The original coin output is somewhat insufficient. For this reason, Luo Chong made a special trip to the new mint on the island in the center of the lake, and presided over the development of several second-generation coin stamping production lines. Due to the establishment of the coking plant and the new steel county, the Han tribe obtained a large amount of steel, so the new assembly line equipment also uses a large number of steel structure machines, but the driving force is still mainly wind and water power. Even so, the coin production efficiency has more than doubled than before. He spent nearly 2 months on the island in the center of the lake for the research and development of this new assembly line. However, it is naturally impossible for Luo Chong to do things like this himself. He just draws drawings, and then steps in to solve the problems when the workers encounter problems. The rest of the time, he is busy with other things in the research institute. Matter. This is the Science and Technology Research and Development Center of the Han tribe, where the top craftsmen and the best students gather. It is also responsible for the manufacturing of some special instruments. For example, the core lighting equipment in several lighthouses are all completed here. Other projects under development include silver-coated glass mirrors, telescopes, microscopes, astronomical telescopes, etc. But in a short time no major results were achieved, so Luo Chong was not in a hurry and let them study slowly first. The rubber R&D team also undertook new research tasks, including 3 new rubber products, valve cores, ball inflatable liner, and pneumatic tires. That's right, Luo Chong still took action on the bicycle. In the hall of the institute, there are already several bicycles parked here, including 3 types of bicycles that are all made of wood, 3 types of bicycles that are made of bamboo and wood, and 3 types of pedal tricycles. The emergence of these new types of vehicles immediately shocked the researchers at the institute. When it came to inventions and creations, they really dared to touch their consciences and say, besides their own leader, who else could that be? Even if you don't accept it, the leader's head is like a hole, and all kinds of whims come to you at will, even if you don't accept it. Although these types of bicycles are made of wood and bamboo and have poor practical performance, they can indeed be ridden. This shows that there is nothing wrong with Luo Chong's idea. The only problem is that the materials are not suitable. As long as you find the right materials and production techniques, are you still worried that this thing will not be popularized? Take the chain and gear transmission structure parts as an example. Researchers all praised Luo Chong as a genius for being able to come up with such a strange, but extremely practical transmission structure. After a while, the bicycle Luo Chong wanted was not saved, but the researchers used Luo Chong's large and small gears and chain mechanisms to make some small things. For example, a pedal grinding wheel driven by a chain gear is not very convenient for sharpening knives or polishing things. Another person also used Luo Chong's variable speed transmission system composed of large and small gears and chains to create a small pedal-powered table saw. The large gear drives the small gear on the circular saw blade, the circular saw rotates very fast, and it can be used to process some wooden parts without any pressure. It can be called a woodworking artifact. The most important thing is that this thing is relatively small and can be disassembled and assembled at will. It is not restricted by the natural conditions of wind and water. It can be quickly assembled and used wherever it is moved. It is indeed very critical for processing small wooden products. Although the bicycle has not yet been built, Luo Chong is very happy to see that someone has used his design ideas to create other very practical tools. Of course, bicycles will continue to be built. There are many blacksmiths and casters here in the institute, all of whom are the best in the Han tribe. They are also the only craftsmen in the Han tribe who have mastered gas welding technology. However, in the institute, they are divided into metal processing groups. According to Luo Chong's request, they first cast and polished several solid steel rods of different diameters, which were used as cold bones for forging, that is, as the core material for shaping. After the production is completed, some steel pipes of different diameters are hammered out by hand forging, and finally cut, bent, and then gas welded together according to Luo Chong's requirements, so that a general bicycle frame is made. The production of steel chains can actually be done by hand. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is the size of each part. Handmade products are not rigorous and cannot be universal. This has always been the norm. In order to promote bicycles in large quantities in the future, Luo Chong simply used the chain stamping machine. Once it was done, it completely solved the problem of parts commonality of standard chains. The rest will be refreshed tomorrow morning. For example, the core lighting equipment in several lighthouses are all completed here. Other projects under development include silver-coated glass mirrors, telescopes, microscopes, astronomical telescopes, etc. But in a short time no major results were achieved, so Luo Chong was not in a hurry and let them study slowly first. The rubber R&D team also undertook new research tasks, including 3 new rubber products, valve cores, ball inflatable liner, and pneumatic tires. That's right, Luo Chong still took action on the bicycle. In the hall of the institute, there are already several bicycles parked here, including 3 types of bicycles that are all made of wood, 3 types of bicycles that are made of bamboo and wood, and 3 types of pedal tricycles. The emergence of these new types of vehicles immediately shocked the researchers at the institute. When it came to inventions and creations, they really dared to touch their consciences and say, besides their own leader, who else could that be? Even if you don't accept it, the leader's head is like a hole, and all kinds of fantastic ideas come to you at will, which makes people dissatisfied. Although these types of bicycles are made of wood and bamboo and have poor practical performance, they can indeed be ridden. This shows that there is nothing wrong with Luo Chong's idea. The only problem is that the materials are not suitable. As long as you find the right materials and production techniques, are you still worried that this thing will not be popularized? Take the chain and gear transmission structure parts as an example. Researchers all praised Luo Chong as a genius for being able to come up with such a strange, but extremely practical transmission structure. After a while, the bicycle Luo Chong wanted was not saved, but the researchers used Luo Chong's large and small gears and chain mechanisms to make some small things. For example, a pedal grinding wheel driven by a chain gear is not very convenient for sharpening knives or polishing things. Another person also used Luo Chong's variable speed transmission system composed of large and small gears and chains to create a small pedal-powered table saw. The large gear drives the small gear on the circular saw blade, the circular saw rotates very fast, and it can be used to process some wooden parts without any pressure. It can be called a woodworking artifact. The most important thing is that this thing is relatively small and can be disassembled and assembled at will. It is not restricted by the natural conditions of wind and water. It can be quickly assembled and used wherever it is moved. It is indeed very critical for processing small wooden products. Although the bicycle has not yet been built, Luo Chong is very happy to see that someone has used his design ideas to create other very practical tools. Of course, bicycles will continue to be built. For this reason, Luo Chong made a special trip to the new mint located on the island in the center of the lake, and presided over the development of several second-generation coin stamping production lines. Due to the establishment of the coking plant and the new steel county, the Han tribe obtained a large amount of steel, so the new assembly line equipment also uses a large number of steel structure machines, but the driving force is still mainly wind and water power. Even so, the coin production efficiency has more than doubled than before. He spent nearly 2 months on the island in the center of the lake for the research and development of this new assembly line. However, it is naturally impossible for Luo Chong to do things like this himself. He just draws drawings, and then steps in to solve the problems when the workers encounter problems. The rest of the time, he is busy with other things in the research institute. Matter. This is the Science and Technology Research and Development Center of the Han tribe, where the top craftsmen and the best students gather. It is also responsible for the manufacturing of some special instruments. For example, the core lighting equipment in several lighthouses are all completed here. Other projects under development include silver-coated glass mirrors, telescopes, microscopes, astronomical telescopes, etc. But in a short time, no significant results were achieved, so Luo Chong was not in a hurry and let them study slowly first. The rubber R&D team also undertook new research tasks, including 3 new rubber products, valve cores, ball inflatable liner, and pneumatic tires. That's right, Luo Chong still took action on the bicycle. In the hall of the institute, there are already several bicycles parked here, including 3 types of bicycles that are all made of wood, 3 types of bicycles that are made of bamboo and wood, and 3 types of pedal tricycles. The emergence of these new types of vehicles immediately shocked the researchers at the institute. When it came to inventions and creations, they really dared to touch their consciences and say, besides their own leader, who else could that be? Even if you don't accept it, the leader's head is like a hole, and all kinds of fantastic ideas come to you at will, which makes people dissatisfied. Although these types of bicycles are made of wood and bamboo and have poor practical performance, they can indeed be ridden. This shows that there is nothing wrong with Luo Chong's idea. The only problem is that the materials are not suitable. As long as you find the right materials and production techniques, are you still worried that this thing will not be popularized? Take the chain and gear transmission structure parts as an example. Researchers all praised Luo Chong as a genius for being able to come up with such a strange, but extremely practical transmission structure. After a while, the bicycle Luo Chong wanted was not saved, but the researchers used Luo Chong's large and small gears and chain mechanisms to make some small things. For example, a pedal grinding wheel driven by a chain gear is not very convenient for sharpening knives or polishing things. Another person also used Luo Chong's variable speed transmission system composed of large and small gears and chains to create a small pedal-powered table saw. The large gear drives the small gear on the circular saw blade, the circular saw rotates very fast, and it can be used to process some wooden parts without any pressure. It can be called a woodworking artifact. After the frame, chain, gears, pedals, and tires are all installed, the main body of the car is basically completed. However, if you want to ride normally, you need to install a saddle and a handbrake. Without these two things, still unable to ride. The leather-making technology of the Han tribe has long been developed. It is easy to get a leather car seat, but the shock-absorbing spring under the seat is a little more troublesome. Arranged a blacksmith to make the springs, and Luo Chong also drew a drawing of the car seat. The bottom is a steel pipe used to connect the car body, the top is the spring frame, the top is the spring, and then is a triangular thin iron sheet, then pad it with a layer of cork to prevent shock, and finally cover it with a layer of leather. Of course, the basket in front of the car is also essential. However, in order to facilitate promotion, it is natural to reduce costs. Save where possible. Lowering the price can increase purchasing power, so Luo Chong chose a basket made of rattan or bamboo. Or simply don't add a cart basket and let the people make their own baskets and tie them to it. The final brake is a little troublesome. The brakes of modern bicycles are all made of rolled wire. This thing is a thin rope twisted from thin steel wire, and it is wrapped with a layer of rubber tube with a gap on the outside. It looks like a wire. But with the current level of the Han tribe, it should be quite troublesome to make. Therefore, Luo Chong designed two braking systems. One is a rolling wire, plus a rubber wheel-holding reducer. The other is to directly use a hard iron bar to drive the brakes, like the old bicycle. Compared with the two, it is undoubtedly an iron bar drive. It is cheaper, but currently it can only be used to brake the front wheels, and its safety is relatively low. In contrast, the rolling line can take into account the rear wheels and achieve double front and rear brakes, but the production cost will definitely rise linearly. Of course, this is still about manual trial production. If the difficulties of large-scale production can be solved in the future, then rolling lines will be more safe and practical. It took another week, until mid-April of the second year of Jian Yuan, after entering the early summer of that year, that the brakes, baskets, front and rear seats, etc. were all made. Finally, a single-stick ladder was added, and the whole thing was completed. The bike is ready. During the time it took to make these things, the craftsmen at the institute also reassembled more than a dozen bicycles using excess materials. There are a total of 20 bikes in the first batch, 12 of which are men's bicycles with 28-inch rims, 6 of which have a large crossbeam in the front, and the other 6 have two side-by-side diagonal straight beams. The color of the car is divided into black and green. The black one is painted in black, white and red, with black as the main body, white and red embellishments, green dark green and silver white steel primary color embellishments. The remaining 8 are women's bicycles, with 26-inch rims. There are 2 parallel curved beams in the front, making it easier to get on and off the bicycle. The entire frame is made of welded steel pipes, so there is no need to worry about the strength of the frame. Women's bicycles come in more colors, such as sky blue, grass green, duck egg yellow, and bright red. There are 2 bicycles of each color, one of each type of brake, and a matching wooden basket, a new era of pastoral style. But life. Looking at the 20 bicycles neatly arranged in front of them, the craftsmen of the institute were bursting with pride and excited. "Chief, please give it a try and see how it feels to ride. We don't know how to ride it yet. Please ride it for 2 laps and let us see." "Okay, then I'll give it a try." As soon as the 20 cars were completed, many people urged Luo Chong to test the cars. Luo Chong himself was also very excited. He was inexplicably transported to a wild and strange world. Under his leadership and the struggle of the people, he finally got it. There is something close to the product of modern civilization. Bicycles, such a familiar means of transportation, now I have the opportunity to ride them again. He chose a 28-inch men's bicycle with a slash, held on to the handlebars, kicked off the stairs deftly, lifted his long legs and sat on the bicycle seat. The knee-length robe he was wearing was a little obstructive, so he picked up the 2 hems of the front and back robe and stuffed them into his belt, exposing the 2 long legs underneath, and then started to kick. The moment Luo Chong's feet lifted off the ground and drove normally, the craftsmen at the institute suddenly cheered. They danced excitedly and shouted excitedly. Luo Chong, who was riding a bicycle, could not help but feel a little disappointed. The shortcomings of this bicycle were quite obvious. His first impression was that it was too heavy and he had to use a lot of force to pedal. However, Luo Chong soon understood that this was not only a matter of using steel pipes as the material, but also had a lot to do with the road surface. The research institute on the island in the center of the lake was surrounded by simple, flat and compacted earth, so it was quite comfortable to ride, but if it were placed on the masonry road in the city, the ride would definitely be smoother. In addition, the seat is not very comfortable to sit on, and it is a bit irritating to the buttocks. This is because most modern bicycle seats are filled with elastic sponges, which are softer when riding. However, this iron or wood-wrapped leather seat is not very comfortable. Fortunately, there are springs installed underneath, otherwise I would have to buckle my buttocks while riding on a mountain trail for several kilometers. But this is not a big shortcoming. At most, anyone who can sew a cotton mat on it when riding, and can afford to buy a bicycle, should not be short of that mat. The brakes were not bad. The bicycle Luo Chong rode was a double-brake bicycle with a rolling line. The front and rear brakes were very sensitive and the deceleration effect was significant. On the whole, although there are still many shortcomings, at least the problem of whether or not should be solved first. Only when you have a bicycle first can you talk about improvements. You must find problems from daily use and then find ways to solve them. However, Luo Chong has also thought about the audience for this bicycle. It is estimated that there will not be many people willing to ride. Isn't it more comfortable and more respectable for rich and noble people to ride a horse? Why would they feel uncomfortable riding such a bicycle? As for ordinary people, who have no daily transportation needs and basically do not even go out of the village or city, it is of no use to them if they need bicycles. In fact, this thing is most suitable for craftsmen in various workshops. They have the need to commute to and from work. If the workplace is a little far from home, it is possible to get a bicycle to ride. Moreover, they have stable wages and can save money. Can afford it. And those people who farm have few opportunities to go out throughout the year, so their chances of buying bicycles are basically zero. But for this group of farmers, tricycles will become even more popular, because farming often requires carrying manure, water, farm tools, and when harvesting, they also need to carry grain and straw to their homes, etc. Under such circumstances, if there is a car would be perfect. However, in fact, if anyone has a vehicle pulled by livestock, it is basically equivalent to driving a Maserati in modern times. If anyone can afford a box-type carriage, it is equivalent to owning a Rolls-Royce. It's not that the flatbed truck is expensive, but the expense of raising a large animal is too scary. It makes sense to feed some straw when not pulling the truck, but if you do heavy work while pulling the truck, you need to use refined feed such as beans, barley, alfalfa, etc. After feeding, the cost of feeding a large animal is enough to feed 5 grown men. No ordinary family can afford such expenses. But the tricycle is different. It requires almost no expenses and only requires daily simple maintenance. The most important thing is that it does not require livestock and can be ridden by itself. If the price can be controlled lower, it will definitely be sold in Han Dynasty. Tribes are selling like hot cakes, and they are much better than bicycles. But now that the bicycles are out, they have to be used. Luo Chong plans to set up a postal system in the Han tribe first, to send letters to each other among civilians, and to facilitate the transmission of official information. Then we first equip the government-run postmen with bicycles and let them ride them in the streets and alleys, gradually bringing bicycles into people's sight. In the future, when the technology becomes more and more perfect and the production scale increases, bicycles will be almost the same. It can also be promoted. Luo Chong just thought about things while riding, with the cheers of the craftsmen in his ears. He watched the leader fly up on the open ground. Other brave craftsmen also pushed one and started trying to ride, but the balance was still there. Difficult to master. Moreover, these bicycles are so precious to them that they would rather use them as meat pads than let the bicycles fall. But even if they just sit on them and slide on the ground with their feet, they are still very happy. In order to better promote this kind of bicycle, Luo Chong stayed at the research institute for another week and watched the craftsmen make 5 more tricycles. Then he returned to Hanyang City with these freshly made vehicles. The rest will be refreshed tomorrow morning. Women's bicycles come in more colors, such as sky blue, grass green, duck egg yellow, and bright red. There are 2 bicycles of each color, one of each type of brake, and a matching wooden basket, a new era of pastoral style. But life. Looking at the 20 bicycles neatly arranged in front of them, the craftsmen of the institute were bursting with pride and excited. "Chief, please give it a try and see how it feels to ride. We don't know how to ride it yet. Please ride it for 2 laps and let us see." "Okay, then I'll give it a try." As soon as the 20 cars were completed, many people urged Luo Chong to test the cars. Luo Chong himself was also very excited. He was inexplicably transported to a wild and strange world. Under his leadership and the struggle of the people, he finally got it. There is something close to the product of modern civilization. Bicycles, such a familiar means of transportation, now I have the opportunity to ride them again. He chose a 28-inch men's bicycle with a slash, held on to the handlebars, kicked off the stairs deftly, lifted his long legs and sat on the bicycle seat. The knee-length robe he was wearing was a little obstructive, so he picked up the 2 hems of the front and back robe and stuffed them into his belt, exposing the 2 long legs underneath, and then started to kick. The moment Luo Chong's feet lifted off the ground and drove normally, the craftsmen at the institute suddenly cheered. They danced excitedly and shouted excitedly. Luo Chong, who was riding a bicycle, could not help but feel a little disappointed. The shortcomings of this bicycle were quite obvious. His first impression was that it was too heavy and he had to use a lot of force to pedal. However, Luo Chong soon understood that this was not only a matter of using steel pipes as the material, but also had a lot to do with the road surface. The research institute on the island in the center of the lake was surrounded by simple, flat and compacted dirt, which made it quite comfortable to ride, but if it is placed on the masonry road in the city, the ride will definitely be smoother. In addition, the seat is not very comfortable to sit on, and it is a bit irritating to the buttocks. This is because most modern bicycle seats are filled with elastic sponges, which are softer when riding. However, the iron or wood-wrapped leather seat is not very comfortable. Fortunately, there are springs installed underneath, otherwise I would have to buckle my buttocks while riding on a mountain trail for several kilometers. But this is not a big shortcoming. At most, anyone who can sew a cotton mat on it when riding, and can afford to buy a bicycle, should not be short of that mat. The brakes were not bad. The bicycle Luo Chong rode was a double-brake bicycle with a rolling line. The front and rear brakes were very sensitive and the deceleration effect was significant. On the whole, although there are still many shortcomings, at least the problem of whether or not should be solved first. Only when you have a bicycle first can you talk about improvements. You must find problems from daily use and then find ways to solve them. However, Luo Chong has also thought about the audience for this bicycle. It is estimated that there will not be many people willing to ride. Wouldn't it be more comfortable and more respectable for people with money and titles to ride a horse? Why would they feel uncomfortable riding such a bicycle? As for ordinary people, who have no daily transportation needs and basically do not even go out of the village or city, it is of no use to them if they need bicycles. In fact, this thing is most suitable for craftsmen in various workshops. They have the need to commute to and from work. If the workplace is a little far from home, it is possible to get a bicycle to ride. Moreover, they have stable wages and can save money. Can afford it. And those people who farm have few opportunities to go out throughout the year, so their chances of buying bicycles are basically zero. But for this group of farmers, tricycles will become even more popular, because farming often requires carrying manure, water, farm tools, and when harvesting, they also need to carry grain and straw to their homes, etc. Under such circumstances, if there is a car would be perfect. However, in fact, if anyone has a vehicle pulled by livestock, it is basically equivalent to driving a Maserati in modern times. If anyone can afford a box-type carriage, it is equivalent to owning a Rolls-Royce. It's not that the flatbed truck is expensive, but the expense of raising a large animal is too scary. It makes sense to feed some straw when not pulling the truck, but if you do heavy work while pulling the truck, you need to use refined feed such as beans, barley, alfalfa, etc. After feeding, the cost of feeding a large animal is enough to feed 5 grown men. No ordinary family can afford such expenses. But the tricycle is different. It requires almost no expenses and only requires daily simple maintenance. The most important thing is that it does not require livestock and can be ridden by itself. If the price can be controlled lower, it will definitely be sold in Han Dynasty. Tribes are selling like hot cakes, and they are much better than bicycles. But now that the bicycles are out, they have to be used. Luo Chong plans to set up a postal system in the Han tribe first, which will be used to send letters to each other among civilians, and also to facilitate the transmission of official information. Hearing the leader's introduction, the surrounding farmers became excited. The carrying capacity of 400 to 600 kilograms can accommodate 4 or 5 people at a time, which is enough to meet their daily needs. The most important thing is that the leader also said that this kind of tricycle is very convenient. It's easy to learn, and many people immediately started thinking about test driving. Luo Chong randomly selected a few people for them to try the bike, and these people tried to ride in the open space in front of the dock. Tricycles are actually easy to ride. With at least 3 fulcrums, as long as you don't make sharp turns, a rollover accident is basically impossible. However, Luo Chong had also seen many people in his previous life who said it was difficult to ride a tricycle. These people would always turn to one side uncontrollably when riding a tricycle and could not ride in a straight line at all. In fact, this situation has nothing to do with tricycles. According to his own observation and judgment, the final conclusion is that if you first learn to ride a tricycle, then ride a bicycle, there will be no problem riding both types of bicycles, but first learn to ride a bicycle, people who learn to ride a tricycle will turn to one side and not be able to ride in a straight line. He didn't understand how this worked, but this rule basically suited most people. It was undoubtedly the first time for the people of the Han tribe to see bicycles, so they did not encounter any difficulty in riding the tricycle. Once they got on, they could pedal away. It is easier to control the direction by turning the handlebar than driving a vehicle pulled by livestock. The lever and iron bar transmission type handbrake installed on the front beam is also very sensitive to use. To sum up, this is a kind of vehicle that does not require learning and can be understood at a glance. The vehicle used is simpler than pushing a wheelbarrow. In addition, in order to verify the load-carrying capacity of the tricycle, several people squatted in the rear compartment at the same time. Although the cyclists felt a little more strenuous, they could still ride on flat ground. After these functions were successfully verified one by one, the people all jumped for joy. Then they inquired about the price of the tricycle, and then quickly calculated their family savings in their minds, and how long they would need to save to buy such a tricycle. However, regarding the price, Luo Chong can't say yet. These are hand-built verification vehicles, and the cost must be higher than mass production. However, he is also guaranteed that the price of the tricycle will not be more expensive than livestock. This price is already very good. For those who want to own an animal but don't have so much money, a tricycle is the best choice. After bidding farewell to the people, Xia Fan continued to head towards his home in Hanyang City. The 3 wheels he brought were also distributed, leaving one each in Luoyang County, Weishan County, Ruyang County, and Hanyang County. They are used in various government offices for logistics purchases, so that they can often appear in the public eye. Tricycles can be advertised before mass production. And those bicycles were also divided into several by him and given to the small officials in the government offices. They often have to travel to various places to solve problems, or investigate situations and collect data. It is very convenient to use bicycles to run errands, at least it is more economical than riding a horse. Money. Luo Chong himself led a team of personal guards and pulled the remaining bicycles back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xiaodai and Zhang leading their 2 children to play in the yard. Next to them was Tang Yaojing, who had returned from school. Sitting in the pavilion, practicing calligraphy, Xiaodai would give pointers from time to time. It seemed that they were getting along quite harmoniously. Luo Chong pushed his bicycle into the courtyard gate, and what he saw was this scene. He immediately dialed the bell on the handlebar, and a jingling sound immediately sounded in the courtyard. Little Luo Chong, wearing a black gauze hat, was squatting on the ground in crotchless pants and didn't know what he was looking at. When he heard the crisp ringing sound, he immediately looked over. When he saw it was Luo Chong, he immediately clapped his fleshy little hands and staggered. He rushed towards Luo Chong, hugged Luo Chong's calf, raised his head and shouted, "Dad! Hey, my dear son, do you miss your father?" Luo Chong picked him up, held him in his arms with one hand, and asked, while holding his little butt. Xiao Luo stretched out his arm around Luo Chong's neck out of habit and answered vaguely. "I thought about it, Dad, I want to play with this." He kissed Luo Chong on the face as if he was coping, and pointed at the bell that Luo Chong just rang with his little finger. "You little bastard, it's fake to miss Daddy, but it's real to miss Daddy to bring you toys, right?" Luo Chong pretended to be angry and slapped his butt, feeling the softness at his fingertips. "Really, it's true that I miss my dad, and so are the toys." Xiao Luocheng pulled the hat on his head with his hands and looked at Luo Chong as he replied seriously. "Ha, you are so honest." Luo Chong couldn't help but laugh at him. "Mom said you have to be honest." "Dad, let me play with that." "Ha ha ha ha, since you are so obedient, I will let you play for a while." Luo Chong smiled and held him up with his hands so that he could touch the bell on the handlebar. The little guy just smiled and fiddled with the bell, and while laughing, he called others to come and see him. "Mom, sister, look, I made a noise." Xiao Luolan, who was swinging with Zhang on the side, also struggled to come over, and then several people came up to meet him. Luo Chong immediately hugged his daughter with his other hand, enjoying the wonderful life of being hugged from left to right and surrounded by people at his knees. "Husband, is this your new bike? Why does it look so strange?" Xiao Dai also smiled and came up to him, standing next to Luo Chong and looking at the bike and asked. "Yes, this car has 2 wheels arranged front and back. Can it still stand upright?" Zhang also asked, supporting Xiao Luocheng, who was playing with the bell. "I've met the Han leader." Tang Yao, who was doing homework, saw Luo Chong coming back and immediately came over to give him a blessing and learn the etiquette of the Han tribe in style. "Well, I'm relieved to see that you are all fine. I have been busy with the production line of the mint recently and got a few cars out by the way. These are called bicycles, also called bicycles. Although they look weird, they have the great advantage is that this is a vehicle that can be ridden without livestock. It is faster and less laborious than walking. You will know it when you see it. Luo Chong greeted a few people and introduced the bicycle. This cart is for riding? Xiaodai couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She had seen both pulled carts and pushed carts, but when riding on it, she didn't even need a cart pulled by an animal. This is really the first time I've seen it. Not to mention that I've never seen it before, I just can't even think of it. I have only heard of riding horses, riding oxen, riding donkeys, riding deers, and riding elephants, but those are all living creatures after all. How should I ride this inanimate car? Do I need to whip? Hey, haven't you seen it before? Today I'm going to let you see what a bicycle is. As he spoke, he asked Xiaodai and Zhang to look at the two children, and then he got on the bike and started pedaling in the yard, causing the whole family to exclaim. I'll refresh the rest tomorrow morning. Hearing the leader's introduction, the surrounding farmers became excited. The carrying capacity of 400 to 600 kilograms can accommodate 4 or 5 people at a time, which is enough to meet their daily needs. The most important thing is that the leader also said that this kind of tricycle is very convenient. It's easy to learn, and many people immediately started thinking about test driving. Luo Chong randomly selected a few people for them to try the bike, and these people tried to ride in the open space in front of the dock. Tricycles are actually easy to ride. With at least 3 fulcrums, as long as you don't make sharp turns, a rollover accident is basically impossible. However, Luo Chong had also seen many people in his previous life who said it was difficult to ride a tricycle. These people would always turn to one side uncontrollably when riding a tricycle and could not ride in a straight line at all. In fact, this situation has nothing to do with tricycles. According to his own observation and judgment, the final conclusion is that if you first learn to ride a tricycle, then ride a bicycle, there will be no problem riding both types of bicycles, but first learn to ride a bicycle, people who learn to ride a tricycle will turn to one side and not be able to ride in a straight line. He didn't understand how this worked, but this rule basically suited most people. It was undoubtedly the first time for the people of the Han tribe to see bicycles, so they did not encounter any difficulty in riding the tricycle. Once they got on, they could pedal away. It is easier to control the direction by turning the handlebar than driving a vehicle pulled by livestock. The lever and iron bar transmission type handbrake installed on the front beam is also very sensitive to use. To sum up, this is a kind of vehicle that does not require learning and can be understood at a glance. The vehicle used is simpler than pushing a wheelbarrow. In addition, in order to verify the load-carrying capacity of the tricycle, several people squatted in the rear compartment at the same time. Although the cyclists felt a little more strenuous, they could still ride on flat ground. After these functions were successfully verified one by one, the people all jumped for joy. Then they inquired about the price of the tricycle, and then quickly calculated their family savings in their minds, and how long they would need to save to buy such a tricycle. However, regarding the price, Luo Chong can't say yet. These are hand-built verification vehicles, and the cost must be higher than mass production. However, he is also guaranteed that the price of the tricycle will not be more expensive than livestock. This price is already very good. For those who want to own an animal but don't have so much money, a tricycle is the best choice. After bidding farewell to the people, Xiao Fan continued to head towards his home in Hanyang City. The 3 wheels he brought were also distributed, leaving one each in Luoyang County, Weishan County, Ruyang County, and Hanyang County. They are used for logistics procurement in government offices in various places, so that they can often appear in the public eye. Tricycles can be advertised before mass production. And those bicycles were also divided into several by him and given to the small officials in the government offices. They often have to travel to various places to solve problems, or investigate situations and collect data. It is very convenient to use bicycles to run errands, at least it is more economical than riding a horse. Money. Luo Chong himself led a team of personal guards and pulled the remaining bicycles back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xiaodai and Zhang Ning leading their 2 children to play in the yard. Next to them was Tang Yaozheng, who had returned from school. Sitting in the pavilion, practicing calligraphy, Xiaodai would give pointers from time to time. It seemed that they were getting along quite harmoniously. Luo Chong pushed his bicycle into the courtyard gate, and what he saw in front of him was this scene. He immediately dialed the bell on the handlebar, and a jingling sound immediately sounded in the courtyard. Little Luo Chong, wearing a black gauze hat, was squatting on the ground in crotchless pants and didn't know what he was looking at. When he heard the crisp ringing sound, he immediately looked over. When he saw it was Luo Chong, he immediately clapped his fleshy little hands and staggered. He rushed towards Luo Chong, hugged Luo Chong's calf, raised his head and shouted, "Dad! Hey, my dear son, do you miss your father?" Luo Chong picked him up, held him in his arms with one hand, and asked, while holding his little butt. Xiao Luo stretched out his arm around Luo Chong's neck out of habit and answered vaguely. "I thought about it, Dad, I want to play with this." He kissed Luo Chong on the face as if he was coping, and pointed at the bell that Luo Chong just rang with his little finger. "You little bastard, it's fake to miss Daddy, but it's real to miss Daddy to bring you toys, right?" Luo Chong pretended to be angry and slapped his butt, feeling the softness at his fingertips. "Really, it's true that I miss my dad, and so are the toys." Xiao Luocheng pulled the hat on his head with his hands and looked at Luo Chong as he replied seriously. "Ha, you are so honest." Luo Chong couldn't help but laugh at him. "Mom said you have to be honest." "Dad, let me play with that." "Ha ha ha ha, since you are so obedient, I will let you play for a while." Luo Chong smiled and held him up with his hands so that he could touch the bell on the handlebar. The little guy just smiled and fiddled with the bell, and while laughing, he called others to come and see him. "Mom, sister, look, I made a noise." Xiao Luolan, who was swinging with Zhang on the side, also struggled to come over, and then several people came up to meet him. Luo Chong immediately hugged his daughter with his other hand, enjoying the wonderful life of being hugged from left to right and surrounded by people at his knees. "Husband, is this your new bike? Why does it look so strange?" Xiao Dai also smiled and came up to him, standing next to Luo Chong and looking at the bike and asked. "Yes, this car has 2 wheels arranged front and back. Can it still stand upright?" Zhang also asked, supporting Xiao Luocheng, who was playing with the bell. "I've met the Han leader." Tang Yao, who was doing homework, saw Luo Chong coming back and immediately came over to give him a blessing and learn the etiquette of the Han tribe in style. "Well, I'm relieved to see that you are all fine. I have been busy with the production line of the mint recently and got a few cars out by the way. These are called bicycles, also called bicycles. Although they look weird, they have the great advantage is that this is a vehicle that can be ridden without livestock. It is faster and less laborious than walking. You will know it when you see it." Luo Chong greeted a few people and introduced the bicycle. "This cart is for riding?" Xiao Dai couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She had seen both pulled carts and pushed carts, but riding on it did not require a cart pulled by animals. "This is really the first time I've seen it. Not to mention that I've never seen it before, I just can't even think of it. I have only heard of riding horses, riding oxen, riding donkeys, riding deers, and riding elephants, but those are all living creatures after all. How should I ride this inanimate car? Do I need to whip?" Luo Chong has never thought about marriage. It's not that he is noble or doesn't like Tang Yao, but he thinks that with the strength of the Han tribe, he can take down the Tang tribe by his own ability. There is no need to use marriage. Despicable political tactics. To be honest, in this primitive era full of ignorance and backwardness, Tang Yao's appearance and her current Han tribal dress, as well as her knowledge and kindness, are enough to be regarded as middle to upper class beauty. Let's talk about Luo Chong. It's a lie that I haven't been tempted, but there is no need to deliberately get close to the Tang tribe in order to win over it. What he wanted was mutual love, not coercion and conspiracy. If Tang Yao also liked him and the Han tribe, Luo Chong would naturally not mind accepting her, but that had nothing to do with his plan to conquer the Tang tribe. What relationship? Having made his attitude clear, Xiao Dai couldn't continue to say anything, and Luo Chong didn't express anything deliberately, so the relationship between him and Tang Yao was actually still in an attitude of letting things develop. Luo Chong has many things to be busy with, and he really can't take care of so many children's personal affairs for the time being. On the fourth day after Luo Chong returned to Hanyang City, a small two-masted sailboat suddenly came from the north. It did not go directly to the Day's waterway in the upper reaches of the Luyang River, but came from the upper reaches of the Ruyang River. Stopped directly at the pier of Hanyang City. As soon as the ship docked, someone went to the city to report Luo Chong. Only when he rode his bicycle to the dock did he know the purpose of the ship. This is a sailboat sailing from Yui's frontline base. Not long after Yui left last year, Luo Chong ordered them to bring some crystals back to him when Yui came back and passed by the crystal mine. But this guy has been busy collecting people for the last year, and he has done nothing and has no shame to come back. The matter of the crystal mine has been delayed like this. However, after Luo Chong sent more personnel and material support last winter, this guy finally remembered that there was still such a task that had not been completed, so when the ice and snow had just melted in the spring, Yi sent people to collect a boatload. The crystal was sent back specially. As for himself, he still didn't dare to come back. He didn't know whether he was really busy or just avoiding him. He was probably afraid of delaying Luo Chong's affairs, so he didn't dare to come back. Luo Chong looked at the crystals on the ship, but he did not embarrass the crew members. They were not decision-makers, and there was no use in making things difficult for them. The most serious thing was to quickly turn these crystals into useful tools. Although the Han tribe has the ability to make various glass products, the glass made of quartz sand is still inferior to crystal glass in some aspects of performance. This is not a problem of craftsmanship, but is determined by the properties of the material. Luo Chong has never let anyone try to make a telescope. In fact, he is still waiting for this batch of ore. There is no doubt that for tools such as telescopes that require extremely high light transmission, ordinary glass is really not good, but crystal mine is different. Its composition is pure enough, and the high-quality silica ensures the absolute purity of crystal glass. In terms of light transmission and heat resistance, crystal glass is superior. In addition to being used to make optical instruments, crystal glass with heat resistance is also an excellent material for making chemical laboratory utensils. Some beakers and test tubes that need to be heated need to have high heat resistance. However, ordinary quartz glass has a melting point of 500 to 600 degrees, which obviously cannot be used. This is why he specifically asked Yi to bring some crystals back last year. With the development of the Han tribe's shipbuilding and navigation fields, the Han tribe's need for telescopes has become more and more urgent. Now that the materials are in place, this killer weapon known as clairvoyance can finally be put on the agenda. It's just that Luo Chong can't remember much useful knowledge about telescope technology. He remembers a lot about chemistry, but he has almost forgotten about lenses in junior high school physics. The only thing I can think of is that the telescope seems to be made of a combination of convex and concave lenses. If it is a combination of convex and convex lenses, it will probably be a microscope. In addition, the telescope seems to have a combination of convex and concave or convex and concave or something. I don't remember this clearly. Military binoculars have to go through refraction because the distance between the eyepieces is smaller than the objective lens. Just install a prism. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Fortunately, the current research institute of the Han tribe has certain research and development capabilities. Science has never been the result of attention, but a process of seeking the truth through continuous verification, so it's not a big deal. Times, you can always find the most suitable combination and data. So Luo Chong immediately wrote down some concepts and basic theories about telescopes, as well as general experimental directions, and then immediately sent personal soldiers to send these important information and a ship full of crystals directly to the research institute on the island in the middle of the lake. The first step of research and development is not to find a lens combination, but to use these crystals to trial produce a batch of concave and convex lenses of various focal lengths. Only with these parts and equipment can we proceed to the next step of experimental verification. And when the top craftsmen from the Han tribe at the institute got this information, they were even more overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the leader's imagination exploded again, and he actually came up with the idea of using glass to create artificial clairvoyance, and it was said that it was real. It's possible. Because several people in the institute had participated in the manufacture of convex lenses. When Luo Chong was engraving currency templates, he specially asked someone to make magnifying glasses. When those craftsmen made the magnifying glasses, they also wanted to make them surprise with special mirrors. According to the information provided by Luo Chong and their own understanding, the principle of this thing is probably to use the special function of a magnifying glass to infinitely magnify small scenes in the distance. In this way, people can see things clearly at a distance. That being said, this thing is indeed feasible in theory. After coming to this conclusion, a group of researchers suddenly became very motivated and set up a special telescope research team that day. They first used molds to cast a batch of lenses of various types. At the same time, Luo Chong's information also specifically gave a reminder that compared with lenses of the same diameter, the difference in the thickness of the center will lead to changes in the focal length, that is, the magnification factor will change. Such a magical theory makes these researchers such as intoxicated. They don't care about money and honor, because they don't lack these, and the leader has already given them what they can. The reason why these researchers like working here is because they can often come into contact with the latest technology mastered by the leader in the research institute. This greatly satisfies their curiosity about the various rules and laws of the world. After all, people have a desire for knowledge, but most people seek knowledge in different directions. After handing over the research and development plan, Luo Chong ignored it for the time being. After several months of construction, Han tribe's new university town is about to be completed and put into use. He has already made a complete development direction for the medical school, but he has not yet made plans for other disciplines. Now it is time to put these. An advanced version of the education system has been developed. It's hard to say what literary creation is. It must develop slowly over time. However, regarding various administrative needs, the Han tribe is somewhat thirsty for talents. Agricultural colleges are indispensable, as are construction and water conservancy. In the future, when developing ships to go to sea, a shipping or shipbuilding college will also be added. In addition, a polytechnic college that pursues truth, and a political and legal major that maintains social security are all indispensable. Major. Many of the students in the schools before the Han tribe had good grades and were already employed in the tribe. Some became clerks, some became craftsmen, and some went directly to research institutes as calculators. Mathematics talents are very scarce there. Many students enter graduate schools and continue to study while participating in work. Now, for better development in the future, these disciplines must also be organized systematically, striving to spread as much of the education of the Han tribe and the knowledge he has learned as possible during Luo Chong's lifetime. Refresh the rest tomorrow morning. In addition to being used to make optical instruments, crystal glass with heat resistance is also an excellent material for making chemical laboratory utensils. Some beakers and test tubes that need to be heated need to have high heat resistance. However, ordinary quartz glass has a melting point of 500 to 600 degrees, which obviously cannot be used. This is why he specifically asked Ju Yi to bring some crystals back last year. With the development of the Han tribe's shipbuilding and navigation fields, the Han tribe's need for telescopes has become more and more urgent. Now that the materials are in place, this killer weapon known as clairvoyance can finally be put on the agenda. It's just that Luo Chong can't remember much useful knowledge about telescope technology. He remembers a lot about chemistry, but he has almost forgotten about lenses in junior high school physics. The only thing I can think of is that the telescope seems to be made of a combination of convex and concave lenses. If it is a combination of convex and convex lenses, it will probably be a microscope. In addition, the telescope seems to have a combination of convex and concave or convex and concave or something. I don't remember this clearly. Military binoculars have to go through refraction because the distance between the eyepieces is smaller than the objective lens. Just install a prism. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Fortunately, the current research institute of the Han tribe has certain research and development capabilities. Science has never been the result of attention, but a process of seeking the truth through continuous verification, so it's not a big deal. You can always find the most suitable combination and data. So Luo Chong immediately wrote down some concepts and basic theories about telescopes, as well as general experimental directions, and then immediately sent personal soldiers to send these important information and a ship full of crystals directly to the research institute on the island in the middle of the lake. The first step of research and development is not to find a lens combination, but to use these crystals to trial produce a batch of concave and convex lenses with various focal lengths. Only with these parts and equipment can we proceed to the next step of experimental verification. And when the top craftsmen from the Han tribe at the institute got this information, they were even more overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the leader's imagination exploded again, and he actually came up with the idea of using glass to create artificial clairvoyance, and it was said that it was real. It's possible. Because several people in the institute had participated in the manufacture of convex lenses. When Luo Chong was engraving currency templates, he specially asked someone to make magnifying glasses. When those craftsmen made the magnifying glasses, they also wanted to make them surprise with special mirrors. According to the information provided by Luo Chong and their own understanding, the principle of this thing is probably to use the special function of a magnifying glass to infinitely magnify small scenes in the distance. In this way, people can see things clearly at a distance. That being said, this thing is indeed feasible in theory. After coming to this conclusion, a group of researchers suddenly became very motivated and set up a special telescope research team that day. They first used molds to cast a batch of lenses of various types. At the same time, Luo Chong's information also specifically gave a reminder that compared with lenses of the same diameter, the different thicknesses in the center will lead to changes in the focal length. That is, the magnification factor will change. Such a magical theory makes these researchers such as intoxicated. They don't care about money and honor, because they don't lack these, and the leader has already given them what they can. The reason why these researchers like working here is because they can often come into contact with the latest technology mastered by the leader in the research institute. This greatly satisfies their curiosity about the various rules and laws of the world. After all, people have a desire for knowledge, but most people seek knowledge in different directions. After handing over the research and development plan, Luo Chong ignored it for the time being. After several months of construction, Han tribe's new university town is about to be completed and put into use. He has already made a complete development direction for the medical school, but he has not yet made plans for other disciplines. Now it is time to put these. An advanced version of the education system has been developed. It's hard to say what literary creation is. It must develop slowly over time. However, regarding various administrative needs, the Han tribe is somewhat thirsty for talents. Agricultural colleges are indispensable, as are construction and water conservancy. In the future, when developing ships to go to sea, a shipping or shipbuilding college will also be added. In addition, a polytechnic college that pursues truth, and a political and legal major that maintains social security are all indispensable. Major. Many of the students in the schools before the Han tribe had good grades and were already employed in the tribe. Some became clerks, some became craftsmen, and some went directly to research institutes as calculators. Mathematics talents are very scarce there. Many students enter graduate schools and continue to study while participating in work. Now, for better development in the future, these disciplines must also be organized systematically, striving to spread as much of the education of the Han tribe and the knowledge he has learned as possible during Luo Chong's lifetime. A convoy of several bicycles crossed the wooden bridge. After riding for about an hour, the family soon arrived at Shuifu County, Ruyang County. The medical school has been basically completed, and Luo Chong's medicinal herbs have been transported to the plantation in advance. By the time they arrived, the medicinal herbs were almost finished transplanting. Plant transplanting must be done when it is cloudy. Unfortunately, the weather has been sunny these days. According to Qin Tianjian's forecast, the same will be true in the next few days. There was no other way. In order to transplant the herbs as quickly as possible, Luo Chong could only ask people to transplant them at night to avoid being burned to death by the sun during transportation during the day. In addition to the dozens of medicinal herbs brought by Tang Yao, there are also many medicinal herbs collected by the Han tribe over the years, most of which were contributed by the original Snake tribe. It is a trauma medicine similar to ginger. After it is dried and ground into powder, it can be applied directly to the wound. It has the effect of stopping bleeding and anti-inflammatory. Similar to the tree with red sap mentioned by the big tree, it can be used to clean wounds. Disinfection can also have a certain anti-inflammatory effect, but it has almost no effect on hemostasis. Others include the highly poisonous thorn vine, a smelly grass that has the function of awakening and inducing vomiting. It is said that the juice of this plant has the function of awakening and inducing vomiting. The explanation of the effect is also very straightforward. It means literally, if a comatose person smells this, if you plant the sap, you will be woken up immediately by the smell. If you smell it, you will vomit directly. Just terrible. However, everything has its role. Stinky grass is definitely a rare medicine in first aid and detoxification. However, this wonderful medicine must be used and harvested now. It may be because its stink is too strong and evaporates too quickly. The reason is that it will lose its effect in a few minutes, and the juice will evaporate quickly if it is directly exposed to the air, which greatly limits the scope of use. Regarding this situation, Luo Chong's suggestion is to make it into an ointment similar to essential oils, put it in a small bottle and use it like a snuff bottle. Anyway, it is something for smelling, and he only gives the development direction and not directly involved in research. That's the job of medical school. Therefore, not only do we need to grow smelly grass here, we also need to conduct experiments on drug processing, from the original grabbing a handful of grass and eating it raw, to processing it into Chinese patent medicines to improve the shelf life and scope of use. This is also one of the research directions of the medical school. There are many similar medicines with all kinds of weird effects. Most of them are common sense of life passed down from the ancestors of some small tribes, just like the leader of the previous generation took the initiative to find dandelions for Luo Chong to treat his wounds. Although most tribes do not have written inheritance, there is a lot of knowledge about medicinal herbs in the life skills that have been passed down orally from ancestors for generations. When wild cats get sick, they will go to the mountains to find herbs to eat. Animals with high intelligence like humans cannot be dumber than cats. After tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years, no tribe can cure the disease. Sick herbs. It's just that most of them are repeated. After viewing the plantation, Luo Chong led everyone to the animal breeding center. Most of the animals used by the Han tribe for medical experiments are rabbits and dogs. These two creatures are inexpensive and have large yields, so they are very suitable for experiments. As for the white mice that were often heard in previous lives, they are in this world. Haven't seen it yet. In addition, the Animal Breeding Center also breeds many animal medicinal materials. For example, poisonous snakes, snake sloughs, cicada sloughs, toad skins, sheep horns, tortoise shells, deer antlers, donkey skin gelatin, poisonous insects, etc. are also very useful medicinal materials. Looking at the venomous snake in the cage, Xiao Luoqing was so frightened that he screamed, but he still couldn't help but wanted to go over and find out. This conflict between fear and curiosity was reflected in the heart of a little boy who was not even 2 weeks old. There is something inexplicably cute about the child. After leaving the animal breeding center, the group visited the teaching building and dormitory building. This was similar to other schools, but the glass windows installed on these buildings were widely praised. These are the glass windows recently installed on the island in the middle of the lake. Made with great effort in the workshop. The off-campus hospital is still under construction. Fortunately, the medical school has not officially admitted students yet, so it doesn't matter if the off-campus hospital is temporarily closed. After a tour, Luo Chong took his wife and children to have a picnic in the school garden, played ball with the 2 children, and then went home. Since Shuifu County is not far from Hanyang City and can be reached by bicycle in an hour, Tang Yao still lives in Luo Chong's home. When the school officially starts, she will have to commute back and forth to get off work every day. It was May, and the Han tribes had gradually digested the gains brought by this war, but the Maodan and Xian tribes were the most difficult to accept for the losing side. In a small mountain tribe on the south bank of Honghu Lake in the grassland, Mao Dun was lying in a tent in a daze. His left arm was wrapped in white linen, but it was soaked with red blood and yellow thick water. The tent exuded an unpleasant rancid smell. In the initial battle of Kaiyuan City, Mao Dun was shot in the left arm by an arrow while escaping. The injury from the arrow was never properly treated due to the continuous attacks from behind by the Han tribe. Later, with the successive raids, the Han tribe caused huge losses, and a large number of herdsmen were captured. The development of the situation made the proud Mao Dun begin to fail. As the weather gradually became hotter, the arrow wound on his left arm finally began to worsen. The remaining few hundred blood relatives and personal guards escorted him to a mountain forest valley southeast of Coast Guard, where they discovered a small tribe of savages who lived by hunting, gathering, and fishing, with a population of only 500 to 600. However, he was easily defeated by Mao Dun's personal guards. After all, no matter how weak they are still the best cavalry on the grassland. Conquering such a small tribe is not a problem, there is no doubt about it. The leaders and other high-ranking officials of the small tribe were quickly slaughtered. The remaining women were usurped by Motan's relatives, and the men were beaten into slaves to herd the remaining more than 1,000 livestock for them. However, Mao Dun's injury became more and more serious. The wound gradually became inflamed, red, and swollen. After several times of cutting out the flesh, detoxifying, and cleaning the wound, his injury could not help but not get better. Instead, it became more and more serious. Without good trauma medicine treatment, he had fallen into a trap. Had a fever for days. This arm was considered useless. Even if the injury could be healed, he would forever lose the ability to hold a bow and shoot arrows. However, it was impossible for him to recover well. The high fever persisted for a long time. In fact, Mao Dun had been unconscious for several days. Maybe tonight, he would completely cool down. On the other side of the strait, the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe were also very depressed. They invested too much in the Battle of Kaiyuan City, including a large amount of sea salt, bamboo arrows, copper spears, and bamboo armor. Of course, these are not nothing. The most important thing is in fact, they are still the young relatives of the great elders of the commanding sect. It was an army formed entirely by our own people. 3,000 young men was not a small number. However, since they were sent out, they never came back. This was undoubtedly a huge loss. Even for the Han tribe, this kind of loss is huge. Although a county of the Han tribe has a population of tens of thousands, but that also includes the old, weak, women and children. If all are counted according to the young and strong, the largest county of the Han tribe, it is impossible to take out 3,000 people at once. What's more, these people were the main force in the Qingshu tribe's leadership system, and now they are all gone. On the appointed day, the army did not come back. Commander Qingshu eagerly came to the bridgehead of the undercover bridge to wait, and then watched the ebb and flow of the tide. When the seawater flooded the undercover bridge again, he still did not see the shadow of the army, and did not even see the shadow of the army. There was no one sent by Mao Dun to report the news. Commander Qingshu was not a fool. He quickly realized something was wrong, which triggered his suspicions about the situation of the battle. War is nothing more than a victory or defeat, but in this situation, the results are very limited. Either Mao Dun's coalition forces were defeated and all 3,000 of his own men were killed in the battle. The Han tribe took advantage of the situation to pursue Mao Dun, who had completely fled to some nook and cranny. However, Commander Qingshu did not think that such a situation would happen. He knew how many people there were in Mao Dun. There were so many people in the coalition this time. Even if the Han tribe was super capable of fighting and one person could fight 10, Kaiyuan City could still have so many people. No matter how many people there are, even if the Han tribe performs exceptionally well, they can at most be tied with Mao Dun, and no one can do anything to the other. However, the current situation is that not only are 3,000 of his troops gone, but Mao Dun has not even sent a messenger. This is not normal at all. Another result was that Mao Dun successfully defeated the Han tribe and occupied Kaiyuan City. Then he violated the previous agreement, dominated Kaiyuan City, and detained his 3,000 troops. According to Mao Dun's previous record of obstructing the carriage trade between the Han and Qingshu tribes and withholding a large amount of supplies, it is very likely that he would have done this. If this were the case, then their Qingshu tribe would have suffered a huge loss. When he thought that his huge investment might have resulted in such a result, he couldn't help but want to vomit 3 liters of blood. The impatient Commander Qingshu immediately made a decision and sent hundreds of people into dozens of teams on bamboo rafts. He and his canoe crossed the strait about 20 kilometers wide and went to the grassland to find out the situation. The scouts set off quickly, and a small team successfully landed on the prairie continent. Then they rented or bought some horses from nearby herdsmen through the white salt they carried, and then traveled in groups of 2s and 3s to various parts of the prairie in search of Moton and news of the war between the Han tribes. Some people first went to the former territories of Moton to see if the people from Moton had returned. However, when they arrived at a territory, all they saw were dilapidated tent skeletons, and the felt on them had long been burned. The ashes, and not even a stink, indicate that these marks were made a long time ago. Several Qian tribe scouts dismounted to check and found traces of war everywhere. There were also many rotten animal skins and livestock skeletons in the camp. When they opened a collapsed tent, they suddenly emerged from it. Several red and black foxes bared their teeth and roared at a few people, then ran away and disappeared. When several scouts took a closer look, they also found several human skeletons pressed under the tent. It was obvious that these were eaten by wild beasts after they died. What happened? Who was attacked here? Why didn't anyone collect the bodies or occupy the camp after the attack? They finally conquered this place, didn't they just want to occupy it and run it themselves? No useful information was obtained, but it turns out that the camp behind Maodan was attacked by unknown forces and has not recovered yet. This is already bad news. 2 more Moton camps were explored in succession, and they were still the same. The successive discoveries proved that Moton might have suffered a major defeat and even lost his own nest. This undoubtedly explained a lot of problems. Once again, they came to a stronghold outside Moton. They were familiar with this place. It was a relatively large stronghold owned by Moton. Many important materials that the Qian tribe had previously transported to Moton were all stored here. They couldn't wait to enter the camp to find Moton for questioning, so they immediately rode up and found a lot of herdsmen grazing far away. The scouts felt relieved. Fortunately, they finally saw living people. The presence of herdsmen and livestock meant that this place had not been attacked by the enemy yet, so they immediately ran towards the livestock herds and herdsmen. However, before they could say a word to the herdsmen, a strong reflection flashed in their eyes on the hillside in the distance. They set up an arbor and took a closer look, only to find that it was a group of more than 30 riders in red robes and silver armor. The leader of the cavalry was holding a black and red flag of the Han tribe. At first glance, he was the unique general flag officer of the Han tribe. In an instant, countless questions came to my mind. Isn't this Moton's territory? Why did the cavalry of the Han tribe appear? Why didn't those herdsmen run away? What on earth is going on here? Before they had time to think about it, the Han tribe cavalry over there had already swung their whips and clamped their horses under their belly and started to speed up. It seemed that they were not here to welcome them. Several scouts were so frightened that they ran away on the spot, but they did not run far away. After dark, they sneaked in again, hoping to spy on some useful information at night. The horses were hidden in the woods not far away. The 2 scouts carefully lay down in the grass and moved forward quietly, finally arriving at the outskirts of the camp. By the light of countless bonfires and carbide lamps, a city wall as tall as one person has been built in the distance. There are also a large number of tents and corrals outside the city, representing the number of people living here. On the periphery of the camp, the military camp with the banner of the Han tribe is particularly eye-catching. Farther away by the lake, a brick and stone dock is also gradually extending into the lake. There is no doubt that the camp in Maodan has been permanently occupied by the Han tribe. They also built a dock for ships to dock and a city to defend the enemy. In this way, the defeat of the Maodan coalition army is almost certain. Facts, otherwise how could his territory be occupied by the Han tribe? The 2 scouts looked at each other and then quietly crawled towards the woods not far away. They were ready to spread the news back to Bamboo Island as soon as possible. More than half a month later, when the scouts from each team returned to Zhudao, the senior officials of the Qian tribe finally figured out the truth of the matter after gathering intelligence. The Maodan coalition was finished, and all their 3,000 young men were gone. On the night when Commander Qian was discussing this matter with several great elders, several Jinwu Guard spies lurking around the great elders also delivered the news to the imprisoned Niue's ears. Buxiu, who had been imprisoned for half a year, looked very haggard, but after hearing the news, his eyes could not help but shine. he knew that his chance to get out had come. "I've been a little busy these 2 days, I'm sorry everyone, I'll try my best to adjust my time in the future, QAQ." In fact, as the conflict between the Maodan and Xian tribes and the Han tribe continued to intensify, intelligence information from both sides had been interrupted for a long time, especially those Jinwei intelligence personnel lurking at the top of the Xian tribe. Because they were under the sight of the senior officials of the Xian tribe, they could not use the Azuka giant eagle to deliver messages, which would be too conspicuous. Therefore, contact with these senior intelligence personnel had always been resolved through person-to-person transmission. However, as the Xian tribe became more vigilant against the Han tribe, the method that previously allowed the envoys to communicate in the name of traitors had to be discontinued. Therefore, Niuwei had actually not received any news about the Han tribe for a long time. During the winter, he had heard that Commander Xian was planning to win over Motan to start a war against the Han tribe's Kaiyuan county. Later, several intelligence officers inquired about this and verified this. The Xian tribe continued to transport supplies from Zhudao to Maodan through the hidden bridge, and even summoned 3,000 bamboo armor soldiers to go to the grassland in winter to participate in this conference. War. These are all made up of the young men of the clan who lead the great elders. How could the Jinwu Guard intelligence officers, who were the key members of several great elders, not know this news? However, they temporarily lost contact with the tribe and could not transmit this important information back to the tribe, so after weighing it again and again, they had no choice but to inform Niuwei first. After all, Niuwei had sworn allegiance to his leader. As the people closest to the top of the Xian tribe, all the intelligence officers knew it. After Niuwei learned the news, he was not worried about the Han tribe at all. In his opinion, no matter how many troops the Modu and Xian tribes brought out, it would be meaningless to Kaiyuan County. They could not attack Kaiyuan County. Even if it is defeated, the Han tribe will only lose a piece of land. With the sufficient resources of the Han tribe, they can find a place to build a new city by the lake. The worst thing is that they will waste another 2 or 3 years. It is not surprising that Ushio has such confidence. After living in the Han tribe for more than a year, he is very clear about the real role of the city, which is defense. As far as the current attack methods are concerned, no army can break the city. It's still his old habit. Thinking from his perspective, when this guy lived in Hanyang City, he often observed the city defense of Hanyang City, and even simulated countless siege methods in his mind. The final conclusion he came to is that if the city has sufficient reserves, if so, no army would be able to break the city. The city of Kaiyuan County is a special existence. Its geographical location is very special. It is backed by a lake and waterway. A half-circle of city walls extends directly into the lake, and even the docks are protected. On the front of the city, it is reported that there is currently only a towering inner city, and an outer city will be built in the future. Niuwei didn't know if the outer city had been built yet, but even if there was only the inner city, it would be impossible for Mao Dun to attack it, because as long as the Han tribe was willing, they could take the waterway from the lake to Kaiyuan City at any time to continuously replenish troops and supplies. Even if Mao Dun, after 10 years of being surrounded outside, Kaiyuan City can still receive a steady stream of supplies through the lake behind it. The biggest disadvantage of Mao Dun was that it had no boats. If the Han tribe had hostile water forces, and combined with the cavalry on the grassland, they might really have a chance to break through Kaiyuan City, but in fact this did not exist. Another point is that although Ushio has enough confidence in Kaiyuan City, he still has some vague expectations. In other words, he hopes that the Xian tribe and Mao Dun will join forces to cause trouble for the Han tribe. In this way, the power of the three parties will definitely deteriorate rapidly. With his strong confidence in the Han tribe, it is absolutely impossible for the Han tribe to lose. At that time, both the Mao Dun and Xian tribes will kneel under the authority of the Han tribe. Maybe at that time I will have a chance to go out. Sure enough, the development of the facts was not much different from their analysis. Originally, he thought that the Han tribe would stick to the city and compete with the Maodun coalition forces for consumption and time, and finally break the deadlock of the war and achieve the goal of defeating the Maodun and Xian tribes. But in fact, the Han tribe did not stick to the city, but chose to use the huge power of artillery to fight Maodun outside the city. Although the process was very different, the result was the same, even worse than he thought. The Han tribe actually directly defeated Maodun, and the Xian tribe also suffered huge irreparable losses. Not surprisingly, after learning the outcome of the battle, the entire Xian tribe's top brass panicked. They began to fear the terrifying combat power of the Han tribe, and worried that the Han tribe would attack at any time. Ushio was still struggling internally, whether he should cooperate with the spies to escape from prison, or stay here and wait for the Han tribe to attack. For a while, he began to fall into deep thought. On the other side of Commander Xian's place, several great elders were still discussing with anger, sadness, or doubt. How on earth did the Han tribe defeat so many armies? Didn't their city only have 4,000 or 5,000 warriors? And Modu and our army had a full 60,000 people. How on earth did they win? Commander Xian was still struggling. Thinking about this problem is actually just a kind of self-paralysis caused by his unwillingness to face this fact. Since he couldn't accept it now, he could just subconsciously hypnotize himself and tell him that all this was false. However, several other elders forced him to face reality seriously. Now was not the time to evade responsibility. Commander, there is no point in pursuing these reasons now. According to the summary of the scout reports from multiple teams, this Kaiyuan battle was a complete failure. Not only was Modu's army annihilated, he also lost all his territories. Now these territories, among them, the place with the best resources, has been occupied by the Han tribe, and they are still building cities. It is obvious that they cannot be there for the past. Elder Jean also stressed very worriedly. They no longer care whether Maodun died or not. What they care most about now is how their soldiers are doing. Whether they all died in the battle. If they died in the battle, it would be okay. If not, should they find a way to pass? Pay a ransom to get people back. But as soon as this idea was proposed, it was immediately rejected by others. We don't know whether those soldiers are dead or not, but we absolutely cannot admit that they are soldiers sent by our Xian tribe. This will only anger the Han tribe, which is equivalent to pointing at their noses and telling them that it is the Xian tribe who is behind this. Elder Sheng was the first to object. Give up your stupid idea. Do you think the Han tribe can't see that we are causing trouble? Don't forget the weapons used by the Maodun coalition. Also, once our warriors are captured by the Han tribe, do you expect them to keep the tribe's secrets? Elder Baijin expressed a different opinion. It doesn't matter whether the Han tribe knows about it or not. What matters is what the Han tribe's attitude is towards us. Is there any movement from the mission? After thinking for a moment, Commander Xian also expressed his attitude. That's not true. The elder, who often interacted with the envoys, replied. Everyone began to think deeply again, and the meeting had to be temporarily suspended. It is useless to panic now. Maodun is already finished. Then the Xian tribe will lose the initiative in this game. Should they continue to fight? Should they negotiate to quell the war, or continue to fight to the death? It all depends on the attitude of the Han tribe towards them. There was silence in the living room for a long time, and the quiet and oppressive atmosphere was finally broken by Elder Jin's suggestion. Our current discussion is meaningless. Perhaps it is time to make the final decision. Should we surrender and accept the rule of the Han tribe, or should we rise up to resist and fight them to the end? Of course, you know that we are now with strength. This battle will be difficult. Commander Xian did not speak immediately, but clenched his fists involuntarily and stared at Elder Jean, whom he valued most in the past. This guy actually dared to discuss surrender in front of him. It was really abominable, but now he couldn't do it without the support of these people, and he really had no choice. Of course we have to fight. We have already attacked the Han tribe. Do you still expect the Han tribe to let us go? Maybe the civilians will not be made trouble, but once we surrender, we will almost certainly die. The end. Do you want to die? Elder Shung also emphasized their current situation again and vowed to follow the Xian tribe to the death. In fact, they really had no choice. Each of the several great elders present had real power. They either controlled metal mining, livestock raising, or tool manufacturing. They were all the top family forces of the Xian tribe. If they surrendered to the Han tribe, even if Luo Chong chooses to spare their lives, he probably won't give them any more power to maintain their large family and luxurious life. Then let's fight. This will make it easier to discuss. How should we fight? Elder Qi suddenly suggested after looking at everyone's reactions. I don't think it's necessary to fight, at least not now. Elder Jean said shockingly again. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he continued. As I said just now, it is not up to us to decide whether to fight or not. It depends on the attitude of the Han tribe towards us. However, judging from the current reaction of the mission, they should have no plans to attack us in the short term. Everyone nodded in affirmation upon hearing this. Elder Jean said again, so in order to maintain this special relationship now, I think we need to make some concessions. We must take the initiative to negotiate with the Han tribe and agree to allow them to promote Han tribe currency in the Xian tribe. Commander Xian immediately glared at him after hearing this, but Elder Jean continued. Don't be angry if Datong is ahead, listen to me first. Agreeing to open currency circulation rights is a disguised show of weakness, telling the Han tribe that we actually don't want to fight, but the Han tribe is too powerful. Now we have figured it out, it doesn't matter if we give up some currency rights. We don't have currency anyway. But we cannot give up this currency circulation right for nothing. Do you still remember the plan Yue mentioned before? The Han tribe will definitely use a large amount of iron in exchange for the copper in our hands. This is our opportunity. We can take the opportunity to stockpile steel, and then ask the Han tribe for the technology to make iron tools as compensation for giving up currency rights. In addition, we also have the technology to build ships. Even if we are not given the technology to build ships, we must still give us some large ships, and also it cannot be less, and we can pay more for this, such as white salt. With ships, iron and blacksmithing technology, we can manufacture weapons and armor in large quantities. In addition, we can also collect the fleeing skirmishers from the grassland and bring them to Bamboo Island to replenish our troops. Now that Mao Dun can't be found, I believe these people will be very willing to come to Zhudao and leave the site of the Han tribe. In this way, we have soldiers, weapons, food, salt, and ships. We can stop the Han tribe's ships outside the island, and then capture all the envoys on the island and force them to hand over with regard to the shipbuilding technology of the Han tribe. Within a few decades, at least we will not lag too far behind the Han tribe. As long as we focus on development on the island, we will one day surpass the Han tribe. Elder Jin's words can be said to have emboldened everyone. Everyone felt that this was a good idea. They just gave up a currency circulation right that did not belong to them in the first place, and they could exchange it from the Han tribe. A lot of iron and blacksmithing skills, and a lot of ships. Recruit a group of warriors from the grassland, with weapons from the Han tribe and people from the grassland. If they can at most provide some craftsmen and food, they can have an army that can compete with the Han tribe. Why not? So the plan was quickly finalized. Several elders divided their work. Elder Qi was responsible for the technology, Elder Xing went to negotiate with the Han tribe. Elder Jin was responsible for organizing and training the army, Elder Shi was responsible for coordinating the food and grass, and Elder Bai Jin was responsible for going to the grassland to collect Maoduan's defeated troops, or it can be called recruiting troops. A few days later, when Bestia from the mission heard that Elder Shi had come to negotiate with him and asked for the release of currency circulation rights in exchange for technology and ships, Bestia was immediately puzzled as to what the senior officials of the Qian tribe were playing. What a moth! He didn't dare to make the decision on such a major event, so he had to write a letter asking Luo Chong for his opinion. This back and forth lasted 5 or 6 days. During this period, due to the Qian tribe's proactive overtures, Bestia was able to send out traders again to re-establish communication with the Qian tribe's high-level intelligence personnel. The two parties quickly got in touch again and revealed all the contents of the Qian tribe's new plan. Go out. But in the distant city of Hanyang, Luo Chong held the letter and smiled with an unknown meaning. The Qian tribe was still dreaming of dealing with him. Judging from their arrangement, they probably hadn't heard of the power of cannons. After thinking about it, Luo Chong decided to temporarily agree to the Qian tribe. Both sides could each take what they needed. Anyway, he first let the Han tribe get familiar with the terrain of Zhudao and formulate a detailed attack and occupation plan. As for the boats that the Qian tribe wants, this is easy to handle. It doesn't matter if you give them a few boats. Anyway, agree first. At worst, you can drag them. If you can't hold them back, you can also use teaching. Anyway, even if you give them one boat, Qian, it is impossible for the tribe to open immediately. Luo Chong also had his own considerations in making such a decision. The Han tribe had just experienced a war. If they wanted to fully digest the spoils of war, or to manage the land and population that they had robbed, they still needed a period of time. In addition, Fubawai's fleet needs training, and the 10,000 young herders brought to Takumi County also need to be reorganized into an army. Now is not the best time to launch a war against Takashima. Although the Qian tribe has much fewer troops than Maodun, going to war with the Qian tribe and going to war with Maodun are completely different things. When fighting against Maodun, the Han tribe was on the defensive as a whole. As long as they blocked Maoduan's attack and preserved the construction achievements of Kaiyuan County, the battle would be considered won. Moreover, the two sides would fight a decisive battle from the beginning, and the pursuit of Maodun was also focused on people. But Zhudao is different. The strategic purpose of the Han tribe is to fully occupy the land and population of the entire Zhudao. Therefore, the number of troops required is much greater than that of the grassland battle, because every time a place is conquered, it must be divided into garrison troops and maintained. The early stage of public security would not make much sense otherwise, just defeating the group of direct descendants, led by Qian. Luo Chong had already expected that these guys would probably not dare to fight a decisive battle with the Han tribe. If he were Commander Qian, he would definitely avoid a head-on collision with the Han tribe and use the local combat advantages to fight against the Han tribe by relying on the right time, place and people. Guerrilla warfare or an ambush is the best way. The Qian tribe wants to buy time, and Luo Chong doesn't want to buy time. Since the two sides have the same purpose for the time being, it doesn't matter if they cooperate a little. By the way, they can legitimately promote the currency of the Han tribe on Bamboo Island, and they don't have to worry about it after they occupy it. Trouble. Luo Chong's reply was quickly delivered to Bestia, and Bestia immediately started negotiating with Elder Xing in accordance with his order. However, the negotiation was obviously not something that could be completed in a day or two. Both parties needed to fight for their own interests to the maximum, so both sides were constantly testing and guessing for 2 consecutive days. The Qian tribe wanted to directly ask for shipbuilding technology, but the Han tribe was of course unwilling to give it to them. They only agreed to sell them a few single-masted boats. Yes, they were selling them, not giving them away. Of course, the Qingshu tribe could not accept this, so the elder wanted to send someone back to ask the commander for his opinion. But what he didn't expect was that the most trusted person around him, the person he sent back to ask the commander-in-chief for his opinion, not only asked for the commander-in-chief's opinion, but also secretly brought the news about Niue to Bestia. This guy, he is also an intelligence officer of Jinwu Guard. After being imprisoned for less than half a year, and learning that the Qingshu tribe's joint operation with Maodun to deal with the Han tribe failed, and they were once again preparing for war against the Han tribe, Ushio felt that there was no need to stay any longer. If there was another fight this time, it would definitely be a disaster. In the last war between the two tribes of Han and Qingshu, if he continued to be imprisoned, the only outcome would be death, so he wanted to leave. Letting intelligence personnel help him get out of trouble is the best choice, but Ushio does not have the power to directly order them. What's more, the reason why the Han and Qingshu tribes have deteriorated to the situation they are in today is largely due to his previous plan being too hasty. Gushed. He didn't know what the Han tribe's attitude was towards him now, and whether they were still willing to rescue him, so he didn't choose to act rashly. He just asked the intelligence personnel to send a message to the envoy for him, expressing his intention to go out and continue to be loyal to the Han tribe. This news was successfully delivered to Bestia by the confidants around Elder Qi, but Bestia looked at Niue's distress letter and didn't know what to think. He couldn't make the decision himself. First of all, Jing Wuwei's intelligence personnel were not under his control. If he privately ordered them to rescue Ushio and exposed them, it would be more gain than loss. You must know that these people succeeded with great difficulty. He was lurking at the top of the Qingshu tribe, so he had to ask Luo Chong first. So Bestia sent another letter to Luo Chong on the grounds of asking the leader about the terms of the negotiation, telling him about Niue's request for help and asking Luo Chong for his opinion. After Luo Chong got the letter, he thought for a long time whether Ushio was worth rescuing. The answer is clear. This guy does have some talent, but he is too impulsive and eager for quick success. This can be proven whether it is seen from the previous incident of promoting currency or the fact that he personally led a team to the Han tribe as an envoy. A little. It will definitely be no problem to bring him over and become a county guard or something. Besides, after fully occupying Zhudao in the future, there will definitely be a need for a lot of officials. In fact, the Han tribe is already in very short supply of officials. Without him, it will develop too fast. There is a shortage of talents everywhere, no matter what kind of talents, the Han tribe is in short supply. Therefore, even if Ushio has no other value, it is still okay to let him serve as an official, a pastor, and a guardian. It is indeed necessary to rescue him, but it is definitely not to let intelligence personnel rescue him. The risk of exposure in that way is too huge. It was during the negotiation period. It would be great if the oxtail could be obtained directly through negotiation. After Luo Chong thought about it for a while, he quickly wrote a reply and sent it to Bestia. After reading Luo Chong's reply, Bestia understood what he meant, so he found the weapon elder and the two sides started another round of negotiations. In the end, after back-and-forth bargaining, the Han tribe gave away 4 sampans and the trading rights of a sloop and a ketch in exchange for the Qingshu tribe's currency issuance and circulation rights on the entire island, and asked the Qingshu tribe to send merchant elders. Niue assists the mission in currency promotion. During the period of assistance, the Han tribe pays Niue employment remuneration, but Niue must obey the Han tribe's dispatch. It's like just using the trading rights of 2 ships to redeem this guy. The identity of Niue has been known to both parties for a long time, but it has never been made public. Even the original arrest was carried out secretly at night. Even the people of the Qingshu tribe did not know that their elder Shang had been arrested. Imprisonment thing. Commander Xian was immediately furious when he learned that the Han tribe wanted to take Niuei away. This undoubtedly further confirmed Niuei's identity as a traitor, and Commander Xian wanted to kill him quickly. However, several elders headed by Elder Jin persuaded Commander Xian to agree. Ushio had already vomited all the things he knew and could ask about, and it didn't make any sense whether to kill him now. Since the Han tribe was willing in exchange for selling this guy, it would be better to just hand him over and get something useful for the tribe. After venting his anger on his own chair, Commander Xian finally endured his anger and agreed to the condition of handing over the oxtail. The next time, Niuei was naturally let out openly, but when he met Commander Xian, he was scolded extremely rudely and warned him not to say anything to the Han tribe, otherwise he would stay in Xian. Tribal families cannot guarantee the outcome. Having no family at home is not that important in Niuei's eyes. As long as the Han tribe is still willing to use him, there is no need to worry about not having family. Therefore, Ushio didn't take matters seriously with Commander Xian and agreed happily. He just wanted to be free as soon as possible and regain the recognition of the Han tribe. Ushio quickly arrived at the mission where Beastiu was located, but he did not take on any task of promoting currency. Instead, he took a boat directly back to the Han tribe on the pretext of transporting coins to the Han tribe. He wanted to meet Luo Chong. Luo Chong happened to also want to see him. For safety reasons, of course it was safest to recall him to the Han tribe. On the other hand, after the currency promotion of Beast Tooth officially started, good news also came from the Han tribe in the central and northern part of the mainland. The telescope that Luo Chong had people try to build finally showed signs of success. Early that morning, the Institute's telescope development team sent Luo Chong a dozen samples of telescopes, with different lens sizes, different lens combinations, and different tube structures. One of each was made. The method of making a telescope is not difficult. You only need to install 2 lenses on a light shielding tube. The difficulty lies in the focal length, lens size, and combination. Arrive at the top floor office of the Hanyang City Government Building. This is the tallest building in Hanyang City, and is very suitable for telescope observation. The experimenters next to him began to introduce the functions of these different models to Luo Chong, as well as their research results. Chief, we have done a lot of experiments based on your tips and understood the definition of the focal length of a convex lens. At the same time, based on the telescope principle you mentioned, we also tried the law of magnification under different lens combinations. Now we have made this, the batches are all made according to this formula. Oh? What's the formula? Let me tell you. Luo Chong asked curiously about their research results. Dividing the focal length of the objective lens by the focal length of the eyepiece is the magnification factor of the actual scene. This is how we define the telescope magnification. Well, let me try it first. Luo Chong had almost forgotten about the telescope, so he didn't know whether the conclusion they came to was correct or not, so it was difficult to give an evaluation. Anyway, his requirements were not high, as long as it could be used. The smallest model is a bamboo tube. There are 2 in total, about 1 foot long. According to the markings on the tubes, the objective lenses of these 2 telescopes are only 30 mm in diameter. The eyepieces are convex lenses and concave lenses, respectively. This is used for comparison. Among them, the one with a convex lens eyepiece has a magnification of 3 times, while the one with a concave lens has a magnification of 8 times. This aroused Luo Chong's interest. Could it be that under the same size, an eyepiece made of a concave lens could see further? He stood on the windowsill and took a telescope to look at the city wall in the distance. The visual effect of the triple telescope can only be said to be average. It does have a certain telescopic or magnifying effect, but the picture quality is very average. First of all, except for the relatively small field of view. In addition, except for the clear center of the circular lens, the surrounding circle is very blurry, as if a blurring effect has been applied. The experimenter next to him saw Luo Chong's frown, as if he had remembered something, and took the initiative to remind him, "Chief, this bamboo tube threefold mirror, don't put your eyes on it when looking at it, it's best to leave a palm's width. The distance makes it look clearer." "Oh." Luo Chong nodded and did as he was told, not blushing in embarrassment at all, because of the wrong use. I closed my left eye and moved my right eye behind the eyepiece to adjust the position slightly. Sure enough, I found that the field of view was much clearer, and the surrounding blurred scenes were also clear. Only the outermost circle was slightly deformed and distorted, but the overall situation was good. It's just that this strange usage posture doesn't feel like using a telescope, but like a scope on a sniper rifle. Thinking of this, Luo Chong was happy again. Although this model was not suitable for long-distance viewing, it was very suitable as a scope and could be reserved as a technical reserve for the future development of rifles. Then I picked up the 8-fold bamboo tube telescope of the same size and used it in the same way as before. However, this telescope uses a concave lens as the eyepiece. The view is clearer than the previous one. In addition to the smaller field of view, the picture quality is not as good. Blur or dithering is very suitable for development into firearm sights. If nothing else, at least it is very needed by current artillery. Luo Chong silently wrote down this model number, and then began to test other models. There are 4 versions of the 40mm objective lens, including a convex-convex combination monocular with 8 times power, a convex-convex combination monocular with telescopic zoom of 8 to 12 times, a convex-concave combination monocular with 10 times power, and a convex-concave combination monocular telescopic zoom lens from 10x to 30x. Luo Chong tried them one by one and found that the same problem still occurred, that is, the eyes should not be too close to the eyepiece when observing. However, the last one with a zoom of 30 times could almost put the eyes to the eyepiece for viewing, and the mark on it was 30. Bei really wasn't bragging. Standing on the windowsill of his office on the 5th floor of the government building, he could clearly see every rivet on the war drum of the city tower, which was really impressive. If there are any shortcomings, it is that the field of view is smaller, and the things seen are darker than the normal visual scene, and the light transmittance is obviously problematic. What's different about this last one? Why is it so effective? Luo Chong asked the experimenter while holding the last one that was 30 times more effective. Back to the leader, there's not much difference between this one. The only difference is that we replaced the front objective lens with the steamed bun lens you mentioned. Oh, that's it. Luo Chong nodded in understanding. The steamed bun mirror is also a lens he proposed, which is a magnifying glass shaped like a steamed bun. The so-called convex lens can be called a convex lens as long as the edges are thin and the center is thick and transparent. Most normal convex lenses are thin at the edges, and then the center point becomes thicker on both front and back sides. The steamed bun mirror, proposed by Luo Chong, is a light-transmitting lens with thin edges, an almost flat back surface, and thickening on only one side. It is named after its shape like a steamed bun. In fact, it should be called a special-shaped convex lens. But what he didn't expect was that this kind of convex lens would be so effective when used as a telescope. The image quality of the lens was very clear, without blurring or jitter. It had the best effect when used at 10 times magnification. Next, Luo Chong tested other lenses. Among them, the 6 telescopes with a 50mm objective lens diameter were the best, with a basic magnification of 10 times and a maximum magnification of 40 times. At the same time, due to the increase in the size of the objective lens, the viewing angle and passage the light rate is also the most suitable handheld telescope model. Luo Chong immediately designated this 50mm diameter monocular telescope as a military model. He used a metal barrel and a handheld holder with a wrist strap. He first made qualified samples and then mass-produced them. However, there is also the largest telescope in the room waiting for Luo Chong to test. It is a very large telescope with an exaggerated size, with an objective lens diameter of 120 mm and a barrel length of 80 cm. According to the experimenter nearby, this big machine can clearly see the moon and stars at night. A researcher used it to observe the sun during the day and was blinded in one eye because of it. The telescope tube made of thick iron sheet is very thick. It is divided into 4 sections with different diameters, gradually tapering from the front end to the back. The eyepiece at the rear is also very large, with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Luo Chong held up the big guy with both hands and looked at the city wall in the distance. He could even see the small lines on the bricks of the city wall. He turned around again and looked at the dock outside the city. Even the patterns on the faces of the people by the waterside were visible. The wrinkles can be seen clearly. He raised it slightly again, and now he could see the city tower of Xinjiang Shuifu County on the other side. The city wall further down was blocked by the woods and could not be seen. Luo Chong was immediately excited. This was a big killer. If the position was high enough and the field of vision was wide enough, it would be the same even from a distance of 10 kilometers. He immediately asked the experimenter next to him. What's the multiple of this one? Looking back, the magnification of this machine should be 600 times according to our algorithm. The objective lens size is 120 millimeters, the eyepiece is 30 millimeters, the focal length is fixed, and it cannot zoom. It uses a convex-convex combination lens. The experimenter next to him immediately replied. Very good, can this be made bigger? Luo Chong looked at him expectantly. Well, it should be possible. I wonder how big the leader wants to be. When the experimenters heard that the leader liked it, they immediately became happy. They can only have jobs if the leader needs it. Luo Chong thought about it after hearing this. A large telescope like this, with a magnification of 600 times, was enough to be used as a small astronomical telescope. However, he was still not satisfied. If it could be made larger, he decided to in the future, the capital of Han Dynasty will build a magnificent planetarium and install a very large astronomical telescope. Only in this way can it be worthy of his domineering power and lay the foundation for future science. The big man's vision should be towards the stars and the sea, that is the permanent direction. What if we magnify the objective lens 10 times more? Can you do it? 10 times? The experimenter was shocked and quickly calculated. He looked at the leader suspiciously. Did the leader make a mistake? Chief, this 120 millimeters one is very difficult to hold by hand. Because of this, we don't dare to make a larger one. If we magnify it 10 times more, the diameter of the objective lens will be 1 meter and 2. The entire telescope barrel, it must be 7 or 8 meters long. How to use such a large telescope? What is it used for? Did the leader make a mistake? Luo Chong smiled and shook his head. The other party had never seen an astronomical telescope, and of course he did not understand the purpose of doing so. Therefore, he did not blame the other party for his doubts and questions, but only spoke in a guiding light. Didn't you say that someone was blinded because he used it to look at the sun? Since some people know how to use it to observe the stars in the sky, aren't you curious about the stars in the sky? I just want to make a bigger telescope, specially used to watch the stars in the sky. You have to know that there is Qing Tianjian in our tribe. They originally made calendars and agricultural times by observing the sun, moon, and stars. If there is a tool that can help them see more clearly, this will definitely be a great benefit for our Qing Tianjian. Also, in terms of design and production, since you have thought that the telescope is too large to be held in hand, why not install a detachable stand for it, like this tripod stand? As Luo Chong spoke, he turned around and walked back to his desk. He found 3 pencils and put them together to show him what a tripod looked like, how to install a telescope, etc. The researcher was greatly inspired after seeing it. "Chief, how do you install the larger one you just mentioned? And the outer lens barrel? If it is made of iron, it may not be able to support the weight of the giant lens." Luo Chong glanced at this guy and looked down upon this guy's unwillingness to use his own brain. However, in order to avoid detours, he decided to guide him. "First of all, since you know that the huge volume will increase the weight, why don't you think about how to reduce it? Of course, iron sheets must be used for iron sheets. You have to know that we now have rivets and welding technology, so you can use angle irons. Or use iron bars to make a keel-like frame, and then paste the iron sheets on it. This can not only ensure the strength of the structure, but also use thin iron sheets to reduce the weight, so do you understand? As for the stand, you first have to consider its purpose. This is a telescope used to observe stars, so you first have to ensure that it can rotate in all directions and aim in any direction in the sky. Then there is the strength of the structure. The bracket must be able to support the weight of the telescope, and it must be installed firmly to prevent it from falling. Third, you also need to consider post-maintenance. It is best to leave a door on the lens barrel for easy opening. If the lens is damaged, it should also be easy to replace. This is a large piece of equipment, especially the bracket and the telescope itself. It is impossible to throw it away directly if it breaks down. It is so troublesome to make such a big thing. Regarding the later use and maintenance, you must make plans in advance, otherwise in addition to the trouble later, it will be difficult to repair it again. Yes, thank you for your teachings, Chief. I will definitely study and research hard. When the institute heard Luo Chong giving a lecture in person, he was very excited and blushed. You must know that not everyone has the opportunity to listen to Luo Chong personally imparting this knowledge. But after he calmed down, he was suddenly stumped by the support the leader mentioned. How difficult would it be to rotate it in all directions? Looking at his expression, Luo Chong couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. He could only continue to remind him, "Don't keep your eyes on the research institute. Go see more, ask more questions, expand your horizons, and find inspiration from life and nature. This is what a researcher should do." Just like the telescope tube and bracket this time, you can go to various places to find inspiration, such as the transmission structure of lighthouses, the manufacturing of sailboats, the transmission of windmills and water wheels, and the application of various mechanical principles. If you have nothing to do, go ask a carpenter for advice and learn from other people's experiences. Don't think that you are the best after entering a research institute. There must be a teacher among us. Learn from each other's strengths and draw inferences about other cases, and apply what you have learned. This is what a researcher should do. In addition, I can tell you one more thing. It is actually very easy to rotate the telescope in all directions. You can refer to the boat bed crossbow of our tribe. It only needs one longitudinal joint and one horizontal joint to solve the problem of all-round rotation. Dilemma, you can see the rest by yourself. Yes, thank you for your advice, Chief. Chief, should we do it directly? The researcher was immediately grateful for Luo Chong's careful guidance. He had already reminded him that if he still couldn't get what the leader wanted, there would be no need to stay in the research institute. No rush, let's make a few samples of military-type monocular telescopes first, and then prepare for mass production. I'll use the 50mm steamed bun lens, the 40x zoom one, which needs to be made of iron. After completing this work first, then start designing a large telescope with an objective lens diameter of 0.5 meter. The other requirements will be designed according to the requirements I just mentioned. First make the drawings, and then make a model to scale for verification. I think it will be okay. Then bring the model to me and show it to me. After I agree, you can make the real thing. Luo Chong immediately explained. Yes, Chief, I understand. What about these telescopes? Keep these few for me, take the rest back for further research. Remember, don't leak them out at will, otherwise you will know the consequences. Luo Chong selected a few models with good quality to keep, and then sent the researcher away. Regarding the research on lenses, we must continue to increase research efforts. Optical lenses still have many functions. Once developed, there will be a series of branches that can produce results. Monoculars, binoculars, myopia glasses, farsighted glasses, reading glasses, industrial-grade sunglasses, more advanced microscopes, and even cameras. These are all scientific and technological achievements with lenses as the core. The Han tribe in the future must take advantage of them. These things are all produced one after another, and the telescope is just the beginning of the use of lenses. After the others left, Luo Chong immediately asked someone to send the largest telescope with a power of 600 times to the Rat Witch. The old man is still serving as the supervisor of Qingshu prison. He has watched the stars and celestial phenomena all his life, but he has never used a telescope to see it. I hope he will like it very much when he sees this thing. Rat Witch is already very old. Not even he himself knows his exact age, let alone Luo Chong. If it weren't for the superior living standards of the Han tribe, this old man in his dying years might have died long ago. Luo Chong was worried that he would not be able to wait for the birth of a large astronomical telescope, so he simply took this smaller one to open the eyes of this old man who had devoted his whole life to the starry sky, and maybe it would also relieve him of a trace of regret. Another half-month later, when Niuwei finally set foot on the dock of Luoyang County by boat, Bestia's currency promotion activities in the Qingshu tribe also began for a period of time. The mission officially began to use currency as a medium of transaction, and the mission all things traded must be valued in currency. The 4 sampans donated in advance have been handed over to Commander Qingshu. Although they are only 8 meters long, they are still a treasure for the Qingshu tribe. As a representative, the elder immediately towed these 4 boats. He went back and immediately sent people to start imitation and research work. Nowadays, those rudimentary wood processing techniques are no longer difficult for them who have various tools. As for the sloop and ketch in the agreement, the Han tribe only provided trading rights. The Qingshu tribe had the right to purchase from the Han tribe, but it could only be traded with the currency of the Han tribe. However, they do not have that much now. Currency, so it will take a while. And in order to collect the amount of currency for trading ships as soon as possible, the Qingshu tribe even had to open the door to the currency promotion of the Han tribe and actively encourage people to exchange the various bronzes in their hands. Even the top leaders of the Qingshu tribe did not know exceptions. However, the Han tribe had already anticipated this situation. It was impossible for the Han tribe to use so much currency to exchange for the bronze wares of the Qingshu tribe, so they could only exchange them for cheaper iron wares. However, the selling price of these iron wares to the Qingshu tribe was not the same. It's not low. Let's not talk about the problem of the Han tribe's steel production. The shipping fee from Qingshu County alone is not a small amount. Of course, the Han tribe will not make a profit at a loss. However, the Qingshu tribe was also happy to see such a scene, because using the Han tribe's currency promotion to obtain a large amount of iron tools was originally part of their plan. But in this way, the Qingshu tribe did not have enough money to raise the ship. In the end, they had to grit their teeth and sell the resources of Zhudao to exchange for enough coins from the Han tribe. A large amount of grain and white salt were loaded on the Han tribe's cargo ships and finally transported to Tuahai County. The grain was left for local construction, and more white salt was distributed to newly established counties and counties of the Han tribe, especially they are the 3 counties of Honghu in the grassland. They do not have the ability to produce their own salt. Their grain and white salt all need to be supplied from other places among the Han tribes. However, other counties of the Han tribe can also obtain a large amount of livestock, fur, meat and other resources from the three grassland counties. It can be regarded as an internal virtuous circle. No one party suffers, but the economic characteristics and needs of each place are different. On the other side, when Niue came to the Han tribe again, it was still a busy and vibrant scene. Various large ships were still launched here one after another, which shows the strength of the Han tribe's water transportation. Some new and different things also appeared in the familiar scenes, including more house doors and windows inlaid with glass, clerks riding bicycles to the countryside to collect agricultural taxes and export taxes, and people riding tricycles constantly traveling between fields and homes. Farmers, carriages carrying building materials and various tools and grains were constantly on the road, and a large number of slaves who had their big toes cut off were digging canals, building roads, building cities, and bridges under the scorching sun. These people were forced to have their heads shaved, and their shirtless upper bodies were burned red in the sun. They were constantly contributing to the construction of the Han tribe. However, although the Han tribe used slaves more harshly, they still tried their best to provide welfare. Satisfied, at least I can drink the mung bean and wild fruit soup cooked in a big pot for free. Ushio looked at the huge slave infrastructure brigade. Although these people had their heads shaved, they could still tell where they came from based on their habits, language, and appearance. Among them, the ones who behave stupidly, are the most obedient and honest, and have the smallest number are the slaves of the cannibals earlier. The next largest proportion, and those who occasionally get whipped for disobedience are all slaves of herdsmen on the grassland, and many of them are Ushio looks familiar, like some of the mid-level and high-level cronies of the Moton forces. What shocked him the most was that among these slaves, there were a large number of Qian tribe members who also looked quite familiar. He walked closer and carefully distinguished a few people, and immediately recognized that these were the same ones. The relatives of the great elders of the commanding sect are young and strong, and there are many of them. It seems that there must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Thinking about it, these should be the prisoners of war captured by the Han tribe in that battle. Sure enough, it is impossible for the Qian tribe to defeat the Han tribe. Fortunately, he is now a member of the Han tribe. Many of those slaves also recognized Ushio. After seeing him, they couldn't help but yell at him, calling him a traitor, despicable, harming his compatriots, and harming the clan. Ushio looked at them indifferently, disapproving in his heart. Being able to live an advanced life among the Han tribe was his ultimate goal. What's the use of a group of brainless idiots who are loyal to the bamboo island with no development prospects? The vast continent, this is the real paradise. He turned around silently, not wanting to pay attention to these people anymore. Not long after, there was a sound of whips being whipped behind him, and the screams of slaves. He couldn't even curse a few words, and then he got back to his busy work again. The next morning, when Niue came to Luo Chong again in the top-floor office of the Hanyang City Government Building, the guy knelt down in front of Luo Chong on the spot, crying and blaming his guilt. Ushio is ashamed of the leader. He acted too hastily, exposed his flaws, and ruined the leader's plan. Woo-woo. The leader is so benevolent and righteous that instead of abandoning the villain, he redeems the villain with a huge sum of money. Ushio is so grateful that he will die. Be loyal to my lord and ask the leader to punish you. Luo Chong had no expression on his face, thinking whether he should find someone to cast an Oscar to award to this guy. His acting was so similar, and every word he said sounded better, but he blocked all his words, and first said that he was unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. Put a hat on his head. If he punishes him again, it will appear unkind and unjust. This guy is very evil-minded. Do you still know that you are guilty? Luo Chong suddenly stood up from behind the desk and walked slowly around to the desk, his left hand solemnly holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. This shape immediately startled Ushio. Damn it, this Han leader was going to chop him down with his own hands, right? He was so frightened that he immediately grabbed his head and pressed it tightly to the floor. He stuck his butt high in the air and kept shouting that he was guilty and wanted to be punished by the leader. Luo Chong didn't let him get up. He glanced at him with disgust and continued to ask. How much of the Han tribe's affairs have you told Commander Xian? Ushio suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Sure enough, he was going to settle the score with him, but he was not willing to just die like this, so he tried his best to clear his name. Going back to the leader, I really didn't say anything. What I told them was the things on the surface, such as windmills, water wheels, Columbians, and lighthouses. They had heard of these things from the mission. I just told them about them. The life and tax payment system of the people of the Han tribe are slightly mentioned, but these things are also included in the Han gift given to them, which is not too small to say. Besides, before Xiao Xiao left the Han tribe, the leader had not considered Xiao Xiao as a subordinate. Xiao Xiao had never seen those confidential things. Even if Xiao Xiao wanted to say something, he really had nothing to say. Ushio lay on the ground aggrievedly, staring at Luo Chong's shadow on the ground. He was really afraid that Luo Chong would suddenly draw his sword and chop him. If he died like this, he would still go out with all his efforts. What? It's better to remain locked up. Oh? So you think this leader has wronged you? Luo Chong suddenly walked up to him and stopped, staring at the attractive back of his head and asked. I don't dare to question the leader. Ushio's heart tightened at that moment. This was really the leader's desire to find trouble. No matter how he answered, he would be able to find the fault. He was so depressed now that he could only hope that Luo Chong would redeem him for the price of 2 large ships. Get yourself in front of me and play with it. As long as you know you are guilty, get up. Now I will give you a chance to make meritorious service. Luo Chong frightened him, then turned around and sat down behind the desk. It would be impossible to kill him. After all, he was obtained with the trading rights of 2 ships, and the Han tribe was expanding too fast, so he was really short of people. Thank you, Chief, for sparing my life. Thank you, Chief, for giving me a chance to redeem my sins. As Ushio spoke, he cowed out a few times, then stood up with a shy face and a fawning look on his face. Luo Chong glanced at him, took out a small map from the bookshelf next to him, and spread it on the table. Look, if there are any shortcomings here, please mark them out for me. If you miss anything, just go back to Bamboo Island. Ushio was startled at the moment and said he didn't dare. Then he cautiously stepped forward and looked at the map. When he saw what was drawn on it, he was immediately surprised again. This is actually a complete map of Bamboo Island. The general geography and landforms, mountains and rivers, farmland and villages, population distribution, mineral distribution, coastal hydrology, and even seasonal differences are all marked on it. It is simply too detailed. Of course, this is his evaluation of the Han tribe and outsiders on the island. The fact that a group of non-Aboriginals could investigate the situation on Bamboo Island like this is enough to prove how terrifying they are. But for him, a native who was born and raised, there are still many things on it. Can be supplemented. For example, the distribution of family power among each elder. I wonder what kind of information the leader wants. Niewei looked at Luo Chong secretly and asked. Acres of land, population distribution, forces, unique resources in each place, and transportation conditions are very important for future administrative divisions. They must be detailed and true. I think these should not be difficult for you, the elder Shang, right? Luo Chong stared at Ast with his expression. Of course there is no problem, but, leader, Ushio has been imprisoned for half a year. I still remember all the things before, but I don't know if there have been any changes in the past 6 months. Ushio thought for a while and decided to go ahead. Say the ugly things first, and don't come back and punish yourself again because you don't agree with what he said. You don't need to worry about this. Just note everything you know. I will find someone to verify it one by one. In addition, please list the important strongholds, production and living facilities within 3 kilometers of the coast of Bamboo Island, as well as the places suitable for the landing of the fleet. Mark out all the locations, Luo Chong arranged again. Yes, leader, what am I going to do here now? Luo Chong glanced at this guy again and thought for a while before speaking. I will find someone to draw a new map and sand table with you. You must cooperate well when the time comes. In addition, I will compile a written explanation of the situation you know and submit it. As for your current arrangements, you will go to Ruyang County, become the county magistrate of the newly established Shuifu County. You must familiarize yourself with the government affairs of the county as soon as possible. While drawing the map, do not leave the government affairs behind. I have given you the opportunity. How far you can achieve it in the future depends on you. Luo Chong thought about it for a while, and then told him the arrangement he had thought of for a long time. Now he was short of officials who could be used in a big way. Ushio couldn't go back to Takashima anyway, so he might as well pay attention to it first. Let's observe him for a while to see if he has the talent to be an official. It just so happens that Shuifu County is also a newly established county, and it is mainly based on schools. There are dedicated principals to take care of school affairs. There are not many real ordinary people outside, that is, there are hundreds of families. If these are all, if he couldn't manage it well, Luo Chong wouldn't be able to give him a larger territory to manage. Hearing Luo Chong's arrangement, Niuwei was immediately excited. Although he was just a small county magistrate now, it was not important. What was important was that Luo Chong not only did not blame him, but also made him an official. This may be an inspection, as long as he does well enough, it may not be impossible to become a county guard or a higher position in the future. He admits that he is not a fool. After gratefully thanking Luo Chong for his great kindness, Niuwei was finally sent out. Luo Chong sat silently at the guest table aside and drank tea, thinking about some things about the future of the Han tribe. In the afternoon of the same day, at hot noon, Luo Chong had eaten some cool noodles at home and was about to take a nap in the room with ice cubes when he heard the maid outside coming to report that a letter from the Flying Eagle has just arrived here. Luo Chong quickly accepted the letter. What surprised him was that this letter was actually from Yui. Could something happen to the temporary camp in the north again? However, after he quickly browsed the content, he realized that it was Yu Ye's routine report on recent work, but there was a sentence about exploration and discovery that was mentioned in one stroke, which attracted his attention. There is a black lake on the northwest ice field. It does not melt all day long and smells so bad that people can stand on the lake. Black lake? Never change? Stinky? Can people still stand on the lake? What is this? Luo Chong began to rack his brains to think about the natural wonders of the world that he knew in his previous life, but he did not think of anything similar for a while. In the letter, Yu Yi also added a paragraph of his own speculation after the description of the Black Lake. Many people in the exploration fleet suspected that it was a mineral. This Black Lake is located on a large plain meadow and is not connected to other water systems. It is a completely independent lake with an area of about 500 to 600 hectares, or 5 to 6 square kilometers. The periphery of the lake is made of hard black solid. People can walk on it casually, and even run carriages without any problem. However, the lake becomes softer as it goes toward the center, gradually turning into a black viscous colloidal liquid. The liquefied area in the center, it is about the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. Compared with the area of the entire lake, it is just a very inconspicuous point. Moreover, These unsolidified black liquids continue to exude a disgusting odor, while the surrounding solid areas have no smell. Perhaps because they thought this thing might be a mineral, they tried to mine it a little, and it was much easier to mine than they thought. This thing was not as hard as coal mines, but more like dried bacon, and even a little sticky. Luo Chong opened the bag containing their so-called minerals and immediately found a few obsidian-like things inside, several large and small black stones. When pinched, the texture felt softer than stones, and there was no smell. There is still a bright sparkle on the cut surface, but it is not as smooth as metal, but more like an oil-like sparkle. This idea gave him great inspiration. He quickly asked the maid to bring a pair of chopsticks, and then he took a small piece of black gravel and put it on the flame of the candle to smoke it. In just a moment, the black stone fragments it melted, sticking the two chopsticks together, and burned quickly, emitting a black smoke and a strong special smell. This smell is surprisingly familiar. Luo Chong instantly remembered what this thing was. Isn't this the smell of asphalt boiled on the roof to make waterproofing when he was a child? This thing turned out to be asphalt. It dawned on him. He quickly asked the maid to open the window for ventilation, and threw the two chopsticks directly out. Luo Chong went to the terrace on the top floor to breathe in the fresh air and think. It turned out to be an asphalt lake. He has heard of this thing. There were more than one such thing on the earth in his previous life. The most famous one is Lake Peach in the Caribbean. It is also a lake made entirely of asphalt, and it is also a famous tourist attraction. Scenic area. This kind of thing is probably a natural product formed after the underground oil gushes out of the surface at the cracks in the plate and is exposed and volatilized by the sun. Bitumen, which is the heavy oil substance left after the light substances in crude oil evaporate, also has another name, called asphalt. Beaky Lake is such a natural asphalt mine. It is said that nearly hundreds of millions of tons have been mined, and the lake level has not declined to this day. 90% of it has been exported to China for infrastructure and road paving. Although many people have not heard of it, it is actually not far away from people. After understanding what this was, Luo Chong immediately became excited. This is a natural asphalt mine of more than 500 hectares. There are so many things that can be done. Although the Han tribe now also uses asphalt, it is a byproduct of coal mine coking, and the output is very rare. It is impossible to do anything else except waterproofing caulking for sailboats. But things are different now. A natural asphalt mine with huge output has appeared in front of the Han tribe. It would be perfect for building bridges and paving roads. Apart from being a little far away from the Han tribe, there are basically no other disadvantages. Looking at the asphalt fragments in the small bag, Luo Chong's mind showed the scene of asphalt roads everywhere in the Han tribe. There were dark asphalt roads connecting various counties and counties. There were countless asphalt roads. Together, they have built a light land transportation network for the Han tribe. As for heavy land transportation, it can be completely left to trains in the future. At the current rate of development of the Han tribe, Luo Chong felt that it would not be difficult to build a train in his lifetime. But this is all a matter for later. What he needs to decide now is whether to mine this asphalt lake. How to mine? Mining for what? Mining definitely requires a lot of manpower and tools, transportation requires vehicles and ships, and use also requires professional knowledge. After all, asphalt alone cannot pave asphalt roads, and a large amount of gravel is also needed, so quarries must be built. Line, as well as various asphalt paving equipment, among other things. At least a mixer with its own heating capacity is needed to facilitate the mixing and heating of gravel and asphalt, and then a road roller is also needed, which are all essential things. There are a lot of things going on in the mining area. The population can be mobilized nearby from Yi's camp, as well as tools and transportation. Since Yui and the others can find that place and it is surrounded by plains, they should be able to get there. The most important thing is the security issue. If a county is established there for a long time, will it attract attacks from cannibals? It would be great if a group of slaves for asphalt mining can be captured alive. Luo Chong thought about it, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. It was because there was too little information. He decided to ignore it for the time being, and instead asked Yu Yi to compile a detailed map information and surrounding areas. The situation is given to him, and then he can make a more appropriate mining plan. Luo Chong attached great importance to the matter of the asphalt lake. After determining the strategic value of this resource point, he quickly wrote back a letter to Yu Yi, asking him to immediately conduct a careful investigation of the environment around the asphalt lake, including the most convenient transportation route for bulk mineral transportation, surrounding climate and land conditions, whether there is the possibility of grazing or farming, whether there are sufficient fresh water resources, whether it meets the conditions for long-term human habitation, etc. After all, if you want to mine the asphalt lake, you must have enough manpower. If you have a lot of people, you need food and fresh water, otherwise it will be impossible to maintain. Of course, the Han tribe can mobilize food from other places, but the operating costs of such mining will be it is too high and does not meet the actual interests. However, we cannot rush this matter for the time being. Such a major matter and such a large area that needs to be explored will definitely not be completed in a few days, so this matter will have to wait. Besides, the current construction tasks of the Han tribe are also very heavy. Even if now that the detailed information and plans are available, Luo Chong may not have any spare time to mine. When it came to such a time when people were needed, Luo Chong couldn't help but think of the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe. It would be great if these two tribes with large population and resources could be used by him immediately. But this is obviously impossible. Han tribe, Xineng County. With the establishment of the Han tribe coking plant and the new steel county a few years ago, dozens of blast furnaces were smelting steel day and night. The Han tribe's steel production even experienced overcapacity for a time. In this situation, as Luo Chong's research and development of artillery and shells, part of the steel was consumed, easing the inventory pressure. However, with the completion of the delivery of 200 artillery pieces, steel production once again exceeded consumption. However, this situation, which seemed like a joke, has eased with the arrival of spring. The Han tribe established many new counties this year, including the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland, Tuahai County, Nanzhong County, the new county seat of Ruyang County, and the new county seat of Dongxing County. As these places have been put into construction one after another, and a large number of people have joined and grown, the Han tribe's demand for iron tools and agricultural tools has also increased day by day. This has further alleviated the pressure on steel inventories and has allowed the tribe to barely meet its income and expenditure balance. However, this is not a long-term strategy. As these newly established counties gradually stabilize, their demand for ironware will gradually cool down. In order to maintain the vitality of the steelmaking industry of the Han tribe, Luo Chong felt that it was necessary to find another method that could produce large quantities of ironware. Industries that consume steel. In fact, he has already found it, that is, bicycles and tricycles. No matter which type of these two vehicles they are, their main structures are made of steel. If they can be successfully promoted, the steel production of the Han tribe will definitely be consumed quickly. However, due to the technical difficulty and labor cost of handmade products, it is no longer a dream to promote it quickly, so we have to think of other ways for the time being. Luo Chong thought for a long time and had to prepare to restart the steam engine plan again. As long as there is this driving force, metal processing machine tools will no longer be a problem, and steam locomotives will also be possible. And because they had developed artillery before, the Han tribe already had certain reserves in boring machine technology, so the high-pressure cylinder, the most important structural component in the steam engine, also had a certain research and development foundation. Luo Chong was going to try it now, but it didn't work. It doesn't matter, you can accumulate it slowly. At the same time, he has also made plans in his mind for the first section of the Han tribe's railway, which is the nearly 80 kilometers from Weishan County to Xingyang County. This journey is the most important part of the Han tribe's current land transportation. Every day, a large number of carriages pull coke, grain, cloth, and various iron products back and forth. This is the busiest route every day. If a railway could be built here, it would save the Han tribe a lot of manpower, animal power, and material resources. Although there are no trains yet, the tracks can be laid first. If there is no locomotive, then horses can be used to pull them first. In short, rail transportation is definitely more efficient than dirt roads for heavy transportation lines like this. As for the gauge of the railway tracks, Luo Chong didn't know much, but he knew a little bit. After all, he was a person who studied war in his previous life. During World War I and World War II, many battles were fought around railways. He also analyzed many battles. Of course, the analysis is not about railroads. Regarding railway tracks, they can be roughly divided into two stages. The first is when trains first came out, privately built railways. At that time, most of them were trains for transporting minerals. The construction was also extremely simple, and most of them were made of cast iron. The rails are laid directly on the ground, without even a sleeper or gravel, and the track gauge is mainly narrow. In the second stage, it became a public transportation focused on transportation and passenger transportation. In order to pursue the comfort of passenger trains, railways gradually began to include sleepers and gravel, as well as various gauge and wide gauge rail transportation. When narrowed down to the scope of track gauge, it can be roughly divided into three types: narrow gauge railway, standard gauge, standard distance, railway, and wide gauge railway. Narrow gauge mostly refers to railways with a distance between 60 centimeters and 100 centimeters in the middle of the rails. Most of this slender railway traffic developed from mine cars, because it was specially used to pull ore in mines in the early days. However, later on, this kind of narrow-gauge railway often appeared in wars because it was more convenient to lay and less demanding on terrain. During World War I and World War II, Western countries temporarily laid such small-gauge railways in order to transport supplies and troops to the battlefield. The train can even be rolled out and moved at any time. This is its advantage. The second step is to enter the second stage of rail transit development, freight and passenger transport. The trains manufactured for these two needs have the smallest gauge, which is a train with a gauge length of about 1.55 meters. Regardless of the purpose of the train, this gauge, both passenger transport and freight transport are common, and they have been used until modern times. The origin of this data is said to be just because the wheelbase of Western carriages at that time, especially those with two horses driving the shaft, was this distance. 1.5 meters, this width was just enough to accommodate two horses running side by side. It was also the most commonly used mode of transportation in the West at that time, so it was determined as the standard gauge. Most of the emergence of wide-gauge railways are relatively rare super-heavy freight trains, which are generally never used for passenger transport. The range of this wide-gauge railway, that is, the distance between two rails, is generally 1.8 to 2.4 meters. It is specially used to transport heavy goods or large goods. Even if it pulls one tank at a time, the train can also load it and pull it. Based on the current situation, what the Han tribe needs most is narrow-gauge and gauge-gauge rail transit. Narrow-gauge rail transit is not used to pull people and goods, but it is very suitable whether it is placed in coal mines or iron mines. Double horse-width gauge rail transit tracks are more suitable for carrying people and goods. Both types of railways have their own uses, and there is no distinction between them. With this data as a reference and basis, the next development of steam locomotives will have a clear goal, and there will be no need to take so many detours. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately formulated a research and development plan for the steam engine and the railway to run simultaneously. Qingyang County is responsible for the rolling of rails, and the Research Institute is responsible for the research and development of steam engines. If both sides start work at the same time, sooner or later this thing can be built. In line with the research and development strategy of easy first and then difficult, Luo Chong took the lead in putting the narrow-gauge steam locomotive on the work schedule. However, if he wanted the people in the Research Institute to come up with the things themselves, it would be difficult for them, so Luo Chong simply let them. Some metal processing and mechanical transmission craftsmen were transferred from the institute and moved their various tools to the Industrial College of Xuefu County. They also hired construction workers to build a temporary factory building in the corner of the school, and approved 2 warehouses for them to use as research sites. The research and development of steam engines of the Han tribe began. Luo Chong proclaimed himself chief engineer and led a group of researchers and craftsmen below to conduct experiments. The research and development plan was first decided, and it was not to just build a narrow-gauge motorcycle, because neither the Research Institute nor Luo Chong himself had the ability, so he planned to start with a small one first. Within a few days, Luo Chong asked the glass workshop on Huxin Island to burn out a prototype steam engine model according to his drawings. Anyone who has studied mechanics knows that if you just want to make a prototype steam engine that can boil water and rotate in circles, it is not difficult. The difficulty is how to put it into a real machine and still move it normally. In a classroom set aside in the warehouse, sitting below is a research team of about 30 people, all of whom are currently the best craftsmen of the Han tribe in mechanical transmission and metal processing. They can draw windmill transmissions and looms with their eyes closed. There are experts in component parts, as well as geniuses who are familiar with various metal processing, casting, forging, quenching, mold making, and welding. Dozens of people are sitting in rows below looking at Luo Chong on the podium. Luo Chong drew the schematic diagram of the steam engine on the blackboard with chalk, then patted the white dust on his hands, turned around and spoke to the research team below. This is the core of our project, the schematic diagram of the steam engine. As long as this thing is successful, it can completely change our world, because it is a kind of artificially controlled motive force machine that can work continuously without sleep. The productivity of our Han tribe will also be greatly improved. Seeing the ignorant look of the researcher below, Luo Chong didn't talk too much and went straight to the point. Okay, let's take a look at what a steam engine is. Simply put, it is a source of power machinery that uses steam pressure as power. It is mainly composed of 4 parts, a boiler, a cylinder, a piston connecting rod, and a flywheel. Looking at the schematic diagram on the blackboard, most people were still confused. Due to lack of knowledge, they still couldn't imagine what it was and why the flywheel could start just by boiling water. However, Luo Chong had already mentioned his classroom rules when he was in class in person. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't hold it back, otherwise you may not be able to figure it out even if you try hard. And science is sometimes just a layer of window paper. Maybe Luo Chong's reminder could break it, so when Luo Chong was in class, he repeatedly emphasized the importance of asking questions more than once. So someone raised their hands on the spot. What questions do you have? Luo Chong asked one of the researchers. He immediately stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Chief, why can boiling water make the wheels move by themselves? Doesn't this mean that firewood and water are enough? Then why do we need windmills, water wheels, cattle, horses, and livestock? Are these things more useful than cattle, horses, livestock, windmills, and water wheels? This is indeed a problem. Because they have never seen it before, some people will question whether new things are better than old things. This is a public opinion, and it is normal to have such questions. Luo Chong was not angry because of this, he replied calmly. The car, or the principle of rotating work, was all proposed by me. The windmill, water wheel, and livestock were also my first innovations. No one understands its shortcomings better than me, but you only see its advantages. This is wrong. Yes, I have said many times that science means daring to innovate, making bold assumptions, conscientiously practicing, and prudent verification. You are also familiar with the above things, so you should know very well, does it really have no shortcomings? Livestock are born, old, sick and die, and they need to eat, and they will be hungry and tired. The windmill has to wait until the wind season of autumn and winter before it can operate at high power. The role of the windmill is very limited in spring and summer. The water wheel is just the opposite. The power of the water wheel is the highest in the spring and summer rainy seasons. When the water level in autumn and winter changes with the sun, if they all fall, they will soon lose their effectiveness. Moreover, the building facilities are too large and too selective in location. The windmill must be built on the high ground of the wind outlet, the water wheel must be built near the water, and canals and dams must be built to raise the water level. Not only is the amount of work huge, but the requirements for the construction environment are also too stringent. The steam engine is different. Its biggest advantage is that it makes up for all the above-mentioned shortcomings. It is tireless, does not choose time, does not choose the location. As long as the water supply and fuel are satisfied, it can work non-stop. This is the meaning of the steam engine. After explaining the power of it, Luo Chong waved his hand to ask the researcher to sit down, and then nodded again to the person who raised his hand to ask a question. Chief, you said before that part of the steam engine technology is related to the principle of artillery. Is this related point the principle of piston motion? One is to use gunpowder gas to push the cannonball, and the other is to use high-pressure steam to push the piston connecting rod. But how powerful is the steam? Can it be compared to gunpowder gas engine? Why not just replace the steam engine with gunpowder gas engine? Ha 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 ha. Luo Chong couldn't help but laugh at his question, and clapped his hands, making all the researchers stunned on the spot. You raised this question well. Why do you have to build a steam engine instead of some other machine? As long as there is suitable fuel as the driving force to drive the flywheel to do work, isn't it enough? This idea is very good, and it has already reached the level of drawing inferences from one example to other cases. Is this the kind of thinking that scientific talents should have? Since gunpowder gas can push dozens of kilograms of cannonballs, why can't it be used to push the piston to do work? I can tell you simply that because the pressure of gunpowder gas is too high, it is not easy to control. If you can figure out a way to control the burning speed of gunpowder, it is certainly not impossible. You can also modify the machine for this new fuel. Well, it's called a gas turbine. If calcium carbide and water are directly reacted to form acetylene gas, and then the acetylene is ignited as mechanical power, then it can be called a gas turbine. Furthermore, if you conceal fuels such as tung oil or alcohol in the machine to control combustion, then maybe you can make an internal combustion engine. These are all types of power machinery that do not stipulate which one must be made. The reason why I chose the steam engine project is just because it is simple enough. The researcher who asked the question was naturally overjoyed when he was praised by Luo Chong. When others heard that, Luo Chong instantly drew inferences based on the question and proposed several sources of power one after another. They admired Luo Chong's imagination and associations. No wonder the leader is so powerful and can create such practical good things casually. His imagination is invincible. They only know how to use acetylene to light lamps and weld with acetylene, but they did not expect that this thing can also be used as a power source. And it is used as fuel, that is what the leader told them. Without further ado, the special lecture on steam engines was the main topic. As I said just now, why not choose other fuels as the power source? Because our current processing level is not high enough. A simple structure like a steam engine has a high fault tolerance rate. Even if it is not too rigorous, we can still make it. It has been tried and produced, and its use cost is also the lowest. Others, whether it is acetylene, tung oil, alcohol or gunpowder, are not the most suitable fuels. Fuels that require fine processing are too expensive. On the contrary, coal mines have large reserves and can be used after being dug out. As long as it can be used to boil hot water, it is enough. The researchers below nodded one after another and had an intuitive understanding of Luo Chong's thoughts. Just talking without practice is not enough. I have asked the glass workshop to create such a set of transparent steam engine models so that everyone can understand the principles more intuitively. Now who wants to come and operate it for everyone to see? After Luo Chong finished speaking, everyone raised their hands with a swoosh. It seemed that he had completely aroused their interest. He himself was not afraid of anything, he was just afraid that these people under his command were not interested in steam engines. But the atmosphere in the classroom was very good now. Luo Chong directly ordered someone to come forward and operate. The man bowed his hands respectfully to Luo Chong, called the leader, then slightly bowed his hands to the people under the podium, and then began to look at the things in front of him. The steam engine model that Luo Chong had people make was not a complete one, but only a delicate wooden frame with a flywheel installed on it. In front of it was a piston connecting rod and a cylinder made of blown transparent glass. In front of the cylinder, there was a small bottle made of glass, filled with water, is used to replace the boiler, and is connected to the cylinder with a gas-conducting translucent rubber tube. The heating method is to use an alcohol lamp for external heating. This thing is a common tool for experiments. The Han tribe has no shortage of glass and alcohol, so they simply took this opportunity to get it out. The researcher who came up started the operation under the command of Luo Chong. He filled the water flask with half of the water, then connected it to the cylinder, put the shelf in place, lit the open flame with the alcohol lamp, adjusted the flame height, and then moved get under the flask. The temperature began to rise slowly, and some heat suddenly blurred the empty inner wall of the flask. Everyone below also stretched their necks on the table to take a look. Everyone can come to the front and watch, be quiet and don't be too crowded. Luo Chong looked at them with a smile, and in order to let everyone see clearly, he specially asked them to come forward and watch. Everyone was very excited when they heard this. They quickly stood up and quietly moved around the podium, surrounding the podium. The flask was not big, and the half-full bottle of water inside was quickly heated, and many tiny bubbles began to slowly emerge, but it was still a little short of boiling. Someone impatiently asked, "Chief, is the startup speed of this machine a little slow? It feels slower than a windmill or water wheel." Slow? It doesn't matter if it's slow. If you can start it by boiling water and then run it for a whole day, the startup time can be basically ignored, and its fuel consumption is not large, so it doesn't waste much energy. Luo Chong explained with a smile. At this time, the water in the flask began to boil. In the small flask, the hot water was gurgling, and a large amount of water vapor began to look for a breakthrough. However, the sealed flask had no other channels for the steam to escape. In the end, it could only pour in along the translucent yellow rubber tube inside a transparent glass cylinder. This is a model of a reciprocating steam engine. The upper air inlet is connected to the piston connecting rod. There is a switch device that controls the air inlet passage. It is also connected to the waste discharge port. But with the influx of a large amount of water vapor, the white-hot steam did not push the piston, but went out directly from the exhaust port. The flywheel remained motionless, which was very embarrassing. "Chief, what? What should we do next?" The researcher who came up to take charge of the operation looked at the scene in front of him and spoke out to break the awkwardness. Luo Chong thought for a moment. Does this thing need to be cranked like a single-cylinder diesel tractor to start, to provide some inertia to the flywheel? so I listened to him. Pinch the rubber tube at the air outlet to increase the pressure inside the cylinder, and then use the other hand to move the flywheel to provide some initial inertia. The researcher quickly followed Luo Chong's request and pinched the air outlet pipe. The pressure of the steam inside suddenly increased, and more water vapor with no outlet gathered. In the end, there was nowhere to escape, so he had to move towards the only moving piston. The direction pushed over. It works. Everyone around them brightened up, and the operator did not dare to delay, and quickly turned the flywheel with his other hand. The next moment, under the action of steam and connecting rod, the flywheel began to rotate continuously. Quickly release the ventilator. Luo Chong reminded quickly. When the operator loosened the air outlet pipe, the flywheel began to accelerate under the push back and forth of steam, and the small wheel above also began to rotate whirringly. Wow, you can really move and turn so fast. Look at this exhaust pipe, it's also interesting. It's still blowing out, one after another. The machine can be driven by boiling water and fuel. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that as long as water and fuel can be added continuously, it can keep working? That's really amazing. If this thing is successful, I'm afraid the price of firewood will increase. Pfft, your brain circuit is really amazing. No matter, we are studying machinery, and the price is not our business. When everyone saw the compact steam engine model in front of them that could be held with two hands, they all exclaimed in amazement. After the entire R&D team had finished visiting the steam engine model, Luo Chong also began his formal lecture. The first goal of the R&D team is to create a small source-powered reciprocating single-cylinder steam engine, which is not to be mounted on a locomotive, but to provide motive power for lathes and provide favorable conditions for the development of better steam engines. After all, with a lathe, the quality of the processing of some precision parts can be guaranteed. The single-cylinder reciprocating steam engine, also known as the legendary steam engine improved by Watt, changed from the single-stroke motion of the earliest Newcomen steam engine to a two-stroke motion, which more than doubled the work efficiency of the steam engine. This is why the steam engine with steam engines were promoted on a large scale. Luo Chong's idea is also very simple. If there is no precision processing machinery, then build the processing machinery first. This steam engine mainly consists of a boiler, a high-pressure cylinder, a reciprocating piston and its connecting rod, and finally a flywheel that provides the main power. The flywheel is connected to the unpowered machinery using belts or gears to give it artificial power. The R&D team is already quite familiar with the use and understanding of this structure, and can understand it very quickly. Everyone regards the famous sayings of Luo Chong, the first scientist of the Han tribe, as truth, which is also known as, art is explosion, industry is boiling water, and equipment is turning circles. The project they are currently working on is actually just using boiling water to make the machine rotate in circles. Luo Chong was responsible for the design and overall thinking, and the researchers were mainly responsible for using existing processes to manufacture what Luo Chong needed. Both parties did their best and quickly put the research work on the right track. The manufacturing of boilers is completed by steel plate stamping, drilling, hot riveting, and welding. This is the link with the lowest technical difficulty. It mainly requires fine workmanship and can be completed using existing technology. The inside of the boiler is divided into two parts. Because it is a fixed vertical boiler, it looks cylindrical as a whole, like a huge capsule standing up, about the size of a person. The upper part is the water tank, and the lower part is for the fire pit. Several metal pipes are connected to the outside to transport water vapor. The most complex reciprocating cylinder is cast from wrought iron using the most sophisticated lost wax casting technology. The cylinder does not need to withstand the bore pressure of a gun, so there is no need to use cast steel. Cast iron can withstand it, and wrought iron is softer, making it easier to grind the cylinder bore. The structure of the cylinder is also made of a cylinder, which is designed based on the existing artillery boring machine technology of the Han tribe. It is not that the rectangular cylinder is not possible, but it is not yet possible to make it so tight. You must know the degree of sealing for parts like the cylinder. Important indicators. At the same time, Luo Chong also clearly taught the researchers about the relationship between mechanical energy and the piston and cylinder, allowing them to directly absorb it and apply it in future practice. The volume and diameter of cylindrical piston cylinders are actually very particular. The larger the diameter of the cylinder, the greater the thrust of the steam on the piston surface, and the more powerful the machine, which is the so-called greater torque. For a cylinder with a small diameter and a long length, due to the reduction in the surface area of the piston, the power the machine can provide will also be reduced accordingly. This is inevitable, but as the cylinder lengthens, the stroke of the piston will also decrease accordingly. Become longer. When such a cylinder is made, the torque will be relatively small, but the horsepower will be very sufficient, that is, the pulling force will not be large, but the legs will flip faster. It doesn't matter which of these two types of cylinders is stronger or weaker. As Luo Chong said, there is no good or bad thing about equipment. It just depends on whether it is suitable for the place where it is used. If you are going to use it to pull stones in a mine, then the bigger the pulling force, the better. At this time, a cylinder with a larger diameter will have an advantage. If you want to use a steam engine to make a table saw, then what you are pursuing is the speed of the saw blade. As long as it's fast enough, it doesn't require much force anyway. It's just sawing wood. Why do you need so much effort? At this time, a cylinder with a smaller diameter but a longer stroke will be better. Because the steam engine developed this time was used in machine tools and the pursuit was speed, Luo Chong chose a single reciprocating cylinder with a long stroke and small diameter. Cast by the lost wax method, and then use a windmill vertical boring machine to grind the inner wall of the cylinder. The matching cylinder piston is directly made of a set of thin copper iron composite plates without using any rubber, because the steam engine does not need rubber for sealing. The sealing principle of this piston still uses the most basic phenomenon of thermal expansion and contraction. The main piston component is composed of several circular thin iron sheets assembled together. The diameter of the iron sheet is almost equal to the inner diameter of the cylinder. As long as it can be placed it doesn't matter if there is a slight gap when you go in. Of course, the tighter the seal, the better. After such an iron piston is put in, when the steam engine starts, the piston plate comes into contact with high pressure and high temperature water vapor. The tightly fitted iron sheet expands when heated, and the diameter will be slightly larger than the cylinder body. At that time, the piston will firmly resist on the cylinder wall, a completely sealed environment is formed. As for the copper sheets added on both sides of the iron piston, they are mainly used to help the iron sheet heat up quickly. Because copper has a faster and better thermal conductivity than iron, the reason why copper is not used directly, but a copper-iron composite method is used. The reason is that copper is not strong enough, is still too soft compared to iron, and its wear resistance is not very high. In addition to the reciprocating switch steam pipe, a copper pillar is directly used as the switch inside. This thing is relatively small and can be made solid. In this way, the heat conduction and lubrication of the copper pillar are obviously better than that of steel. It is very suitable to place it in this key part. Other flywheels and connecting rods are directly forged from high-quality steel in order to extend their service life. As for the power flywheel, it is directly cast from wrought iron using sand molds. Anyway, it is the least important thing. If it breaks, just replace it. In terms of the transmission belt, this team is not actually responsible for it. Luo Chong had other arrangements. He handed it over directly to the rubber R&D team in Huxindeo, and asked them to use sisal fiber as the core, and then use sisal fiber as the core, high friction, strong toughness, and elasticity. Small rubber mix, used to make dry belts. As long as the idea of this thing is correct and there are the indicators proposed by Luo Chong, then the rest is an experimental process of spending money and resources, and using a lot of experiments to find the correct results. So Luo Chong is not worried about this. There is no difficulty at all. All it takes is time, and he can get it out sooner or later. Once the research project was on the right track, Luo Chong no longer needed to stay here, so he returned home again and began to deal with the daily government affairs of the Han tribe. The Han tribe currently does not have many government affairs that require Luo Chong to handle, because there are local officials in various places to take care of it. He only needs to take charge of the overall situation and lead the direction. In his free time, Luo Chong is actually writing books. He wants to remember his past lives. Write down as much knowledge as possible about living, so that you can leave some wealth to the Han tribe. In the daily days of writing books, time slowly arrived at the end of June in the second year of the Han tribe's founding year. A giant eagle flying from the Zhudao mission once again brought Luo Chong a letter, which said, "The currency implementation of the regiment went very smoothly, but the amount of currency required was too large. It was hoped that the tribe would continue to mobilize coins to replenish it." At the same time, the Qingshu tribe seemed to have saved enough money and hoped to immediately trade the 2 sailing ships promised by the Han tribe. While Luo Chong was obsessed with machinery in the Han tribe, the mission's currency promotion in Zhudao was also in full swing. Shiploads of currency and iron ingots were delivered to the mission station, and then quickly transported to branches in various places. Of course, it is not accurate to say branches, because the Qingshu tribe has not yet allowed the Han tribe to station at will outside the mission station and build houses, so those so-called branches, or currency exchange points, are more like a temporary currency bazaar. After applying, Beastie got in touch with Dashu in Takumi County and negotiated that Dashu would organize manpower from Takumi County to build a small caravan, and then send missions to various parts of Takashima to conduct commercial activities. The main business was metal trading. That is, currency promotion. From its first landing on the island to its subsequent replenishment of manpower, Beast Tooth's mission was actually only 300 to 400 people in size. If it was only responsible for the affairs within the station, it would be quite busy, but if it went to various places on Bamboo Island to promote currency, obviously we can only transfer people from the Han tribe. But this is only a superficial situation. In fact, the currency promotion activity has already become a joint multi-sector operation. They took the map of the population, power and resources of Takashima, given by Ushio, and the mission took the lead in the name of promoting currency. They also asked the Jinwei spies led by Yu Ji to be the caravan leader, and Shuda's fleet was responsible for waterway transportation. Blood Massacre, the Huban guards served as the backbone of the caravan, and the captured herdsman soldiers served as workmen. It is actually a very easy and convenient thing to use such a large-scale joint operation to completely scout the entire Bamboo Island. This currency promotion is actually to use iron tools and currency to collect all the copperware from the people of Takashima. Therefore, the amount of currency required is not very large, but the consumption of ironware is relatively huge, but this is just right. It provided cover for the reconnaissance of the Han tribe. First, the fleet escorted a group of single-masted boats with oars to the mission station on Takashima. Then the fleet patrolled and scouted around the island offshore. Those single-masted boats were used as the main means of transportation to provide transportation services to the caravans. Because the Qingshu tribe is also a farming civilization, the caravan traveling along the main river can reach most of the inhabited places on Zhudao. Everywhere they go, there will be several such small boats forming a team to temporarily station in the local area. Then the caravan will go to the villages and other settlements of the Qingshu tribe to promote and exchange iron for copper. If there are too many coppers, they can be exchanged for money. If you don't want money, you can exchange it for daily necessities from the caravan at the price. This is a trading method that is very attractive to the local indigenous people. Most of the things that the local indigenous people need to exchange are knives or farm tools. As for cooking utensils, they generally do not use metal. Most of the Qingshu tribe people still use pottery urns and other things to cook, and use bamboo pots and the like. Natural containers for eating and drinking. Therefore, whenever a caravan arrives, local people will actively exchange the copperware at home for various good things, especially important production tools such as knives and agricultural tools. Iron farm tools are much lighter, sharper, and more durable than copper farm tools. They have no reason not to replace them, and the Han tribe replaces them based on weight. The price of different irons is also different from copper, but overall, they are better than copper ones. Copper is much lower. Generally speaking, iron tools such as sickles, hatchets, kitchen knives, and axes are basically the same price as copper, and the next slightly lower grade are farm tools, which are overall cheaper than knives, and iron as cooking utensils. Pots and iron spoons are the lowest grade of ironware, so they are also very popular in the local area. The Han tribe can calculate the actual situation of Zhudao through the number of transactions of these things. For example, how many iron pots are sold? Basically, this transaction amount can be used as a household registration unit, because under normal circumstances, one pot is enough for a family. The number of farm tools sold can be used to estimate the number of adult laborers in the local area. For example, this family bought 3 sickles, which means that this family has at least 3 people who can work in the fields. By the same token, since these 3 people if you can do farm work, you can also hold weapons, so these must also be estimated as the combat strength of the Qingshu tribe. Through the sales of ox-powered plows and human-powered plows, as well as the sales of advanced agricultural tools such as colanders, the Han tribe can also infer from these data the area of local cultivated land, the approximate output, how much food can be provided, etc. Starting from the mission, more than 200 single-masted boats sailed upstream along the Qingshu River in Zhudao. According to the map and advance reconnaissance information, whenever a large settlement was discovered, 3 or 4 small boats would dock. Come down. This time was no exception. When the fleet arrived at a large settlement of the Shur tribe, 5 small boats broke away from the formation. The flag of the Han tribe was hoisted on the middle boat. Under the gaze of the people along the coast, slowly approached the shore. Wow, there are so many boats. The Han tribe is really rich. On the shore, a young man about 13 or 14 years old said with emotion, holding a heavy copper shovel in his hand. Brother Zhujian, I heard that people from the Han tribe came from far away places. I really want to take a boat like this and go outside. I heard that the world outside is very big. Next to the young man, a little boy of 7 or 8 years old said longingly while holding a large bamboo tube for drinking water in his hand. I also want to take a look, but I don't have a chance, and the boat is not ours. I heard that the boat is so valuable that the Han tribe won't sell it. The young man held the bamboo hat on his head and said to his brother, Brother, look, why are they coming? 1, 5, there are 5 boats. The younger brother next to him stood on tiptoe and looked at the river. When he saw a boat leaving the team and sailing to the shore, he immediately exclaimed. Voice. The people from the Han tribe must have something to do when they come here. Brother, go to the village and invite the clan elders. If you meet other adults on the way, call them over too. I'll watch them here first. The young man named Zhujian was also nervous for a moment, but fortunately, the reputation of the Han tribe was relatively good. Since the relationship with Zhudao, it has not been reported that he has done anything bad. Instead, many of the advanced products he brought have been quite popular. The natives welcome him, so the young man is not too scared, but he has never been in contact with foreigners, so he can't help but feel a little nervous. Okay, I'll go right away. The child next to him dropped the bamboo tube in his hand and ran towards the village with bare feet. As he ran, he called out to the adults working in the fields. After a while, many people gathered with various farm tools. On the shore, I looked at the Han tribe's sailing boats slowly approaching the shore. With a bang, the bow of the sloop touched the soil on the shore, making a muffled sound, and then several young men wearing Han tribal costumes also appeared on the bow. You Han tribe people are here, but what's the matter? Why do you come to our village? Next to the young Zhujian, a middle-aged strong man in his 20s or 30s stood up from the crowd and asked proactively. The leader of this small group of the Han tribe belongs to the Jinwu Guard. He is an 18-year-old boy named Wenxi. He is one of the first batch of Wen tribe boys who were traded by Luo Chong at the Remengshui Valley Spring meeting. He just joined that group. The son has just grown up, and now in a few years, he not only has 3 children, but also because he is smart, reliable, and a veteran member of the Han tribe, he was selected to join the Jinwu Guard. However, the other members of this team did not know his true identity. They only knew that this man was proficient in Zhudao and Prairie languages, so he was specially assigned to lead the team. Wenxi, who was wearing brown clothes and tied-up hair, stood at the bow of the boat and said hello with a smile. Hello fellow villagers, we came here specifically to do business with the permission of your Xian tribe leader. I would like to ask if the elders in your village are here. Maybe we can talk in person. This time we are here specifically to sell farm tools and knife, you will definitely like it. Doing business? Farm tools and knives? How to sell them? The leading man was immediately attracted by this gimmick. They said that the tools of the Han tribe were advanced and the materials used were exquisite, but he had never seen what they were like. Haha, I guess you must need it. We will exchange the iron for your copper. We will exchange it according to the weight. A copper hoe like the one you have can almost exchange for 2 of our farm tools. When she explained with a smile again. The leading man was once again surprised, a copper hoe like this in my hand can be exchanged for the same farm tools from you too? Is it true? Of course it's true. Our Han tribe never deceives people when doing business. Children and old men do not deceive. Beside Wenxi, a muscular man wearing a sleeveless waistcoat also quickly helped. This man's true identity is actually a small flag officer in the Huban Guards, was specially ordered to assist in reconnaissance and escort of the caravan. This is good or not, but I can't make the decision. Why don't you wait a moment? Someone has already gone to invite the clan elders. He will be here soon. Although the leading man was very interested in this business, he was still embarrassed and did not let Wenxi and the others go ashore. No hurry, no rush, we will stay here for 2 or 3 days. We are not in a hurry. Wenxi also replied with a smile, and then asked his men to disperse and rest, and get everyone some cold water. Quench your thirst. The 2 sides waited like this, and more people gathered on the shore. After about a quarter of an hour, in a village a little further away, several people of all sizes gathered around an old man and walked towards the shore. Come over. When the old man came to the shore, he first looked at the ships of the Han tribe and the leader Wenxi. He muttered a few words with the young man who took the lead just now, and then said to Wenxi while leaning on a walking stick. May I ask this Han envoy, are you serious about exchanging 1 farm tool for 2? Of course, we exchange based on weight. Different utensils have different prices. Knives are exchanged for 1, farm tools are exchanged for 2, and cooking utensils are exchanged for 3. All are exchanged based on weight. When she waved his hand behind him, and the herdsman accompanying the team carried out several baskets of iron tools and placed them on the bank. There was no shortage of kitchen knives, sickles, wood knives, shovels, hoes, and plowshares. The clan elder who had just arrived was immediately attracted by the sight. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the iron tools. The man next to him also picked up an iron hoe and looked at it. Hoes made of iron generally have a thinner blade than copper hoes. After all, the toughness of iron is not comparable to that of copper. However, although the material looks thin, it is much lighter than copper hoes and is much lighter to wield. Working with such a tool will definitely be easier and you can do more work in a day. If such an iron farm tool is durable, it might be possible to grow 2 pieces of land with this thing. The clan elder and the strong man couldn't help but think at the same time. Han envoy, do you dare to let us try this iron weapon of yours? The old man asked with expectation. Why not? Come here and give them a few pieces with handles so that the old people can try them out. Wen Shi agreed immediately. The guys also quickly took various tools and put them in front for the natives to try out. The farmers who came to watch were also unambiguous. After all, it was related to the family eating, so they all picked the things that were convenient and tried them out. One person put aside the copper shovel he was using to dig up soil, and took a similar shovel from the caravan. Looking at the ridiculously thin shovel, he muttered, "Can this thing be strong if it is so thin?" But when he saw the caravan man's demonstration, his eyes widened. He saw that this thin piece of iron with a wooden stick inserted into it penetrated deeply into the soil when he stepped on it hard. Then he pressed the wooden handle back, and it was completely a full shovelful of soil was dug out, and a small pit appeared on the muddy ground on the shore. "Oh, this thing is great. If you use this thing to open ditches, it will be light and labor-saving, and the work will be faster. If it doesn't work, I want to change it to another one, no, too." The people watching around him immediately became happy. Some people use hatchets to chop bamboo. A bamboo with a thick arm can be knocked down with 2 cuts. I don't know how much stronger it is than a copper axe or a stone axe. The women in the village were also wandering around spatulas, scissors, kitchen knives, and other objects. The caravan even got a few rags for them to experiment with. The clan elders and young men tried out several plowshares and columbiants on the wasteland nearby, as well as things like sickles. After some fiddling, everyone was overjoyed and expressed their desire to replace all the copperware in your home with ironware from the Han tribe. It is understandable that they would think so, because in the eyes of these farming people, copper is originally used to make tools. This thing is good, but its value is limited to making tools. After all, it cannot be used for anything else, but now it is obvious that the iron tools of the Han tribe are better and much cheaper than copper, so there is no reason not to exchange them. After the 2 parties agreed on the price, the caravan immediately landed ashore, cut bamboo poles to build a tent, and moved all the goods up. A large scale is placed under the shed for weighing, a bamboo mat is spread behind the shed, and a low table is placed as a writing desk. The business is officially opened. Outside the shed, the people in the village came to wait in line carrying the bronze utensils at home. Wen Shi, who was sitting behind the desk recording the account information, also started his currency promotion activities. "Old man, this copper axe of yours can be exchanged for 2 sickles, which makes you a little richer, but what you have left is not enough to exchange for other things. How about I give you a few copper coins?" "Copper coins? What are copper coins? Are they also farm tools of your Han tribe?" the old man who came to exchange for sickles asked confused. Wen Shi's face twitched, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He pulled a small basket on the table with a smile and pointed at the contents. "These small gold and copper pieces are the money of our Han tribe. Although they are not tools and cannot be destroyed, they can be used to trade goods. Any goods of the Han tribe can be exchanged with them. Of course, they must be given, the corresponding quantity will do. It can't eat, drink, or make tools, so what's the use of it? Since you said the money can be exchanged for other things, then just give me the thing." "I don't want the money. The old man picked one up and looked at it in his hand. It was quite exquisitely made. It had flowers on one side, a human head on the other, and many small characters. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about it, so he felt that one of them was the same as the one hanging on the boat. The flags are the same, so it probably refers to the Chinese character for Han tribe. But it was inedible, drinkable, and usable. No matter how beautiful it was of no use in his hands, so he threw it back into the basket and asked Wen-shi to replace it with something else. After being rejected for promotion for the first time, Wen-shi was not in a hurry. It was impossible to succeed anyway, he said with a smile again. Okay, old man, let me exchange it for you, but there are still so many people lined up behind you who are ready to sell copper for iron. How about I give you change with this copper coin first, and then let someone show you our Han people? Could you please see what else I can exchange for the tribe's other goods? This. The old man originally wanted to change directly, but seeing that there were so many people behind him, and the strong sun almost making people faint, he couldn't insist, so he agreed, but he didn't feel at ease, fearing that he would be deceived. After receiving the change from Wen-shi, he immediately pestered people from the Han tribe to exchange things for him. The caravan guys naturally agreed and took the old man to pick out other goods. Old man, take a look, our goods are all here. If there is anything you want, I will tell you the price, and you can exchange it with the copper coins in your hand. The Tiger Guard's flag officer in casual clothes he greeted warmly. Okay, let me take a look first. The old man agreed and then looked carefully. Because it was transported by ship, the caravan brought a full range of goods this time, ranging from large pots and pans, scissors and cloth, to small needles and threads, and shoe sole patterns. The expensive ones even included carbide lamps, scales, and printed calendars, and there were also cheap ones. Chopsticks, wooden spoons, these little things. The old man picked around but couldn't figure out what he wanted, so he asked his daughter-in-law and grandson to help him choose and see what he needed at home. How do you sell this needle? The old man's daughter-in-law asked as she squatted in front of the stall holding her child. The short steel needles cost 1 penny each, and the long steel needles cost 2 cents each. These are also available in boxes, with 10 in a box. How many do you want? A caravan man sat cross-legged on a mat on the street stall, doing business. You Han tribe don't often come to sell things, so buy more. Give me 5 short ones and 5 long ones. But how much do I have to give you for this? How do you calculate this thing? The woman was a little confused. Asked in confusion. 5 short ones, 1 cent each, a total of 5 cents, 5 long ones, 2 cents each, that's a dime, so just give me a dime and a half. The woman turned to look at the old man holding the money and motioned for him to settle the bill, but the old man also looked confused. Looking at the large and small coins in his hand, he couldn't tell which was which. Young man, I can't read, how can I change this thing? Ha, don't worry, I'll teach you how to recognize this money. The coins of our Han tribe are easy to recognize. Even if you don't know how to read, you can tell which one is which. Look at this one with a bunch of millet on the front, and it's the lightest. The thinnest one is worth 1 penny. The one wearing a bamboo hat and working in the fields is worth 2 pennies, and the one driving oxen to plow the land is worth 5 pennies. The horn that is 1 level larger than it has 2 colors. The one with a horse printed on it is 1 horn, the one with a sheep printed on it is 2 horns, and the one with an eagle printed on it is 5 horns. The things your daughter-in-law bought cost a dime and a quarter in total. So all you have to do is give me a man who prints horses and a man who drives cattle and plows the fields. The guy pointed to the patterns on the coins and introduced them to a few people. I know, Grandpa, let me help you find it. The little grandson on the side immediately became happy. Children like to play, and they also like good-looking toys. This coin is exquisitely made, and there are all kinds of things on it. The pattern is really easy for children to like. The 5 or 6-year-old child quickly picked out the coins with images of cattle and horses from the handful of coins in the old man's hand, and then looked at his grandfather with a smile, as if he was coming to praise me soon. Naturally, the old man would not be disappointed. He praised him a few times, and then gave the money to the caravan man. The waiter took the money, took out a small bamboo tube with a stopper, put all the 10 needles the woman wanted into it, and then started to introduce the price to others. As the copper and iron trade progressed on the other side, a large number of people who had received copper coins and change also gathered in front of the grocery stalls, and kept asking the caravan guys about the prices of various commodities. The transactions were also in progress. The indigenous people here have a very fast understanding of coins, which has to be said about the patterns and systems that Luo Chong came up with. When the Han tribe first promoted currency, it was because most of the people were illiterate and could not tell the denomination of currency. Luo Chong came up with the idea of using patterns instead of words. As long as he could see the pictures on them, he could find the corresponding face value. There is also the decimal currency system. For illiterate people who are inherently poor at arithmetic, this decimal system, which can be used as a calculation chip with 10 fingers, is very convenient for calculations. Even among the people of the Han tribe, not to mention when currency was first promoted, even now, many people still rely on the patterns on coins to identify their face value. At this moment, a man among the people buying things suddenly asked, "Han envoy, I want to buy this iron pot, but I don't have enough money. What should I do?" "How much difference?" asked the salesman. "Oops, according to you, we're still 2 cents short." "What should we do?" the man asked a little worriedly. He had already bought all the other things, and had almost spent the money in his hand, but there was still some left, and he was worried about keeping it in his hands. Looking at the caravan guys outside the shed cooking with iron pots, he immediately wanted to use the remaining money to buy one, but unfortunately the iron pot was too expensive and he still had some money left. 2 cents short, how about you do this? Our caravan will stay here for a few days anyway. You will be responsible for the firewood needed for cooking these days. I will give you 5 cents for an armful of corn stalks. How about you pick 4 bundles, and I'll give you 2 cents. The boy thought for a while and then gave him an idea. Can you change money like this? The man said in surprise. That's right, in our Han tribe, all daily necessities can be traded with coins. It's just firewood. We basically don't lack it, but sometimes we also buy some. The boy explained with a smile. The man was very happy and agreed immediately. He hurried home and went to prepare firewood. He even planned to pick some more and maybe buy something else in exchange for a few dollars. The people shopping around were also very surprised. It was the first time they knew that money could be used in this way, and someone asked, curiously, "This Han envoy, you said that this money can be exchanged for daily necessities, but can it be exchanged for grain and salt?" Of course it can be exchanged. In our Han tribe, different grains have different prices. Most of them are traded based on weight or volume. Salt is also exchanged based on weight. Firewood, ironware, and even hired workers. For example, if you are looking for people need to be paid with money to do things, and even cars and boats can be purchased as long as you have enough money, the man explained again. And the people shopping around seemed to have a new door opened. It turns out that coins have such wonderful uses. Many people are only responsible for producing grain. When there is plenty of grain, they can naturally exchange it for something. However, the value of grain is limited and cannot be exchanged for many things. For example, a family wants to exchange grain for 2 sheep, but the price of grain is if it's not enough, you have to give up. But in the Han tribe, if you encounter this situation, you can sell the grain and exchange it for money. If 1 year is not enough, you can save it for 2 years. If 2 years is not enough, you can save it for 3 years. Anyway, coins will not break or depreciate, but if you keep a pile of corn at home, you will definitely not be able to save it for 3 years. If you convert it all into coins, you will be able to save enough money to buy things one day. Some people, inspired by the man just now, also thought about whether they could get something and bring it to the caravan to exchange for some money. He was interested in the columbine used by the Han tribe for sewing, but there was not much money left in his hand. All the copperware at home had been replaced by ironware, so I asked the waiter. "This Han envoy, I also want to buy a columbine, but I don't have enough money in my hand. I don't know if you are short of other things. If I have some here, I would also like to exchange some money." The clerk looked at him with a smile, thought for a moment and said, "Well, there are about 50 of us here, and we have to eat a lot in 3 days. We have brought enough food here, but there is nothing meaty. You go and see if there are any food like chickens, ducks, meat and eggs, and we will give you money if you bring them here. Can this be exchanged for money?" Okay, just wait and I'll find it for you." So another person left the market on the shore and hurried back home. However, he couldn't get much meat at home, so he simply took out some grain and exchanged it with his neighbors for some meat, eggs, etc., and used bamboo for the meat. I put it in a cage and went to exchange it with the Han tribe. The caravan also traded him at a similar price, and the man finally got the columbine he wanted. After this operation, the indigenous people have realized the convenience of currency. The best thing about this thing is that it maintains its value and does not break down. Then it is convenient for transactions. Transactions that could not be done originally are because of the intermediary of currency. It was all done in the end, because no matter what you want to sell or buy, you can first convert it into currency, and then use the currency to exchange it for what you want. And this thing can be flexibly split. No matter what the price is, there is a corresponding currency that can be used for payment. It is indeed a good thing. It's a pity that this thing was introduced by the Han tribe. Although the indigenous people liked it very much, they didn't keep much in their hands. Only a few people kept some in their hands as a souvenir or to preserve their value. Others, most people directly exchanged it for the goods they wanted. Of course, this is also because the Han tribe has not been stationed in Judao for a long time. Even if they want to keep the money for use, your Han tribe's caravan is not always here, nor does it come once every few days. They just want to. I couldn't find anyone to exchange my things, so naturally I didn't want to keep this thing in my hands. However, after watching it for a few days, the village elder found out that he had a lot of feelings about the use of currency. After all, people become wiser with age, so he asked Wensi to hear the news. "Han envoy, can we use this currency in our own transactions? Or can we only exchange it for things in the Han tribe?" "Haha, currency itself is valuable. Old man, it is all made of good copper, so it can naturally be traded with each other. However, if you use it yourself, you still have to do your duty. Don't go up in price or refuse to accept or pay. Money is a trustworthy thing. In our Han tribe, there are tribal offices and Han laws to maintain guarantees. But on your bamboo island, you have to rely on your own protection. Do you understand this?" When she smiled at first, and then explained in a serious tone. "Well, I don't quite understand." I dare to ask the Han envoy, what's going on with this credit? What's going on with refusal to accept and refuse to pay? The old man asked, somewhat confused. Here, let me give you an example. For example, if you have money in your hand and want to buy some food from others, if someone sells it to you, the money will be in the hands of others. But when others come with the money, when I ask you to buy food, you don't recognize the currency and refuse to accept the currency. When others buy things, others also refuse to accept the currency, so do you think the currency is still useful? When she reminded me with a hint of meaning. Oh, I see, I understand. Yes, in our Han tribe, these things are all governed by laws. Whether it is destroying coins, refusing to accept them, or refusing to pay them, robbing coins, stealing coins, or coining coins privately, it is a serious crime. If you are caught, they will be severely punished, ranging from hard labor to corporal punishment, and even beheading. With the endorsement of the entire tribe, the currency system is as solid as a rock. When she once again introduced the currency system of the Han tribe and various aspects. Severe punishment. So it turns out that the Han tribe is really advanced and powerful. Not only are the craftsmen skilled, but the tribe system is also perfect. It's really fascinating. But Ambassador Han, I have an idea. I wonder if it can work. Old man, please tell me. The clan elder in the village stroked his goatee and suddenly proposed that he wanted to raise some things that the Han tribe needed, and then exchange them for money and some common supplies. He would open a canteen-like existence in the village and provide the villagers with some food. It's convenient, and at the same time, he can make a little difference in price for his own home. Of course this is a good thing, but aren't you worried about the problems I just mentioned? If the caravan leaves, no one can enforce the currency rules? When she asked with a smile. What he just said was so obvious, doesn't this old man understand it yet? Don't worry, Han envoy. You dare not say it elsewhere. In this village, no one dares not to listen to what I say. Although we don't have Han laws here, we still have clan rules. The old man said proudly with a confident look on his face. Ah? Ha 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 ha, good, what a clan rule, the old man is really brave. When she couldn't help laughing after hearing this. The Han tribe's Judao currency promotion campaign is undoubtedly successful and has achieved the expected goals. Although the current Judao people's currency retention is not high, the use of currency has been deeply rooted in their hearts. Luo Chong believed that as long as the Han tribe could occupy Judao, currency would spread rapidly on Judao. The most important thing is that the Han tribe used the name of this operation to thoroughly understand most of the important information on Judao, which provided a favorable guarantee for the later occupation plan. Luo Chong only waited for the specific information to be sent back. We can divide the administrative regions of the Han tribe into Judao based on the comprehensive map, and find suitable officials to train in advance. When the battle is over, officials will be dispatched immediately, so that Bamboo Island can be stabilized as quickly as possible, and Bamboo Island will become his own. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately wrote back a letter to Bestia, telling him to deal with the sloop and sampan business for the Qingshu tribe first, and as for the brig, he would wait for another month. 2 days later, when Luo Chong's reply was delivered to Bestia, Bestia also immediately found the weapon elder stationed near the mission and proposed a ship trade. Naturally, the weapon elder was very cooperative, and they were eager to get it immediately. Han tribe ships, and then mastered the shipbuilding technology, completely shutting out the Han tribe from the sea. The Qingshu tribe has no shortage of iron. This time the Han tribe's currency promotion gave them a lot of iron tools. The Han tribe has also acquired a lot of copper. They have basically plundered all the copper wares in the homes of Judao people. All of them have been shipped back to the tribe. They will soon be transported to Qingshu County, where they will be smelted and purified again, and then sent to the factory. The coin factory makes currency. In mid-July of this year, the research institute had been moved to the Steam Engine Research Center in Shuifu County, and the result was finally produced a mini steam engine model. Although it is only a small model, this model can really boil water and spin in circles. Since the model is relatively small, it is of course impossible to use coal in the boiler. Instead, it uses charcoal. First, ignite the red-hot charcoal, and then add new charcoal to it, so that the boiler can keep burning at all times. Perhaps it is precisely because of its small size that most of the parts of this model machine are cast by the lost wax method, and the products are much more refined. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Although it has no practical use, it is as a machine. As far as a verification machine is concerned, it is still qualified. At least when it actually starts running, it proves that Luo Chong's idea is valid. It is really feasible to use steam to drive machinery. After the verification was successful, Luo Chong immediately ordered the institute to start trial production of a one-to-one physical verification machine. At the same time, the theory and model production of the small locomotive were also put on the agenda. In accordance with Luo Chong's development ideas of multiple routes, the institute also began to carry out clear generational research projects on these steam engines, and embarked on a three-step strategy of pre-research, research, and production. At the same time, the Steam Engine Research Institute it was officially renamed Power Research Institute by Luo Chong. There are currently 3 research projects. The first-generation steam engine is a fixed prime-mover steam engine that has been modeled. It is mainly used to provide power for lathes. The second project is a trial production based on the experience of the first-generation steam engine, a model of a narrow-gauge locomotive. The third project is a high-torque stationary motive power steam engine, which is mainly used to provide motive power for large mechanical equipment. This kind of steam engine is also very versatile. It can be used to transform the mint and replace all the minting machinery with steam power. But on the other hand, it is mainly provided to the new steel county. Luo Chong planned to set up a steel rolling mill as a priority after the steam engine technology matured, mainly for the production of various steel products. After all, without a rolling mill, many things you want cannot be produced, such as rails. Casting can only cast short-distance rails. One rail can be a few meters long at most, and the quality is not good. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but using the steel rolling mill can directly produce rails tens or even hundreds of meters long. Only then can the railway construction of the Han tribe really pick up speed. In addition, with the steel rolling mill, seamless steel pipes, the main material of bicycle tricycles, will also be able to be mass-produced, instead of having to be hammered by craftsmen by hand. Other rebars, steel bars, and wire ropes used in construction, or angle steel and I-shaped steel used to erect factories and bridges, will all be produced. In fact, the rolling mill is a mechanical steel stretcher that can forge, stretch, and gradually shape red-hot steel into the desired shape. This process also has a modern name called hot rolling, which is similar to there is also cold rolling, which is to directly stretch metal that has not been calcined at high temperatures at room temperature, using its ductility to change its shape. However, the current technical reserves of cold rolling are not enough. Generally speaking, hot rolling is the most widely used. If it can be successful, the productivity of the Han tribe will also be greatly improved, and the prices of many things will also increase with the increase in productivity. Improve and lower, and when the time comes, the lives of the Han tribe people will be improved again. After arranging these research plans, Luo Chong made up his mind to go far away. He wanted to go to the beach to see in person, to see the Tang tribe, to see Tuahai County, to see Zhudao, and to see his own future. Although Luo Chong has always been entangled with Zhudao, he has never been there. In addition, he also wants to see what the sea in this world looks like. As soon as this idea came out, it suddenly grew like weeds in Luo Chong's mind. He was very tired in the tribe and wanted to go out for a long time. Although going out still required work, it could at least change his mood. Having made up his mind, Luo Chong immediately began to make arrangements for the southern tour. This time he planned to go directly with his family. The 2 children, Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan, were almost 2 years old. It would not have any impact if they traveled far away. Besides, there were many people around them. There will definitely be someone who can take care of it, so Luo Chong is not worried. After giving an order, people were asked to prepare carriages, horses, boats, guards, etc. Luo Chong also told his plan while having dinner in the evening while his family and the tenant Tang Yao were there. I'm planning to make a southern tour in a few days, to visit the southern border of the Han tribe, targeting the 3 counties of Honghu, Tuahai County, and the Tang tribe. When the time comes, Xiaodai and Zhang will take their children with them. You guys will also start preparing tomorrow, bring things for children. Also, Tang Yao, do you want to go back together this time? Xiaodai and Zhang were quite happy. They also knew that Luo Chong was very tired. It would be a good thing if they could go out and relax. The 2 children had not been to far places when they were so old. It would be good to go out with their father and gain experience. So he happily agreed, and only the 2 snackers, Luo Ching and Luo Lan, held their own wooden bowls and ate meat dumplings. Tang Yao, who was sitting at the same table eating, was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She didn't expect this question to be so sudden. After thinking about it carefully, she agreed. Now it is July. Tang Yao has stayed in the Han tribe for half a year. All the medicinal materials she brought have been compiled into information and written into the Han tribe's Compendium of Materia Medica. Here, her tasks in the project have been completed long ago. Now she is still staying in the Han tribe, just learning the medical skills of the Han tribe. But it wasn't like she couldn't come back in the future, so it didn't matter if she went home first to check things out. Then she decided to go on a southern tour with Luo Chong. Compared with dissecting corpses and drawing body structures with people every day, it is obvious that the southern tour is more attractive. After all, Tang Yao has only heard about the 3 grassland counties of the Han tribe and has never really seen them. How can she? I'm willing to miss this good opportunity. So just like that, several people decided on the plan, each dealt with the matters at hand, packed up their things, and set off together. First, we took a carriage to Luoyang County, took the 2 children to see the lighthouse, and then went to Days Lake to see the 2 elephants Ruru and Huishan, and then got on the sailboat and headed south together. This time, there were 5 ships in the Southern Patrol Fleet, with a tall 3-masted ship in the middle, and 2 brigs at the front and rear guarding each other. The 5 ships lined up in a single column and set sail towards the south. But of course this trip couldn't just be used to transport Luo Chong and the others. It would be a waste of transportation capacity, so there was also a large amount of currency, iron ingots, and some other commodities along with the ship. In the morning, Luo Chong's family stood in front of the poop window. Everyone had the luxury of holding a telescope to look at the scenery on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and in the distance. They couldn't help but marvel at this thing. Husband, this telescope is really magical. Standing here, you can see everything so far away, as if it were right in front of you. Xiaodai couldn't help but boast in admiration. Mom, I want to see it too. Dad, I want it too. Xiao Luoqing held Xiaodia's thigh and rocked it, staring pitifully at the telescope in the adult's hand. Haha, come, stand on the table and watch. Luo Chong picked up his son and put it on the table. Then he put the 10 to 40-fold single-lens zoom telescope in front of his son, gesturing to the little guy to watch for himself. Xiao Luoguo was really happy. He held the telescope in both hands and looked around at the shore. Everything he saw was new. As he looked at it, the boy suddenly jumped up on the table and shouted excitedly. Dad, I saw it, there is a city over there, and there is Montenegro. Oh? Really? Luo Chong responded casually, took the telescope and took a look. It turned out that Dongxing County was not far ahead. The Black Mountain in Xiao Luoqing's mouth was nothing more than the accumulation of goods on the dock of Dongxing County. Just like a mountain of coal. Son, take a good look at this city. This is also the city of our Han tribe, and it will be managed by you in the future. Luo Chong felt inspired, touched Xiao Luocheng's shaved head and sighed. Said, but this kid only looked at the strange things, and obviously didn't pay attention to Luo Chong's words. Dad, cow, moo. Xiao Luocheng looked at the telescope, turned his head and pointed with his little hand, asking Luo Chong to follow him, and imitated the cow's cry in excitement. Luo Chong laughed at himself for being stupid. He had gone crazy to talk about his ancestral heritage to a child less than 2 years old. If this child was from an ordinary family, he might still be nursing. He stretched out his big hand and rubbed his fleshy little buttocks twice, and then took a pigtail from the food box nearby for him to eat. Eat it. After finishing this pigtail, let your mother give you a bath. Xiao Luocheng immediately dropped the binoculars, picked up the pig's tail and started to nibble on it, making Tang Yao on the side laugh. She flipped through an unfinished diet and health book in her hand and read, seriously, pigtails are rich in collagen and calcium. When cooked, they can promote wound healing and strengthen bones. Children can remove dampness, replenish zinc, and treat salivation, teeth grinding, finger eating and other symptoms. Occasionally eating some pigtails will stop Xiao Luocheng from drooling. Xiao Dai also took back the telescope and said with a smile, "This method proposed by my husband is really effective." Since the 2 children ate pigtails, they rarely drool. "Husband, are we going to stop the ship in Dongxing County?" While several people were studying the pigtail, Zhang also carried Luo Lan to the poop, followed by several maids, carrying 2 large basins of ice. Blocks come in and are used to cool the cabin. These are all ice collected along the river in winter and stored in the cellar in advance. During this trip, Luo Chong specially asked someone to install some in the cabin. First, it can be used for cooling, and second, it can be used as a refrigerator in the cabin. Fresh vegetables and fruits. There is no need to stop the fleet. Tell the last ship to go to Dongxing County to buy some fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat, and then speed up to follow. Luo Chong thought about it and made arrangements. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away." Zhang agreed, handed Luo Lan to Luo Chong, and then turned around and ordered the servants to do things. The fleet continued heading south like this, passing by the sandbank where the raccoon tribe and crocodiles were first discovered, the abandoned settlements of the barbarian tribes, and the farmland once cultivated by the Jiang family. Luo Chong looked through the telescope and found that these farmlands were still full of crops, and there were many human activities on the river banks. Smoke from cooking smoke floated again in the abandoned small village, which made him frown. It seems that there should be a lot of people around here. Other tribes have quickly occupied the settlement where the Jiang family once lived. Maybe we can set up a county here, which can also be regarded as adding a supply point along the waterway. In addition, it can absorb some people. Xiao Dai, go and mark this place on the map and mark it as I said. Luo Chong looked at it with a telescope and thought for a while. "Okay, I'll take note of it, husband." Xiao Dai responded with a smile. This time when she went out, she could clearly see that Luo Chong was in a much better mood. He was even more energetic when applauding at night, which made her and Zhang miserable. When she saw Tang Yao in the morning, the little girl was still, his face was red with embarrassment, and the dark circles under his eyes were particularly obvious. Zhang also touched her belly with a happy face, wondering when she would be able to give birth to another child for her husband. At the end of July, when Luo Chong's fleet reached the fork in the middle section of the Luyang River, Luo Chong decided to visit the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland first. The first stop was Kaiyuan County, and then he inspected Zhongwu County and Binhai County in turn. At the same time, the Xian tribe of Zhudao finally got their wish and bought the sampan and sloop they wanted from the mission. As for the brig, because Luo Chongrang delayed it for a while, the beast's teeth cut on the grounds that there are currently no idle ships for sale. They are told that they can only wait for the ships to be transferred from Luyang County. Of course, this transfer will take at least 2 or 3 months. However, the senior officials of the Xian tribe who had already obtained the sloop were unwilling to be left alone. They could not wait to try out the newly acquired sailboat. The sloops sold by the Han tribe were actually small flat-bottomed boats on inland rivers used by caravans a few days ago. This kind of ship is 15 meters long, 4 meters wide, with an aspect ratio of about 3.8. It has a shallow draft, but has high passability, fast speed, and large loading capacity. It does not pick a dock, or even has no dock to dock directly. It is originally intended for inland rivers. They were designed on the water, but apparently the Qingshu tribe didn't understand the difference between these sailboats and thought that as long as they had masts and sails hanging on them, they were all the same boats. Therefore, in order to understand the characteristics of this kind of ship as soon as possible, the elders, under the order of Commander Qingshu, asked him to go to sea as soon as possible to experiment and figure out the skills of using the sailboat. While imitating the manufacturing, he also had to understand the structure and the principle of movement and the ability to realize independent research and development as soon as possible. After all, they can never surpass the Han tribe by imitation alone. The Han tribe will not sell their most advanced ships to them. Even if the Han tribe is willing to sell it, they may not buy it. Rise. For Commander Qingshu, who has mastered the weaving technology and carpentry technology, as long as the structural principles are understood, it will only be a matter of time for the Qingshu tribe to independently develop it. Elder Qi was also very excited and liked the newly purchased sailboat very much. Although this thing was just the most inconspicuous little thing in the Han tribe, for him, just looking at its size, it was as long as 5 houses wide. It's obviously already a giant. After calling on 15 cronies, plus himself and Elder Jean, a total of 17 people, they prepared to go to sea together to experience the charm of driving a sailboat. The ship is currently parked at the pier where the mission is located, parked together with many ships of the Han tribe. However, since the elder has settled the payment as a representative, the ship has been changed to the flag of the Qingshu tribe. There is nothing that can be done about this. Currently, there is only one outlet, or coastal pier, in the entire Zhudao Island, and it was developed by the Han tribe. The Qingshu tribe doesn't even have boats, so how can they get the experience to build a seaport? So when the elder brought his people over and said that they were going to take the boat out to sea, the envoy immediately knew the news. Beast Tooth immediately appeared in front of them with a strange expression. I heard that Elder Qi wants to go to sea now. Oh? It turns out to be the Han envoy. Yes, we want to go out to sea and try this boat now. What advice does the Han envoy have? Elder Qi is still in a good mood. Now standing on his tribe's boat, he feels confident in speaking. I don't dare give you advice, but I do have some suggestions. This sloop has just arrived in the hands of your tribe, and your crew has not been trained yet. Navigating in the sea is extremely dangerous. If the captain wants to test the boat, he should try it in the Qingshu River first. Okay. Beastu persuaded as he looked at the big flag rustling on the flagpole in the mission compound. Oh? What does the Han envoy mean by this? Does he look down on our Qingshu tribe people? Although our Qingshu tribe sailors have no sailing experience, they are hard-working and have the courage to conquer the sea. The sea around the bamboo island is like Han, the tribe can go, why can't our Qingshu tribe go? Or is it that the Han envoys have other purposes? Elder Jean, as Commander Qingshu's hardcore doglegger, had no favorable opinion of the Han tribe himself and was very dissatisfied with Bestia's obstruction. He was very suspicious of Bestia's purpose and that the Han tribe was deliberately holding back their catch. Of deep malice. Ha 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 ha, of course the Qingshu tribe can go. The boat is already yours. Of course, it is your tribe who has the final say where you want to go. This envoy is just a kind reminder. Since Elder Jean doesn't like it, then I won't, no more persuading. Bestia wasn't angry at all. Anyway, he said everything he needed to say. Gods can't save people who want to die. They can't stop him. There's nothing he can do. Although Elder Qi didn't like the Han tribe either, he wasn't as rigid as Elder Jean. He acted like a peacemaker and smoothed things over in the middle. The Han envoys can rest assured. The Han tribe's shipbuilding skills are extremely ingenious and very simple to operate. Raising and lowering sails, lifting and lowering anchors, and rocking oars. These things can all be learned in one go. My sailors have mastered them skillfully. With these technologies, we won't go too far, so don't worry, Ambassador Han. Since Elder Qi knows what's going on, Beastie won't say anything else. I wish you all smooth sailing. Beastie didn't say any more, just cupped his hands and went back directly. The people of the Qingshu tribe who were standing on the boat also set sail directly towards the sea. After the sailboat sailed out of sight, Beastie called the captain of the three-masted cargo ship from Takumi County to Takashima and asked him about today's weather conditions. If you go back to the ambassador, watch the flag and watch the wind. The wind force today is at least level 5, and the gusts are around level 7. This is still on an island. If we go to the open sea, I am afraid the wind will be even stronger, and the wave height will be at least 3 meters. Above, not to mention single-masted small boats, even double-masted medium-sized ships are not safe. Beastie also nodded in agreement with this view. After all, it is the end of July, which is the famous windy season on Takashima. Since the end of June, shipping from Takumi County to the mission has decreased. Even if a fleet of ships occasionally comes, it must be a 40-meter-long three-masted ship. On the other side, the captain gave the order to sail the ship, and a dozen sailors who had undergone simple training also quickly started operating. He quickly lifted the anchor and used the oars to push the ship away from the pier. After looking at the wind flag on the top of the mast, the sailors also shouted the trumpet and raised the longitudinal sail lined with bamboo poles as the sail. Raise to the highest point, and then adjust the sail angle according to the wind direction. The dock is restricted by the surrounding terrain, and the wind blows obliquely, but this also brings out the characteristics of the longitudinal sail with wind coming from all directions. The sails of the ship swelled rapidly when caught by the crosswind, and began to move under the thrust of the wind. Two elders, the wind is not light today, this boat is running really fast. A sailor saw that the boat could really move under their control, and immediately said a few compliments, as if he was doing something for himself. Take credit. Ha 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 ha, this shows that God is blessing our Qingshu tribe. From today on, our Qingshu tribe will also be the tribe that can dominate the water. Elder Jean stood on the bow and laughed quite proudly. Elder Qi saw through the thoughts of those sailors and immediately threw out his carrot. You all learn and work hard. In the future, our Qingshu tribe will have our own ships. You, the first batch of sailors, will all have the opportunity to become captains in the future, and they will be bigger ships than this. Yes, thank you, Elder, for cultivating me. The sailors were immediately excited, as if they had already seen themselves standing on a three-masted sailboat dozens of meters long, gesticulating, shouting, and being complimented by their tribesmen. Elder Jean on the side just looked at it and smiled, without speaking. The sailboat sailed smoothly along the Qingshu River to the downstream estuary and entered the long strait. The wind seemed stronger and the waves were undulating. There were already waves less than 1 meter high. Although it was a little bumpy, it was still, does not affect the movement of ships. The sailors turned the rudder to adjust the direction, and then turned the sails to make it better able to catch the wind. The speed of the ship suddenly increased, and it began to ride the wind and waves on the sea. The round bow split the waves, and on both sides of the hull, 2 silver-white chains are left on the side. Okay, at this speed, let's go to the place where fishermen usually fish. I heard that there are many large reefs there, and the ships of the Han tribe come from there every time. The captain held on to the shed on the boat, and the sea breeze rustled his clothes. Although it was a bit bumpy in the waves, and made him feel a little seasick, it still couldn't stop his excitement. As soon as you mentioned the reef, I remembered it. Didn't the Han tribe say they wanted to build a lighthouse there? Have they built it? Elder Jean also stood proudly on the small deck of the bow. He didn't wearing shoes, and stepping on the wooden board with bare feet will make you feel more stable. I heard that the construction hasn't started yet. It seems to be quite big. The mission is recruiting people to quarry stones from the Yashan mountain of the fishing tribe. They say they want to carve the stones into stone bricks and start building them after enough stone bricks are saved. The amount of work is not small, the elder said with emotion. TSK, the Han tribe is so flashy. Not to mention the idea of building a house in the sea, they still insist on using stone bricks. They are a bunch of fools. The same bricks, but the fired adobe bricks are not equally usable. I think this is just showing off, there is really nothing to spend the money on. Elder Jean said something to the Han tribe with disdain. Hey, having said that, it is true that the Han tribe is rich. The boat we are standing on costs 4,500 yuan, and a senior craftsman from their Han tribe only pays 4,500 yuan a month. It's only about 30 yuan. If you want to buy a boat like this, you'll have to give Han the food and drink. The tribe has to work for more than 10 years. The Han tribe has so many ships, so it's not just a waste. Although Elder Qi doesn't like the Han tribe, he still likes to use the Han tribe to attack Elder Jean, looking at his expression. Without the sour expression on his face, I felt inexplicably much more comfortable. Oh, I'm talking about Luo Chong. Are you too confused or you really can't see it? Their Han tribe is obviously blackmailing us. I don't believe they sell it to people in their own tribe for the same price. Elder Jean was quite puzzled. Said angrily. So what? Why can't we make it ourselves now? They are clearly trying to blackmail us. What can you do? Can you not buy it? The elder of the weapon still continued to retaliate, although he felt very uncomfortable, because when compared with the various high technologies of the Han tribe, he could not help but feel a severe sense of inferiority. He was also the great elder in charge of the manufacture of the weapon, but he couldn't even build a small boat that others looked down upon, and he would have to feel inferior to anyone else. The two stopped talking, silently sulking at the Han tribe. But I don't know since when, the people on the boat felt that the bumps of the boat were getting bigger and bigger. Because of the strong wind and the speed of the boat, they quickly sailed out of the strait and came to the sea east of Bamboo Island. Superior. The reefs there are densely covered, and there are huge and strange-shaped reefs everywhere. In the ups and downs of the waves, you can still see many fishermen collecting fish on the reefs. Although the waves are a bit bigger this season, the sea also showed her generous side, and a lot of seafood was washed up on the reef by the waves. Good things that you had to dive underwater to get in the past can now be easily obtained in knee-deep water, as well as those priceless scallops that contain pearls. But the captain and the others on the other side had a hard time. The wind and waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger, and waves of 3 to 4 meters high hit the boat one after another. The captain had already retracted into the canopy of the boat and stood firmly. Elder Jean on the bow deck couldn't hold on any longer. A big wave suddenly hit him and knocked him directly into the cabin. Although the sloop specially designed for inland water transportation has many advantages, the advantage of low freeboard becomes a disadvantage at sea. The low ship side has no resistance at all when faced with the impact of such waves. Elder, it's not good, the cabin is flooded. A sailor shouted against the strong wind. What? Is there water? Is the cabin leaking? The captain suddenly became extremely nervous. No water leakage was found at the bottom of the ship. The waves above were too big and poured in from the deck. The sailor replied immediately. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find a basin or something to pour the water out. Elder Jean was also hit by the big wave just now and hit the pillar of the boat canopy. He was immediately knocked to pieces, but he still shouted loudly. "Is there to direct?" "Oh, okay, brothers, hurry up and pour water outside." The sailors immediately found containers and got into the cabin to get water out, but at this time the ship lost control. Another large wave of nearly 4 meters high rushed over. The bow of the ship was suddenly raised under the impact of the waves. The entire ship stood up instantly, as if it was driving on a wall of water, and the entire hull was flush with the sea level. It became 90 degrees. But at this time, more than a dozen people were still in the cabin. The seawater poured into the cabin and a dozen people all fell to the stern of the boat under the action of gravity. The seawater, wooden barrels, food and fresh water, as well as the 2 elders and a dozen crew members suddenly huddled together. The weight of the stern increased suddenly, but the bow was lifted high by the impact of the waves, and the entire ship suddenly lost its balance. Finally, the waves reached their highest peak and began to fall downwards. A huge amount of sea water directly hit the sails that had become horizontal. The next moment, with a loud click, the mast, which was as thick as an adult's thigh, broke directly. When the waves receded, the sloop had completely disappeared on the sea. The ship sank. On the rough sea, a huge bubble emerged from the water and exploded into a splash on the sea. It was the air in the ship, and now it was completely surging up. The sea breeze continued and the waves continued. I don't know how long it took, but a few heads finally emerged from the undulating sea water. Elder Qi and Elder Jean both appeared, with their wet hair sticking to their faces, blocking their sight. Everyone was gasping for air, and from time to time, they spit out mouthfuls of salty and bitter sea water. As an island tribe, most of the people in the Qian tribe can still swim, and Elder Qi and Elder Jean are no exception. At this time, the 2 of them were desperately splashing and treading on the water, resisting the waves of waves. The elder wiped the seawater from his face and pushed back the hair that stuck to his face. Looking around, he finally saw a few figures on the surrounding sea, as well as some bottles and cans floating out of the cabin. Tank, he looked at a sealed bucket floating on the sea not far away, hurriedly swam over, hugged the bucket, and then gave his body a chance to breathe. Elder, swim over there quickly, let's go to the reef. A little further away, a sailor suddenly emerged from the waves, pointing to a reef in the distance and shouting. Elder Qi took advantage of another wave and swam to the top of the waves. Only then did he see the rocks in the distance. He shouted hello and swam towards the rocks first. Elder Jean on the other side, because he was standing on the bow of the boat just now, hit his head against the shed pillar when the waves hit. The subsequent capsizing incident even shook him up. Now, he no longer knew what was going on, but his hands and feet were still unconsciously making paddling movements. Several sailors took a look and hurriedly dragged the things around them that could still float on the water, and swam together to drag Elder Jean onto the rocks. After everyone climbed onto the reef, the number of people was counted again. Of the 17 people who came, there were now only 11 left. Elder Jean, who was unconscious, was also lying on the reef and something was abnormal. Some sailors discovered that the rocks under Elder Jean's head quickly turned red, which meant that something serious was going on. Sure enough, when he turned over, he saw that the back of Elder Jean's head had been bruised. When he touched the wound, there was no bone to the touch, but it felt soft. Elder Jean broke his head. I'm afraid he may die. When the elder heard this, he glanced blankly, and his face suddenly turned pale. He never thought that why it was just an ordinary sea trial, it would become like this. When he thought of what Bestia had just warned them, he felt his whole body hurt, and he really regretted it. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. If the ship sinks, there will be no more. The Qian tribe spent a lot of money to give up their independent currency rights in exchange for what they had lost, and several lives were lost. Even Elder Jean was unfortunately killed, but at least a whole body was left behind. However, the current situation of everyone is not much better than those who died directly. Being trapped on such a rock with no grass at all, it is estimated that they will all die on this rock in a short time. That night, until dark, Gushed did not see the ship coming back. He was still wondering, could it be that the Qingshu tribe had found a separate place to build a new port? Or maybe something really happened? Otherwise, why didn't you come back until night? Is it possible that this boat of people got lost at sea? This is possible. The wind and waves were so strong during the day. If they were blown far away from the land, without a compass or other means of identification, they might not be able to find the direction home, and they would drift towards the endless direction. Sea. However, in such a situation, even if their boat did not capsize, they would probably die on the boat. Early the next morning, Gushed asked someone to ask if the ship had returned. After learning that there was still no news, he immediately sent someone to send the news to Commander Qingshu as a kind reminder. He did this because he was afraid that the Qingshu tribe would make a fuss about it and put the blame on the Han tribe when he came back. Thinking of this, Gushed wrote the matter in a letter and sent a copy to Luo Chong. The elders and others who were trapped on the rocks were also very sad at this time. When the sun came up that morning, Elder Jean could not wake up again. Another life was lost, which made the remaining survivors feel depressed. The wind was still very strong today, and the low rocks could not withstand the impact of the waves at all. The elders and others had no chance to dry their clothes, so they had no choice but to bear the impact of the sea water. However, in order to be more comfortable, he took off his wet clothes. But the cost of doing so was even greater. It was the end of July, the hottest time of the year, and the strong sea breeze swept away all the clouds. The remaining group of people were all exposed to the sun. Underneath, the strong light made them dizzy. If they hadn't rescued a sealed bucket of fresh water, they might have died long ago. Just like this, another day passed, and the news finally reached the ears of Commander Qingshu. Hearing the news, Commander Qingshu was also very anxious and sent a message to the envoys, hoping that they would send ships out to sea to search. Just for such a thing, how could the Qingshu tribe control the Han tribe if they didn't pay a price? After agreeing to allow the mission to build cargo stations and banks in the eastern part of Zhudao Island, Gushed then arranged for a large ship to go out to sea to find the missing weapon elder and others. On the third day, 3 more of the 10 people left on the reef collapsed, and everyone was even more panicked. These 3 people either died of dehydration, or they were choking on water in their lungs. Amidst constant coughing, they died. The man's mouth was bleeding, and he eventually died. The rest will be refreshed later. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. If the ship sinks, there will be no more. The Qingshu tribe spent a lot of money to give up their independent currency rights in exchange for what they had lost, and several lives were lost. Even Elder Jean was unfortunately killed, but at least a whole body was left behind. However, the current situation of everyone is not much better than those who died directly. Being trapped on such a rock without even a root of grass, it is estimated that they will all die on this rock in a short time. That night, until dark, Gushed did not see the ship coming back. He was still wondering, did the Qingshu tribe find a separate place to build a new port? Or maybe something really happened? Otherwise, why didn't you come back until night? Is it possible that this boat of people got lost at sea? This is possible. The wind and waves were so strong during the day. If they were blown far away from the land, without a compass or other means of identification, they might not be able to find the direction home, and they would drift towards the endless direction. Sea. However, in such a situation, even if their boat did not capsize, they would probably die on the boat. Early the next morning, Bestia asked someone to ask if the ship had returned. After learning that there was still no news, he immediately sent someone to send the news to Commander Qian as a kind reminder. He did this because he was afraid that the Qian tribe would make a fuss about it and put the blame on the Han tribe when he came back. Thinking of this, Bestia wrote the matter in a letter and sent a copy to Luo Chong. The elders and others who were trapped on the reef were also very sad at this time. When the sun came up that morning, Elder Jean could not wake up again. Another life was lost, which made the remaining survivors feel depressed. The wind was still very strong today, and the low rocks could not withstand the impact of the waves at all. The elders and others had no chance to dry their clothes, so they had no choice but to bear the impact of the sea water. However, in order to be more comfortable, he took off his wet clothes. But the cost of doing so was even greater. It was the end of July, the hottest time of the year, and the strong sea breeze swept away all the clouds. The remaining group of people were all exposed to the sun. Underneath, the strong light made them dizzy. If they hadn't rescued a sealed bucket of fresh water, they might have died long ago. Just like this, another day passed, and the news finally reached the ears of Commander Qian. Hearing the news, Commander Qian was also very anxious and sent a message to the envoys, hoping that they would send ships out to sea to search. It's just such a thing. How can the Qian tribe control the Han tribe if they don't pay a price? After agreeing to allow the mission to build cargo stations and banks in the eastern part of Zhudao Island, Bestia then arranged for a large ship to go out to sea to find the missing weapon elder and others. On the third day, 3 more of the 10 people left on the reef collapsed, and everyone was even more panicked. These 3 people either died of dehydration, or they were choking on water in their lungs. Amidst constant coughing, they died. The man's mouth bled, and he eventually died. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. If the ship sinks, there will be no more. The Qian tribe spent a lot of money to give up their independent currency rights in exchange for what they had lost, and several lives were lost. Even Elder Jean was unfortunately killed, but at least a whole body was left behind. However, the current situation of everyone is not much better than those who died directly. Being trapped on such a rock with no grass at all, it is estimated that they will all die on this rock in a short time. That night, until dark, Bestia did not see the ship coming back. He was still wondering, did the Qian tribe find a separate place to build a new port? Or maybe something really happened? Otherwise, why didn't you come back until night? Is it possible that this boat of people got lost at sea? This is possible. The wind and waves were so strong during the day. If they were blown far away from the land, without a compass or other means of identification, they might not be able to find the direction home, and they would drift towards the endless direction. Sea. However, in such a situation, even if their boat did not capsize, they would probably die on the boat. Early the next morning, Bestia asked someone to ask if the ship had returned. After learning that there was still no news, he immediately sent someone to send the news to Commander Qian as a kind reminder. He did this because he was afraid that the Qian tribe would make a fuss about it and put the blame on the Han tribe when he came back. Thinking of this, Bestia wrote this matter in a letter and sent a copy to Luo Chong. The elders and others who were trapped on the reef were also very sad at this time. When the sun came up that morning, Elder Jean could not wake up again. Another life was lost, which made the remaining survivors feel depressed. The wind was still very strong today, and the low rocks could not withstand the impact of the waves at all. The elders and others had no chance to dry their clothes, so they had no choice but to bear the impact of the sea water. However, in order to be more comfortable, he took off his wet clothes. But the cost of doing so was even greater. It was the end of July, the hottest time of the year, and the strong sea breeze swept away all the clouds. The remaining group of people were all exposed to the sun. Underneath, the strong light made them dizzy. If they hadn't rescued a sealed bucket of fresh water, they might have died long ago. Just like this, another day passed, and the news finally reached the ears of Commander Xian. Hearing the news, Commander Xian was also very anxious and sent a message to the envoys, hoping that they would send ships out to sea to search. It's just such a thing. How can the Xian tribe control the Han tribe if they don't pay a price? After agreeing to allow the mission to build cargo stations and banks in the eastern part of Zhudao Island, Beastia then arranged for a large ship to go out to sea to find the missing weapon elder and others. On the third day, 3 more of the 10 people left on the reef collapsed, and everyone was even more panicked. These 3 people either died of dehydration, or they were choking on water in their lungs. Amidst constant coughing, they died. The man's mouth bled, and he eventually died. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. If the ship sinks, there will be no more. The Xian tribe spent a lot of money to give up their independent currency rights in exchange for what they had lost, and several lives were lost. Even Elder Jean was unfortunately killed, but at least a whole body was left behind. However, the current situation of everyone is not much better than those who died directly. Being trapped on such a rock with no grass at all, it is estimated that they will all die on this rock in a short time. That night, until dark, Beastia did not see the ship coming back. He was still wondering, could it be that the Xian tribe had found a separate place to build a new port? Or maybe something really happened? Otherwise, why didn't you come back until night? Is it possible that this boat of people got lost at sea? This is possible. The wind and waves were so strong during the day. If they were blown far away from the land, without a compass or other means of identification, they might not be able to find the direction home, and they would drift towards the endless direction. Sea. However, in such a situation, even if their boat did not capsize, they would probably die on the boat. Early the next morning, Beastia asked someone to ask if the ship had returned. After learning that there was still no news, he immediately sent someone to send the news to Commander Xian as a kind reminder. He did this because he was afraid that the Xian tribe would make a fuss about it and put the blame on the Han tribe when he came back. Thinking of this, Beastia wrote this matter in a letter and sent a copy to Luo Chong. The elders and others who were trapped on the reef were also very sad at this time. When the sun came up that morning, Elder Jean could not wake up again. Another life was lost, which made the remaining survivors feel depressed. In fact, the shipwreck this time benefited from the relatively timely rescue of the Han tribe, which successfully rescued the nearly dead weapon elder, which also brought great convenience to subsequent processing. Elder Qi, who reawakened, directly admitted his fault. Before they set off, the Han tribe's envoy clearly advised them not to go to sea. However, neither he nor Elder Jean listened to the dissuasion, which finally led to such a tragic disaster. The parties involved had already characterized the incident, so Commander Xian naturally had no other words to say and could only admit that he was unlucky. However, after experiencing this incident, the senior leaders of the Yashin tribe truly realized the terror of the sea. Although there are endless treasures in the sea, its dangers cannot be underestimated. Just a slightly stronger sea breeze can easily destroy their sailboat. Of course, there are also reasons why the ship is too small. After realizing the truth of the problem, Commander Xian was naturally no longer willing to use small boats, and finally made a solemn decision to purchase 2 20-meter-long ketch boats in the next batch. This was also the first time that Yuji opened up the Luyang River to Zhudao. Although the ships used on the route are not much larger than sloops, they still have obvious advantages in terms of seaworthiness in the ocean. But Beastia couldn't make the decision on this matter at all. The Han tribe had only agreed to sell a 2-masted ship to the Xian tribe before, and the leader refused to tow it first. Now they have sunk the single-masted ship and want to sell it to the Xian tribe at the same time. It would be more difficult to buy 2 ships, so he could only go to Luo Chong. In this way, Bestia's second letter also found its way into Luo Chong's hands. At this time, Luo Chong was taking his family to experience the life characteristics of herdsmen and was having a great time. Unexpectedly, he was disturbed by this letter. You can buy whatever you want. Do you know what a technical blockade is? Besides, do you have so much foreign exchange reserves? Luo Chong muttered something to himself, but he didn't expect that Xiao Dai next to him heard it. Husband, is this about the Qingshu tribe again? Have those people been rescued? Xiao Dai was coaxing 2 children to play. When she saw Luo Chong sulking there holding a letter again, she wanted to persuade them. Oh, half of the 2 elders were rescued. One of the 2 elders died. The other one had a high fever. It would be difficult for him to survive. The ship was also overturned by the waves and sank into the sea and could not be found. Commander Qingshu was still alive. I want to buy 2 more 2-masted sailboats from our tribe, but I'm still wondering whether to sell them. Luo Chong explained while rubbing the stubble on his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face. It was hard for Xiao Dai to interrupt when it came to such a big event, so she just said a few words to ask Luo Chong not to be too tired, and then took the children out to play. Luo Chong thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Maybe we can really sell them 2 ships. The construction of ships cannot be figured out in a short time, nor can the Qingshu tribe imitate it immediately. Giving them 2 small boats will not cause any big waves. Instead, they can focus their energy and attention on shipbuilding. The Han tribe, not only can you make money, but you can also take the opportunity to gain more power. The most important thing is that you can more calmly deploy future military and political affairs. And the Qingshu tribe wants to build their own ship. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if they really master the shipbuilding technology, the shipbuilding wood alone will take at least 2 years to dry, but Luo Chong's war against Zhu Dao will not be that long at all. Soon, in less than 2 years, Zhu Dao will have its gates changed and the flags of the Han tribe will be planted everywhere. So it doesn't matter whether we give them a ship or not. In that case, let's give it to them. And since we have agreed to sell them sailboats, we might as well get them 2 new ones from the shipyard. Luo Chong naturally had no good intentions, but had the idea of deliberately making things difficult for them. Although he could take this opportunity to get rid of the old ships that were in poor condition, he still wanted to use new ships to make it more difficult for the Qingshu tribe. Because the number of old ships of the Han tribe was small and there were no coal mines, fish bladders were used for waterproofing. Later, as the number of ships increased and the supply of swim bladders gradually exceeded demand, shipyards began to use pig skin for waterproofing. However, as ships became larger and larger, waterproof materials became increasingly scarce, so asphalt began to be used as waterproof adhesive. At present, the new ships produced by the Han tribe are made of asphalt to make them waterproof. However, if the Qingshu tribe wants to understand the material technology of asphalt, well, that is almost impossible. They have neither natural asphalt nor retort coal tar to refine the asphalt. Ability. The most important technology for wooden sailboats is waterproofing. Without such materials, even if they imitate the same boat, it will not be able to be opened if there are loopholes and gaps on it. As for whether they would think of using other colloids as substitutes, Luo Chong was not worried at all. In other words, even if they did build suitable ships, they would still be in trouble in front of the Han tribe's gunboats. Vulnerable, the reason why he restricted the shipbuilding industry of the Qingshu tribe was simply to trap the islanders of Bamboo Island on the island and prevent them from running around, so that it would be easier for him to go and receive them in the future. After figuring out the key points here, Luo Chong wrote a reply to Bestia, asking him to handle the relationship with the Qingshu tribe according to the instructions. Then, Luo Chong relaxed and continued his tour. Oh, no, it was a major matter of inspecting the territory. I took 3 women and 2 children to inspect the grassland, but because of their different interests, they didn't get together. Luo Chong first distributed the military telescopes he brought to the garrison troops of the 3 counties of Honghu. Of course, the county guards were also indispensable. In addition, there were also generals at all levels in the army. The telescopes were distributed directly to the first-level official position of the general banner. The scout, or the reconnaissance force, has only one person, so how can it be called a trench? To put it simply, I, the leader of the Han tribe, make money. Luo Chong, the Kaiyuan County garrison, the generals of Qianyu Guard, and the county guarding Rui stood on the wall of the outer city to inspect the city defense, and at the same time tried out the telescope from this commanding height. Chief, this telescope is really a weapon for reconnaissance. If we had this equipment at the beginning of the year, we would definitely be able to see the Moton coalition earlier, which would give us more time to prepare. Rui took the lead and said with the telescope, his love for the telescope was palpable as he spoke. Yes, if there had been this thing earlier, maybe Moton wouldn't have been able to escape. Every scout has a pair of binoculars. No matter how fast Moton ran, he still couldn't escape our sight. Qianyuwai Commander Chai Duo also said with emotion. It doesn't matter if he runs away. Mao Dun has been disabled by us. After seeing the fighting power of our Han tribe, Mao Dun just wants to recruit people to fight the Han tribe in the future. I guess no one is that stupid. This battle is completely over. The prestige of our Han tribe also demonstrates the power of artillery. As long as they are not stupid, no iron-headed boy will try to attack us. Luo Chong also smiled and stroked the protruding wall stacks on the city wall and said, this thing was used for the first time in the history of city building by the Han tribe. The buttresses protruding from the surface of the city wall were mainly used to attack the enemy troops hiding under the walls and attacking the city with ants, so that the city wall defense could truly have no blind spots. As long as the opponent does not bring out heavy weapons such as trebuchets or cannons, the city walls of Kaiyuan County will not be afraid of any enemy. There will be more in a while. After the Battle of Kaiyuan City, because the Han tribe had captured a large number of prisoners of war, the outer walls of Kaiyuan City had to be quickly constructed. First, ditches were dug along the lake, water was diverted for farming, and pastures were divided. The excavated soil was used for nothing was wasted in building the city wall. The outer wall of Kaiyuan City is the same as the inner city. It is still a structure with 3 sides and 1 missing. The opening extends into the lake, and the part entering the water is made of bricks and stones, protecting the dock of Kaiyuan County inside. Due to the digging of ditches to divert water, more pastures with lush water and grass can be divided outside the city. At this time, Luo Chong was standing on the city wall and could use his telescope to see Xiaodai outside the city, taking his 2 children to visit the ranch. Xiaodai was born and raised in the Wen tribe and has a special liking for textile technology. After coming to the Han tribe, she developed the textile technology under the guidance of Luo Chong. However, the nomadic tribes on the grassland obviously had no textiles that they could produce. So she had little interest in the life of a herdsman, so she had no choice but to take her 2 children to visit the newborn lambs, treating it like a visit to the zoo. Tang Yao, under the leadership of local officials, visited the traditional witch doctors of the nomadic people, hoping to get some of the unique medical techniques of horseback doctors from them. Zhang is not far away from her 2 children. Unlike Xiaodai, Zhang is not very good at weaving, but since marrying Luo Chong, she has become obsessed with cooking and likes to make all kinds of delicious food, because compared to those among the primitive tribes, Luo Chong was really good at eating. Many cooking methods of the Han tribe were mostly carried forward through Zhang. Usually Luo Chong thought of something delicious and asked Zhang to make it. Then Zhang would teach the surrounding neighbors or ladies, such as the wives of elders like Shu De, and eventually spread to the entire Han tribe. Now that she came to the grassland, Zhang naturally wanted to learn the unique delicacies of the nomadic people from the local herdsmen. However, the herdsmen really don't have much delicious food. Apart from foods like stewed meat, cured meat, or sausages, the food with the most grassland characteristics and can be regarded as the staple food of the herdsmen is cheese. It happens to be summer now, and spring and summer are the peak seasons for livestock breeding. Of course, since it is the peak breeding season, it is also the peak season for milk production. Otherwise, what would those foals and lambs eat? Cow's milk, goat's milk, and horse's milk are all excellent raw materials for cheese. Herders must collect enough milk sources to make cheese while feeding their livestock, and do this every day until all the cows, horses, and sheep are weaned, and they will in winter. All livestock are allowed to become pregnant in anticipation of more livestock and milk sources in the coming year. In modern times, in order to make dairy cows produce large amounts of milk, lactation injections, empty pregnancy, or false pregnancy are generally used to deceive the physiological functions of dairy cows and make them continue to produce milk. But the current Han tribe obviously does not have this technology. If they want milk, they must make their livestock pregnant and give birth to calves. During the peak milk production season, herdsmen will turn all the uneaten milk from their livestock into cheese, then store it and eat it slowly, or even eat it directly until next year. This has to be said about the power of cheese. Cheese is a food that is almost the same as honey. It has no shelf life. Even if it has been stored for 200 years, it can still be eaten with a little heating. Luo Chong once heard a joke that even if you find honey from thousands of years ago in the Egyptian pyramids, it will not affect your consumption if you heat it. This is a bit exaggerated, but it does reflect the characteristics of foods such as honey and cheese. The shelf life is really long. So, at dinner time in the evening, Zhang put forward her idea to Luo Chong. Husband, I want to build a cheese processing factory in Kaiyuan City, specializing in the production of cheese. Milk is a good thing and very nutritious. If people in other counties of our Han tribe can also eat cheese regularly, they will definitely be in better health. But fresh milk deteriorates easily and is inconvenient to transport, but cheese is different. Cheese is the essence of milk, and it is almost never bad. It doesn't matter no matter how far it is transported. What do you think, husband? Luo Chong picked up the glass and took a sip of hot milk and thought about it. Milk is a good thing. Drinking it regularly can help you grow taller and strengthen your body. Of course he knows this. Westerners are big drinkers of milk, but it was only from the Renaissance to the modern period that Europeans generally became taller. Before, they were not much taller than Asians. This has a lot to do with long-term milk drinking. But the storage technology at that time was there, and Europeans could not drink fresh milk. They relied on various dairy products to supplement their nutrition, such as bread slices, sausages, jams, and cheese. These were the most common foods they ate. Among them, cheese is also called cheese. It is heated and melted and spread on slices of bread. It is their staple food. Even when making burgers, 2 slices of cheese are indispensable. Zhang eloquently introduced his ideas to Luo Chong, as well as various dairy products made from milk, as well as the processing steps of cheese. However, what Luo Chong did not expect was that the method of making cheese was very similar to making tofu. This made him very curious as he had never touched cheese before. Men, this milk is just like our soybeans. It is a special magical ingredient that can be made into various foods. Soybeans can be used to squeeze oil, and milk can also be used to refine butter and cream. Soybeans are ground into soy milk and added to alkaline brine, can be used to make tofu. Milk is originally a liquid. After heating and adding acidic juice, it can solidify into cheese, which is exactly the same as making tofu. Hey, Luo Chong's curiosity suddenly came over. He drank a lot of milk in his previous life, and this was the first time he heard about how to make cheese. If it was really the same as making tofu, then what kind of cheese factory would this be? Is it similar? Anyway, the investment is not big, maybe we can do it. So after dinner, Luo Chong asked Zhang to demonstrate to him how to make cheese. It's basically the same as what she said. The raw material Zhang used this time was goat's milk. After heating, it was placed in a container and cooled to human body temperature. It was very similar to boiling soy milk. Then the acidic juice was added and stirred evenly. This step is the same as making tofu. It's almost the same if you order it braised, but the tofu is braised while it's hot, and the cheese is cooled down a bit before adding the ingredients. Zhang used a kind of wild lemon provided by the herdsman. It was only the size of a walnut and green. Luo Chong took a bite and almost died of soreness. Squeeze some lemon juice into the warm goat's milk and stir evenly, then let it sit for about half an hour. The goat's milk will turn into a soft and tender solid state similar to tofu curd. At this time, use a spoon or knife to mash the solidified goat milk, and keep stirring to separate the water from the solid cheese. Then filter, take out the milk residue inside and let it stand to drain, which is also called water control. After that, the milk residue will stick together again into a solid piece. At this time it cannot be directly plasticized. Instead, the milk block is crushed again and the aged-old cheese residue is added. It is said to be for fermentation. Luo Chong thinks this may be similar to the principle of making old dough. Using the dough left over from the last dough and putting it into the new dough is actually a method of inoculating yeast. After adding the yeast, add appropriate salt, mix thoroughly, and finally put it into the mold to compact in shape, and the cheese is ready. It looked exactly like making tofu. Luo Chong couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is amazing. There will be more in the evening." The cheese made from fresh goat's milk is very fragrant and has a faint sweetness. Because less lemon juice is added and is mainly used as a reaction catalyst, the sourness is not obvious. The flavors of several aged cheeses that Zhang found for Luo Chong were quite different. After some observation and tasting, Luo Chong summarized several characteristics of cheese. The first is hardness. The longer the cheese is, the harder it will be. Cheese that is more than 3 years old even feels like rubber and looks like rubber. It tastes more like cheese that is more than 5 years old, like a brick, the kind that can kill someone. Another characteristic is acidity, perhaps due to the fermentation of yeast. The older the cheese, the more obvious the acidity. However, it is not the kind of acidity that can turn your teeth sour. In fact, the taste is more similar to yogurt. And because of the added salt, it tastes like a unique salty aroma, like roasted nuts. To sum up, the taste of cheese is quite rich, with salty, milky, sweet and sour, and nutty flavors. These flavors are all blended into one, which makes it quite unique. The most exaggerated one among them, and the one that Luo Chong couldn't accept the most, was a kind of cheese with dense blue patterns. The herdsmen had passed it down from generation to generation, and they didn't actually know what it was, but Luo Chong didn't know what it was. You know it, because this is moldy cheese, and those blue patterns are actually mycelium. Of course, this kind of cheese can also be eaten, it's just moldy, it's nothing. The country that eats the most moldy things in the world has to be China. Especially the dark dish of stinky tofu, as well as other kinds of fermented bean curd, as well as various sauces, are all made from moldy beans, including soy sauce, and so on. So after learning that this thing was edible, Luo Chong did not refuse and directly cut off a small piece of Zhang and ate it. The taste was also very unique. It tasted richer and the acidity was more obvious. Cheese is indeed a good thing, and it is not troublesome to make. Maybe we can try to promote it. However, it is also the staple food of the herdsman. It is unrealistic to get all the cheese from the herdsman to other places in the Han tribe. Let's build a few first. Let's try it in a small workshop. We will use grain to buy it from herdsmen. If the effect is good, we will expand the scale. After tasting all the cheeses, Luo Chong made his decision. Okay, thank you, husband. Zhang also bowed and thanked her. Well, you also need to summarize how to make cheese, including the seeds of the sour fruit, and see if it can be cultivated artificially, so that it can be popularized in other parts of the Han tribe. Although there are not so many cattle and horses in other counties of our Han tribe, there are still a lot of sheep and goats. These are also high-quality milk sources. When we go back, you can also promote the cheese-making method nearby, especially in the newly built Makino County. It is the only county in the north of our Han tribe with animal husbandry as its main economy. The added output value of cheese must be utilized, otherwise it will be wasted. After talking about building a factory to produce cheese, Luo Chong gave Zhang instructions again. Well, I understand. How about this? Let's promote cow's milk cheese directly in the 3 prairie counties, and produce goat's milk cheese in other places in the Han tribe. This will also avoid industrial conflicts in various places. Zhang heard Luo Chong's opinion. Later, he also expressed his thoughts. It's not necessary. Everyone produces their own products. In fact, you don't know much about the lives of grassland herdsmen. Although they have many cattle, in fact, the herdsmen have more sheep. That is their main source of daily necessities, making clothes. In fact, most of the felt for tent shoes, meat, and cheese come from sheep. If you only collect milk, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect much. Don't worry, even if the Han tribe makes goat's milk cheese, with the current population and territory of the Han tribe, they can still eat it. There won't be any local industry as you mentioned. Conflicting. Luo Chong thought for a while and continued, but the industrial conflict you mentioned is also reasonable. Although it will not happen in a short time, it will definitely cause problems over time, so the breeding model of those herdsmen who defect to Han will also need to be reformed in the future. You don't need to worry about this. When I get back, I will dispatch a group of people from Sinong Temple and let them start breeding new livestock varieties. From now on, under the management of our Han tribe, all livestock will undergo breed optimization and then gradually expand the scale of breeding. Cattle must be bred into beef cattle, dairy cows, and farm cattle. Sheep must also be bred into milk-producing, wool-producing, and meat-producing types. Horses must also be divided into draft horses for pulling carts and war horses for riding. This is a systematic livelihood project that cannot be completed in a short time, but we can start from now on. Okay, I listen to my husband. Zhang doesn't know so much, just make the cheese. Zhang smiled sweetly from the side. Tang Yao, who was following her, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She really didn't expect Luo Chong's imagination to be so big. The Tang tribe had just introduced livestock breeding technology from the Han tribe, and they were ready to put the livestock breeding technology into practice. Can the Han tribe improve their livestock? This idea alone is awesome. Luo Chong, can the Han tribe really achieve the variety optimization you mentioned? Thinking of this, Tang Yao couldn't help but ask directly. Of course it can be done, it's not difficult, it just requires a lot of experiments and time. I call this optimization method selective breeding. Just like when you plant herbs, if there are 2 herbs of the same type, one is big and very effective, and the other is weak and not very effective, then which one will you choose the next time you plant it? What about the seeds of the herb? Luo Chong saw that she was eager to ask questions, so naturally he did not hesitate to teach her, and even took the initiative to give her an example to explain. Oh? So this is selective breeding, but they are plants. Can living animals be bred like this? Of course Tang Yao, who has been growing medicinal materials all year round, is familiar with this. As soon as Luo Chong mentioned it, she immediately understood the selective breeding. It makes sense, but she still lacks a lot in terms of breeding. Luo Chong had no choice but to give her another example. Then let me give you another example. There is a group of sheep in a sheepfold. There are several white sheep among them. Their fur is snow white and their wool fibers are fine. However, they are weak and sickly and small in size. They are not easy to survive and their reproduction rate is low. But in the neighbor's sheepfold, there is a kind of sheep that is relatively large, strong, cold-resistant and thirsty, and can tolerate rough feeding. Other sheep must eat grass, but this kind of sheep can survive even by gnawing thorns. The only disadvantage is that this kind of sheep is ugly, the coat is dark, and it is difficult to dye. So let's assume that we can cross the first kind of snow-white sheep with the second kind of strong sheep. Will this be able to give birth to a new breed of sheep that is strong, resistant to cold, drought, and rough feeding, and also has beautiful fur? Zhang Ying's eyes widened again and she looked at Luo Chong with an expression of disbelief. The expression clearly seemed to say, the strange knowledge has increased. Can the offspring of two extremes of the same species inherit all their advantages after hybridization? This was the first time Tang Yao had heard of this statement, and she never expected that someone would think of using this method to control the characteristics of other species. Only then did she realize that living things are not static. Is this really useful? Then won't their two offspring inherit all the shortcomings, be ugly, frail and difficult to feed? Tang Yao still agrees with this incomprehensible novel view. He asked reluctantly. Luo Chong spread his hands helplessly and curled his lips and said, of course we cannot rule out the situation you mentioned, but in terms of probability, as long as there are enough babies, there will always be one or two optimized varieties that we need. This is enough. After obtaining the optimized varieties, we will let them reproduce as much as possible, expand the population of the optimized varieties, and gradually eliminate the old varieties. However, the earliest male and female parents must be retained, because even if they are optimized varieties, no one can tell after which generation they will show atavism. This is the so-called recessive gene in genetic inheritance. It is generally inherited across generations. For example, whether you can roll your tongue, have double eyelids, or have dimples, just because your child doesn't have it doesn't mean that your grandchildren won't have it either. Luo Chong was not a professional lecturer, and it was difficult for Tang Yao to understand him. One did not know what he was talking about, and the other did not know what the other party said. However, Tang Yao only had one impression, that is, the Han leader seemed to be speaking very powerfully. How come he knows everything? Tang Yao suddenly asked something as she didn't know what to think. Then, if there is a very powerful leader and a person who is proficient in medical skills, will the child born between them be able to manage the tribe and be very proficient in medicine? As if she finally realized what she had said, Tang Yao suddenly blushed. Before she could finish her words, she covered her face and ran away, leaving Luo Chong there thoughtfully. After staying in Kaiyuan City for another 2 days, and experiencing the life of riding horses and herding animals, Luo Chong left here with his family. His next stop was to go to Zhongwu County and then Benhai County. However, Luo Chong did not plan to stay in these two places for long. After all, they were both newly built new cities, with poor conditions, and even many unfinished construction sites. Not much to see either. This time, there were 3 purposes in total: to send telescopes to inspect the construction level, and to prepare for the construction of a cheese factory. After inspecting all the way, Luo Chong finally let go of his hanging heart when he found that the inner city walls of the 2 new counties had been built. Regardless of whether it was the inner city or the outer city, at least the new county already had a city wall. There are cannons in the city, so no matter who comes to attack the new county, they are destined to fall under the cannons of the Han tribe. In mid-August, after inspecting the 3 prairie counties, Luo Chong finally arrived at the dock of Tuahai County. Standing on the stern of the sailboat and looking through a telescope, he could easily see the living conditions of the people on both sides of the river. Luo Chong's first impression of the Tang tribe on the east coast was that of randomness and willfulness. This negative state didn't matter, not because of anything else, but because Luo Chong felt very awkward when he first saw the messy farmland of the Tang tribe. There is no concept of so-called drill sowing, gathering ridges into fields, etc. If you look at it, you can see that it is all broadcast. Moreover, in some places, the germination rate is low, and the reason for reseeding is not known, so there are many alopecia areata. As a former soldier, Luo Chong did not dare to say how serious the obsessive-compulsive disorder was, but after years of internal affairs regulations, he still couldn't get used to seeing such a messy scene. It seemed that he wanted to correct him. Looking back at Takumi County on the west coast, there are rice fields, wheat fields, and corn fields. From a distance, it looks like a formation in the National Day military parade. Whether you look at it sideways or directly, you can feel an extremely comfortable feeling. The people were working in the fields, and the workers were building the city. A large number of people set up simple shanties outside the city, which served as their temporary residence until the houses in the city were built. However, these tribesmen who migrated from various surrounding tribes did not say anything. The current living environment is similar to the previous one, but since they came to the Han tribe, their clothes and food have been guaranteed. The high-yielding crop seeds provided by the Han tribe were even regarded as sacred by them, allowing these newly immigrated people to see the hope of future life, because after joining the Han tribe, as long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely be able to get endless harvests. Food. This is already the most ordinary wish of most people. To be full at every meal, at least 2 meals a day, is the best wish in their hearts. However, since joining the Han tribe, this wish has been exceeded. The people of Tuahai County all have proud, happy smiles on their faces. This is the best answer to reflect the Han tribe's political achievements. Because the Han tribe has boats and can fish in the sea, because the Han tribe engages in breeding, and a large amount of meat was seized in the war at the beginning of the year. Taken together, these things are reflected in the people at the grassroots level, that is, they not only meet the minimum daily requirements with the desire to have 2 full meals, you can even eat at least 1 meat meal every day. Whether it is fish, chicken, duck, meat, or eggs, you will never be short of it every day. Especially those construction workers who are provided with meals by the government. They work hard to burn bricks, to build houses, dig rivers and canals, and pile earth and build walls. These are all heavy manual labor. As their actual boss, how can the Han tribe treat them badly? Where are the people? Takumi County even became the envy of everyone because of the good food treatment for construction workers. Countless newly moved people were proud to join the city construction team. Although the work there was tiring, they could eat enough and there were good things. The meat they ate was eaten in a way they had never seen before, especially the braised meat dyed with sugar. The taste was so delicious in their mouths. In fact, it was this dish that introduced the people to sugar for the first time. There are many sweets in nature, but there are very few things that can precipitate white sugar. You can see the precipitated sugar frost from hundreds of years of honey, but who would be willing to sell such honey? Chief, you see, the harvest of sweet sorghum planted by the Tang tribe on the other side is not very good. They did not plant it according to our requirements. The scale is small and the yield is low. I'm afraid they won't be able to sell for much money. The big tree had also arrived on the ship a long time ago, firstly to welcome Luo Chong's arrival, and secondly to report the situation. This is easy to do. Just do whatever you want. It's still the old method. Choose smart ones to set an example. Whoever grows more will be rewarded, so that others who don't grow well will be envious. In addition, the Tang tribe will give them put on the pressure. The next crop of sorghum harvest will be better. don't worry, you have just arrived. Tuahai County and Tang tribe are both very big, take your time. Luo Chong patted Dashu on the shoulder and couldn't help but encourage him. This was a bit unpleasant to hear in Tang Yao's ears. Frankly speaking, the Tang tribe's management system was indeed not as powerful as the Han tribe's. The Han tribe's centralized system could convey Luo Chong's orders directly to households, and the tribe has mature laws that are very binding on the people. No one dares not to listen to how Luo Chongrang farmed. But the Tang tribe is different. In fact, Tang Ji, the so-called leader of the Tang tribe, is more like a patriarch. When it comes to the external affairs of the tribe, she has the greatest say. She is equivalent to the backbone of everyone in the Tang tribe, but internally, each small clan is actually recuperating on its own, and Tang Ji rarely manages the trivial affairs of the people. Only when major events occur, such as a severe drought in a certain year and the entire Tang tribe suffers from food failure, will the common people and the chiefs of small clans think that they have a big leader. It's very sad, like a tool man, but there is no doubt that such a leader is the most supported by the people, because the leader can help them solve big troubles. Who doesn't like such a leader? When the group was about to disembark, Tang Yao found Luo Chong. Hansel Luo Chong, I won't go to Tuahai County with you. I want to go back and see my aunt first. She doesn't know about your coming. I want to tell her first. She has always wanted to see you. I will wait for 2 days. God, do you think it's okay if I bring her to see you again? Of course it's no problem. You haven't been home for half a year. It's time to reunite with your relatives. You might as well do this. You don't have to worry. In 3 days, I will officially invite you and Chief Tang to visit Tuahai County. At that time I will send the boat is coming to pick you up. Luo Chong came to his territory by the sea at this time and he was in a very happy mood. After thinking about it for a while, he agreed to Tang Yao's opinion. Moreover, he indeed had something to discuss with Tang Ji. Instead of letting them find it themselves, he might as well just do it. Give them a face, invite them yourself and it will appear that they are close to each other. That's great. My aunt will be very happy to know that you came to invite her as a guest. Thank you, Luo Chong. Tang Yao was naturally very happy when she heard Luo Chong's reply. After meeting Luo Chong again, she was ready to let him go. People sent her to the other side. Wait a minute. Luo Chong suddenly stopped Tang Yao, then took a small delicate wooden box from Xiao Dai and handed it to Tang Yao. This is it. Tang Yao took the wooden box in confusion and looked at him with some expectation. I don't have anything good to give you. Here are 2 zoom telescopes, one for you and your aunt. It's a little gift. Luo Chong opened the box and showed the pair of telescopes in front of her. What was in the box was indeed a gift, because the military telescopes issued to the Han tribe had iron tubes with black paint on the outside, but the one given to Tang Yao had a rare tube made of copper, made of bronze. The telescope tube looks golden, and is obviously more luxurious and high-end than those military models. In fact, there is no difference in practical use, it just looks good. Tang Yao's eyes lit up and her face was filled with joy. She obviously liked this pair of telescopes very much. She had seen this exquisite artifact before, but it was also shown to her by Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning, but it didn't belong to her. One of his own, Tang Yao, was very envious of it. Now Luo Chong personally gave her a pair of better-looking ones, which were obviously specially customized. How could he not make her happy? Luo Chong, thank you for your telescope. I like it very much, and my aunt will also like it very much. Tang Yao said and closed the box, and then suddenly stepped forward and hugged Luo Chong before Luo Chong could react. Luo Chong couldn't help but be stunned, and then without waiting for his reaction, he got off the boat and ran away. The big tree on the side saw it in his eyes, with a faint smile on his face. Because of their close relationship, he even joked with Luo Chong. "Chief, it seems that we have a good chance of peacefully annexing the Tang tribe, ha ha ha. Haha, what you said is correct, but I still think it's better to put some pressure on them. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people will be unconvinced when it comes to management in the future." Luo Chong also pointed at him with a smile. Said. Dashu frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement, "That's right." Dashu, who has served as a feudal official for 2 consecutive terms, naturally knows a lot about these management matters. In fact, based on the current friendly cooperative relationship between the Han tribe and the Tang tribe, as well as the personal relationship between Luo Chong and Tang Yao, if Luo Chong wanted to directly take over the Tang tribe through marriage, it would be very easy thing. But the key problem is that the Tang tribe is different from the Han tribe. It is not the leader's word. In other words, the leader of the Tang tribe does not have that much control over his people. The tribe is actually controlled by the chiefs of the small clans. Of course, there is no problem for Luo Chong to gain the support of Tang Yao's family. What he is afraid of is that the chiefs of those small clans will block it. When the time comes, a leader will be removed from Tang Ji's position, and a new leader Tang will be elected, and they will not recognize it. It would be more troublesome if Han and Tang merged and did not recognize Luo Chong's leadership. And this is almost inevitable. Because once Luo Chong takes over the Tang tribe, he will definitely not let it develop freely and undisciplined. He will definitely use his own way to appoint officials and seize the actual management rights of the tribe from the heads of the small clans. This will undoubtedly encroach on the territory. Without the power of those small clan leaders, how could they be willing to give up their own people and even their own freedom? Therefore, marriage between Han and Tang is okay, and merger between Han and Tang is okay, but intimidation and beating are also necessary. War will not happen, but they must be given a warning. Let the little clan leaders of the Tang tribe understand that Luo Chong's takeover of the Tang tribe does not rely on the prestige and support of Tang Ji and Tang Yao, but that he does have the strength and ability. Even without marriage, he is absolutely sure that he can let the Tang tribe surrender. Resistance leads to death, only surrender can lead to a good life. For this reason, Luo Chong decided to create a big event in Tuahai County. While intimidating the Tang tribe, he also wanted to take care of the business he came here for. The group of people got off the boat and were led by Dashu to the government office compound. Someone had already arranged accommodation for Luo Chong's family, and Luo Chong went directly to the government office lobby to get down to business. After calling Dashu to his side, Luo Chong made arrangements. Call Shude and Shui too, and send a few more boats to the estuary to welcome Beastia back in secret. Be careful to keep it secret and don't reveal the identity of Beastia and the people around him to others at will. Ah, are Beastia coming here too? That's great. He hasn't been back to the tribe for several years since he went to Zhudao as an envoy. I think he will be very happy to see the leader this time. The usually calm tree, I couldn't help but be a little excited when I heard the news that Beastia was coming to Tuahai County. Luo Chong rolled his eyes and reminded again, please keep it secret. This time Beastia came back in secret, and the Xian tribe doesn't know about it. Don't worry, Chief. Of course I know the pros and cons of this kind of thing. I will make arrangements right away. But how many people do they have? How many boats will they need to send over? Dashi nodded solemnly and was about to turn around and go out to do something. He thought of something. Asked suddenly. Send 2 or 3 ships. The sea has been very rough recently, so I will send 2 3-masted cargo ships there in the name of delivering goods. Not long after Dashu left, Shude and Shui too were summoned to the official office together. Both of them had been away from the Han tribe headquarters for a while. Of course they were very happy to see Luo Chong, but the 2 of them had to pay tribute. I haven't forgotten it. Because both of them were military generals for the time being, they also performed the military general's one-knee salute. They bowed in front of Luo Chong and shouted in unison, "Meet the leader." "Get up, do you know why I'm calling you here this time?" Luo Chong waved his hand casually, gave the two of them a virtual support, and then asked, straight to the point. "Here, I heard that the leader has invented something good again. This time he is here to change our clothes?" Shuda asked tentatively. "The leader called Commander Shu and me together. Is he planning to attack the Qingshu tribe?" Compared to Shuda, Shuata seemed a little excited. In the previous battle on the grassland, his tiger guards did not win any battles. They fired a few cannons at the beginning, and the Chanyo guards did all the frontal charging work. During the subsequent pursuit phase, before he could catch anyone, the front was already crippled by the rat-sized gunboats. He led the tiger guards to pick up rags from behind and collect the surrendered soldiers. He was already feeling very energetic. After the war, the leader transferred him to Takumi County and gave him an additional 10,000 soldiers for him to train. He knew that there would still be a war. Moreover, with the arrival of the rat-sized Fubo fleet later, this expanded force, it is self-evident where the new army's goal is. Xue Tu has been working hard to train his troops, hoping to get the leader's order to fight on the front line of Zhudao as soon as possible. This time when he saw Luo Chong calling him and Shuda together, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Luo Chong smiled at the two of them and said, "You two have said everything." "Both?" Shuda and Xue Tu exclaimed in unison. "That's right." Luo Chong waved his hand and asked the two of them to sit down around a conference table before continuing. "I'm here this time, firstly, to change your uniforms, and secondly, to reorganize the new army and divide your tasks. In addition, in 3 days, I will conduct a military parade in Takumi County. At that time, I will invite many people will participate. Don't embarrass our Han tribe when the time comes." "Military parade?" "Ah, okay, please don't worry, Chief." Shuatu was happy when he heard the words changing clothes and assigning tasks. Unexpectedly, the leader suddenly said military parade again, but, hey, he is very good at showing off force. "Well, as long as you have confidence, come on, let's take a look at this first. The reorganization plan and task division are all here." As Luo Chong spoke, he laid out a detailed military map on the conference table. Shuda and Xue Tu glanced at each other, and their eyes widened in shock. "This is Takashima?" the two of them said in unison in shock. They couldn't help but be shocked, because the things on the map in front of them were indeed something they had never seen before. The most important thing is that the topography, rivers, and population distribution are basically the same as the bamboo island they know, but there are also many differences, such as the administrative divisions above. On this map, the bamboo island they knew well was divided into 6 regions, or 6 counties. The word county is a unique administrative unit of the Han tribe. Now the leader took a map and divided the bamboo islands of the Qingshu tribe into the island is divided into 6 counties, and its significance is self-evident. The territory at the northwest end of Zhudao, where the current political and cultural center of the Qingshu tribe is located, where Commander Qingshu and the elders gathered, was named Jiahai County by Luo Chong. The name came from the hidden bridge connecting the mainland, taken from the meaning of holding up the sky and supporting the sea. In the future, after the Han tribes occupy Zhudao, this cross-sea bridge will definitely be built. The long coastal strip south of Bamboo Island was named Guanhai County. This place will be the base for the Han tribe to advance to the ocean. The Han tribe will definitely go further in the future. In addition, it is also named because of its pleasant climate. As the saying goes, facing the sea, spring flowers bloom. Guanhai County is such a place that is like spring all year round, and there are few reefs and many beaches along the coast. According to the modern tourist seascape classification, Guanhai County is called there is no problem with the first-class beach. There are golden sands and white sands here. The sand is fine and clean. There are no rocks or feet. It is definitely a good place to travel. The northern coastal area of Bamboo Island is just the opposite. This is the side opposite the mainland across the strait. There are many reefs along the coast. Beaches are basically invisible. The water level along the coast is also very deep. However, the reefs here are not ordinary. There are many naturally formed reefs. Terraces. When the tide rises, seawater will automatically pour into the terraces. When the tide falls, the seawater will gradually evaporate. The evaporated high salinity seawater in the terraces will gradually descend along the terraces. When it meets at the bottom, it has become saturated brine. Finally, after being exposed to the sun, it becomes the salt that humans and animals depend on for survival. This is a very important main sea salt production area in Jiudao, so it was named Xianfeng County by Luo Chong. The northeast corner of Jiudao, where the current mission is located, includes the Yashan area where the indigenous fishing tribe of Jiudao, a group of indigenous people who make a living by fishing and hunting, is located. This area was divided into Yashan County by Luo Chong, and the name is based on there is nothing special about naming it after the famous local cliff mountain, but in the future a fishing port can be built here to develop the marine fishery of Jiudao. The southeast corner of Bamboo Island is also the most prominent part of the east side of Bamboo Island. It is the first place to welcome the rising sun every day, so it was named Chaoyang County by Luo Chong. There is nothing special about Chaoyang County. There are very few indigenous people in the area. Even for the Qingshu tribe, it is a wasteland with little development. You must know that the original population of the Qingshu tribe is only over 100,000, and they are simply unable to develop such a place. There is also a lot of wasteland on Bamboo Island, so Chaoyang County does not have any specialties so far, but it remains to be seen whether there are any. It's hard to say yet about the development of the Han tribe. We just need to make an administrative division first. Finally, there is the center of Jiudao, where the food tribe of the Qingshu tribe is located. It has mountains, water, plains, and fertile land. It is the main food production area of Jiudao and is also the place with the largest population on Jiudao. It is undoubtedly a county of very strategic value, so this place was also named Xinhua County by Luo Chong. Xinhua County means the latest territory that belongs to Wanghua. The name Xinhua County is to let the local indigenous people always remember that they are already Han tribesmen, and the Qingshu tribe has become a thing of the past. Luo Chong was using this place name to brainwash them. This is undoubtedly a new map. Whether it is the mountains, rivers, hydrogeography, landforms, or the distribution of population and other resources, it is more detailed than any Jiudao map that Shuda and Shiwatu have seen. It is no exaggeration to say that I am afraid that the Qingshu tribe themselves, there is no such detailed map of Takashima. More importantly, this is a territory of the Han tribe, and their leaders have regarded this place as the territory of the Han tribe. Shiwatu watched with excitement. Looking at the map in front of him, he seemed to have seen his heroic figure leading the army to expand territory on Bamboo Island. This was a huge achievement. Chief, when are we going to start fighting? Then I will scare them to death with our artillery. Shuda was more direct. He probably had a lot of fun firing off the cannons a while ago, but his hands were itchy again after not firing for a few days. Don't worry, let's complete the reorganization of the new army first. Sharpening the sword will not waste time chopping wood. With elite soldiers, are we still afraid that we can't defeat a mere Qingshu tribe? Luo Chong said with a smile, then raised his hand and clapped his hands twice. Immediately from outside the door, a guard in rich clothes and silver armor walked in with a box in both hands. Chief. The guard placed the box on the table, in front of Luo Chong. Well, please step back first. Luo Chong nodded. After the guards retreated, he opened the box. Inside was a pile of seals made of silver. On the square base were small sculptures of various animals or soldiers. At first glance, they looked like chess sets. Both Shu De and Xue Tu knew this thing, because they each had one. This was the seal that represented the military power of the commander of the guard. However, the leader actually took out so many at once. It really surprised them. Luo Chong took them out one by one and placed the corresponding seals on the Bamboo Island map. While placing them, he introduced the meaning inside to the two of them. He first picked up a seal with cavalry and war horses engraved on it. The war horses stood up, blaring and neighing. The knight behind him was wearing heavy armor, with a shining lance in his hand. Let's not talk about anything else, just the casting of this seal. The technology is superb, and the characters and horses are lifelike. Luo Chong placed it directly at the location of Xinhua County on the Zhudao map and said to the two of them, "This is a new force of cavalry guards, mainly composed of lances and bows. There are 2,500 people and 5,000 horses. One man has 2 horses. They are stationed in Xinhua County. Among the new troops trained by you, reorganize those with excellent riding skills. Xinhua County has many hills and plains, and the territory is vast, but it is flat, which is suitable for large groups of cavalry to maneuver. If an infantry guard post is used, this force will definitely not be able to manage. Therefore, the guard post stationed here must not only be able to fight, but also be capable of fighting. To be able to run." After saying this, Luo Chong picked up another seal with a crossbow-wielding warrior, placed it on the mountainous area on the north side of Guanhai County, and spoke to the two of them again. "This is the Xiongjian Guard, with a total of 2,500 soldiers, all infantry, with 1,500 crossbowmen as the main force, 400 spearmen and shield soldiers each, 100 cavalry scouts, and 100 logistics. It is composed of people and is mainly stationed in Guanhai County. The north of Guanhai County is backed by mountainous jungles, which is the territory of the hunting tribe under the Qingshu tribe. The local indigenous people are good at hunting, and the terrain is all mountainous and jungles. Large groups of cavalry and infantry cannot use it. On the contrary, archers and crossbowmen can't move in such terrain. It is relatively advantageous, so the Xiongjian guards are stationed here to prevent local indigenous rebellion." Xue Tu and Shu De couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. They combined the local geography, landforms, and population distribution characteristics to reasonably allocate troops. The leader did much better than them. Many things they could not have thought of were advanced by the leader. Thought of it. The two soon realized that the leader was not just simply assigning tasks, but was also teaching the two of them, personally imparting the strategic knowledge of troop formations. This was not a class that everyone was qualified to attend, so the two couldn't help but listen to the lecture with great enthusiasm. Luo Chong picked up a seal with a giant bear again, placed it on the territory of Jiahai County, and explained again. "This is the Flying Bear Guard, with a total of 3,000 soldiers. They are mainly spearmen, shields, and crossbowmen. They are all heavy armored infantry, supplemented by a small number of cavalry. The manpower is also selected from the new army you have compiled, and the elite men are replenished. I want the Flying Bear Guard to become an army that can fight, because their main attack and garrison direction is the center of the Qingshu tribe, where their generals and elders are located. It must be the place where the resistance is most intense, so this army, it must be particularly good at fighting. I have enough control over the weapons and equipment, they are all the best, but you also have to select the people for me. I only want them to be obedient and capable of fighting. Do you understand?" After Luo Chong finished speaking, he looked at Xue Tu, who was in charge of training the new army. The pressure on him suddenly doubled, and some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I understand, but Chief, you have just arranged 3 places, and you have already allocated 8,000 people. The troops I have are not enough. There is a big gap. Please see if you can add a group of new soldiers. You don't have to worry about this, I have other plans. Luo Chong simply said, the 10,000 recruits in the hands of the blood slaughter are definitely not enough, but as for other soldiers, there will naturally be people to help Luo Chong get them together. Not yet time, so he didn't say anything yet. Then, Luo Chong took out another gray wolf seal with its feet on the waves, placed it in the position of Xianfeng County and said, "This is the Sea Wolf Guard, with a strength of 2,000. They are mainly heavy armored infantry, with half of them being archers and crossbowmen, and a quarter each of halberdiers and sword and shield soldiers. They are mainly stationed in Xianfeng County. The land here is highly saline and alkaline. Except for sea salt, the food output has never been high. It cannot support so many troops, so there are only 2,000 people. However, the local salt tribe has made a living by drying salt for generations, and their folk customs are sturdy. The Lord is not afraid of war. The pressure on Hailing County will be greater, but it can be a powerful force with the cavalry guards in Xinhua County next door. Looking at it this way, the two guards add up to 4,500 people, which is enough for defense from a macro perspective. Needed." Xuetu's eyes suddenly shone, and he had a look of sudden realization on his face, and then he asked tentatively. "So the leader placed the most elite cavalry in the central area of Zhudao, where the products are richest. This is not only to support the cavalry, but also to allow the cavalry to occupy the most advantageous strategic locations. Coupled with their super mobility, no matter which direction, if something goes wrong, the cavalry guard in the middle can quickly send support from all directions. In this way, although there is only one guard station stationed in the corners of Takashima, if the mobile support of the cavalry guards is added, it means that there are 2 troops stationed in all the corners at the same time. Moreover, although there is only one cavalry stationed in the central area with the most strategic value, it is actually surrounded by a circle of heavy armored infantry. Even if something happens to Xinhua County in the middle, the guards on all sides can carry the thunder. The judgment will be slapped to death with one palm. Is this how the boss is laid out?" Hearing Xuetu's analysis, Luo Chong couldn't help but smile with relief. "Haha, that's right. You've already seen my overall strategic layout before I've even finished setting it up. It's not bad, it's good. If you make progress, you'll be able to draw inferences." After praising blood slaughter, Luo Chong continued to explain what he had not finished. He picked up another seal with a giant eagle, spreading its wings, and placed it on the territory of Chaoyang County, before continuing. "This is the Yingyang Guard. There are 2,000 people, all infantry. As long as they are disciplined and obedient, it is fine. There are no people here originally. It is all wasteland. The troops stationed here are only used to cooperate with the future construction of the place. So in terms of selection, do you understand?" After Luo Chong finished speaking, he glanced at Xuetu. "Understood, don't worry, leader," Xuetu immediately assured. Luo Chong nodded, and without any further instructions, he picked up the last seal with a leopard shape and placed it on the last piece of Bamboo Island territory. This is the Leopard Tau Guard, with a strength of 2,500. They are also heavy armored infantry, stationed in Yashan County. Yashan County is where the mission is now. It also has the important Qingshu River estuary and the inland river terminal we built. In the future, this will be an important seaport and our key construction area. Therefore, Bao Tao's strength, it can't be too weak either. However, we can arrange more recruits in this team, and the combat effectiveness does not need to be too high, because our offensive route starts from Yashan County. After the large force lands, the Leopard Tau guards will immediately switch to on-site defense and will not follow the attack. Other counties, so they only need to be able to defend their own garrison. In addition, with the foundation of mission building, it is no problem to recruit a group of new soldiers. Luo Chong put down the last seal and gave some instructions to Xuedu. His intention was very clear, which was to reduce the pressure on Xuedu. After all, he couldn't bring out so many combat-effective troops if he was asked to do so. But after he finished speaking, Xuedu and Shuda fell into a brief silence again, frowning in thought, seeming to be digesting the garrison plan and information proposed by Luo Chong. After a while, Xuedu calculated with his fingers, and immediately confided to Luo Chong with a grimace. "Chief, if you arrange it this way, you will have a force of 14,005 people. But the force in my hands, excluding the Tiger Guards, is only 10,000, and there are still 4,050 soldiers that I can't make up." Luo Chong looked at his frowning face and smacked his lips before speaking. "I'm going to use slaves to make up part of this gap, and then make up part of it from the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe. It shouldn't be a big problem to make up this amount." "What? Recruiting people from the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe? Will they be willing to fight for us?" Xuedu was the first to open his eyes, looking like leader, "You must have taken the right medicine." Shuda also looked unbelieving. Although he was not as exaggerated as Xuedu, his face was also full of disbelief. "I'm not kidding. The Xian tribe is not monolithic. Besides, do you think Bestia has done nothing on Judao for more than 2 years? I can tell you now that our Han tribe has achieved a certain number of achievements on Judao. Support from the indigenous people, and it was the kind of support that dared to fight for the Han tribe. Although there are not many people, it is no problem to gather 1,000 or 2,000 young men. With a few cannon fodder slaves, it is very easy to organize them into a guard. The other is the Tang tribe. Since it will be merged sooner or later, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it now? I will convince the Tang tribe to let them send troops, and it will not be a problem to cobble together a guard station. This may also speed up the merger of the two tribes." Xuedu thought about it for a while, but couldn't help but asked worriedly. "Chief, the relationship between the Tang tribe and us is pretty good for the time being, but with the Xian tribe, do you expect them to attack their own people? Is this reliable?" Luo Chong glanced at him and couldn't help asking. "You two used to be tribal leaders, or heads of a clan, so now the problem is coming. Since you have a good relationship with the Han tribe and you don't have much dealing with the senior officials of the Xian tribe, at this time I will come up with what you especially want to do. I want, and only I can give you, something that the Xian tribe doesn't have at all, so I come to you for cooperation. Will you do it?" This is a bit awkward to say, but as old men from the Han tribe, they can naturally understand what it means. Luo Chong's words are nothing more than that our relationship with this force is better than the relationship between the other party and the senior officials of the Xian tribe, and our relationship is in our hands. There is also something that the other party particularly wants, which currently only the Han tribe can produce. As for what, there are too many to think of, and it's not important. The key is to put yourself in someone else's shoes and think about whether you will agree to send troops to help the Han tribe fight. Chief, is this thing important to them? Also, what price does the other party need to pay to exchange for what you mentioned? After a short silence, Shuda took the lead to speak. It's very important, just like you use stone sticks to dig the ground to grow food, and I can provide you with iron farm tools and cattle, as well as high-yield seeds and planting technology, and let you send troops to help me fight, and just hit the less important parts. Can you do it? Luo Chong asked casually, giving an example. Of course, his metaphor was actually very close to the facts. It's no need to ask. It's related to the people's livelihood in the future. If you only have to pay this price, and I really have so many people, then I will definitely do it. Whoever doesn't will be stupid. Shuda immediately explained. Own point of view. So, this issue is no longer a problem. In a few days, Beastia will come over secretly with the leaders of those people. At that time, we can completely negotiate with the other party directly. We will know if the other party is willing to send troops. Just ask. The big deal is, we may add some more chips, but I guess we won't need them. As for whether the Tang tribe will agree to send troops, if you can handle the military parade in 3 days, I think it shouldn't be a problem. When the time comes, it won't be a big problem if the two sides join together to get 4,500 people. If it's not enough, they can definitely get it together by selecting some cannon fodder from the slaves. Xiutu heard what Xu De and Luo Chong said. Even if he thought it was unreliable, he could only admit it. Anyway, in terms of the overall situation, the leader always looked further than them. Since it was the leader's decision, that shouldn't be much of a problem. But he still had the biggest question, which he had never asked, but now that Luo Chong had said everything he needed to say, he couldn't help but ask. Chief, you divided Zhudao into 6 counties. Now all 6 counties have guards stationed there. Where will our tiger guards go? Isn't there a battle for our tiger guards this time? Yes, Chief, and our Fubawai Navy. What plans does the chief have? Hearing Xuetu's question, Rat Da on the side also asked. After all, this is an island attack, and it is not possible without his navy. What's the matter? Of course not. Luo Chong smiled before explaining to the two of them. You still didn't understand what I meant just now. Our attack plan is to land at the port where the mission is located, and then push flatly from one end of Takashima to the other. While attacking, we will leave troops to garrison at the same time. Every time we take down if there is a certain place, a guard post must be left to consolidate the defense. In this way, when we push to Jiahai County, which is the home base of the top leaders of the Xian tribe, there will only be one flying bear guard of 3,000 people left. Do you think I will fight such a battle, where the advantage is not obvious? Oh, I understand, so what the leader means is to let our Huben guards. Xuetu suddenly realized. That's right, your tiger guards now have 4,000 people, and most of them are veterans with combat experience. And as the commander-in-chief of this war, you have to lead the tiger guards to participate in the entire battle. No matter which county you fight, your tiger guards will all participate, so even if we push it to the final Jiahai County, our Han tribe will have at least 7,000 participating troops, enough to suppress the Xian tribe's final resistance. In addition, your tiger guards are the main force in terms of number, equipment, and combat experience. In this battle, you will have to take 20 artillery pieces to participate in the entire battle. The tiger guards are the strongest. The firepower output, and most of those new soldiers were adapted from the prisoners of war and herdsmen in the last grassland battle. Putting the artillery in their hands, firstly, they can't use it well, and secondly, I don't trust it. You bring these artillery, just right, you can also watch them. As for Xu De, your Fubo guards will not participate in the landing operations. They are only responsible for escorting the army to the island and then providing fire support from the sea. After the battle begins, you must first lead the Fubo fleet to escort the troop transport to land, and then split the fleet into 2. One part will move west along the north coast of Zhudao. On the way, you will be responsible for covering and attacking Yashan County and Xianfeng County, and finally arrive at the east of Anqiao. Side, waiting for the final general attack of the large forces. The other flagship will be led by you. It needs to bypass Chaoyang County at the east end of Zhudao, and then move west along the south coast. It will be responsible for cover Guanhai County and Jiahai County on the southern line. Finally, from the northwest end of Zhudao, meet the main force on the other side of the hidden bridge, and then cooperate with the army to launch a general attack. After this battle is completely over, you can lead the fleet back. In addition, although this route is all along the coast, it is the sea after all, so you have to let the fleet adapt to sea navigation as soon as possible. However, for safety reasons, our attack launch time will be postponed to winter. On the one hand, it is to leave enough time for troop training, on the other hand, it is also to raise supplies needed for the war, and most importantly, in order to stagger the summer during the storm season, wait until winter, when the sea is the calmest, to start the war. I don't want the Navy to go out on its first expedition and fail to defeat the enemy, but instead get involved in it. As Luo Chong explained, he was still complaining in his heart. He did not want the Han tribe to repeat the tragedy of the Mongolian Navy. The two cross-sea expeditions to Japan happened to coincide with typhoons. As a result, the army was attrited without combat. Wherever they go, everything sinks to the bottom. Finally, Japan created a kamikaze cult, the most famous of which was the Kamikaze Squad during World War II. Unfortunately, the typhoon was not on their side at that time. After all, times have changed. I understand, leader, don't worry, I will strengthen the fleet's training at sea. Shuda said this, with a rather complicated expression on his face. He didn't know whether he was happy or sad. In fact, Luo Chong could understand his mood. After all, Shuda led the army to fight with the enemy with real swords and guns, and he could only fire artillery around Zhudao, and limited by the current artillery technology, it can support an area 3 kilometers along the coast, and it is hard to say how effective it will be with solid bullets. You must know that the main function of weapons such as sail gunships is to fight against warships of the same level. It is used to fight naval battles. It really has no advantage in land battles. But looking at Shuda's slightly depressed expression, Luo Chong suddenly thought of something else, so he slapped the table and said excitedly. Otherwise, let's divide your fleet into 3 parts. The flagship and 3-masted warships will all attack around the island and along the coast. The warships below 2 masts will enter the inland basin of Qingshu River from the entrance of Qingshu River and cover the attack of the troops along the river. However, this force cannot be commanded by you. You must command the flagship to complete the encirclement before the general attack. Moreover, we are not particularly familiar with the hydrological conditions of the Qingshu River. In addition, with the decrease in rainfall in winter, the flow of the Tamsui River has generally declined. It's hard to say how far the ketch can go in the inland river. Luo Chong touched his chin and said while analyzing in his mind. Before the rat next to him could respond, Shuetu excitedly patted his thigh and said happily. The leader has a good idea. The Xian tribe is also a farming tribe. Most of the population is distributed along the river. If the inland Tamsui River can also use gunboats, it can support most battlefields. This way our firepower make the most of your talent. Shuda traced the river channel on the map, then analyzed it based on the known hydrological conditions, and finally shook his head and said with little interest. I'm afraid it won't have much effect. The water flows to lower places. Our gunboats will definitely go higher and higher as they go upstream. The rivers at high places will definitely be difficult to walk. In addition, winter is the dry season. I predict that the ketch it would be the best situation to be able to follow you to defeat Xinhua County in the center of Zhudao. The Dao can only go as far as Guanhai County at most. However, such a small boat has low freeboard and shallow draft. Although it has high passability, its stability as a gunboat is extremely poor. Moreover, the cabin is very shallow, and the artillery cannot be fired at all. Go inside the cabin, if that's all, put it on the deck. In order to balance the front and rear counterweights, a cannon is placed on the front and rear decks. I estimate that if such a cannon is placed, the entire ship will be shaken apart by its own recoil. Moreover, the width of the sloop is estimated to not even have a cannon. The return rail of the seat cannot even be installed. This is indeed. After some analysis by Shuda, Shuetu had to admit that what he said made sense. He has personally played with artillery. Although the base of the naval gun is different from the field artillery cart used by the army, the artillery on it uses the same thing. With such a large recoil, if it is an artillery cart, it will have to retreat several times. Meters, I think the naval guns are not much better, but the sloop is only so wide in total. It is estimated that the width of the hull is not as long as the back seat of the gun, so how can the gun be installed upwards? And if the two-masted sailing ship is used to attack Xinhua County, there is no need at all, because when they first hit Xinhua County, the troops were not particularly dispersed. This is when the army is at its strongest. Who can stop the army's artillery on such a plain? Therefore, it was unnecessary for gunboats to participate in the attack on the interior of Takashima. After some analysis by the three of them, this temporary plan could only be declared bankrupt, and the combat method continued to follow Luo Chong's previous arrangement. After the combat plan was distributed, all that was left was the distribution of supplies. Luo Chong once again showed his generosity. Looking at the massive military supplies unloaded from the fleet, he just wanted to yell. Luo Chong, make money. The 10,000 new recruits who were given to the blood slaughter for training were actually just defeated grassland herdsmen. Although they had been participating in training since they arrived in Takumi County, neither their weapons nor their clothing had been changed. This newly formed team would have to, without military discipline, it would be almost impossible to distinguish them from ordinary people. But things are different now. The uniform attire Luo Chong brought them is not only a rigid need of the army, but also an indispensable prop for participating in the military parade. Needless to say, whether they are strong in combat ability or not, just having tens of thousands of people dressed in the same uniform neatly placed there is already a deterrent. Still the same crimson military uniform, black summer cloth boots. As for the winter cold-proof leather boots with fur inside, they are no longer needed because they are stationed in the south. The armor outside the clothes is still the same as other previous guards. It is all made of steel plates. The mass-produced armor produced by the wind punch machine is enough to meet the needs of the Han tribe's tens of thousands of troops. As for the more advanced mountain pattern armor and fish scale armor, those are only things that senior generals have, and they are not mass-produced, so if they are slightly more refined, the Han tribe has enough manpower to produce them. There is no shortage of weapons. Weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and halberds are not troublesome to produce under the processing of hydraulic forging machines. The long handles of those weapons can also be directly used as the spikes of the man-eating tree. The most troublesome thing is count the bows and crossbows. But since the Han tribe produced the first batch of divine arm crossbows and recurve compound bows, this complex work has not stopped. With sufficient materials, Hanyang City's crossbow production capacity can be maintained at 5,000 to 6,000 units per year. The quantity, accumulated over 3 years, is enough to equip the existing troops. After all, not all soldiers are archers. And this is the number of military standard crossbows. If you count the single longbow stored in ordinary people's homes, almost every household has one or two. Because many of the territories of the Han tribe were developed in mountains and forests, new areas were often attacked by wild beasts. For the safety of the people, Luo Chong did not order weapons control. He needed the people to have the ability to protect themselves. In this case, the longbow, a long-range weapon that is easy to make and can be made in just a few hours, has become the self-defense weapon of choice for the people. The last thing left was the shield, but the shields of the Han tribe were just simple oak shields, and the processing was very simple. Oak is a hardwood. A 2.5 centimeters thick oak board is enough to withstand any arrow or stone axe attack in this era. Even a bronze spear has a certain degree of defense. However, the range of spear throwing is very limited. Even if the opponent has Qilin arms, they can only throw it 50 meters away at most. Luo Chong simply does not think that any enemy spear-throwing soldiers in the world are capable of fighting against the Han tribe. Under the cover of long-range artillery fire and medium-range bows and arrows, they broke into 50 meters in front of the formation. If that happened, the Han tribe would not be far from losing. Standard clothing and weapons were quickly issued, and new equipment such as telescopes quickly spread to the hands of officers at the flag level. In addition to handheld monocular telescopes, the telescopes provided to the Navy also include large-scale telescopes. Bracket for monocular telescope. That is, the small astronomical telescope with a diameter of 10 centimeters that the Institute improved according to Luo Chong's requirements, with a maximum magnification of 600 times. It was installed on the rooftop of the highest poop tower, which is enough to observe the arc-shaped sea level. In other words, if it is used to observe ships, even if the opponent's ship has a mast exposed on the arc-shaped sea level, this large telescope can still see it. It is really a weapon for maritime reconnaissance. Of course, this kind of thing can only play its greatest role when looking straight at the open sea. There is no open enough place on land for people to observe the curved ground. There are too many obstacles on land. Yes, it's good for looking at the sky. And when those grassland herdsman soldiers who took refuge put on standard military uniforms and armors, they felt truly relieved. In fact, most of them were forcibly subdued by Mao Dun and encouraged to attack Kaiyuan County with various benefits. Although most of them were lucky and even had plans to go to Kaiyuan County to rob them, they had no real experience with the Han dynasty. After the tribe mastered the powerful force of heaven's punishment, the thoughts of resistance had long since disappeared. In this regard, the nomads on the grassland are different from other tribes. They truly worship the strong, so when the Han tribe defeated them, they sincerely recognized this fact. But even so, it does not mean that they are willing to continue fighting. They had this worry before when they learned that they had to continue fighting with the Han tribe's army. Will the Han tribe use them as cannon fodder like Mao Dun did? This problem has always been lingering in the minds of these herdsmen and warriors. After all, it can be seen from the difference in treatment between them and the regular army of the Han tribe. But now, they have no such worries at all, because they are now wearing the same equipment as the regular army of the Han tribe. Gusang, look at the fabric of this military uniform. It's of really good quality. It's much better than the fabrics our tribe bought in Kaiyuan City last year. And there are 2 for each person. The Han tribe is really wealthy. If we make this ourselves, we'll have to. How many sheep do you need to exchange for it? A teenage soldier couldn't help but admired his companions while wearing his military uniform. Another older young man named Gusang looked indifferent. He handed a cloth belt of the same color as the military uniform to the other party's hand, and then said, "Hu Yang, come here, help me tie up my hair." Hu Yang tied his belt, took his hair tie, and asked, while tying his hair, "Why, you look unhappy. Don't you like these things sent by Han tribes?" Hu Yang gave him a strange look. "No, I'm just relaxing. Wearing these nice clothes and those shining silver armors means that we will become regular troops soon, not just cannon fodder without even military uniforms. I just feel that there is hope in the future. At least wearing this sophisticated equipment, the Han tribe will never use us as cannon fodder. Otherwise, it would be a big waste. Even if the Han tribe is rich, they will not come up with this idea. Do things that harm others and do not benefit oneself." Gusang replied with emotion on his face. "That's true, but I'm different from you. What I want to think about is, who are the Han tribe going to lead us to fight against?" Young Hu Yang asked, curiously with a smile. "It's probably the Qingshu tribe. Mao Dun has been defeated by the Han tribe. Only Mao Dun's accomplices, the Qingshu tribe, are still fine. In this case, the Han tribe must take revenge." Although Gusang didn't know the true purpose of the Han tribe, but he also guessed that it was close to 10. It's just that their knowledge is limited after all. They don't even know where the Qingshu tribe is. They only know that it is a place rich in white salt and bamboo. When the Han tribe did not appear a few years ago, the Xian tribe's caravan was the most powerful on the grassland. Active caravan. Just when the troops in Tuahai County agreed to change their uniforms, Tang Ji and Tang Yao from the Tang tribe on the other side were having a long chat in the small garden. "So, you are in love with that Han leader?" Tang Ji asked in disbelief, with a surprised and complicated expression. "Yeah." Tang Yao was weak, as if she didn't dare to face Tang Ji's question, so she just uttered a simple syllable from her nasal cavity. "This?" Tang Ji suddenly didn't know what to say. You must know that Tang Yao is the next generation leader of the Tang tribe who she has devoted a lot of effort to cultivate. Whether it is reputation or ability, Tang Yao is definitely the leader's successor. An outstanding person, no one is more suitable to be the next leader than her. But now, the next leader falls in love with the leader of another powerful tribe. The key is that Tang Yao is still a woman. This situation is not good. The two people in the garden were silent for a long time before Tang Ji asked, tentatively, "What about your position as leader?" As a result, before she could finish speaking, Tang Yao immediately replied, "I am willing to give up my position as leader, if Luo Chong is willing to accept me." "What are you talking about? What do you mean, that Han leader still doesn't accept you?" Tang Ji's voice suddenly rose a little higher. Her mood was very complicated, and she couldn't explain why she was angry. Could it be? Do you blame Luo Chong for looking down on his next leader? No, that's definitely not the case. How could I have such an idea? It's not like that, it's just, I haven't told him yet. Tang Yao defended Luo Chong with excitement, as if she was afraid that her aunt would hate this man. Then she briefly introduced Luo Chong's age and family situation to Tang Ji, especially Luo Chong's 2 women and 2 children. Tang Ji nodded thoughtfully. Luo Chong is not very old, at most 3 years older than Tang Yao, and seems to be a very suitable couple. Of course, for a tribal leader, even if Luo Chong is now 40 years old, he must marry as a young girl. No one would say anything. Moreover, Luo Chong now only has 2 women and 2 children, which is simply incredible. Not to mention that Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe. Even a small clan leader in the Tang tribe cannot have only 2 children. A woman. You must know that the population reproduction rate in this era was originally low, and the infant mortality rate remained high. Those clan forces, especially the patriarchal family, in order to ensure the continuation of future generations and to achieve flourishing branches, they had to control other branch families. With the population suppression caused by foreign tribes, it is impossible to marry only 2 women. 4 or 5 are very common. In larger clans, it is normal for a clan leader to have more than 10 women. As the sole leader of the huge Han tribe, Luo Chong was so young and at the best age for officially breeding offspring. There were only 2 women. It was. Tang Ji didn't even know what to say. This is so speechless. Doesn't that Han leader know that the number of heirs can affect the prosperity of a tribe? Although Tang Ji doesn't understand what probability science is, she also knows that as long as there are many offspring, there will always be 1 or 2 offspring who can carry the family's backbone. This is the advantage of having more children. However, Luo Chong's family situation has nothing to do with her now. Instead of caring about how many children Luo Chong has, she should be more concerned about the future of the Shatong tribe. Do you want to marry her? Go to the Han tribe? Tang Ji asked solemnly. When Tang Yao nodded, she asked again, "What about our Tang tribe? Who will succeed you as the next leader? Where can I go to find a candidate with high reputation and ability? Ha ha ha." At this point, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Tang Yao lowered her head even more guiltily. She felt even more sorry for her aunt's training over the years, but she did not intend to change what had been decided. And whether it is the Tang tribe, the Han tribe, or other tribes, the social atmosphere in the tribe is still very open. Women can choose their own spouses, just like the original Qingshu Spring Festival, where boys and girls express love to each other and choose each other, so even if Tang Yao makes such a decision, Tang Ji will not be surprised. Empress, I feel that our tribe is inferior to the Han tribe in all aspects. Learning from the Han tribe can certainly catch up with them, but that also means that we are always lagging behind, because during the 6 months I stayed with the Han tribe, I found that their development the speed was so fast, whether it was in terms of materials, population, or territory, it only took a few months for them to build a new school county. Therefore, after I marry the Han leader, if the tribe is still willing to elect me as the new leader, then I will definitely not refuse. And in terms of managing the tribe, I believe Luo Chong will not ignore it. When the time comes, he will with help, our tribe can truly develop. But what if he wants to annex our Tang tribe? Tang Ji asked, directly to the core of the problem. Then we are still us. The Tang tribe has become part of the Han tribe, but our Tang clan is still the Tang clan, just like the small clan towns under our Tang tribe, or the surnames of the Han tribe. We are still us, but our people can definitely live a better life, with high yields of food, useful steel tools, livestock that can be used for work and food, good-looking clothes, sturdy houses, and the ability to fish in the sea. Large ships, these things that we don't have, can be quickly spread to every family under the leadership of Han leaders. The tribesmen will only yearn for this new life. As long as it can make them live a good life, they will not care about the name of the tribe. What's it called? The Tang tribe became the Han tribe. For them, it was nothing more than changing from a tribe dominated by the Tang clan to a tribe dominated by another clan. But the tribe was still the same tribe. After all, the territory was still the same territory and the people were still the same. People. When Tang Ji heard this, she began to frown in thought, and the silent atmosphere once again filled the small garden full of medicinal flowers. That night, Tang Ji lay at home and looked at the starry sky outside the window. What she was thinking about was the Han tribe and the Tang tribe. According to Tang Yao, even if the Tang tribe became part of the Han tribe, their tribe would not suffer any losses, but can develop rapidly. The most important thing is that the Tang clan is still the Tang clan. A leader of a small clan would certainly not be willing to give away his tribe to others, but for a collection of clans, or a clan alliance, like the Tang tribe, it would be different. As the leader of the Tang tribe, Tang Ji sees the overall situation of the entire alliance, not a single clan. In addition, their leader selection system also determines that the leader of the Tang tribe will inevitably lead the tribe in a better direction. Because every leader of the Tang tribe is elected by the people and does not have hereditary power, it is just that the leader has certain advantages in cultivating future generations. So whether you look at the overall situation or from the perspective of improving people's living standards, the advantages of joining the Han tribe far outweigh the disadvantages. Think about what Tang Yao said and what she has learned from living in the Han tribe for half a year. After describing it, Tang Ji made a decision in her heart. One afternoon 2 days later, a fleet from the outer sea finally arrived at the dock of Takumi County. 2 of the 3-masted cargo ships were the ships that Dashu had arranged to pick up Bestia. In order not to attract attention, Luo Chong did not go to the dock to greet him. Whether it was the Tang tribe on the other side or the locals in Tuahai County, they only regarded it as an ordinary cargo transportation. But what they didn't know was that the envoy who had been on a mission to other countries for the Han tribe for nearly 3 years finally returned. Beast Tooth pretended to be the captain of the cargo ship, and was followed by several sailors wearing bamboo hats. One of the older men was thin, with dark skin, but bright eyes, and a gray goatee hanging on his chest. There is an air of being old and getting stronger. Behind the old man were several young and strong men. Although they were not tall, the arms and chest and abdomen exposed outside the vest also showed lean muscles. At first glance, they looked like men with strong hands. They followed Bistia all the way to the official office of Tuahai County in a low-key manner. As soon as they entered the courtyard gate, they saw a young man wearing a brocade robe, cloth boots, and a black gauze and gold crown standing in the courtyard to greet them. The leader, Bistia, was stunned when he saw this man, and his body froze suddenly. He rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he had seen correctly, he fell to the ground with a pop, saluted, and howled with tears. Bistia pays homage to the leader. Leader, I finally see you, woo woo woo. Get up, why are you crying? There are so many people watching, and you are not afraid of being laughed at. Nearly 3 years later, Luo Chong felt a little emotional when he saw this friend he had first met again. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward and helped Bistia up. This is a tribesman from the same tribe as him, a pure elder of the Han tribe, the son of the former leader of the Han tribe. Maybe he is also related by blood to Luo Chong, otherwise Luo Chong would not entrust such an important matter to him. Manage. Chief, Bistia finally came back to see you, but it's a pity that it's not at our home in Hanyang City. Bistia was pulled up by Luo Chong, wiped away his tears, and expressed the regret in his heart. Huh? That's wrong. Tuahai County is now also the territory of our Han tribe. Coming here is like going home. If you really miss your wife, I can also have someone send you here. Tuahai County, it has been developing for more than half a year, and the basic construction is almost complete. You can still live a good life here. If you are willing, I can also have someone build you a big house here as a reward for you. Luo Chong, yeah. He smiled and held his hand. Isn't this not good? Although I consider myself meritorious, I can't afford such a big reward from the leader. But as for my family, it would be great if they could come to Takumi County. But the current situation is probably there is something wrong. Let's talk about it next year. Then the leader can just arrange an ordinary residence for us, not a big house. Bistia was naturally very happy when he heard Luo Chong said that he could take his family over, but he knew that the battle to conquer Zhudao was about to begin, and Takumi County was considered a frontline base. Although the war would definitely not burn here, he still didn't want it to happen. The family is coming now. Moreover, there was another reason why he agreed to let Luo Chong bring his family to Tuahai County. Bistia, who had been on Zhudao Island for nearly 3 years, knew very well that no one knew the situation on Zhudao better than him. Even if the Han tribe brought Zhudao this time, even if the island was captured, Luo Chong would not be able to let him go home directly. He would most likely stay on Zhudao as an official. If this official is appointed, it will definitely take many years. If he doesn't bring his family over by then, he won't be able to see him anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of when building a house. Since you agree, come back in the spring after the new year. It just so happens that building a house also takes time. Don't worry, you must be the first to be able to pacify Bamboo Island this time. If such achievements continue, if a house is not worthy of it, how will others think of me as a leader? Seeing his agreement, Luo Chong decided on the house on the spot. Then, Bistia has thanked the leader. Bistia wanted to thank him again on the spot, but was stopped by Luo Chong and refused to bow. He couldn't help but looked up at Luo Chong in confusion, only to see Luo Chong looking at him. He smiled again and looked behind him with a vague look in his eyes, and immediately understood what Luo Chong meant. Forgive me, Chief. I was so excited that I forgot about business. Let me introduce you to the chief. This is the leader of the fishing tribe in the east of Bamboo Island, Jiaoshi. This time I came to pay a special visit to the chief. As Bistia said, he pulled the old man behind him to his side. The old man known as Jiaoshi also hurriedly bowed his hand to Luo Chong and said, Jiaoshi, the leader of the fishing tribe, has met the Han leader. I have long heard that the elders of the old tribe are in good health and get along well with our Han tribe's envoys. There are many exchanges and business activities between the two parties. However, the life of the tribe has always been very poor. I heard that they came to our Han tribe specifically to seek help this time. Luo Chong smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Jiaoshi, and then bluntly mentioned the reason why the other party came. Although the other party coming to Tuahai County this time is suspected of being instigated and seduced by Bestia, the other party's initiative to see me must be admitted. This gave the Han tribe the first advantage and say in the negotiations between the two parties. After all, it is a seller's market now. Since you took the initiative to ask me for help, then it is allowed for me to offer some opinions. What the Han leader said is right. The fishing tribe has a small population and basically has no other output except fishing in the sea. The land assigned to us by Commander Xian was also barren. There are only stones in the Cliff Mountain area, and we can't plant anything. If grain is produced, salt cannot be produced. I saw that the Han tribe had boats that could sail in the sea and nets that could fish out countless fish, so I wanted to use 2 boats to fish out more fish, and also buy more food on the island, so that the life of the tribe could be better, but I didn't expect that the Han tribe did not sell ships. But recently I discovered that Commander Xian had reached a ship deal with the Han tribe. After the tribesmen found out, their hope of buying the ship was revived. So I begged the Han envoy to bring me here to meet with the Han leader, specifically. I didn't know what conditions the Han tribe wanted. How many sailboats can be sold to us, and what do we need to trade them for? When the old man Jiaoshi saw Luo Chong coming up to him, he went straight to the topic. Fortunately, he also told all his reasons directly, and then quietly watched Luo Chong's reaction, with a pair of bright eyes under the bamboo hat still revealing a trace of expect. Ha 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 ha, the old patriarch came to buy the ship in person, how could I refuse directly? The sun is strong here, which is not the place to talk. If the old patriarch wants to talk about the ship transaction, why don't we come to the official office to talk about it? Luo Chong, he replied with a smile, then turned sideways and said to the official lobby inside. When Jiaoshi heard that Luo Chong did not refuse directly and wanted to talk in detail, he was naturally delighted. It seemed that this matter was probably going to be successful, so he returned Luo Chong's gift and led a few of his followers to the lobby with Luo Chong. Luo Chong sat at the top of the long conference table, Bestia, Shu De, and Xue Tu sat on the left, Jiaoshi and a few followers sat on the right, and there was a 3-meter-long 3-dimensional table about 1 meter long in the middle of the table. The sailboat model immediately attracted the attention of several members of the Tang tribe. The Han tribe is really amazing. Not only are their big ships well made, but their little boats are also made exactly like the big ships. Old chief, if you want to buy a boat, you just want to get more fish to trade for food, but this is only treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Why haven't you thought of letting your tribe farm the land? Wouldn't it be better to be self-sufficient? Okay, otherwise even if you get food in exchange, you will be controlled by others. If others want to deny you food, you can't let the tribe continue to eat salted fish, right? After both parties sat down and the clerk brought snacks and tea, Luo Chong began to sow discord. How could we not know this? But during the Zhudao dispute, our ancestors were weak and could not defeat the Xian tribe, which had gold and horses. In the end, they had to be forced to make a living by fishing in Yashan. It has been dozens of generations since then. Now the Xian tribe is more prosperous, and our fishing tribe has to exchange salted fish for our food rations, so how can we fight for it? The old man Jiaoshi took off the bamboo hat on his head and put it on the table, suddenly revealing his gray hair, and his pale temples seemed to prove the old man's sadness and weakness. What if the Han tribe is willing to help? Is the old patriarch willing to lead the tribe to fight for it on their own? Seeing that there were no outsiders in the conference room, and when the conversation came to this point, Luo Chong suddenly said something that almost scared Jiaoshi to death. He couldn't help but look at Luo Chong with wide eyes, asking, really or not? Expression. Luo Chong did not speak anymore, but gestured to his left and nodded to several people. After receiving the instruction, Bestia was the first to speak. Old Patriarch, did our mission bully the local people in Judao? No, no. Jiaoshi was stunned by Bestia's incomprehensible question. Didn't he say he wanted to help fight for it? Why are you talking about this now? Then what do the locals think of our mission? Bestia continued to ask. Of course it's good. The Han tribe mission brought all good things. Not to mention other things, they brought a lot of useful tools. Their transactions with us were fair and just, and they never took advantage of us. If I hadn't known that you wouldn't live on Judao forever, I'm afraid those local girls would have wanted to marry those young men from your Han tribe. When he mentioned this issue, Jiaoshi immediately became energetic. He simply praised the Han tribe mission to the sky. At the same time, it also proved the success of Beast Tooth's work. At least the mission had a good impression of being an enemy. Bestia smiled and asked again, does the old patriarch know that our mission recently promoted currency and exchanged steel for bronze? I wonder what the old patriarch thinks of this. I know about this. If you want to ask your opinion, of course it's good. Let's not talk about the tools of your Han tribe. They are famous for being light, strong, and easy to use. This coin is also a good thing. It is very convenient to trade. That's it. It's a pity that your caravan is unstable and has no fixed location, so we deliberately want to change more, but we don't dare to change too much. Jiaoshi once again expressed his affirmation of Beast Tooth's work. At this time, after the 3 questions were asked, the topic was also brought out. Bestia stopped talking, but Xuetu on the side spoke again. But Commander Xian was unwilling to let our Han tribe implement currency. In order to stop us, he openly sent thousands of soldiers and united with other tribes to gather an army of 60,000 to attack our Han tribe city on the grassland. As soon as these words came out, several people from the fishing tribe suddenly widened their eyes and looked dumbfounded, because they had never heard of this at all. The Xian tribe took the initiative to beat the Han tribe. Is this really true? Seeing their expressions like this, Xuetu immediately clapped his hands and called someone in from outside. This person was the nominal commander of the Xian tribe army in the Battle of Kaiyuan. He was also the former Niue envoy to the Han tribe. The men led by Shi have now completely surrendered to the Han tribe. After his personal statement and testimony for both parties, Jiaoshi believed the truth of the matter and learned about the strong military strength of the Han tribe. After everyone had made preparations, Luo Chong slowly spoke at this time. Our Han tribe has a famous saying that those who offend the strong Han will be punished, no matter how far away they are. The purpose of our Han tribe's promotion of currency this time is to make transactions more convenient for the people of Judao, and at the same time, it also provides convenience for our Han tribe's caravans. It was supposed to be a win-win situation, but the Xian tribe not only refused, but also led their troops to provoke disputes and united with the barbarians to attack us. If we, the Han tribe, do not respond to such humiliation and do not avenge the dead warriors and tribesmen, how can we face our ancestors? So in order to seek justice for the tribe, and to seek justice for our Han tribe, I decided to use the same method, sending troops to Judao, using weapons and soldiers to go to Commander Xian to ask for an explanation. I wonder if the old patriarch is willing to lead the tribe by working with us. You can also strive for greater benefits for your tribe. If the old patriarch is willing to join forces this time, the sailboats of the Han tribe will be given priority to the fishing tribe at low prices. The Han tribe wanted to attack Judao, which was no small matter, and it was obvious that Luo Chong was not joking when he said this himself. Then, the Han tribe is really going to take action. Jiaoshi couldn't help frowning and thinking. He didn't care about the cause of this matter. Whether it was Commander Xian or the Han tribe, to put it bluntly, it had little to do with them. What he was mainly thinking about was the Han tribe's attack on Judao. What impact will this incident have on my tribe? In addition, Luo Chong proposed that he and his tribe should attack Commander Xian with him. Is this reliable? What is the difference between failure and success? Seeing him looking like he was thinking hard, Luo Chong couldn't help but smile. Then he clapped his hands twice, and immediately someone brought the map, sand table, and a ship model and placed them on the table. Old Patriarch, please look at this. This is the easternmost part of Bamboo Island. It is located on the south side of Yashan. There is a large area of flat and fertile land. Although it is still grass and forest for the time being, with a little development, it can become as good as food. The fertile farmland of the tribe. There is also a tributary of Qingshu River here, so you don't have to worry about fresh water sources. Moreover, you can also enter the main road of Qingshu River through the tributary, and you can reach almost every area of Bamboo Island by boat. In addition, there is the seaside here. At the foot of Yashan Mountain, which is close to the sea, the mountain has reached its end. The Black Cliff Mountain goes straight to the bottom of the sea. There is no beach on the seaside, and the water level is deep enough. The shallowest place is more than 20 meters deep, which is enough. Dock any existing ships of the Han tribe. Such a natural seaport is very suitable for the development of offshore fishing industry. If the fishing tribe can equip a group of sailboats for fishing, and there is fertile land and fresh water behind it for growing food, then your tribe will be able to develop and grow. Luo Chong called several people from the fishing tribe to the sand table, and then pointed at the area in Chaoyang County above and blew loudly. Starlight flashed in the eyes of the people who heard it. Chief, isn't this the land to the south of our tribe? It's indeed similar to what the Han leader said. The key is that there are no people there yet. I'm afraid it won't be easy to cultivate farmland. Beside Jiaoshi, another person followed him. The man warned. The meaning is still very obvious, both inside and outside the words reveal the untrustworthy attitude of the Han tribe. This means that despite the nice boasts of the Han tribe, it is actually a deserted land with no people around. It doesn't matter whether the Han tribe gives it to you or not. We can also just go and occupy it ourselves. It is still deserted anyway, and no one is stopping us. To put it bluntly, they were Han tribesmen who borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha, pretending to be good people by taking things that were not theirs in the first place. However, people nearby also had different opinions. Another middle-aged man from the fishing tribe said, "That's true, but without the support of the Han tribe, even if we migrate there, do you think Commander Xian will not care about them? I don't want our tribe to grow." There are also people who are more thoughtful and say, "I think these are secondary." You have not realized the key point of this matter at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the other companions who came with him all looked at him, even the leader of the group, Jiaoshi, was no exception. "How do you say this?" Jiaoshi asked doubtfully. The crux of the problem is that if the Han tribe wants to fight Commander Xian, how sure are they that they can win? If they can't win, then if we still go to help, it will definitely affect our tribe. Another important point is, assuming that the Han tribe wins, will they occupy Zhudao for a long time, or will they just take revenge and beat Commander Xian, force him to apologize and compensate, and then the Han tribe will withdraw? If the Han tribe retreats afterwards, then as the people who helped us, Commander Xian and the elders of other big clans will definitely not let us go. At that time, the Han tribe will still care about us. If they don't care about us, even if they don't no matter how many benefits we have, I am afraid that they will be snatched away by Commander Xian and the elders. And by then, whether our clan can still exist is a question. After hearing this, several members of the fishing tribe couldn't help but nodded. Their eyes were still looking closer, they only saw the current interests and did not see the situation of their tribe in the further future. After the discussion, Chief Jiaoshi had almost made up his mind. When he was about to ask Luo Chong another question, Luo Chong spoke first. "I don't know what the old patriarch thinks of this ship. This is a new type of fishing trawler recently developed by our Han tribe. It is 22 meters long, 4 meters wide, with a 2-mast sail layout, 3 meters deep, and 5 built-in watertight compartments. There is a water storage cabin and an ice cellar fish cabin, which can carry 40 tons of fish at a time. If the fishing tribe is willing to act together with the Han tribe this time, the Han tribe can directly give you 4 such boats as a gift for our friendly cooperation. The fishing boat Luo Chong was talking about was the model ship that the guards had just brought. It was also the Han tribe's first professional fishing boat designed specifically for fishing, a U-type trawler. Fishing boats are also a special type of ship among ships. The Han tribe has long made plans to develop them. This is the first time it has been unveiled to the outside world. Although it is only a model ship, it is also very eye-catching. Putting this ship together with the model of the 3-masted cargo ship next to it, it is easy to compare its true size. The most important thing is that the layout of this ship is compared with all the previous ships of the Han tribe. Very strange. Because it is a trawler, the fishing nets must be towed at the stern to move forward with the ship, so the traditional poop was moved to the front of the ship near the bow, and the stern was replaced by a portal-shaped rack and a human-powered winch and pulley crane that can rotate in the direction especially prepared for towing fishing nets. It is impossible to pull the huge fishing nets filled with fish onto the ship by manpower, so this crane has become an indispensable and important equipment. There are also 2 supporting vertical cargo holds. One can store seawater and keep the fish caught on the boat first. There is also an ice cellar cargo hold next to it, which can store some ice cubes in advance to freeze those sea fish that are easy to die. All methods can keep sea fish as fresh as possible. Although I don't know whether the actual function is good or not, I can tell that this boat is very beautiful just by looking at it. However, Reef also knows very well that the Han tribe cannot give them 4 such boats for nothing. I wonder how the Han leader needs our tribe's cooperation? Qingshu asked excitedly. The fishing tribe will send troops to follow us. 4 ships, plus the land I just mentioned, in exchange for you sending 2,000 troops and accepting the command of our Han tribe. Seeing that the time was right, Luo Chong also directly launched his own price tag. There will be more in a while. Send 2,000 people to help the Han tribe fight? Reef and several members of the fishing tribe almost jumped up. Are you kidding me? How many people are there in the fishing tribe? But the Han tribe actually asked them to send out 2,000 people to fight Commander Qingshu. This is a war, not a job. Working for the Han tribe is just a little tiring. If you can get 4 big ships as a reward, it will be worth it. But fighting is fatal. Who can guarantee that you will be so lucky? Coming back alive from the battlefield. The conditions proposed by the Han tribe were equivalent to using 4 ships to buy the lives of 2,000 of their tribesmen. Seeing that several members of the fishing tribe were agitated and seemed to be about to have an attack, Luo Chong directly knocked on the table and said, "Old patriarch, there is no need to be angry. You also need to know that boats are not easy to build. Even Commander Qingshu, who wants to buy a boat, is not that easy. What I just told you is a gift. You should understand what I mean. In addition, you don't have to rush to answer. You can think about it carefully when you go back. This is an excellent opportunity for development for the fishing tribe. I hope you can seize this opportunity. This ship model and the telescope are gifts from the Han tribe to you. Don't worry, you don't need to pay for this. Also, we will hold a military parade here in Takumi County tomorrow. I hope everyone can participate. Maybe you can find the answer you want in the ceremony." After Luo Chong said these words, he stood up and prepared to leave, but just when he turned around, Qingshu suddenly stopped him. "Chief Han, I have another question to ask." "Oh? What's the problem?" "I wonder if the Han tribe has any goal in attacking the Qingshu tribe this time. Is it to completely defeat them or until they surrender? Will the Han tribe take over the management of Zhudao?" Luo Chong couldn't help but smile after listening to his words, and just said vaguely, if no one is willing to manage Bamboo Island after all the leaders and elders of the Xian tribe are destroyed, then our Han tribe will not mind incorporating Bamboo Island into our territory. After saying this, he turned around and left gracefully. Others, such as Shu De and Shui Tu, also followed Luo Chong's footsteps and left one after another. Only Bestia was left to accompany the few people from the fishing tribe. As soon as Luo Chong and the others left, the atmosphere in the conference room became relaxed, and several people from the fishing tribe also started discussing. One person held a telescope close to his eyes and exclaimed repeatedly, while another person held a model of the U-1 fishing boat and moved it next to the three-masted sailboat to compare its size. However, Qingshu sat there, with a frown, and continued to ponder. Although what Luo Chong said just now was not an affirmative sentence, the meaning of his words was very obvious. He had predicted the destruction of Commander Xian and the elders. Although he didn't know why he was confident and said that if no one wanted to manage it, the Han tribe would not mind taking over Zhudao and turning it into a part of the Han tribe. Isn't this nonsense? If the Han tribe could really kill all the commanders and elders, with such strength at hand, who would dare to challenge the Han tribe? This is tantamount to the fact that the Han tribe has decided to take over Zhudao, so sending troops can really be considered. It's just that the price offered by the Han tribe seems not high enough. Is it worth exchanging 4 fishing boats for 2,000 young men to work for the Han tribe? But before he could think more, the person who just asked whether the Han tribe would occupy Zhudao said what he was thinking. Han envoy, your tribe wants to exchange 4 ships for 2,000 young men of ours. Is this price too low? 2,000 young men, even for our entire tribe, is definitely not a small amount. The tribe's population is not very large. Bestia smiled and explained to them. What you said is not entirely correct. What our leader just mentioned was not just 4 ships, but also this fertile land along the coast. This seems to be more valuable than 4 ships, right? A man playing with a telescope next to him heard this, and was about to retort when Bestia raised his hand again and interrupted. You want to say that it is not the land of the Han tribe? Regardless of whether we agree or not, you can move there by yourself? But is this really the case? If you can, then why are you still living in Yashan, where there are rocks everywhere? Place? These words immediately blocked what the man wanted to say. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. But Bestia didn't forget to give him a fresh blow. In addition, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Ever since our leader decided to seek revenge from the Xian tribe, Bamboo Island has been the land of our Han tribe. These words were very domineering, much more direct than Luo Chong's implicit statement just now, and they completely proved the true intentions of the Han tribe. The leader of the fishing tribe, Qingshu, is not a fool. The so-called revenge is nothing more than an excuse to start a war. The land and population of Zhudao are the real intention of the Han tribe. In this way, if the Han tribe is really capable of conquering Zhudao, now it's time to get in line in advance. If we can be the first to establish a relationship with the Han tribe, for Zhudao, which will be ruled by the Han tribe in the future, the fishing tribe will become the tribe closest to the center of power, and the tribe will also usher in a climax of development and growth. Perhaps it can rely on this opportunity surpasses the old clans in Zhudao, such as the clans of the Great Elders. However, there were still people nearby who felt unbalanced. The person holding the ship model was gesticulating next to another 3-masted ship model. Although the fishing boat was not small in terms of proportion, no matter how you looked at it, the ship model had my senses were not as shocked as seeing the real thing with my own eyes. If the Han tribe is so powerful, why are they so stingy to us? This ship is half the size of the sailboat we came on. If it were a big ship with 3 sails, it would be about the same as 4 ships. When Bestia heard him say this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, do you know how many people are needed to operate a 3-masted cargo ship, and how much manpower and financial resources are needed to maintain such a ship? Even if our Han tribe gives you 4 three-masted ships, first of all, it is not suitable for use. It can only be used for fishing. Secondly, I guess you can't afford 4 big ships like this now. Raising boats? What is this statement? Didn't Han envoys often say that the sailing boats of the Han tribe could move freely without food or water, relying only on the sea breeze? What does raising boats mean? Does it mean that they also need to feed the boats with food? Others also asked curiously when they heard what Beastia said. That's not the case. Beastia waved his hand. It is true that the sailboat does not need to eat food and grass, but it also needs human hands to control it. I don't know how many people are needed to maintain this 3-masted ship. Let me tell you about the 2-masted fishing boat that the leader just took out. Although such a ship is only 22 meters long, it requires at least 2 captains and mate, 8 or 9 sailors, a lookout, a helmsman, and 1 or 2 cooks. Staffing for normal sailing. There are also people fishing. You see, the winch crane at the stern of the ship has 2 large cargo holds. Just putting out the nets, collecting them, and entering and exiting the cabins probably requires more than 10 people to participate. At that time, other sailors may be needed to help. There are also trawl nets. Trawl nets are very large fishing nets. A boat needs at least 2, 1 for normal use and 1 for backup. The maintenance of these 2 trawl nets requires women on the shore to repair, dry and catch the fish. The harvest also needs to be handled by people on the shore. There is also the ice in the cabin, the sails and rigging on the mast, and all the mess. If you don't have a village, you will not be able to maintain the ship's normal fishing operations. After Beast Tooth finished speaking, several members of the fishing tribe couldn't help but widen their eyes. Just to ensure that a ship can go out to sea normally for fishing, so many people are actually needed? This is too exaggerated. What if the ship was twice as big? Maybe it's just like what Beastia said, the entire fishing tribe can't keep a few ships running. Beastia once told Commander Xian and other elders that shipbuilding was a big project, involving almost all manufacturing industries of the Han tribe, starting from logging, carpentry, mining, metallurgy, forging, planting, and textiles. He made nails and iron anchor, you make the keel and hull, and I make the sails and ropes. We all get the things together and finally assemble it into a usable ship. As everyone knows, building a ship is not easy, and maintaining a ship is not easy either. 3 days passed by in a flash, and on the morning of the 4th day, the boat responsible for picking up the senior officials of the Tang tribe was already parked on the other side and waiting. This time, not only Tang Ji and Tang Yao were invited to the military parade, but also the chiefs of other clans of the Tang tribe, because Luo Chong's plan to borrow troops originally needed their support, borrowing part from the fishing tribe, and then from Tang tribe. If the tribe borrows part of it, the shortage of soldiers can almost be filled. Luo Chong did not wait for them into a high county, but took several people from the fishing tribe to sit on the boat. After picking up the Tang tribe's visiting group later, he took the boat directly to the barracks. There are more than 10,000 troops gathered here in Takumi County. Naturally, it is impossible to put the barracks and the city together, because the army needs a large space for daily training. The wasteland further south in Takumi County is obviously more suitable. There are almost all large areas there. Plain, and this place was chosen, relatively close to the river, so they could inspect the Han tribe's only naval fubo guard together. The deterrence of the army alone may not be too shocking. If coupled with the performance of the gunboats, it will obviously be more powerful in shocking people's hearts. But this is just Luo Chong's advanced thinking. In fact, for the Tang tribe and the Yu tribe, the indigenous people of the world, the heavy armored infantry and cavalry of the Han tribe are enough to make them realize the power of the Han tribe. Thump, 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 thump. A group of people from the Tang tribe, led by Tang Ji, stepped onto the gangway and boarded the review ship. At a glance, they saw Luo Chong, who was guarded in the middle. His young and strong appearance, his wise and domineering eyes, his luxurious crown-sanded clothing that shines in the sun, the sword symbolizing force and power hanging around his waist, and the faint coercion brought about by living in a high position for a long time, are all displayed. Her identity. This man is Luo Chong, the supreme leader of the Han tribe, and the young man whom his niece has secretly promised. Perhaps, he will be the leader of the Tang tribe in the future. Tangji couldn't help but think to herself. Tangji took the lead in giving Luo Chong a blessing ceremony according to the etiquette of the Han tribe. Luo Chong returned the gift slightly. Although the strength of the Han tribe was dominant, the Tang tribe was also not small in size, so the exchanges between the two tribes are still equal. I have long heard that the leader of the Han tribe is young and promising, and he has made it very convenient for us to cooperate with the Tang tribe. I am honored to be invited to visit today. It is really a worthwhile trip to see the leader of the Han dynasty. After the ceremony, Tangji spoke first, but it was all official language for the occasion. I wonder if Tang Yao taught her in advance. Luo Chong glanced at Tang Yao and found that the little girl was peeking at him, but the occasion was not appropriate now, so he ignored her and turned to Tangji and said with a smile. Chief Tang has oversold you. The cooperation between the Han and Tang tribes is a win-win situation. The Han tribe will help you improve your farming technology, and the Tang tribe will jointly develop medical technology with us. This is beneficial to both parties, so in order to strengthen the deepening cooperation between our two tribes, today we specially invite Chief Tang to visit the military strength of our Han tribe. Maybe we have other aspects of cooperation that we can talk about. Oh? Other aspects of cooperation? I wonder which aspect of cooperation Leader Han is talking about. Tangji asked doubtfully, and then turned to look at Tang Yao, her eyes full of doubts and questions. Cooperate? What kind of collaboration is this? How come there was no news about it before? Tangji thought her niece knew, so she asked her with her eyes. However, Tang Yao didn't know anything about this. She originally thought that Luo Chong came over to invite Tangji as a guest, but she didn't expect that there were other cooperations to discuss. She didn't know the key thing at all, so she had to shake her head innocently in the end, indicating that he does not know. Luo Chong didn't care. The matter of borrowing troops was not that easy to discuss. If they were not allowed to see the military strength of the Han tribe and directly opened their mouth to borrow troops, even if the other party agreed due to face, they would probably have many concerns. The most typical example is the people from the fishing tribe, so we should wait until after visiting the military parade to talk about anything else. We will talk about cooperation later. Our Han tribe has established several new guard armies a few days ago. Today is the day to fully change the uniforms and practice martial arts. How about Chief Tang, go ahead and review the Han army style with me. Luo Chong smiled and explained the true destination of this invitation. Although Tangji was confused when she heard this, she had already come and knew that Luo Chong could not use her for fun, so she agreed. Luo Chong nodded, and Bestia immediately ordered the sails to be set sail, and the three-masted ship, which was temporarily used as a review ship, began to slowly move downstream. The building boat didn't go very far. After walking for about 10 minutes, I saw a huge fleet of boats parked in front of me. The largest four-masted boat of the Han tribe was also among them, but in addition to being extremely large, Tangji only knew that the ship seemed to be used to transport people, and she didn't know what it was used for specifically. Tang Yao had seen the scene of the ship outfitting and hoisting artillery, but she didn't know what it was. The purpose of the ship. Luo Chong did not explain, so Tangji, the clan chiefs of the Tang tribe, and several people from the Jiaoshi and other fishing tribes had no choice but to observe on their own. When the review ship passed by the fleet, the barracks on the west bank of the river were already in sight. Only then did they discover that there was a Han tribe camp not far from Takumi County, but it looked much weirder. There are no formal houses in this camp, and all tents are used as residences. There is a fence made of wood outside the tent area, and outside the fence near the riverbank is a huge open space with nothing except weeds. There are no trees or shrubs. From a distance, the area looks bare, obviously it has been cleaned up artificially. There are many people wearing the same clothes doing some strange things in the open space. These people are neither farming nor hunting, and are not engaged in production tasks at all. Instead, many people are playing games, and a group of people are chasing a ball. Running around on the grass, and some people practice archery, but they are just shooting at grass targets. There are also many knights practicing slashing movements on horseback, but the targets are all scarecrows. It is said that they are grazing, but there are only horses, and cannot be seen. Cattle and sheep are really confusing. However, after yesterday's negotiations and reminders, several people from the fishing tribe have figured out the purpose of these people in front of him. These should be the soldiers Luo Chong plans to use to attack Commander Xian. But fights like this are all done by temporarily summoning a group of tribesmen to participate? Why did the Han tribe waste time here with so many people in advance? Don't these people need to grow food? Jiaoshi, the leader of the fishing tribe, is still full of doubts. Could it be that the Han tribe was preparing to send troops immediately? Otherwise, why would they gather men now? However, Luo Chong was still discussing with them yesterday the matter of sending troops. It has not been finalized yet, and it is obviously impossible to take action immediately. As a result, he is even more confused. Everyone, this is part of the standing army of our Han tribe. 10,000 of them have just been reorganized recently. This is also an important force in protecting the Han tribe. The soldiers who defeated the enemy's 60,000 coalition forces on the grassland were exactly this group of people. When he came to the shore of the military camp and saw his own armed force, Luo Chong became even more heroic. When he introduced it to others, he unconsciously felt confident. When people from the Tang tribe and several people from the fishing tribe heard Luo Chong say that these people had defeated tens of thousands of enemies, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. How powerful are these people? From a distance, it looks like a group of red sheep running on the green grass. After glancing at the reactions of the people around him, Luo Chong nodded to the accompanying tree and said, "Let's get started." Dashu immediately waved his hand and gave orders to Luo Chong's guards. The guards also began to blow the horns and beat the drums according to the predetermined plan. At the same time, there were flag bearers waving the big flags and shouting semaphores in the direction of the military camp. Xue Tu, who had been prepared for a long time, was looking forward to this sound, and immediately ordered the messengers to beat the assembly drum and blow the assembly horn. Suddenly the drums and trumpets were blaring loudly in the camp, and they met with the review boat where Luo Chong and the visiting group were. In response, they sang in harmony. The fleet that had just passed by the inspection ship also sounded the same drums and trumpets behind Luo Chong and the others, and quickly formed a column and slowly moved towards Luo Chong and the others. Coming this way. In the eyes of the visiting group, they only saw that after Luo Chong sent out a signal, the camp responded immediately, and remembered the more intense drums and trumpets. There were even people on the 2 wooden watchtowers at the entrance of the camp, waving brightly colored flags. As for the men in red who were still doing their own thing in the open space, as if they had been summoned by something, they all rushed towards the camp. At first, they were scattered like sheep grazing, but when we finally entered the gate of the camp, it had already gathered into a red current that could not be ignored. The war drums were still beating a special rhythm unhurriedly, and the trumpets were still blasting loudly, but in the open space outside the camp, in just a moment, no one could be seen anymore, and everyone had disappeared. Han leader, what are they doing? Tang Ji asked in confusion. After the introduction just now, She already knew that these people were all warriors of the Han tribe, but now why did Luo Chong give a signal to these people? They all ran away, and she still didn't understand. They are gathering. Chief Tang, please wait for a moment. They will come out again soon. Luo Chong explained with a smile, then turned to look in the direction of the camp, and the big tree behind him immediately called Luo Chong. The guards rushed and gave a telescope prepared in advance to everyone in the visiting group so that they could see clearly. After everyone took the telescope, they briefly learned how to use it under the instructions of the personal guards. Many people who saw the telescope for the first time couldn't help but marvel. However, as senior leaders, Tang Ji and the leader of the fishing tribe, Jiao Shi, knew that this matter was closely related to them. The two of them stared at the direction of the camp carefully with binoculars. In the circular field of view of the monocular, the soldiers in red robes quickly ran towards the tent area, rushed in, and then ran out again not long after, but when they came out, the red robe was already covered with a layer of shining silver armor, and all the weapons on his body were neatly equipped. Then these soldiers who had changed their armor quickly ran to the flagpole of the camp and gathered together, and began to stand in horizontal and vertical square formations. The speed of changing clothes and the neatness of the queue are all shocking. You must know that it has not been long since the assembly signal was officially sounded in the camp. Almost 5 minutes later, the three-way rally drum in the camp had been beaten. The soldiers who were still scattered around the camp all put on gleaming armor and lined up under the banner of the military camp. A moment later, even the cavalry with the most complex equipment put on their equipment and began to assemble on both wings of the infantry. After the entire army was assembled, Xue Tu, who had changed into a fish-scale general armor, also turned over and mounted his war horse. He shouted to his soldiers and led the troops out of the camp towards the open space on the shore. Running over here. And the troops gathered in the camp also followed the bloody flag and ran towards the riverbank in neat steps. All actions depended on the flag. No troops could be stopped without golden drums, and horses could not be mounted without trumpets. Discipline, this word seems to have been deeply ingrained in the bones of these soldiers. According to the officers, this is an important reason why the Han tribe was able to defeat troops several times larger than their own. Hua 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 hua. The neat footsteps of the soldiers caused the friction of the armor leaves, and there was a neat roar. The footsteps of tens of thousands of people shaking the earth sounded like muffled thunder. The friction and reflection of the armor leaves were like thunderbolts shining in the sky. In addition, more and more people were coming. The closer they got, the torrent of steel rushing towards them gave the visiting group a great shock, both visually and orally. As Luo Chong said, let's not talk about combat effectiveness. Just having more than 10,000 soldiers standing in a line is terrifying enough, not to mention, an army of more than 10,000 people can do this. Calmly following orders and moving forward is itself a manifestation of combat effectiveness. During this military parade, Luo Chong did not go ashore, but stayed on the review ship docked by the river. The shipbuilding is the review platform and the only commanding height in the surrounding open space. Only by standing on the top poop can the entire army be seen. Close your eyes. Not long after, Xue Tu, who was leading the way, arrived at the shore. He faced the direction of the reviewing ship, looked at Luo Chong on the poop and shouted. Commander of the Huban Guards, Xue Tu, brought all the new troops to accept the leader's review. Luo Chong waved his hand downwards, and immediately issued the command, line up. Xue Tu obeys the order. Xue Tu, who was in a high mood, immediately ordered his own soldiers to wave flags and beat drums after receiving the order. He once again issued new instructions to the army, and placed the Chinese army's flag in front of the array. Then he began to let his tiger guards face the reviewing stand. The formation, and other guard posts that followed, all used the tiger guards as the basis, and extended their ranks to both sides until the infantry was lined up. The cavalry also came quickly from the rear, and finally the horse formation stopped on both sides of the infantry. After Luo Chong issued the order, it only took about a quarter of an hour for this group of soldiers to complete armor-piercing, assembly, formation, marching, and finally stood neatly in front of the visiting group. The whole place was silent, and the army remained motionless, embodying the word discipline to the fullest. Everyone looked at Luo Chong on the poop and paid attention to him. Regardless of whether they liked the leader or not, everyone knew that the man in front of them was their supreme leader. Chief Han, are they? Tang Ji asked the same question again. Oh, this is a way for our Han tribe to test the results of warrior training. It's called a military parade. The most basic condition for all soldiers being reviewed is to follow orders and prohibitions. In other words, they can do whatever the general tells them to do. If the general without orders, they can't make any moves, Luo Chong explained to Tang Ji while looking at the formation below. The surrounding visitors were all shocked. It was obviously not easy to make tens of thousands of people conduct orders and prohibitions. This also further reflected the Han tribe's military system and its rigorous set of gold, drums, trumpets, and flags. The advanced nature of the command system allows the leading general to control every part of the army. The scene before him undoubtedly confirmed this. The Han tribe had already implemented the rules and regulations, but for Luo Chong, this was not enough. After the army stood silently for about 5 minutes, Luo Chong issued a new order again. Battle formation drill. The guards around him once again conveyed the order through flag language, and Xiutu on the shore reacted immediately after seeing it, asking the messengers to wave the flag and start daily formation drills. The command and prohibition are done, but whether it can be driven like an arm will have to be seen in the battle formation to know. The army quickly started to move, and the troops from each guard post also ran out of the square one by one, holding their military flags. They first lined up and circled in front of Luo Chong, and then went to the open space on the other side to start lining up. Array. The uniform red shirts formed a surging red stream, the forest of spears and halberds shone with a cold white light, the iron armor made a clattering sound, and the heavy footsteps shook the earth and struck the hearts of everyone in the visiting group. In their hearts, just organizing such a large-scale warrior was beyond their imagination. But just when the army was changing formations, Tang Ji also raised a question that he hadn't thought of before. Chief Han, you just said that these soldiers all obey the orders of the general. Is the general the man riding a horse and holding an iron rod in his hand? But shouldn't the soldiers obey the orders of the leader? Why should they obey the general? Luo Chong chuckled. Before he could speak, Tang Yao took the initiative to explain to her aunt. Ms. Ji, those who led the troops in the Han tribe's wars were generals. Each general would lead thousands of warriors, but these generals all obeyed the orders of their leaders. Luo Chong has so many things to do, and it is certainly impossible for him to lead his own troops. It's a war, so he only needs to tell the generals the goal, and the generals will find a way to defeat the enemy. Luo Chong smiled and nodded, thinking that this little girl had obviously learned a lot when she was in Kaiyuan County. At least she understood the military system of the Han tribe from the mouths of the herdsmen. Tang Yao is right. The standing armies of our Han tribe usually have their own garrison missions and are scattered in various places. If a war breaks out, then I will assign them temporary combat missions. Then the generals of each army will naturally lead them. Soldiers get the job done. Luo Chong was explaining here, and the visiting group over there suddenly made a sound of inhalation and exclamation, which immediately attracted the attention of others. Luo Chong glanced at it, and it turned out that the military formation on the other side had already completed its formation and launched the most common attack formation, which was the pig attack tactical formation that Luo Chong had taught Qingshu and them at that time. The first row of swordsmen and shield soldiers are arranged closely to resist the enemy's arrows. The second row of halberdiers are behind the shields and extend their weapons from the shield wall. The third row of spearmen tilt their unique 7-meter 5-meter spears. Mounted on the shield wall, it was used to resist cavalry charges. The crossbowmen were arranged neatly behind the formation, carrying out long-range strikes by projectile. The last cavalry were arranged on both wings of the formation. They could not only protect the two wings, but also charge and kill the enemy after the formation collapsed, or use their mobility to outflank. Catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. However, it was just a formation, which did not cause such a big reaction from the visiting group. What really surprised them was the simulated attack process carried out by the military formation. The war drums of the commander-in-chief of the Chinese army kept beating, flags of various colors flew in turn, and the entire military formation followed the drumbeats and marched forward neatly. The drumbeat in the field suddenly changed, and the soldiers in the front row immediately smashed their shields on the ground and made a defensive posture, but the crossbowmen in the back row neatly raised their divine arm crossbows, and the Chinese army gave an order next. 6,000 to 7,000 crossbowmen from several guard posts released arrows at the same time. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows formed in midair. It was thrown high into the sky like a black cloud. It shot a full distance of 400 meters before falling vertically to the target ground. Only the straw target could be seen on the opposite side. At this time, they have all turned into hedgehogs. But it wasn't over yet. The crossbowmen quickly fired a second round of arrows, then a third round, a fourth round. The black arrows hit the target like a tidal wave. Such a dense arrow attack and such a long range almost shocked the visiting group's jaws. They looked at the distance and were already filled with arrows. The arrows hit the grassroots and the ground, and several people from the fishing tribe were even more surprised and dumbfounded, silently comparing them with the bamboo bows and arrows of the Qingshu tribe. The bamboo bow of the Qingshu tribe combines the technical characteristics of the grassland short bow, and its elasticity is relatively large. They use 3 bamboo pieces of different lengths, polished, and tied together in different directions, which can greatly increase the elasticity of the bow. In addition, the bamboo arrows are all hollow light arrows, and the range is not short when thrown, with a range of nearly 300 meters. However, the Qingshu tribe's metallurgical capabilities are limited and they cannot afford so many metal arrowheads. Therefore, bamboo arrows equipped with bronze arrowheads can only account for a small number. Most of them are bone clusters or stone clusters. But even bamboo arrows equipped with bronze arrowheads will not reach the target if they are thrown. At a distance of 300 meters, there is basically no lethality. It would be better if the target is in ordinary clothes, and if it is a target in armor. No, let alone the frighteningly high defense of the iron armor of the Han tribe, even the leather armor of the nomadic tribe and the bamboo armor of the Qingshu tribe would probably be difficult to penetrate. After all, hollow bamboo arrows can only be regarded as light arrows. There is no big difference between arrows and warheads. The lethality is all related to potential energy. When the speed is equal, the greater the mass of the warhead, the greater the potential energy. The same is true for arrows. In comparison, the arrows made of solid wooden spines from the Han tribe are more lethal. Coupled with the pig iron arrowheads, it will be easy to penetrate low protection targets, such as leather armor. Moreover, pig iron is brittle. If it hits a human bone within 200 meters, the arrow will explode directly in the human body and break into a lot of iron slag, causing secondary damage to the target and a very high fatality rate. After such a comparison, several people from the Jiaoshi and Tang tribes suddenly became confident in this war. The Han tribe had such powerful long-range weapons, and the soldiers were all armored. Such an army would be able to pull over and compete with the army led by Qingshu in a turn-based shooting. That is also a sure win for the Han tribe. With such an army as an ally, perhaps their cooperation with the Han tribe will be much safer, but they still cannot agree to the Han tribe so hastily. If they must send troops to their own tribe, at least all the warriors of their own tribe must be sent. It only needs to be paired with iron armor, which can improve the survival rate on the battlefield to some extent and will not cause too much loss to the young people of your tribe. At this time, Jiaoshi had only read the beginning and had already made up his mind. On the other side, the simulated attack in the field continued. After 5 rounds of arrows were fired, the military formation changed again. The originally horizontally arranged army quickly turned into tactical columns under the command of war drums and military flags. The so-called tactical column is the charge formation of the Han tribe. It is also a multi-arms tactical assault unit designed by Luo Chong based on the Yuanyang formation. The large unit usually consists of 2 sword and shield soldiers, 2 short spear soldiers, 2 euphorbia soldiers, composed of 2 pikemen, an archer and a crossbowman. During combat, the shield soldiers are responsible for frontal defense, and the pikemen are responsible for attracting the enemy's attention and harassing the enemy with their 7.5-meter-long spears. The weapons of the euphorbium soldiers and short pikemen are also 3.5 meters long, guarding both sides of the shield soldiers respectively, and assuming responsibility. The main killing mission is to suddenly strike a fatal blow while the enemy is distracted. You must know that weapons like knives really can't kill people. People in the past life often talked about stabbing to death and cutting. Knives, which are mainly used for cutting, may be able to cut the enemy's skin and flesh to pieces, or cut off limbs, but in terms of the probability of direct death, it is still a bit low, but it is different if it is stabbed by a spear. As long as it is stabbed on the human torso, no matter where it is stabbed, it will be over, because the torso is full of internal organs, all vital parts. Of course, this would be different in the primitive era, because in an era when medical technology was basically zero, even if a cut was made by a knife, it would probably not survive for a week at most, even if it did not die at the time. The archers and crossbowmen of the tactical detachment basically do not directly participate in the battle. They are responsible for guarding the detachment to prevent enemies from sneak attacks from other directions when the detachment is fighting head-on. At the same time, the 2 of them are also responsible for solving some long-distance, valuable targets. The archer uses a recurve compound bow, which has the advantage of fast shooting speed, but the range and accuracy are not as good as the god-arm crossbow, so it can only be responsible for sudden enemy situations at medium and short distances. The crossbowman uses a standard divine arm crossbow. The speed of loading arrows is a bit slow, but it has a long range and high accuracy, so it is used to deal with sudden enemy situations at long distances, and can hunt some high-value targets, such as enemy commanders at all levels. All personnel have their own positions. This kind of tactical detachment can also achieve both offense and defense, and is suitable for melee battles on large-scale battlefields. If it is a small-scale conflict, or in a place with narrow terrain such as the woods, a tactical detachment can still be used. Divided into 2, each tactical group is led by a shield soldier, and the equipment of spears, halberds, spears and bows is reduced by half to form a group of 5 people. If it is further streamlined and the crossbowmen are removed, a group of 3 or 4 people can also fight. Tactical units are flexible and can be coordinated with multiple arms. Such a combination can often bring greater advantages when put together. But it was obviously impossible for the visiting group to see so many mysteries directly from their positions. They only saw that after the original horizontal formation turned into tactical columns, 20 carriages ran out from the gaps in those columns. Each carriage, the cart was towed by 4 horses in a 2x2 arrangement. After it was pulled to the front of the formation, it stopped neatly, and then a group of soldiers surrounding the strange cart also pulled the horses aside in an instant, leaving only the weird-looking 4-wheeled vehicle in place. "Chief Han, what is that thing?" Tang Ji looked at it carefully with a telescope for a while, but she couldn't see anything. Tang Yao had seen that thing on the city wall of Kaiyuan County, but it seemed like there are some differences, but Tang Yao knows that this is a long-range weapon, but she has never seen the specific method of use. So after Tang Ji asked, she looked at Luo Chong with curiosity. This thing is called an artillery. It is the latest long-range heavy weapon equipped by our Han tribe. It is mainly used to destroy the enemy's morale and formation, because no one can block the blow of such a weapon. In addition, its unique launch, this method often scares the enemy to pieces even without hitting anyone. With a confident smile on his face, Luo Chong introduced to the visiting group in an unquestionable tone, especially Tang Ji and Tang Yao, as well as several people from the fishing tribe on the other side. Their very sure tone made them even think that Luo Chong, while bragging, he subconsciously believed Luo Chong's introduction. But at this moment, the 20 field guns in front of the formation were all lined up. The gunners skillfully separated the artillery carts from the ammunition carts, and then made preparations for aiming, clearing the barrels, and charging. At this time, the flag signal was played again, asking Luo Chong when he would launch. Luo Chong reminded the surrounding visiting group members, "Everyone, the next step is the test firing of this weapon. It will make a thunderous sound when it is fired. Please be careful not to be scared." The members of the visiting group were at a loss. If they just said that it was a long-range heavy weapon, then they could still understand that it was almost an enlarged bow and arrow, or it could throw large rocks. It's a weapon, but what does the thunderous sound mean? Could it be that this thing is fired with sound attack blessing? But before they could think about it, after reminding them, Luo Chong gave the instructions to the guards beside him to fire. The guards also waved affirmative flags, and then heard a series of gunshots from the front of the military formation. There was a series of thunderous bangs. Even though the review ship they were on was hundreds of meters away from the military formation, the sound was still so shocking, like thunder exploding in their ears. Boom, 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 boom. In the telescope view of the visiting group, they saw a row of large silver-gray iron pipes in front of the formation. After the gunner pulled a thin rope, large streams of white smoke and dazzling fire were ejected one after another, and then the entire artillery truck violently exploded. The ground exploded back a step, and when they looked in the target direction again, they saw that the grass targets that had been shot into hedgehogs were suddenly swept away by something invisible. The target area was in a mess. The speeding shells bounced twice on the ground, making two large craters one after another, and finally crashed into the soil. The range was far, the power was terrifying, and there was a terrifying thunderous sound, far more shocking than the several rounds of large-scale arrow rain just now. After a salvo of 20 artillery pieces, chain bullets and shotguns were demonstrated next. Although the range was much lower than the round bullets in the first round, the lethality and killing effect were more terrifying than the round bullets in the first round. More shocking. If you follow Reef's understanding, the attack at the beginning can break through the wall and penetrate the wall. The rotating chain bullets can sweep the cavalry. The final shotgun is like hail, annihilating the crowd. However, the Tang tribe had a different understanding. Seeing the scene of the artillery showing off its power, Tang Yao seemed to suddenly remember something, and then whispered into Tang Ji's ear. In fact, what she told Tang Ji was that she once saw a huge ship in the Han tribe, and that ship seemed to be equipped with a lot of these things. When the big ship was outfitted at the dock, she saw with her own eyes many people hoisting artillery on the ship. In this way, Tang Ji gained a better understanding of the true strength of the Han tribe. Speaking of which, compared with the dozens of artillery pieces in front of them, the artillery was obviously more powerful. After the artillery drill was completed, the military formation changed again. The tactical column rushed forward a few hundred meters, practiced the formation change, and then gathered together again. Shuatu also successively demonstrated the hollow circular formation, the concentric circular formation, the hollow large square formation specially used with crossbowmen and artillery to fight against the cavalry, and the alley formation used with artillery. The alley formation is to arrange several defensive square formations around each other, with several lanes left horizontally and vertically. When the enemy is blocked by the square formation, they will be forced to pour into the lanes in the formation, and the convenience in the center it is a phalanx of Chinese artillery. Each lane is guarded by at least 2 artillery. By using ordinary round bullets to attack the enemies pouring into the lane, the power of the artillery with solid balls in the front can be maximized. While the formation on the shore was constantly changing and rehearsing, Reef, a visiting group nearby, also came over. After seeing the powerful strength of the Han tribe, they finally made up their mind to cooperate with the Han tribe. Anyway, the fishing tribe had always been with the Xian tribe. The forces there are at odds with each other. Since the Han tribe now has the ability and determination to defeat Commander Xian and rule Zhudao, for the sake of a better life for the tribe in the future, it is nothing to fight now. It should be regarded as doing something for future generations. Contributed. Chief Han, I've thought about it. We agreed to what you mentioned yesterday. We will send 2,000 men. However, in terms of weapons, clothes, and armor, can you also equip us with the same equipment as the Han tribe? When Luo Chong heard that he agreed, he was not surprised. He just smiled lightly and said, "The old patriarch is too worried. The fishing tribe is short of supplies. The Han tribe has absolutely no intention of letting you raise weapons and armor by yourself. As long as you are willing to send people, of course we provide the weapons and equipment. In addition, since you have accepted the conditions of the Han tribe, it means that you have surrendered to the Han tribe. In this case, the warriors recruited from the fishing tribe will be treated as the standing army of the Han tribe, no different from the army in front of you. Of course, they also have to accept my command. Also, I can make another promise to the old patriarch. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, no matter what the outcome, the 4 fishing boats promised to you by the Han tribe will always count. The land in Chaoyang County of Zhudao will also be used by the fishing tribe, but the fishing tribe will also accept the management of the Han tribe from now on. If we lose the battle, there will be no place for you on Takashima. I can also promise to bring the entire fishing tribe to Takumi County to thrive. The old clan leader should have seen it yesterday. The environment here in Takumi County does not count. Come on, whether you want to farm, weave, or sail a boat to fish, the conditions here are no worse than those on Zhudao. Jiaoshi was very excited after hearing this, especially Luo Chong's final guarantee that even if they lost the battle, their tribe would be given a place to live in to a high county. In his opinion, this was simply better than winning the battle. Compared to, of course, the environment on Zhudao Island is better than the Han tribes to a high county. But he couldn't easily persuade the tribe to leave their hometown and move to a high county. It was just a helpless move after losing the battle and losing their place. Moreover, with the current military strength and weapons and equipment of the Han tribe, he didn't think that the Han tribe might lose, but multiple escape routes are always good, so thinking of this, he immediately agreed. The leader is fair and kind. He has even thought about our future. The fishing tribe has absolutely no reason to refuse. We just don't know when the leader will need these 2,000 young men. Should we send them here directly or directly? On Bamboo Island. Old Patriarch, don't worry. There is still a long time to prepare for the battle. We can discuss the details when we get back. Luo Chong waved his hand and suppressed Jiaoshi's excitement. When the old man saw there were so many outsiders around him, he immediately understood that this was not the place to talk, so he nodded clearly, and then stepped aside. However, while the two were discussing the matter of sending troops, Tang Ji was also listening to the conversation between Luo Chong and Jiaoshi. Why send 2,000 men, the same weapons and armor, for fishing boats in exchange, land and so on? Her curiosity was instantly aroused. What can be done to change a fishing boat? Why don't you call us the Tang tribe? Our Tang tribe also wants a big boat. And how do people get so fat? There are quite a few people in our Tang tribe. Although she was extremely curious, as the leader of a large tribe, Tang Ji still acted very reserved. She did not directly ask about the fishing boat, but asked in a roundabout way. The Han leader's army is really terrifying, but I think there are already tens of thousands of people here. Aren't there not enough warriors for the Han leader? Does the Han leader have any difficulties that need help? If possible, our Tang tribe is also willing help the Han tribe. Good guy, what he said was obviously the sailing ship of the Han tribe, but he also said that the Han tribe was in trouble and wanted their help. This Tang Ji is not a mortal, she is indeed the leader of a large tribe, and she is very thoughtful. Luo Chong secretly complained, and then explained with a smile, Chief Tang is joking, how could the Han tribe have difficulties that cannot be solved? As for the problem of whether the army is enough, I can only say that the more the better. The more the army, the better the Han tribe will be. The tribe will be safer. As the leader of the tribe, doesn't Leader Tang want his tribe to be safer? Luo Chong's answer was vague and he didn't say anything important. Tang Ji couldn't help but feel annoyed. This young boy was not easy to deal with. He smiled awkwardly and had to ask frankly. In this case, what did Leader Han just do? Tang Ji asked, while gesturing in the direction of the old man, Jiaoshi, what did you mean just now? So this is what Leader Tang asked. Luo Chong showed an expression as if he had taken the bait, and then explained to Tang Ji what had just happened. He directly explained the cause of the matter, starting from the Han tribe's plan to promote currency on Zhudao, to the Xian tribe's rejection, and then to the Xian tribe's alliance with other tribes to attack Kaiyuan County. Finally, he directly stated his attitude. A large army will be sent to take revenge on Bamboo Island and permanently occupy Bamboo Island to obtain a large amount of minerals, population, and land. After explaining the reason for the matter, Jiaoshi added the plan of the fishing tribe and the Han tribe, exchanging 4 fishing boats for the cooperation of the fishing tribe to send 2,000 troops, and so on. Tang Ji was very curious about this. The cause of this incident seems to be whether the currency can be promoted. What exactly is this currency? Why can it cause such a fierce reaction from both sides, and even fight, and must use the method of war? Resolve disputes. In this regard, Jiaoshi of the fishing tribe explained it to Tang Ji, but he also had limited understanding of the currency system of the Han tribe. In the end, Tang Yao, who had lived in the Han tribe for half a year, gave her detailed science information in this regard, so that Tang Ji understands the purpose of currency. However, after learning the truth of the matter, Tang Ji hesitated again. Although she really wanted the Han tribe's ships, the cooperation method between the fishing tribe and the Han tribe was not suitable for the current situation of the Tang tribe, so she seemed a little embarrassed for the moment. At this time, the formation drill on the shore has come to an end. After various weapons, equipment and battle formations have been demonstrated in turn, this muscle-flexing military parade can be considered a complete success. However, this is not over yet. Wait for the army on the shore to after everyone lined up and returned to camp. Behind the review ship, the Fubo fleet under the jurisdiction of the Rat Lord also slowly sailed over. On the flagship of the Fubo, a group of about 100 gunners and sailors lined up neatly on the deck, and more people were in the cabin. There were thousands of sailors on this big ship. If they were all on the deck, they would not have visited. There is room for group activities. Different from the army, this group of sailors uniformly wore white military uniforms. This was not because Luo Chong blindly imitated the Navy in his previous life, but mainly because of environmental constraints. Because the cabin space was small, only limited carbide lamps could be used for lighting, but in the end it still looks dim. Under these conditions, everyone wearing white clothes can improve the recognition rate in the cabin. Especially for the gunners, it is even more important to be able to clearly identify their comrades. When the Fubo and the inspection ship passed by each other, Shuda asked people to stop the ship and set up a gangway. Luo Chong took the visiting group aboard the big ship and first led them to visit the upper and lower parts. The three-story artillery deck let them know the purpose of the ship, and then led them to the combat command room on the top floor of the poop. Here, there is also a huge bamboo island sand table, and the situation of the surrounding sea area is more detailed than the map Luo Chong used before. Shuda also marked many routes on the sea surface, which were passed by many merchant ships. It is a safe route that has been verified time and time again. In addition, they are also exploring the waters south of Bamboo Island. When he arrived at the combat command room, Luo Chong directly called the visiting group to the sand table and introduced to them his combat plan and the real purpose of his visit to the Tang tribe. This is the entire Bamboo Island territory, and it has now been divided into 6 counties by me. Now the Han tribe's mission has established a port here in Yashan County and controls the outlet of Bamboo Island. It can control Bamboo Island. The ships can go out to sea and reach the interior of Zhudao through the inland river of Zhudao. Of course, only the Han tribe has this ability now. I plan to send a large army to land from Yashan County and push directly across from the east to the west of Zhudao. However, every time a place is occupied, a part of the force must be allocated to garrison to prevent the local clans from rebelling. The total force is expected to be invested in 7 guard posts, about 20,000 young warriors, but the current preparations are not enough. The army you just saw is prepared for this plan. 5 guards have been trained so far, and there are still 2 left. Among them, the fishing tribe has reached cooperation with us, and they will send 2,000 troops to unify. Following the arrangements of the Han tribe, I plan to place this team of 2,000 people for defense in Chaoyang County, which is also the residence I promised to allocate to the Yu clan. So now there is still 1 guard station that has not been raised. When Luo Chong said this, he glanced at Tang Ji and the clan leaders of the Tang tribe, and then said again, I don't know if the Tang tribe is interested in participating. I can exchange it according to the terms of cooperation with the Yu clan. You will send 2,500 troops and our Han tribe will send 5 2-masted trawlers in exchange. But I can't give it to Zhudao. You allocate land for living and farming. Besides, you don't need these. The Tang tribe has plenty of land waiting for you to develop it. Luo Chong spread his hands and said again, but as compensation, I promise that these soldiers from your Tang tribe will only serve for 3 years. During the 3-year service period, the Han tribe will pay them military pay. Any casualties will be paid according to the Han army's pension standards. Pension, compensate a pension and give a monthly subsidy to help the deceased raise his direct children until they reach adulthood. After 3 years, they can all go home. In addition, as compensation to the Tang tribe, I promise to help you build a fishing port and grant you business rights in the Han tribe and Zhudao. The fish you catch can be sold to your own people. If it is easy to sell, you can also sell it to Zhudao or our Han tribe. Of course, if you have other products to sell, then that is also possible. What do you think? After Luo Chong said these words, everyone in the Tang tribe was shocked. Through the military parade just now, they already understood what professional soldiers were, that is, professional soldiers summoned by the leader specifically for defense or external operations. In normal times, he is only responsible for fighting and does not need to do anything else. But only then did they know that the Han tribe would also pay these soldiers. In other words, even if they did not farm and hunt, they could still use the salary from the tribe to support their families if they were dedicated to serving as soldiers. If this is just the case, forget it. After all, soldiers have to live, and there is nothing wrong with doing so. What is even more shocking is that if they die during the war or become disabled, the Han tribe will pay them a one-time payment to their families. A large monetary compensation will be paid, and another sum will be paid every month thereafter until the deceased children are raised to adulthood. This system is simply great. The clan leaders of the Tang tribe found it incredible, even Tang Ji was no exception. But what they don't know is that in fact, regarding the pension issue of martyrs, the Han tribe is not just as simple as paying money to support their children, but also has a series of other policy supports, such as sons and fathers, tax exemptions, priority in admissions, and priority in employment, etc. It's just that the Tang tribe is not yet under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. They cannot enjoy the internal benefits of these Han tribes. All they can get is a pension. After all, they do not pay taxes to the Han tribe. But just like this, they already felt that the Han tribe was too benevolent and righteous in their treatment of the tribe, and it also reflected the wealth of the Han tribe, which made them all start to envy the soldiers of the Han tribe. The chiefs of the Tang tribe were very interested in the plan proposed by Luo Chong. They used 500 people to serve the Han tribe for 3 years in exchange for a 2-masted fishing boat. Moreover, this was considered an extra reward, because these soldiers were originally, there is also a salary. In addition, there are many benefits such as trade and fishing ports, which are very attractive to the Tang tribe, which is relatively backward in all aspects. Of course, there is another important reason. That is, the Tang tribe is large enough and has a large population base. They can really afford 2,500 people without affecting the normal operation of their tribe. Otherwise, they would not be tempted by this plan. This is why Luo Chong not only invited Tang Ji, but also invited other clan leaders together. If a clan has hundreds of people, they can easily gather them together. Therefore, after Luo Chong finished explaining the plan and conditions, a clan leader from the Tang tribe came out to ask for details. Chief Han, if we send people, can our people go home in the 3 years you just mentioned? Or do we have to wait 3 years before they can come back to see their families? An old man with a gray beard stood up and asked. Luo Chong hadn't really thought about this detail before, but since the other party didn't belong to the Han tribe yet, he just thought about it for a few seconds and made a decision in his heart. You can go home. This is how I plan to arrange it. If you decide to send people out, then before going out, I will arrange for them to train in the camp you just saw. During this period, their families can come to visit, but they cannot go home, and there are also time limits for visiting relatives. They can only visit twice a month. We will make unified arrangements then. Before the expedition, I can allow them to go home once for 3 days, and the Han tribe will be responsible for picking them up. However, if there are deserters or do not return after the time limit, we will also enforce the military laws of the Han tribe. In our Han tribe, if this happens, the Han tribe will not compensate any soldiers who are captured and executed in public for breaking the law. Having said this, Luo Chong paused for a moment, glanced at the reactions of everyone in the Tang tribe, and then continued. After the expedition to Zhudao, because of the long journey and heavy tasks, it is impossible to come back so soon. And whether they can go home depends on the local situation. If the situation is stable, I can allow them to go home in half a year. Each vacation lasts for a month. Because it takes half a month to go back and forth by boat, it only takes half a month at home. However, it is impossible to come back all at once, so we can only take turns to take vacations. There is no military pay during the vacation, but the Han tribe provides round-trip transportation and food and accommodation on the way. When you can't come back during the service, you can also write letters home. If you have any news you want to tell the soldiers who are on the expedition, you can also write. The merchant ships towed to and fro will deliver it on your behalf. You can learn about the specific matters in this regard from the governor of Tuahai County when you return, that is, this is Sheriff Lin Shu. Luo Chong pointed to the big tree next to him. In fact, they all knew him. Compared with the big tree, Luo Chong was a stranger in their eyes. After all, this was the first time they met, and the big tree had already been here. It's been more than half a year. The clan leaders of the Tang tribe thought for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with Luo Chong's arrangement. It was just that the one who punished escape was a little harsher and actually executed him directly. However, this was understandable. Even if their tribe engaged in such activities themselves and soldiers appeared in terms of escape, it is estimated that their clan rules are not much lighter than the Han rules of the Han tribe. They can tell their tribesmen this in advance. If they are afraid, homesick, and cannot accept such conditions, then simply don't go and don't cause this trouble. Thank you, Chief Han, for your answer. I have no questions. The old man stroked his beard and nodded, then stepped aside, but someone else immediately stood up to ask questions. Leader Han, I have a question. If we agree, when will the fishing boats you mentioned be handed over to us, and the army and military pay of our people? How will the Eastern and Western Han tribes be given it? When will it be given to them? A short, fat middle-aged man also came out to ask. You have two questions. Let me talk about the first one first. If you agree, 5 fishing boats will be delivered to you one after another before this time next year. We don't have such professional fishing boats now, so we can only do it now. It will take 2 months to build such a large catch at the earliest, and it will take more than a month to travel from our Luoyang County shipyard to here. In other words, even if you agree now, it will take 3.5 months at the fastest to get the first ship, so we can only give it to you one by one. I don't care about how it is used within your tribe and who uses it. Luo Chong explained to them. What Leader Han means is that all we are given are new ships. The pudgy middle-aged man asked in surprise. He originally thought that the Han tribe would directly pick 5 of those old ships for them, and they would get them immediately after agreeing. He didn't expect to have to wait so long, but, if they are all new ships, it's not that we can't wait. Yes, it is a new boat. Because it is specially used for fishing, the existing boats of our Han tribe are not suitable, so it must be built new. After Luo Chong saw that he understood the question, he continued to answer the second question. In addition, as for the military salary you mentioned, our Han tribe pays it once a month. At the beginning of each month, the payment for the previous month is settled. The settlement method is the currency of our Han tribe. A soldier is 30 yuan per month. By then will be issued directly to soldiers. They can buy things locally by themselves, or they can ask the troops to send them home, together with family letters. After their families get the money, they can also use it to buy things from our Han tribe, such as grain, salt, cloth, tools, and livestock, seeds. As long as they are products sold by our Han tribe, you can buy them with money. The Tang tribe chiefs had no idea about the currency of the Han tribe, and they didn't know whether 30 yuan was too much or too little, but judging from this payment method, it was convenient and acceptable. So the short, fat middle-aged man just now continued to ask, Chief Han, what can you buy with these 30 yuan? Luo Chong didn't know much about the prices in Tuahai County, so he gestured to the big tree next to him and asked him to answer. Let me tell you this. A monthly salary of 30 yuan is considered an average salary among our Han tribe. Most craftsmen also get this much money. High-skilled craftsmen or school teachers have a slightly higher salary, while those who work hard, such as lumberjacks or construction workers, are slightly lower than this. When it comes to shopping, in terms of rice with husks, it costs 10.2 cents per caddy in Tuahai County. Unhulled brown rice costs 10.5 cents per caddy. For 30 yuan, you can buy 250 jeans of rice with shells. The amount of rice is equivalent to the rations of 500 to 750 meals for a young adult. If you eat 3 meals a day, you can last for 5 to 6 months. If you eat 2 meals a day, you can last for 12 months. Of course, this is calculated based on one person's rations. If it is used to support the family, it means that the whole family eats this food together. Even if there are 7 or 8 young adults in the family, it is enough for the whole family to eat for a month. If there are too many, it would be cheaper to eat corn. In our Han tribe, wheat and flour are the most expensive, rice and millet are mid-range, and corn is the cheapest because it has a large yield and is not as durable as millet with husks, so it is the cheapest. Dashu briefly introduced the salary level of the Han tribe and the price of food in Tuahai County. Food is the commodity that best reflects the price, because it is a necessity, and people cannot live without eating. The clan leaders of the Tang tribe were dumbfounded. It turns out that coins can be used in this way. The value of food can be measured so clearly and accurately. The value of each meal can even be calculated. This is amazing. Come on. Furthermore, they also have a clear understanding of the purchasing power of Han tribe currency. As Dashu said, how many people can be fed with 30 yuan and for how long? Luo Chong also added at this time as if he was worried that people in the Tang tribe did not know how to spend money and live their lives. Everyone, let me add one more point. All the soldiers who are drafted into the army have their food provided by our Han tribe. They do not need to spend money to buy food themselves, so they can send all the money back. After their families get this money, if they have grown their own food and it is enough for their own consumption, then there is no need to buy food anymore. You can use the money to buy meat and cloth. You can also buy clothes, tools and agricultural tools. If you save money, you can buy a spinning machine and a loom, and you can spin and weave your own cloth. If you have enough food at home, you can also use the money to buy some chickens and raise them at home. Not only can they eat eggs, but they can also eat chickens when they grow up. If you are willing to spend money, you can also buy 2 piglets and raise them. After a year or two, you can kill and eat meat during the Chinese New Year. If you raise a lot, you can sell it to the butcher for money. As for pig feed, grass, fruits, vegetables, and corn, the pigs can eat them all. If you raise sheep, just feed them grass and grain straw. The sheep will grow longer. It's faster, you can sell wool, eat meat, and even drink goat milk. Everyone in the Tang tribe widened their eyes again. They just listened to Dashu talking about food, and they had a clear understanding of the value of currency, but it was limited to its role in eating. For them who had never been exposed to currency, they have no idea about other uses. After Luo Chong's introduction just now, they realized that besides being used for eating, coins could be used for so many other things. It was not too convenient. They could also raise livestock. Isn't this what they dreamed of? Every time they saw the other side there were herds of cattle, horses, and sheep in Tuahai County, and the people of the Tang tribe could not help but drool with envy. If they had money, wouldn't they be able to raise livestock and live a good life? Thinking of this, all the clan leaders couldn't help but get excited and wanted to immediately agree to the Han tribe's conditions for sending troops. However, they couldn't decide this matter directly. After all, there was a big leader above, so many clan leaders whispered for a while. After reaching a consensus, he looked at Tang Ji with questioning eyes, intending to ask her if she agreed with this cooperation. Tang Ji listened for a long time, and naturally understood the details, especially the use of currency, which was the most attractive to her, the leader of the Tang tribe. Anyone who is not a fool can see that currency is important to commerce, life, and people's livelihood. The role, simply put, the benefits are huge. So Tang Ji asked a few questions specifically about currency. Chief Han, what you just said is that you use coins to buy livestock cubs, and then take them back to raise them yourself. Can this money be obtained only by serving as soldiers for the Han tribe? This depends on the Tang tribe's decision. Luo Chong said with a smile. How do you say this? Tang Ji asked, puzzledly. In addition to receiving military pay as a soldier, unless the Tang tribe can also promote the Han tribe's currency, the currency can be circulated on a large scale within the Tang tribe, so that all Tang tribe members can use currency for transactions. In this way, the people of the Tang tribe have many more ways to obtain currency. They can earn wages by working for the Han tribe, and they can sell their grain or furs and other commodities to the Han tribe people to obtain coins and return money. You can weave cloth and sell it, weave straw sandals and sell it, make brooms and sell it, and so on, in various ways, and even after you have a fishing boat, you can make money by selling fish. If the Tang tribe can promote the currency of the Han tribe, then your own tribe will also have money in their hands. In this way, you can not only make money by doing business with the Han tribe, but also sell to your own tribe, and trade with each other within the tribe, and get money from each other. To make money, money circulates, so it has value. However, I would like to remind you of a very important point. If you want to promote currency, you must strictly implement the laws of the Han tribe for management within the Tang tribe, because the currency itself has no particularly great value, it is just a piece of metal. It was the support of the Han tribal government and the maintenance of Han laws that gave them such special functions and values. Luo Chong looked at their confused faces and continued to explain. For example, I want to use money to buy something from you, but you refuse to accept the money, so I have to exchange it for something else. This won't work. If you refuse to accept the currency, and she also refuses to accept the currency, then the currency is useless. Is it okay? This is not possible in our Han tribe. It will seriously affect the value and circulation of currency, and is a serious crime. In our Han tribe, if you encounter such a situation, you can report it to the official. After the offender is caught, he will be punished corporally, usually whipping, caning and other corporal punishments, and then depending on the situation, he will have to do a period of labor reform as a punishment. Punishment, depending on the degree of violation, varies with the length of correctional labor. In severe cases, the person may be directly sentenced to death or beheaded in the street, that is, beheaded as a warning to the world. Stealing and robbing other people's money are even more serious crimes. If caught, they will be sentenced to different penalties according to Han law. In serious cases, they range from being demoted to slavery for life to being directly executed. Without this set of strict legal maintenance, the currency will lose its role and value. This is why the Qingshu tribe was unwilling to promote the currency of the Han tribe at the beginning, because they did not want to enforce the laws of the Han tribe. Since Luo Chong had planned to peacefully regain the Tang tribe from the beginning, he didn't bother to do what he did when he attacked the Qingshu tribe, and simply pointed out the powerful relationship between them. Everyone in the Tang tribe is not a fool. They know what Luo Chong means. If a tribe is fully controlled by another tribe, doesn't it mean that it becomes part of this tribe? What's the difference between joining directly or surrendering? No wonder the Qingshu tribe didn't agree. Then if we agree to the Han tribe promoting currency here, what will the Han leader do, and what will we gain? Tang Ji glanced at Tang Yao, then glanced around the clan leaders around her, and suddenly asked, Luo Chong Road. This question surprised Luo Chong. He had already said it to this extent. He just didn't say clearly that if he wanted to promote currency, he would have to join the Han tribe. He didn't expect that Tang Ji would actually consider it. This option. Is she a fool? Of course not. Luo Chong glanced at Tang Yao next to Tang Ji and said, "Tsk, this is very interesting." Faced with Tang Ji's question, Luo Chong was still very cautious. It was difficult to answer this question. If he couldn't answer it well, it might cause a strong reaction from the other party, and it might lead to another war. He lingered in front of the sand table for 2 times before speaking seriously. If the Tang tribe is really willing to promote the currency of the Han tribe, then the Han laws must be abided by. This is the basis for currency stability, otherwise there is nothing I can do. Otherwise, even if the currency promotion is launched, prices cannot be controlled. By then, your life may be even worse than now, and you may not be able to buy a bowl of rice with a lot of money. So if it is promoted, we need the strong support of leader Tang and other clan leaders. As for the way of promotion, my idea is this. We can first make the Tang tribe official and divide it according to the Han tribe's county system. Then you will arrange your own people to manage it. We will set up a team in each county. In the market jointly managed by both of us, each county has a bank unilaterally managed by our Han tribe. The bank is the place where currency is stored, exchanged, and issued. At this point, Luo Chong paused for a moment. Seeing that they didn't immediately ask questions or object, he continued. In addition, in order to speed up the promotion of currency and maintain the stability of prices, starting from the promotion of currency, the Tang tribe must take back the right to trade grains to the tribe. All grains can only be sold to the tribe, which is your management department. All tribesmen private trading of grain is prohibited and violators will be severely punished. In this regard, our Han tribe's approach is to set up an officially controlled grain station in each county. The grain station has its own warehouse. Whether people sell or buy grain, they can only go to the grain station to trade with the officials. There are many benefits to doing this. It can prevent individuals from hoarding food and maliciously raising prices, and the food reserves are in the hands of the government. If there is a natural disaster, such as strong winds here, all the food this season will fall down, resulting in reduced production and no harvest. Under this condition, the tribes can use their usual reserves of grain to sell it to the people at a fair price, thus avoiding famine. This is what it means to have food in your hands and not panic in your heart. As soon as Luo Chong said these words, everyone in the Tang tribe widened their eyes. They didn't expect that a currency promotion could involve so much knowledge about tribe management. And when they heard it, they knew that the Han tribe's management method was very advanced and nothing else. He said that just being able to respond to emergencies in disaster years is already very good. Because the example Luo Chong just cited has really happened before. Tang tribe is a coastal area, and typhoons often occur. It is common for food to be affected by hurricanes, and production reductions or even no harvests are common. Once this occurs, for this kind of natural disaster, if the government does not have food reserves, it will be difficult to do anything. In previous years, when this kind of thing happened, Tang Ji would coordinate the arrangements, and the clan leaders of each tribe would be responsible for the management, organizing people to hunt, collect wild fruits, or go fishing by the river to tide over the crisis. Once they are managed according to Luo Chong's method, they will not be without food if they encounter a natural disaster. What the Han leader means is that the people can sell their excess grain to the tribe's grain station and exchange it for coins. In this case, does the reserved grain belong to our Tang tribe or the Han tribe? Because the currency is yours, it's out. Tang Ji quickly discovered the flaw and asked directly. Well, Luo Chong was at a loss for words. He also came up with the idea on the spur of the moment. Without taking this into consideration, he just said the Han tribe's trick, forgetting that the current Tang tribe was not suitable for such a method. Well, what I just mentioned is the method of the Han tribe. In view of the situation of the Tang tribe, we can deal with it in a special way. Luo Chong first explained, then pondered for a moment, suddenly thought of something, and then snapped his fingers and continued. Yes, we can do this. Haven't we already provided some sorghum, cotton and corn seeds to the Tang tribe before? Sweetstock sorghum is used to press sugar and make wine. You don't know how to do this anyway. Wait until the harvest. After that, you can sell them all to our Han tribe for currency, as much as you want. There is also cotton. If you can't use it yourself, or if you can't weave, you can also sell it to us for money. At that time, you can use this money to purchase excess grain from the tribesmen, so that the money can be circulated to every family, and you can receive enough grain, and the grain is yours. Tang Ji and the clan leaders all nodded. They all knew this, and knew that the seeds of this crop were provided by the Han tribe. They had no objections to the method, Luo Chong said. Chief Han, I know the brown sugar of the Han tribe. What is that wine? Is it also eaten? Tang Ji asked, curiously. When Yu Fu first came to the Tang tribe, he got some brown sugar cubes as gifts for Tang Ji, so she knew sugar, but this was the first time she had heard of wine, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. But this time, before Luo Chong could explain, Tang Yao took the initiative to answer. Ms. Ji, I know this. The brown sugar of the Han tribe is as sweet as honey, and it can also warm and nourish the body when a woman eats it during menstruation and postpartum. This is something in the book on dietary health care. Wine is a very spicy water made from sorghum rice. It can make people dizzy after drinking it. Drinking less is also good. I remember it is used to prevent cold. If the weather is cold in winter, drinking some wine can make people healthy, generate heat and accelerate blood flow. In addition, high-purity wine can also be used to clean wounds. After being lit with fire, it can be rubbed on the body to treat bruises and sprains. Tang Yao had always remembered this kind of food with medical functions very clearly, and the taste of these two foods, well, they were very distinctive, and they were hard to forget. The impression was so profound. Wine can also be ignited with fire. Tang Ji was a little surprised when she heard this. Isn't this the same as grease? I never thought that humble sorghum could produce so many good things. Well, it must be extremely pure. The Han tribe calls that stuff alcohol, and wine is made by mixing alcohol with water. Tang Yao nodded his head and said seriously. Tang Ji nodded to express understanding, and then said again. Chief Han, if we agree with the Han tribe to promote currency, can the Han tribe also tell us the methods of making sugar and wine, as well as weaving cloth? I think it would be very unfair if we only sell sorghum and cotton to the Han tribe. It's worth it. If we want to buy these finished products from the Han tribe, they will definitely be more expensive. Isn't this nonsense? How can industrial raw materials have the same price as finished products? Luo Chong secretly complained in his heart. But these are the profits of the Han tribe. You must know that these workshops, or factories, are not just as simple as increasing the value of agricultural products. The key is that they can also provide many jobs for the people. A factory can drive a large number of people to become rich. In his heart, Chong was unwilling to give up these things to Tang tribe. But after thinking about it, the Tang tribe will be part of its own tribe sooner or later, so there is no need to be too serious and stingy. Moreover, the Han tribe will soon upgrade the technology of these basic industries, and many of the existing technologies will be obsolete. Then it is not impossible to consider giving some of the existing technology to the Tang tribe. Luo Chong's hands were on the edge of the sand table, and his fingers were tapping the wooden plate on the edge rhythmically, as if he was considering the pros and cons. Tang Ji did not rush him, and just looked at him and waited. After a while, Luo Chongkai said, if the Tang tribe agrees to promote Han tribe currency, then I can provide you with some of these technologies, including sugar production, spinning and weaving. These two technologies can be provided to you. But wine is not good. This is too difficult and relatively delicate. Even our Han tribe is still in the exploratory stage and the technology is not yet mature. In order to avoid wasting raw materials, we cannot give this to you for the time being. For brewing, just a set of distillation equipment costs a lot of money. It's made entirely of copper, and that's a lot of money. Moreover, alcohol is also an important industrial raw material. It can be put together with dilute sulfuric acid to distill ether, which is a medical anesthetic. In addition, this thing is also the reaction catalyst of the colloidal double-base propellant, which is of great use in Luo Chong's hands. How can the Tang tribe drink it? This must be controlled in his own hands. In addition, the sugar-making technology provided by Luo Chong, although it seems very advanced, is actually still using local methods. The only sugar available is brown sugar. After the Han tribe's technology is upgraded, they will soon be able to make white sugar and rock sugar. Still not worried about sales, just give me brown sugar. In terms of textiles, we can only weave white-gray cloth, but the Han tribe can control the printing and dyeing technology in their own hands. At that time, the Han tribe will still sell colored cloth by themselves. You can't make all the people of the Tang tribe wear white cloth. Luo Chong was making his own plans, but for Tang Ji, these were already very generous. When the matter came to this point, Tang Ji looked at the clan chiefs around him again and asked them for their opinions. However, most of the clan chiefs were quite satisfied with this. The Han tribe had given them enough benefits and did not infringe upon them. Whatever power they have, everything seems to be very perfect. Even if there are a few clan leaders who do not agree with this cooperation, they will not be able to stop the general trend in the end. After some eye contact and quiet discussion, Tang tribe finally made a decision. Chief Han, we agree with your plan to send troops. In addition, we also hope to promote the currency of the Han tribe. The specific implementation will be in accordance with the conditions you just mentioned. Of course Luo Chong is happy to see this happen. If the currency can be promoted in the Tang tribe, then even if they don't want to join the Han tribe in the future, they will actually be just a part of the Han tribe. Under my economic control, can you still escape? After the two parties reached an intention to cooperate, the next step was to discuss the details, but there was nothing to discuss. In addition, contracts, treaties, and the like did not exist. The Tang tribe did not have its own system of writing, and they did not understand it. The writings of the Han tribe were of no use in writing the treaty. The main purpose was to summarize the details so that the Han tribe would not forget it themselves. Luo Chong asked Dashu to write down all the terms of cooperation, and then let him keep it for himself. Anyway, he would be responsible for the future cooperation with the Tang tribe. Luo Chong could not manage these messy things personally. After all the cooperation matters were agreed upon, everyone returned to Tuahai County for a banquet and tasted seafood and various specialties of the Han tribe. If you don't eat seafood once at the beach, it would be a shame for you as a leader. When it's time to be corrupt, you should be corrupt, Luo Chong thought in his heart. This banquet was very sumptuous and exquisite, with delicacies from both mountains and seas, including beef and mutton. Whether it was seafood soup or barbecued meat decorated with chili and cumin, they all won unanimous praise from the guests. At the same time, it was the first time for these guests to see the crystal-clear glassware, as well as the sugar and liquor mentioned at the seminar, and they were even more envious of the wealth and development of the Han tribe. At the banquet, Luo Chong also personally promised to prepare a bottle of white wine in a glass bottle for each of them, as well as a box of brown sugar, which was not much, and was regarded as a gift. At the same time, Tang Ji also met Luo Chong's wife and children for the first time. This banquet was originally arranged by Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning. There is no saying in the Han tribe that women cannot attend the banquet. After all, the leader of the Tang tribe is woman, you can't help but let people come to the table. The two children were still small and couldn't eat much, but they kept eating and playing around the table. When Tang Ji saw these two little guys for the first time, she didn't have much to offer as a gift, so she asked the Han tribe people to go to the Tang tribe to get some ground thorn fruits for everyone to enjoy. They were actually pineapple-type fruits. Luo Chong couldn't tell whether it was a pineapple or a pineapple. This thing should not be artificially cultivated, but a wild variety. Zhang Ning was very interested in this, and asked Luo Chong how to eat it. The taste of wild pineapple was quite sour and not suitable for children, so Luo Chong taught her how to make a carrot pineapple dish and serve it as a meal. Afterwards, desserts are arranged for everyone. Luo Chong had taught her how to boil sugar syrup a long time ago. Since the Han tribe had white sugar, Luo Chong had been thinking about how to eat it. When he was in Hanyang County, He also made similar food with other fruits, so Zhang was very interested in it. It's familiar. During the sumptuous banquet, Luo Chong also made some arrangements for the follow-up matters of the cooperation. He told Bestia and Jiaoshi to find a hidden and uninhabited place in Chaoyang County as a military camp after returning, and then raise troops to fight with blood. 2 sent instructors and officers to them, and the Han tribe would equip them with weapons and equipment one after another before taking action. Since the Tang tribe's troops were close, they had to recruit more quickly. Luo Chong also discussed it with them. During the recruitment process, he first asked the clan leaders to read out the rules and treatment of the Han tribe, and then the clan leaders will select people first, and then send some military commanders to take charge of physical examinations and registration to facilitate future management. What remains is a detailed discussion with Dashu on the development of Takumi County. The coastal area in Tuahai County is where Luo Chong is planning to build his capital. Both industry and agriculture must be well developed. In addition, with the cooperation with the Tang tribe, just the series of factories and markets, and it is not a simple matter to arrange all the public facilities such as banks and grain stations. After the banquet, when all the guests had left, Luo Chong immediately ordered Dashu to organize a group of geological exploration teams to be sent to the Tang tribe. How many markets, grain stations, banks, and factories would they need to help the Tang tribe build? Where to go, there is no clear figure yet. All this must be completed first to divide the Tang tribe's counties and counties, so that Luo Chong can have a clear overview of the Tang tribe's territory. Fortunately, these have received the support of the clan chiefs of the Tang tribe. They will send capable people to lead the exploration team of the Han tribe. After all, the things to be built are also built for them, so these chiefs are very concerned about it, and even some people also hope to make their territory larger and divide it into more counties, so that they can receive more assistance. Such a scene made the surveyors of the Han tribe dumbfounded. When it was finally revealed that they were only responsible for land measurement, and only the leaders could decide on administrative divisions, these clan leaders gave up their plan to bribe the survey team, and secretly made up their minds to wait for Luo Chong to divide counties. When the time comes, we must go to another meeting to discuss it. Apart from anything else, if I can get another delicious meal, it would be a worthwhile trip. The food of the Han tribe is so delicious. With the joint efforts of more than 30 exploration teams composed of military scouts, resource exploration, chart surveying and other personnel, as well as the active cooperation of the Tang tribe, Luo Chong finally obtained a piece of Tang tribe territory after a week. Approximate map of its surrounding area. The focus of this reconnaissance is the freshwater system, land resources, and forest resources in the Tang tribe's territory. With these, there is a basis for survival, and the 3 necessities of life, water, food, and firewood, are available. Secondly, there are special resources, such as wood, minerals, wild animals, and plants, etc., among which metal minerals are the first. The Tang tribe has its own ability to smelt iron, which Luo Chong has known for a long time. However, according to what Dashu has learned from the local indigenous people in the past 6 months, the Tang tribe's iron smelting technology is still stuck in the rather primitive block smelting method, which is it is said that during the refining process of iron from ore to elemental substance, iron has never melted and has remained a red-hot solid from beginning to end. This shows that the Tang tribe still does not have the ability to melt iron metal. There is no liquid iron, let alone casting. But these are not important. The key thing is that Luo Chong wants them to find out the distribution of iron ore in this area. A week later, everyone from the Tang tribe came to the large conference room of Takumi County Government Office again. On the conference table in the middle, there was also a large map, dense stone specimens, and a thick stack of documents describing plants. Luo Chonglai needed to identify these things personally and confirm their uses. The first thing he saw was of course the pile of different stones, with dozens of sizes in total. However, at a glance, Luo Chong found many of the same type of ore. In other words, there were many of them. It's repetitive, but actually there aren't that many varieties. The most important thing was of course the iron ore. Luo Chong was the first to pick up the reddish-brown stone and look at it. Chief Han, this is the red stone we use to burn iron. According to your people, the Han tribe calls this iron ore. Luo Chong nodded and said, yes, anything that can extract iron can be called iron ore, but there are many types of iron ore, and not all of them are the same. The ones from our Han tribe are the same as those from the Han tribe. This one is different, yours is called hematite. When Luo Chong said this, he asked the big tree next to him, has it been tested? How is the quality? Dashi nodded, opened a document in his hand and said, these stones have been tested. The iron content of hematite is about 60 to 65%, which is lower than our magnetite, but it's not bad. In addition, a lot of pyrite has been discovered, which has very low iron content, but is suitable for refining sulfuric acid. We have marked the origin on the map. These two white calcareous ores have also been calcined. One is limestone and the other is gypsum. They are distributed between the iron ore area and the seaside. There is also a silver metallic mineral. After calcination experiments, it was found that the melting point is very low. It is most likely tin ore, which is very soft. Others include quartz for making glass. Oh, and by the way, the sand here is also very clean and can be used to make glass. There are several types of building materials used, the most common of which are granite, basalt, and bluestone, all of which have large reserves. There are several types of gemstone minerals. The most common one is a pure white stone, with reserves no less than basalt. It grows together with quartz. We don't know the rest of them. The Tang tribe calls them colorful stones. There is green water stone. Dashi was flipping through the experimental analysis report in his hand while introducing the stones on the table to everyone. Tang Ji and the clan leaders were all confused when they heard this. They had no idea what Dashi just said. Luo Chong just nodded in understanding and then started to check out the stones they didn't recognize. What is this green water stone? According to Luo Chong's very amateur jewelry appreciation experience in his previous life, he judged that it should be jade, which is a stone like jade. He couldn't tell what kind of jade it was. The remaining colorful stone is a natural gemstone that is light yellow in color, pure and transparent, and has colorful glass reflections. Luo Chong knew this already, because there are only a few stones in nature that can change color on their own, and the one in front of him happened to be a metal mineral, namely diaspore, a mineral used to refine aluminum metal. It's a pity that aluminum metal cannot be refined by melting. It can only be refined by electrolysis. There is nothing he can do about it. The Han tribe does not have the technology to upgrade to the electrical age, so Luo Chong doesn't know much about any gems. Interesting, even if this thing was dozens of times more expensive than diamonds in the previous life. The last one is white, large in quantity, soft in texture, but harder than lime. He also knows this thing. It is made of the same material as the two stone lions at the school entrance. If I read it correctly, it should be marble, also called white marble. This is a building material used for stone carvings, and it can be used when building the palace. After looking at all the ores, he felt that there was no copper or precious metals, which made him feel very regretful. He originally wanted to mine currency metals near the capital, but unfortunately neither silver nor copper was available here. Fortunately, Zhudao is rich in copper ores, so the distance does not count. It's far away, and shipping is very convenient, so it's acceptable. After the mineral resources were sorted out, the next thing was the pile of plant identification reports, and some collected plant specimens. As Luo Chong looked through it, Tang Yao also came over to introduce it to him. The knowledge about plants was obviously no one knows better than she does. The types of plants are also divided into two major categories, namely edible plants and plants used for materials. Luo Chong is very looking forward to this, hoping to discover some valuable plant species that are not currently available in the Han tribe. He first opened the pile of identification reports on useful plant types and found that in addition to a few existing ones from the Han tribe, there were also many that were not available before. The names marked above were either empty, or they were the local indigenous names. Among them, star anise is a spice that has been identified by the exploration team, as well as chestnut, camellia, and pineapple, which are all already identified. When Luo Chong took the report on the two camellia trees, Tang Ji, who was sitting aside, suddenly spoke. I told them that this thing is not edible, but those people under your command said that the Han tribe used the leaves to soak in water and drink them, so they insisted on putting them in the food pile. Luo Chong nodded directly and admitted, yes, this is indeed classified as edible. Tea is a very good thing. When there are not many vegetables, drinking more tea water can supplement vitamins, cure night blindness, etc. It has many benefits for the body, and is very needed by seafarers and herdsmen on the grasslands. Tang Ji's face was expressionless after listening to it. She had become accustomed to the new information brought by Luo Chong. After being surprised for a long time, she became numb. She could only say that she was ignorant. There were so many good things in her tribe, but it was a pity that she couldn't see them. Next are some things that the Han tribe does not yet have. When Luo Chong turned over an introduction called white seed grass, Tang Yao also handed over a packet of seeds from the side. Here, this is its grass seed, which is wild. When the tribe is in famine, the tribesmen often collect this grass seed and roast it on the fire before eating it. It is very fragrant. Luo Chong's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked quite excited. He said, "What are you talking about? There really are crops that the Han tribe does not have now." This thing in front of him is sesame oil for grinding, sesame paste for mutton boiling, and a perfect match for baking sesame seed cakes. It can be used as filling for glutinous rice balls, so it has many uses. Are there other colors for this? For example, black? Looking at the white sesame seeds in front of him, Luo Chong immediately asked Tang Yao. Tang Yao thought it was strange. Could it be that Luo Chong also liked to eat this food? Isn't this the first time he saw it? Although he was confused, he answered immediately. I have heard from my tribe that there are black ones, but I have never seen them. The white ones are the most common. What's the matter? Is this thing useful? Of course it's useful. This is a very important crop. If the Han tribe had such a thing, it would have been planted on a large scale long ago. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively, and then called to the big tree next to him, "What I just said to you, did you hear that?" "Yes, I understand. I will ask people to collect this kind of grass seeds, as well as the black kind, and then try to plant a batch into Kumi County, but Chief, what should I call this thing?" Dashu immediately answered. This is also a type of hemp grass. You should know that most varieties of hemp grass seeds can be used to extract oil. This one is no exception. Just call it sesame. Give me both white sesame seeds and black sesame seeds. If you grow it, although it is not a staple food, it is also a seasoning for cooking, and there are many ways to eat it, Luo Chong immediately explained to everyone. No wonder. Tang Yao muttered beside him. This kind of grass seed, which Luo Chong calls sesame, is not a staple food. No one will eat it as food. If you really want to eat it, you will probably get angry the next day and your mouth will be full of tears, so it is understandable that the tribe never grows this kind of thing, but only uses it for emergency relief during times of famine. Among the remaining edible plants, there were no food crops, which made Luo Chong feel a little pity. However, several vegetables and fruits that were not available in the Han tribe were also of relatively high value. In terms of vegetables, according to identification reports and specimens, as well as Luo Chong's identification, the three types that can be identified are water spinach, celery, and cabbage. Water spinach is equivalent to spinach in the south and is also the most common green vegetable in the south. It can be grown all year round. It's just that the Tang tribe rarely eats these plants like grass. They don't know how to cook. They cook everything directly with wheat kernels and eat meat and other things roasted. They have no taste. They hardly eat the vegetable leaves, so they never grow them. As for celery, the Han tribe actually has it, which is the cress that Luo Chong originally discovered in the swamp. However, this is not the same variety as cress. It is a celery that can be grown on land and is suitable for large-scale promotion. The variety of cabbage is also different from the cabbage of the Han tribe. It should be one of the varieties of Chinese cabbage, and it is also suitable for large-scale promotion. Luo Chong handed over all the trial planting and promotion of vegetables to Dashu. Naturally, Tang Ji wouldn't just watch, so he listened to her question. Chief Han, should our tribe also plant these plants? If you are willing to try, of course you can. Besides, the seeds of these vegetables are provided by you. You can learn more about the cooking methods of the Han tribe. Although these are just grass, there are many benefits to eating more. Also, even if you don't eat them, these vegetables and other things can also be used to raise livestock and poultry. Chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep all like to eat these things. By the way, in fact, if your Tang tribe wants to raise livestock, I would recommend it. You breed rabbits. They live and grow quickly, and they are very clean. They are more convenient to breed. If you are willing, you can discuss it with a big tree. Tang Ji nodded, and Luo Chong continued to read the documents. The remaining edible plants and several fruits were identified. After Luo Chong's identification, he could identify bayberry, cocoa, and large and small tangerines, all of which were wild. Variety. Bayberry is not a rare fruit. It is delicious and unique. However, it is not convenient to transport and store. If it is pickled with sugar, it can be made into dried bayberry. Fresh bayberry can also be used to make wine, and it has many functions. Cocoa is also very famous. It is a fruit that grows on tree trunks. Instead of eating the pulp, you use its seeds to make chocolate. Unfortunately, Luo Chong does not know how to make chocolate. He only remembers this thing. It seems that it needs to be accumulated and fermented. The specific method should be left to others to study slowly. What makes Luo Chong most delighted is the large and small citrus. They are said to be large and small citrus, but they are actually not the same variety. According to Luo Chong, one of them should be an orange and the other should be a fruit such as a grapefruit, but they are not the same size. It's not big. The oranges are about the size of eggs. The grapefruits are about the same size as an adult's fist. The skin is very thick, but they are not the big grapefruits that were common in fruit shops in previous lives. The skins of these two fruits are green, and just by looking at their appearance, you will know that they are sour to the teeth. According to Tang Yao, the people in their tribe do not often eat them because they are too unpalatable. However, Luo Chong knew that citrus fruits were the king of vitamin C. Their role in navigation was self-evident, and they were worthy of the attention of the Han tribe. As for the bad taste, the best thing to do is slowly improve it. You can also use white sugar to make canned oranges. As long as you are willing to use your brain, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The Han tribe can always find a way to eat it. After all the edible plants were identified, what was left were the material plants. Among them, there were many things that the Han tribe did not have but urgently needed, which made Luo Chong very excited. There are also many types of non-edible plants, mostly trees. Luo Chong looked through them and found that there were 4 types of pine trees alone. 2 of them were the most impressive, one was the one that smelled bad all over. Stinky pine, one kind is a water pine that grows in water sources, and the other two types have no clear names. The largest of these pine trees is 40 to 50 meters high, and the diameter of the trunk can reach more than 1.5 meters. They are very good materials for building materials. If there are pine trees, you can also burn pine smoke ink for writing nearby, which can be considered a solution. A question. Others that can be recognized are fir, willow, oak and mulberry. These are tree species that are also found in the Han tribe. However, oak, which is most suitable for making furniture, is basically not available here. It is a pity, but mulberry trees are still good. In this way, the Han tribe can promote sericulture and silk reeling here, so that silk can also be produced here in the capital. In addition, there are also tree species that the Han tribe has never seen before, and there are many of them. One of them is evergreen all year round, with leaves like antlers, which the Han tribe has never seen in the north. That is the cypress tree. The leaves of this thing are it is very recognizable, just like the lines in preserved eggs, and its branches and leaves are also good for smoking bacon. There is also the cattail fan tree. Luo Chong doesn't know what this thing's original name is. He only knows that the leaves of this tree are specially used to make cattail fans. Luo Chong simply named it after the cattail fan. There is also a fiber tree species used by the Tang tribe to make cloth, that is, the kapok tree. However, compared with the cotton of the Han tribe, cotton is obviously more suitable for planting. The rest include palm trees, eucalyptus, laurel trees, tun, ailanthus, sycamore trees, and various bamboos and sisal. Among them, the laurel tree is more useful. The bark of the cinnamon tree can be used as spices, that is, cinnamon bark. It is commonly used when cooking meat. Osmanthus flowers can also be used to brew osmanthus honey. Even the osmanthus flowers themselves can also be picked and used as snack fillings, which has great edible value. There is a Jiang family from the Han tribe who is good at beekeeping. We can mobilize some people to try this. Among the two types of tun trees, the Tuna sinensis is also an edible tree species. The sycamore tree has more ornamental value and can be used as a street tree. The others are basically of no use. Several types of bamboo are also very useful. They can be used to make tools and paper. Not to mention sisal, which is the best choice for making cables. Among the remaining tree species, there are several high-quality wood species. After Luo Chong's identification, he found 4 types: sandalwood, agarwood, nanmu, and balsa wood. Sandalwood, agarwood, and nanmu are easy to identify. Their common features are that they are extremely dense, the wood is very hard, will sink in water, and is corrosion resistant. The difference is that the first 2 types of wood have special fragrances. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize the tree, you'll know it once you smell it. The tree species that smells like the sandalwood burned in the temple must be sandalwood, because sandalwood is originally made from this kind of wood, and Luo Chong determined that sandalwood was based on the smell in his memory. Types of wood. As for balsa wood, it is just the opposite of the previous 3. It has an extremely low density and is very light, but it is also relatively strong. A little girl can carry a large wet log that has just been cut down, which shows how heavy it is. Light, these were one of the specialty woods from which early biplanes or triplanes were made. They have also been found in the Han tribe before, but not as many as in the Tang tribe. Of course, the above tree species were not enough to arouse Luo Chong's interest. What really surprised him was the discovery of large-scale rubber trees in the Tang tribe. Seeing Luo Chong pick up the rubber tree report, Tang Yao immediately said, "This is not a good thing. Its fruit is poisonous. As long as you eat a dozen or so, you will have a strong poisoning reaction. Our tribe used to do this, because of this. Many people have died, and even now, greedy children often eat its fruit by mistake, because its fruit looks very similar to chestnuts, and when it is cut, white juice will flow out, which is sticky and will remain after drying. It will be like animal muscle, very elastic. What? You cut down this kind of tree? Luo Chong jumped up angrily on the spot. Damn, he actually cut down a rubber tree. This is too wasteful. You must know that it takes at least 10 years for a rubber tree to grow enough to tap rubber. What's wrong? Is this thing useful? Seeing Luo Chong's reaction, Tang Yao was frightened and asked aggrievedly. Of course it's useful. Do you know how much our Han tribe has spent trying to find this kind of material, but we haven't found the right one yet. Every tree like this is a treasure, and it's worth a sky-high price. Do you know that? Luo Chong didn't know. He said angrily, hearing that the Tang tribe actually cut down the rubber tree, it was as heartbreaking as cutting his flesh. Tang Ji, who had always been relatively calm, became very curious at this time. Apart from sesame, this was the second plant that Luo Chong rated so highly. Moreover, I heard that Luo Chong had always treated Tang Yao well. She didn't expect to yell at her for this kind of tree. This made her even more curious. Chief Han, what's the use of this tree? Tang Ji asked, directly. Of course it's useful, but it's not for eating, but for the white juice that flows out. Didn't Tang Yao just say that its juice is very elastic after it solidifies? This is its value. Luo Chong explained. Tang Ji still didn't understand. Even if it was flexible, what could it be used for? It's actually rated so highly. Seeing that they all looked confused, Luo Chong reminded Tang Yao, do you still remember the bicycle I gave you? Tang Yao nodded her head in grievance. The sap from this tree can be used to make bicycle tires. Luo Chong glared at her angrily. Tang Yao suddenly realized, oh, it turns out that bicycle tires are made of this, but that's not right. If the Han tribe doesn't have this kind of tree, then what are your tires made of? The bark of the eucalyptus tree is used. Eucalyptus also contains natural gum, but it is dry glue. First, the content is very low. Second, natural eucalyptus gum has no elasticity and is a very hard plastic material. It sounds bang bang and must be vulcanized before it can become elastic. Thirdly, the extraction method of eucalyptus gum is very troublesome. How can it be as convenient as this natural liquid latex? Although I have made bicycles and tricycles, they have not been promoted. The main reason is that the rubber production of the Han tribe is too small and the cost of tires cannot be reduced. Now do you know the value of this rubber tree? Tang Yao nodded immediately, but Tang Ji and the clan leaders on the side listened in confusion. What is he talking about? Why can't I understand it at all? But it seems that cars were mentioned. Is this elastic tree sap used to make cars? That's really helpful. Yao Yao, what is a bicycle? Tang Ji asked her niece first, regardless of others. Well, it's just a kind of car. It doesn't need animals to drag it, and it doesn't need people to push it. People can ride on it. There are 2 pedals underneath. You can move forward by stepping back and forth with your feet. It has 2 wheels. It has 3 wheels for transporting things, which is very convenient. The leader of the Luo Han dynasty gave me one as a gift, but it was still lying there in Hanyang County. I didn't bring it back this time. At this point, she stuck out her tongue at Tang Ji. Tang Ji didn't really want it, she was just curious, and Luo Chong had just said that even the Han tribe didn't have many, so one could imagine how precious this kind of car was, but she still continued to ask. And what are tires? Tires are bicycle wheels, but the wheels are not hard wheels made of wood, but hollow wheels made of, well, this kind of elastic glue, with air inside. Tang Yao continued to explain. Hollow. Still inflated? Tang Ji couldn't help but be surprised again, could the wheel be made like this? Is this thing strong? Yeah, that's it. Tang Yao nodded her head again. Luo Chong still sat there with a dark face, his heart and liver hurt with anger. How important is the value of rubber? If early industry is compared to a human body, then steel is the skeleton of industry, fuel is the heart of industry, and rubber is the muscle of industry. These three are indispensable. If any one is missing, there will be no industry at all. The uses of rubber are self-evident and there are simply too many, including tires for various vehicles, air seals, shock-absorbing cushions, rubber inflatable boats, lifebuoys, balloons, condoms, crossed out, rubber for students, slippers, and rain boots. Elastic bands, rubber bands, chemical gloves, insulating gloves, medical gloves, infusion tubes, tourniquets, latex mattresses, pillow cores, wire insulation sheaths, etc. Natural latex can even be foamed and made into an extremely elastic sponge. Although Luo Chong did not know the chemical materials and process of making foam rubber into sponge, this did not affect his distress. I won't go into details about the use of sponges. Just think about why the sofa is so soft and elastic. It can be said that rubber products are closely related to human life. Modern people would simply not be able to survive without rubber. Thinking of this, Luo Chong felt pain in his liver again. He turned to Tang Yao and asked, "How many rubber trees did your Tang tribe cut down?" Almost all the ones close to the residence have been chopped down. The fruit is poisonous, and we are also afraid that children will accidentally eat it. Tang Yao lowered his head and said, not daring to look at Luo Chong. Han leader, don't blame Tang Yao for this. I also made the decision to cut down this kind of tree. If the Han tribe needs it, we will not cut it down again in the future. Tang Ji also quickly interceded with her niece. Alas! Luo Chong sighed. What's the use of blaming them? It's all fate. It's a pity that he didn't know there were rubber trees here. Yes, we need it very much. If you agree, our Han tribe will purchase all the rubber in your Tang tribe with currency. As for the collection and processing methods, we still need to experiment. Rubber is important to our Han tribe. It is said to be a new material and needs a lot of time to explore. In addition, we also want to purchase a batch of rubber tree saplings and seeds. I will let Sheriff Linshu handle this. Having said this, Luo Chong turned to look at the big tree and said, when you come back, you can find a piece of land in Tuahai County that is convenient for transportation but not suitable for farming and living. When the time comes, it will be reclaimed into a rubber plantation. According to the land's characteristics, use the area to buy rubber saplings and transplant them. The more, the better. Even if you can't use them now, you must insist on planting trees every year. Remember, how strong the Han tribe will be in the future depends on the production of rubber. Hearing what Luo Chong said so solemnly, Dashu took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Don't worry, leader, I've written it down. After all the resources were identified, both the Han tribe and the Tang tribe were very happy. Luo Chong was happy because he found a lot of new food and materials, and the Tang tribe was happy because they had more, especially when they heard that Luo Chong wanted to use money to buy saplings. The clan leaders were even eager to cut down all the trees in their territory and sell them to the Han tribe. Chief Han, what about the development of these resources? Seeing Luo Chong read through all the product lists, Tang Ji immediately asked. In terms of edible crops, we can promote them together. We can first let our Han tribe try to grow them to accumulate experience and find methods, and then we can promote them together. In terms of materials, we need a lot of wood, and you need this too. In addition, I also plan to build a new shipyard here in Takumi County, which will definitely require a lot of wood. As for rubber, just sell some sapling seeds and latex collagen. I can't give you the processing method because I don't know it myself now. It will take a lot of experiments to bring out its real value. You can't do it in the future. Just cut it down again. You must know that if you cut down one tree now, you will lose a group of cattle. Luo Chong warned them. Understood, it's about the amount of currency. I believe that my clan leaders also know the importance of this tree. Tang Ji nodded to express his understanding, and then turned around and glanced at the clan leaders on his side, meaning the same. Warn them. But of course these clan leaders are not stupid. Those who can be clan leaders are all human beings. It is related to the interests of their own clan. How can they destroy it casually? It is estimated that when they go back, they will treat these rubber trees more closely than their own parents. There is also the steel smelting of the Tang tribe. Luo Chong is not planning to intervene now. The first is that there are already many things to do now, and it is unrealistic to engage in steel smelting. The second is that Luo Chong is preparing to upgrade the technology of basic industries. The metallurgical industry is naturally also a top priority. This can be developed and constructed with upgraded technology after the Tang tribe is completely merged into the Han tribe. Otherwise, if you have it done now, you will have to change it again later, which will consume labor, time and materials. Thirdly, the Tang tribe is not yet under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. Luo Chong does not want them to be too powerful, and the production of steel is a means to limit them. 1. After talking about this, the only thing left in this meeting was the division of counties in the Tang tribe. As soon as this topic was mentioned, the clan leaders immediately pointed at the map and started discussing. It was because of this that they had to come. Overall, the territory occupied by the Tang tribe is relatively large. According to Luo Chong's estimation, it should be at least slightly larger than Judao. Of course, no matter how big it is only a small part of this continent. In addition, the population distribution of the Tang tribe is relatively scattered and not as concentrated as Luo Chong imagined. In other words, the gaps between the territories of each clan are relatively large. Maybe they did this because of future development. From a long-term perspective, it seems that it is indeed more convenient for expansion after the later population growth. Around the large map on the table, the 20 or so clan heads of the Tang tribe were having a heated discussion. Some said that their clan should be divided into counties, while others said that their clan could be divided into at least 2 counties. The noise made Luo Chong feel dizzy for a while. In the end, Tang Ji couldn't stand it anymore, so she waved her hand to stop their argument, and asked Luo Chong next to her. Chief Han, we don't have experience in managing tribes in this way. It's better for you to tell us how to divide them. Luo Chong nodded and said, I usually look at the population first, and then divide it based on the potential value of the land. At the very least, you have to make plans for the next 100 years. When the population increases in the future, the territory you belong to must be able to provide survival. Required resources. Tang Ji nodded immediately. It is always right to take a long-term view. Luo Chong continued, the division of counties does not depend on how many clans you have, but how many counties are divided. Division of counties is too small, which is not conducive to later expansion and development. Take the Xian tribe on Judao Island, for example. Their total population is about 100,000, and I have only designated 6 counties for them. As for our Han tribe, the current total population is nearly 400,000, but the total territory was divided into only 13 counties. Everyone in the Tang tribe was stunned. They knew that the Han tribe was very powerful, but they did not expect that they would have so many people. Moreover, the Han tribe would soon capture that bamboo island. If the Han tribe were to absorb the bamboo again, the population of the island, isn't their total population approaching 500,000? Luo Chong knocked on the table at this time and suddenly said, according to the data we have collected these days, the Tang tribe currently only has a population of about 80,000, which is not as large as the population of Judao. It is roughly equivalent to the population of our Han tribe in the 3 counties of Honghu, and by the way, the total number of soldiers and civilians in the 3 counties of Honghu alone is about 70,000. The surrounding Tang tribe chiefs suddenly exploded. What does this mean? Zhudao has 100,000 people in 6 counties, while the Han tribe has 70,000 people in 3 counties. So they only have 80,000 people in total. How to divide them? Could it be that the entire Tang tribe could only be divided into 4 or 5 counties? That was not what they thought before they came here. They all thought that their clan could call themselves a county. When the time came, they would also be a county guard. Don't worry about their strength or population. At least on the surface, they would be on the same level as Takumi County. Yes, look at how face-saving this is. By then we will be able to call Dashu brothers. Even the smallest clan is thinking about how to draw 2 counties. Although they themselves don't know how big the county is and what kind of unit it is, in the previous cooperation seminar, Luo Chong promised to give Tang the tribe established a market in each county. These clan leaders are honest and simple. No matter what they are, more is better than less. Chief Han, isn't it too little to only create 4 or 5 counties? Look at this, otherwise, we should also designate 6 counties. Tang Ji looked at the reactions of the clan leaders around him and asked Luo Chong solicitously. Luo Chong also thought about it carefully. Of course he did not divide the counties for the Tang tribe to allow them to be autonomous. A place that would be merged into the Han tribe sooner or later would of course be whatever is beneficial to the Han tribe. The most important thing is he wanted to facilitate the Han tribe to take over and manage it in the future, so he didn't care what the clan leaders called him, he only had to consider his own. He drew on the map for a while, then measured it with his hands, and finally said, "The Tang tribe cannot only have these territories now. Since it needs to be divided, the future areas must also be included. For example, I promised you a new fishing port, right? This is something you don't have now." The clan leaders nodded after hearing this, and several clans close to the river and the sea became excited again. The boats can travel in the water. This is their advantage based on the water clan. After thinking for a while, Luo Chong concluded, although the Tang tribe has a small number of people now, your territory is indeed relatively large. This is mainly because the population is too scattered, so it is naturally impossible to divide it like the Han tribe. This should also be because of your grain output. The reason is low, because the yield per mu is low, so to feed such a large population, the per capita acres must be larger. When Luo Chong said this, he knocked on the table and continued, so I plan to divide the counties according to the resource distribution of the Tang tribe. This will be more conducive to the future development of these natural resources. When he said this, he didn't care whether the clan leaders agreed or not, so he just kept talking to himself. I'm going to divide the entire Tang tribe into 8 counties. Well, Big Tree, I said, you can mark them. Okay. Dashu immediately took out a pen and paper and got ready. The city on the other side of our Tuahai County is also the largest city in the Tang tribe. The population of the city and its surrounding areas is about 16,000. It can be divided into a separate county. The name can be more straightforward, just call it Tangcheng County. It consists of 4 counties, 3 of which are major grain-producing counties along the river, and then a new wharf and ferry are built, mainly used to connect the 2 sides of the Luyang River. This place is called Wanghan Ferry, looking across the river. The Han tribe on the opposite side. Having said this, Luo Chong looked at Tang Ji and asked, "Does Chief Tang have any objections?" "I agree with the division of Han leaders." Tang Ji nodded with a smile. The population of this city is mainly composed of her Tang clan, and it is also closest to the Han tribe. No matter what happens in the future, with such a distribution and arrangement, her clan members, nothing will be too bad in the future. Well, next is the mountainous part in the north. The population here is more scattered and relatively small. The total number is more than 13,000, less than 14,000, but this area is relatively large. It can be divided into 2 counties, divided according to the eastern and western slopes of the mountains. The eastern foot is called Panjshir County. It has a population of about 6,000 and consists of 3 counties. In the future, it will mainly produce stone. The place with more bluestone can be called Mopan County. This is a good material for making millstones. This part of the granite mountain it is called Wanjun County. In the future, it will mainly produce gravel. It will also be an important industrial raw material production area. The place at the foot of the mountain near the water veins can be called Xishan County. In the future, it will mainly produce gypsum and limestone. The western foothills are shorter and have many water systems. Let's call it Longxi County. It has a population of about 7,500 and has 3 counties. It has many plant resources, especially wild rubber, so a separate Baijiao County can be established, and this area has more than 40 large and small waterfalls and extremely rich water resources. It can be called Yinchuan County. The last step of the foothills with steppe terrain, 1, 2, 3, 89, might as well be called Jiutai County. Overall, it's like a 9-step ladder. Luo Chong decided the fate of tens of thousands of people with a few casual words. Actually, although Panjshir County and Longxi County are mountainous areas, Luo Chong's impression was not that of a very high mountain. It felt to him like Baiyun Mountain in his previous life, with an altitude of only 300 to 400 meters. But it covers a very large area, so its mountain is not steep. If the roads are repaired properly, it will be qualified to become a big city in the future. The heads of the 5 clans in the areas where these 2 counties are located have no objections. They originally lived in the mountains. In terms of growing food alone, their output is not as large as that of other clans, so the population is also limited. Now Luo Chong considers these 5 clans. It was divided into 2 counties, making a total of 6 counties, and they were already very content. More importantly, Luo Chong has just told them the future development direction. The trees and stones in the mountains are no longer worthless. They are all things that the Han tribe needs. I believe that in the future, they will be able to make money just by selling these. Improve the living standards of the people. Then there is this place in the north of Tangcheng County. There is an important tributary of Luyang River here, and the water veins of Longxi County also meet here. Let's just call it Gongquan County. Let me take a look at the population of this area. There are almost 9,000 people, which is not a small number. The terrain of this area is relatively flat and the water resources are abundant. If used properly, it can be developed as a major grain-producing area. It will also be divided into 3 counties. Specifically, the county areas will be divided based on the trends of these small rivers. Luo Chong pointed at a place on the map again and said. However, there are 4 clans in the area, so their clan leaders quit. The 4 clans are divided into 3 counties. How to divide them? Who will lead these 3 counties? Will there not be a fight in the future? So some clan leaders came out to make trouble. Chief Han, you just said that we have 9,000 people here. Why are we only divided into 3 counties? Then our 4 clans can't control them here. In the Panjshir County you just mentioned, they only have 2 counties in 1 county. With over 1,000 people, why not divide our Gongquan County into 4 counties? Yes, Chief Han, it is divided into 3 counties, and it is difficult for us to manage it. Several clan leaders started making a fuss. Luo Chong did not speak, but looked at Tang Ji, as if to say, "This is your person, do you care?" Tang Ji looked at Luo Chong with a smile, as if she had no intention of taking care of them. Instead, she seemed to be encouraging Luo Chong to deal with them. Are you testing my management skills? Luo Chong secretly complained, thinking that Tang Ji had surrendered too quickly. Was it because he was worried about leaving the tribe in my hands or something? I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup that little girl Tang Yao poured into her. Luo Chong shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts, and then knocked on the table hard. A few banging sounds must have shut up the 4 clan leaders immediately. Why do you want to manage a county by yourself? Do you have the ability? Clan leaders, let me ask you, do you know how many people there are in your clan? You probably don't know? If it weren't for my people, this week or so I don't even know how many people there are in the Tang tribe, so how dare you say that one person governs a county? The faces of the 4 clan leaders were not very good. After all, Luo Chong was the leader of the Han tribe, not their leader. How could he reprimand them in front of so many people? Where should they put their faces? But thinking about the strength of the Han tribe and the pressure brought by Luo Chong's long-standing position, they were so frightened that they did not dare to refute. You must know that even if he is the commander of the Han tribe's guard post, Luo Chong will kill him at will. Would he care about a few small clan leaders? I'll give you face and let you be the county magistrate, but if I don't give you any mercy, you'll just be the village chief. Do you really think you can go to heaven? The Han tribe has a base of 4,000 people in a small county, and 7 or 8,000 people in a large county are not too many. If you calculate it this way, wouldn't one of my county magistrates be transferred to your place as a county guard? Do you know how many cattle are needed to cover 1,000 acres of fertile land? Do you know how livestock are distributed and used? Can you guarantee that household production will be guaranteed? Can you quickly and effectively solve problems that people encounter? In addition to preventing the people from starving to death, can you lead them to become rich and live a good life? You know nothing. What qualifications do you have to compete for the position of county magistrate? Are you just eating for the sake of the corpse? Luo Chong paused for a moment before continuing. The Tang tribe has just divided counties into counties for better development in the future. It's a pity that you all can't see the future and only focus on your pitiful patriarchal power in front of you. Don't you know how to study together as a group? Can one person govern a county? Even the county magistrate of our Han tribe can't do it. How can you be so virtuous? Several clan leaders were scolding each other. When they heard Luo Chong say that even the county magistrate of the Han tribe could not do it, they immediately wanted to refute. One of the middle-aged men said, "Then the Han tribe. You want to say that since he can't do it, why should I let him be the county magistrate? It's very simple. Do you think it is realistic for one person to take care of thousands of people? The county magistrate has to take care of so many things, and he can't do it by himself. Therefore, each county magistrate also has a large number of assistant officers and lieutenants. There are people in charge of food, people in charge of public security, people in charge of household registration, people in charge of livestock, people in charge of education, and people in charge of construction. With so many people helping the county magistrate, he can only manage a county. You think you are alone? Can people take care of it? Even if I ask the 4 of you to manage this Gongquan county together, no, even if you manage one of the counties, you may not be able to manage it well." This was actually a verbal trap specially arranged by Luo Chong, just waiting for them to jump in, so as soon as someone refuted, he blocked that person's words directly. What's the use of just reprimanding? The key is to come up with solutions. Now Luo Chong has proposed the idea of division of labor and cooperation to them. I believe these clan leaders will know what to do as long as they are not stupid. Sure enough, when Luo Chong finished saying that a county magistrate had so many lieutenants and assistants who needed to manage different affairs separately, they were speechless. Since the Han tribe managed it this way, they could manage it this way too. To put it bluntly, these clan leaders are reluctant to let go of the little power they have as clan leaders, but if they can leave specific matters to the people below and take charge of the overall situation themselves, and still be lazy, they prefer this kind of life. Seeing that both parties were silent, Tang Ji came out to smooth things over and concluded, "Do the clan leaders have any other opinions? This is the first time that our Tang tribe has formally divided the territory for management. Everyone has little experience. The Han tribe has nearly 400,000 people. People can manage so well and are so powerful, which shows that their management methods are still very advanced. We can learn more. If you have any questions, you can continue to ask them. The leader of the Han dynasty is so busy, and there are not many opportunities to give personal guidance like this." Tang Ji had already given them the opportunity to step down, so the four clan leaders would naturally not stick their faces out to get beaten, so they all expressed that there was no problem and were willing to obey such divisions and arrangements. When the other clan leaders saw that the previous clan leaders were frustrated, they certainly would not scold them. Besides, Luo Chong had just talked about the division of labor and management. If they had any conflicts, they could go back and resolve them themselves. There was no need to scold them here. Tang Ji saw that no one stood up to object, so she smiled at Luo Chong again and asked him to continue dividing the matter, and Luo Chong also continued to study the map. This time, Luo Chong was asked to divide administrative areas, and Tang Ji also learned a lot from it, such as a more comprehensive understanding of the products in his territory and maximizing their value, including animals, plants, minerals, and population resources. Only in this way can the tribe develop faster and better. But if you want to achieve this, there must be a prerequisite, and that is the system and system. The centralized model of the Han tribe is undoubtedly very efficient. All territories are divided into counties and counties. The leader only needs to issue orders to the county guards, and the county guards, responsible for managing the county magistrate and a group of assistant officials are responsible for the affairs of the entire county. But below, there are still many towns and villages, and there are even more divisions below the villages, so that the imperial power can truly enter the household, so that Luo Chong's decrees can be conveyed to every household, and the control power is very strong. Of course, this is a bit too restrictive for the common people, but for a large force and a large tribe, the mobilization power of the Han tribe is undoubtedly very terrifying. With such control, no matter what Luo Chong wants to do, he may not be able to do anything. People can stop him. It can be said that under the structure of the Han tribe, as long as Luo Chong himself does not make mistakes, the Han tribe will definitely become stronger and stronger. Looking back at the Tang tribe itself, Tang Ji could only smile helplessly. Although she was the leader of the Tang tribe in name, she had very little control over the clans below. If something major happened that related to the safety of the tribe, what could Tang Ji do? The matter was probably just a matter of bringing together these clan leaders to discuss and resolve it, and even those clan leaders didn't know how many people their own tribe had, let alone others. Tangcheng County, Panchir County, Longxi County, Gongquan County, these are already there, so let's talk about the iron ore area. Luo Chong clicked on the iron ore area of the Tang tribe on the map, once again attracting the attention of the meditating people. Come over. Our Han tribe has a large steel-producing county, called Xingyang County. You guys might as well call it Taigang County. You will know what is here as soon as you hear the name. It is simple and straightforward. The population around Taigang County is about 8,000, and it can be divided into 3 counties, namely Pinggang County in the main mining area, Huangping County in the pyrite mining area, and Qingshu County near the river. In a short period of time, this place will mainly focus on agricultural planting and animal husbandry. Regarding iron smelting, our Han tribe will not be of any help for the time being, because this is a very huge project that you cannot afford, and our Han tribe can't afford it either. We can't afford it, so free assistance is impossible. Let's develop agriculture first. The clan chiefs of Taigang County did not raise any questions about the division this time. Instead, they were somewhat disappointed that Luo Chong told Luo Chong that he would not help them make iron, but they did not raise it directly. But Tangji is different. She is the type to ask questions directly. The Han leader just said that the Han tribe can't afford it. So how did the Han tribe do it so well in iron smelting? Luo Chong had nothing to hide from this point. Anyway, it was not a technical issue. He could explain it to her from a system perspective. If you want to engage in development and construction, you need monetary investment. Even the Han tribe that produces currency cannot produce unlimited currency. That will disrupt market prices and make money no longer valuable. So our Han tribe collects taxes from the people. Collect taxes? Tangji asked in confusion. That's right, for tax collection, all people of the Han tribe must have a household registration officially certified by the Han tribe before they can get the land allocated by the tribe for living and farming. The food they cultivate on these lands must also be paid to the tribe. Taxes, that is, grain tax, used to be 40% for our Han tribe, but since the beginning of this year it has been changed to 20% for grain. Tangji and a group of clan leaders were all dumbfounded. They seemed to have never expected that the Han tribe would have such a shady operation. Luo Chong would actually take part in the food grown by the people themselves. Why? You want to say why I take their grain? Or collect taxes? In fact, this is very simple, because I gave them an environment where they can live in peace of mind. Without me leading them to build walls, can they live in a safe city? Without me sending exploration teams and missions, would they have as much food as they do now? Without me leading them to build water conservancy projects, would they be able to farm so easily? Without me to train the army, who will protect their land and homes from their enemies? Without me sending caravans to find cattle and horses, what would they use to pull carts and plow the fields? Build schools to teach them knowledge, etiquette and skills, build factories to make life more convenient for them, set up scientific research institutes, and develop so many practical technologies, including building bridges, paving roads, and digging rivers, none of which require money or manpower. Can't you let me go out on my own? I have brought safety and convenience to the people of the Han tribe, and they pay taxes to me to maintain their lives. Isn't this a matter of course? Everyone in the Tang tribe was completely stunned by Luo Chong's theory. So, is this how to manage a tribe? No wonder the Han tribe paid and treated those soldiers so well. It turns out that this is where all his money comes from. They always thought that the Han tribe just had to keep making money, but it turned out that was not the case. If it comes to iron smelting specifically, from technology research and development to mining, transportation, and smelting, forget it. I won't tell you. You won't understand it even if I do. You just need to know that the Han tribe invested almost 5 years in smelting steel. With a population of about 10,000, countless ships, and a large number of slaves and prisoners of war, it is enough to know these. Now these are not what your Tang tribe can afford. It is not easy for our Han tribe to get a second one. The key is that some important resources have not been found here yet. If they are transported from the Han tribe, the cost is too high. Luo Chong stunned them with a few casual words, and then stopped talking in the middle of the sentence. Chief Han, can you tell me what resource it is? This thing is very important for iron making? Tangji still asked unwillingly. It was not that she had to make iron by herself, but she was simply curious. The Han tribe, it's like a mystery. The more you peer inside, the more unfathomable it becomes. There are still secrets within. It's not that I can't tell you. It's actually a stone mineral called coal. Coal is a black stone that can be ignited by fire and then release a strong calorific value. You should also know that iron making requires fire, the hotter, the better. Coal is a good thing to provide heat. At the same time, it can also improve the quality of steel. Without coal, you cannot make refined iron, which is what our Han tribe calls steel. In this resource survey, the Han tribe did not find the existence of coal mines. Luo Chong felt that it was a pity. Without coal mines, iron could not be smelted nearby. After all, the cost of long-distance transportation of coal mines from Dongxing County was too high, so he still wanted to look here. After revealing to them the concept that coal mines are valuable, I believe that if the Tang tribe is not stupid, they will definitely take the initiative to find coal mines for them. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Luo Chong waved his hand and continued. Well, the coal issue is something we can't solve. Let's do what we can do first. He said and looked at the map again. This large plain area in the south of Dongxing County has sufficient fresh water, fertile land, many forests, and a large population. It is very suitable for growing crops and can also be divided into 2 counties. The population here is more than 23,000. The population is the most concentrated here near Dongxing County, with about 13,000 people, and the most arable land. This area can be divided into a separate county. As a place closer to the sea, it is called it Qingshu County. Qingshu County has a large population and can be divided into 4 counties, namely Shouguan County in the north where there are more elderly people, Xutian County near the winding river, and Suifeng County where there are always good harvests. There is also honey, which currently has the largest number of sweet stalk sorghum plants. County. As for the place in the southeast, close to the river bank and backed by the forest, it can be designated as Haizhou County. There are sufficient manpower and timber here, which is very suitable for making sailboats. This is the reason why it was named Haizhou County. Haizhou County can be divided into 3 counties, Boa County, which specializes in assembling ships, Haimao County, which produces accessories, and Murao County, which specializes in logging and processing wood. But I have to tell you first, this Haizhou County is still mainly based on agricultural production. As for shipbuilding, only small fishing boats are built here, and the entire production must be under the control of our Han tribe. However, you can also send tribesmen to build ships here. He worked as an apprentice in the field and learned the shipbuilding methods of the Han tribe. Making a sailboat is a very complicated matter, involving too many manufacturing industries. If it were not for the fertile farmland next to it, it would be unrealistic. For example, shipbuilding requires a lot of hemp fiber alone. Regarding Luo Chong's proposal, the Tang tribe also unanimously approved it. Faced with such top-notch shipbuilding technology, it was already very rare for the Han tribe to teach them. They had no reason to refuse. However, Tang Ji still raised a question. Chief Han, I still have a question. Since Haizhou County is our territory, and the materials and people for building the ship are also ours, then do the ships built belong to us or the Han people? Tribal? As soon as these words came out, the clan leaders became excited. They had not considered this issue just now, but now that Tang Ji asked it, they immediately realized that if the boat they built belonged to the Tang tribe, then they would be rich. Therefore, the clan leaders immediately focused their attention on Luo Chong, waiting for his answer. This question depends on your own decision. I have 2 plans for you. First, the ship is yours, but you will provide the materials for the preliminary construction required for the shipyard. If there is no such thing, the Han tribe will provide it, but you have to spend money to buy it, and you will pay all the technical personnel provided by the Han tribe. As for your own people, I don't care whether they are paid or not. During the shipbuilding process, you provide some of the materials yourself, and buy the rest from the Han tribe. You also pay the Han tribe's technicians, so the ship built in this way belongs to you. Second, the ship is ours, and we will provide the preliminary construction, but you will provide the materials, and you will buy the things that are not available, because once this thing is built, the Han tribe cannot move it away, so these infrastructure constructions are yours. Something. During the shipbuilding process, we provide some key materials, and we purchase the rest from the Tang tribe. We pay the apprentices employed, and in the end the ship is ours. From these two options, you can choose whichever one you want, it doesn't matter to us, Han tribe. Luo Chong said, spreading his hands. The current situation is that the Han tribe urgently needs to build a shipyard in the south, but the infrastructure construction in Tuahai County has not been completed yet, and there is simply no manpower available to do this. The Tang tribe has a very good foundation, they are the local indigenous people. If the two sides can cooperate, the Han tribe will provide the technology, and they will provide the manpower and materials, then it will be nothing if the Han tribe spends their own money to buy the boats they build. Hearing Luo Chong's words, the Tang tribe immediately began to discuss, seemingly studying the pros and cons of the two options, which one was more beneficial to the Tang tribe. First of all, no matter which one they choose, they can learn the technology. There is no doubt about it. The rest is the plan itself. The two plans proposed by Luo Chong at least seem to be very fair. Whoever wants the ship, whom they have to bear all the expenses, which is very reasonable, and they can't fault it. However, from a long-term perspective, it is of course more cost-effective to use their own materials to build the ship. Because this is related to cost, most clan leaders prefer to spend their own money and return the ship to the Tang tribe. Tang Ji also wanted to choose this very much, but she was still a little worried, so she asked again. Chief Han, can you tell me how your tribe's shipyard works? Of course, our shipyard is officially owned, and all craftsmen are paid by the tribe. The tribe pays to buy basic materials from the people, but basically only the labor cost is paid, because those factories that process materials also most of them are in the hands of tribes, and at most workers are paid some wages. The boats produced in this way are also officially owned by our Han tribe. At least all the masted sailboats of the Han tribe are like this at present, because no private person can afford it. A finished sampan less than 10 meters long and driven by oars costs 1,000 yuan. A sailboat over 20 meters long costs about 20,000 yuan. It is almost impossible for a private person to afford it. So all the ships of the Han tribe are financed by tax purchases? Tang Ji said in surprise. That's more or less the meaning, but it is really convenient to have these ships. The value they bring is far more than the cost of the ship. They can also bring us a lot of benefits, but that is not necessarily the case for you, because your current output is only the minimum. There is no other output from basic crops that can be used for trade, so even if you build a boat, you will basically have no other income except fishing, Luo Chong explained. Tang Ji discussed quietly with the clan leaders again. They have no tax. If they want tax, they need to not only measure the land and register their household registration, but also have unified weights and measures to calculate the amount of food and a systematic written record of information. Currently they cannot do these, so they use tax to build and maintain ships like the Han tribe. They can't learn the tricks. However, the Tang tribe currently also has a considerable income, that is, rubber. Whether it is selling rubber latex or sapling seeds, the Han tribe will give money. They can use this money to invest in shipyard construction and subsequent shipbuilding. You can control the ownership of the ship in your own hands, and at the same time, you can train a large number of shipbuilding craftsmen. Why not? So Tang Ji immediately made a decision. Chief Han, we want to own these ships ourselves. We will pay for the Han tribe's craftsmen and materials with the money from selling rubber and saplings. Luo Chong was indifferent. Even if the ownership of the ship belonged to the Han tribe, they would still need to purchase a large amount of ironware and high-end materials such as asphalt from the Han tribe. Anyway, the Han tribe would not suffer any loss. He could do anything. Except. After the two parties finalized the ownership of the ship, Luo Chong looked at the last piece of land of the Tang tribe. This was the easternmost piece of land of the Tang tribe, and it happened to be located on the seaside, where Luo Chong planned to build a fishing port for them. He pointed to the last piece of land that protruded toward the sea and said, "The last piece of land left is called Ningbo County. It has a total population of about 13,000 people and can be divided into 4 counties. Among them, a new fishing port county needs to be built. This is what we agreed before. You can go to the sea here for fishing in the future. Then there is a new Taishan County, because I plan to build a lighthouse on this cliff by the sea to guide the boats in the fishing port. This must be built, otherwise the fishing boats at sea will be damaged in bad weather. Can't find the way home." The remaining 2 counties can be called Qingshu County and Pohnpei County. These are all things in the sea. It's easy to remember. Chief Tang, do you have anything else to add? No, since the Han leaders divide it like this, it must make sense. I believe that my clan leaders will also learn the management methods of the Han tribe and strive to enable the clansmen to live a good life one day earlier. Tang Ji shook his head. He said that the surrounding clan chiefs had no other explanation. Now that the division of counties and counties was completed, they only wanted to get assistance from the Han tribe as soon as possible. With the name and territory of the last county being marked, the division of counties is complete. So far, the Tang tribe, with a total population of just over 80,000, has been divided into 8 counties by Luo Chong, of which 5 have 3 counties and 3 have 4 counties, for a total of 8 counties and 27 counties. Counties. This means that the Han tribe needs to help the Tang tribe build 27 markets and grain stations, as well as 8 banks, to promote the currency of the Han tribe, sell the goods of the Han tribe, and help the Tang tribe purchase from the people. Food. In addition, there are fishing ports, wharves, lighthouses, wood processing plants, shipyards, handmade textile factories, sugar refineries, and other infrastructure and technology teaching. There are many things to do. After finalizing the details of the construction assistance with them, the Han tribe held a banquet to entertain them as usual. At the same time, Luo Chong also asked Dashu's subordinates to copy dozens of copies while they were eating. The administrative division map of the Tang tribe was given to each clan leader to let them know where their territory was, and then they were sent back. As for Luo Chong, he also wants to rush back to the Han tribe as soon as possible to complete the first industrial technology upgrade. But before leaving, we need to make arrangements for the big tree. There are a lot of things that need to be prepared here in Takumi County. In the evening, Luo Chong, Dashu, and a group of officials from Tuahai County gathered in an office for a small meeting to arrange the next cooperation matters between the 2 Han Tang tribes, as well as the development of Tuahai County itself. Luo Chong first took out a note he had made before and said, "For cooperation with the Tang tribe, we must first focus on the 3 aspects of the market, the bank, and the grain station. Don't be careless when doing it, because this is also a gift to us. If we build it ourselves, we will still use it after we take it over in the future. We must not make any mistakes. Whether it is site selection or construction quality, we must ensure it. As for the construction technicians, I will send another batch here after I return. If you have any needs, please report to me at any time. I will try my best to satisfy them." In addition, Takumi County must also develop well. The first is to expand the population. Isn't it true that only 6 clans have been recruited so far? Now that these clans are doing so well, they will definitely be able to attract other independent clans and tribes. Find ways to contact them and try to recruit all the clans outside the Tang tribe in the surrounding areas, and use force to deter them if necessary. There are tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in the southern camp. They are just idle there. They can be taken out for training. Before going on an expedition this winter, I will give you the power to mobilize a guard station." Luo Chong knocked on the table and said to the tree, "Yes, I understand, leader." Dashu nodded in agreement. Then there is infrastructure construction. On the premise of ensuring people's housing and farming, the following factories should be established as soon as possible, such as glass, ceramics, brick kilns, wood, sugar pressing, textiles, printing and dyeing, printing, stationery, paper making, etc. First focus on the basics such as ceramics, brick kilns, wood, and textiles. For other glass, sugar pressing, textiles, etc., you must also plan the site first. It can be concentrated and turned into an industrial park. The transportation must be convenient. In addition, the location of the steelmaking plant must also be planned. This is up to you. Luo Chong once again flipped through his small notebook and arranged. Yes, leader, what about the shipyard over there in the Tang tribe? How can we build it? Let's start with the basics first. Plan the place and let them clear the land. Let them stock up on wood first. If there is no wood, build a boat. In addition, the wood processing factory will first build a batch of wind sawmills. It can be larger and reserved for future expansion during technical transformation. I still say the same thing, don't be too lazy and careless. We will use these in the future. If something goes wrong then, you will be fully responsible. The division of the 8 counties of Tang tribe, no charge for less than 200 words. Tangqing County, Chongping County, Wanghandu, Jiangqing County, Shitao County, Ren. Panchir County, Mopan County, Wanjun County, Xishan County, 6,200 people. Taigang County, Pinggang County, Huangping County, Jinshui County, 8,000 people. Gongquan County, Quanping County, Guanfeng County, Yunqing County, 9,000 people. Longxi County, Jiutai County, Baijiao County, Yinchuan County, 7,400 people. Jinpu County, Shouguang County, Xutian County, Mitung County, Suifeng County, Ren. Haizhou County, Boa County, Taimao County, Murao County, Ren. Ningbo County, Mingzhu County, Pompei County, Yugong County, Taishan County, Ren. After sorting out the affairs between Tuahai County and the Tang tribe, Luo Chong also boarded the ship back to Hanyang City early the next morning. Xiao Dai, Zhang Ning and their 2 children also boarded the ship early, and everyone went to the Tang tribe together. Tang Yao is waiting on the shore. Tang Yao will also go back with him this time to continue the revision of 7 medical textbooks for Han tribes. Not long after, some guards came to report that Tang Yao was leading a group of carriages. Not only is she going back this time, she also has to bring some plant seeds to Hanyang County, such as sesame seeds, Chinese cabbage, and celery that were newly discovered a few days ago. Some of them are seeds taken directly, and some are transplanted into buckets and brought here. There are also some other things, namely, the 2 precious fragrant woods of the Tang tribe. Each of them also brought a log back. Luo Chong was going back to try to see if he could make sandalwood. He knew the method of making incense, which was to grind the fragrant wood into powder. Add something like bone meal and knead it into a dough, then put it in a mold and squeeze it into a long strip to dry. It is similar to making noodles. He has seen others make it in his previous life. In addition, there are dozens of kilograms of rubber, which have been collected and delivered overnight these days. Natural latex will coagulate automatically even without adding any chemical reagents, but it takes a slower time, so the batch sent by Tang Yao, some of the rubber has been made into rectangular sheets according to Luo Chong's requirements, and there is still a small bucket of rubber latex that has not dried yet. These are all things Luo Chong wants to take back for experimentation. Although he has discovered important resources, he still needs to be able to use them, so he needs to figure out the technology of using rubber as soon as possible. There was a crosswind all the way to the north, but the crossbone schooner of the Han tribe could use this wind direction, so the sailing speed was not too slow, and there was no stop on the way. It took a month, and Luo Chong and his family finally returned home to Hanyang City in early October. After spending a day understanding the task progress of each county in the past 6 months, and then supervising them to harvest and store the last season of grain this year, Luo Chong immediately rushed to the Power Research Institute in Shuifu County to check on his steam engine research and development schedule. In the experimental workshop of the Research Institute, Luo Chong looked at the more than 30 researchers in front of him and asked, somewhat unacceptable, failed? Yes, Chief, it was a problem with the piston. According to the ideas and designs you gave us, we have built several steam engines, but they all failed because of the piston problem. Xiang Luo Chong, a project leader report. Piston, what's the problem? Luo Chong frowned and asked with some displeasure. According to the leader, the airtightness of this combined chip piston is indeed very good, but the friction is too great and the wear on the inner wall of the cylinder is serious. It can still be used, and it rotates quite fast. That's it. It is not wear resistant. We did a test run for 2 days and 1 night, and then the piston was worn out, began to leak, or broke, and the noise was extremely loud during operation. I thought that although it could turn around, it would not be considered a success since it would have to be replaced with a new piston in less than 2 days. If this could be considered a success, then the piston would be consumed too quickly. The person in charge also said very helplessly. To be honest, they were skeptical at first about the technology Luo Chong mentioned, which achieves sealing effect through the thermal expansion of copper sheets. They thought it was a bit impossible, but after it was built, the effect is amazing. But the problem is that the effect is too amazing. Because the seal is too tight, but the contact area between the piston and the cylinder wall is small, when the piston does work, it can be described as a hard squeeze. You can imagine the scene of several thin iron sheets rubbing back and forth in an iron bucket. The sound is more exciting than a cat scratching glass. The key point is that the cat scratches the glass only once or twice, but this steam engine is its constant friction back and forth. That guy kept grinding for 2 days and 1 night. The squeaking noise never stopped. It could drive people crazy when he got close. When I saw this thing, I wished it would break immediately. Maybe even God couldn't bear it. Torture these people any longer, and then the piston will really break. Several young researchers also joked about this. I think this steam engine can be used as a torture tool for interrogation in the future. I believe that no matter how determined a guy is, if he puts him next to this thing for as long as a cup of tea, he will cry and shout to tell everything he knows. Luo Chong still didn't believe it, so he asked someone to get a prototype for a trial run. As a result, he decisively stopped the steam engine after just 2 minutes of operation. Damn, he can't stand this stimulation either. Luo Chong began to admire these researchers. How dare they let this thing go on for 2 days and 1 night? Now that you know where the problem is, it's easy to solve it. First find the specific problem and then find a way to solve it. After asking about the machining process of the piston and cylinder in detail, Luo Chong discovered some of the problems. The first and most serious problem is naturally the noise problem. This should be caused by too much friction and the small contact area between the piston and the cylinder. It can be by replacing the combined sheet piston with a cylindrical block piston. The contact area between the piston and the cylinder is increased to reduce noise. But in this case, air tightness becomes a problem again. It is impossible to add rubber seals to the cylinder and piston because it is a moving machine and needs to reduce friction as much as possible while ensuring air tightness to achieve the purpose of rapid work. Needless to say, rubber is a material that has great friction. If you put rubber on the piston, don't let it move. It is estimated that the cylinder will explode directly. This thing is only suitable for valves, connections, and other fixed places, and is used as airtight parts, so I can only think of other ways. The best solution is to directly manufacture a metal cylinder and a cylindrical metal rod so that they fit together tightly, which can not only ensure air tightness, but also solve the problems of small contact area and excessive friction. However, this requires very precise processing technology. The most important thing is that the size difference must be controlled within a very small range to achieve the expected effect. The most critical technology to solve this process problem is polishing. So Luo Chong asked them, "How did you polish the cylinder?" "Our cylinders are first cast into rough shapes with sand, then drilled using a windmill vertical boring machine, and finally fine sandstone particles are poured into it, mixed and polished." Luo Chong clapped his hands and said, "That's the problem. The cylinder polished in this way is still not smooth enough, has too much friction, and is not fine enough. It would be great if we could make sandpaper, emery cloth, and abrasive belts.